Chapter 1351. This place is about to collapse. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In front of the strange door, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt that the more dragon essence energy had dissipated out. At this moment, the whole road was filled with dragon essence energy. Zhang Lulu exclaimed, "What a powerful force, eat it." Inside the door, Han Fei stuffed some energy into Forge the Universe. However, how could the space of Forge the Universe compare to the sea quelling painting? The space in the sea quelling painting spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and Forge the Universe was only about 10 kilometers in radius. After a while, Forge the Universe was filled with all kinds of spiritual plants, filling up the existing space. Fortunately, the ownerless souls around Han Fei no longer affected his cultivation. Therefore, Han Fei continued to cultivate the indestructible body. The training this time was even more painful for Han Fei. He really felt that his skull was being ground to dust, which was really painful. However, once Han Fei stopped, a large amount of dragon essence energy would still drill into his body. If he was careless, he might be stuffed to explode by the dragon essence energy. The old turtle said, "Stick to your Tao heart and comprehend your own great Tao better. With the great Tao in your heart, why does physical suffering matter?" Han Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and he thought to himself, "If I could understand the true meaning of the Tao heart, I would have done so a long time ago. Who would want to be in such pain? You old turtle, you make it sound so easy. I don't believe that you could comprehend the Tao heart so easily back then." Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique again. It seemed that every time he used it, his pain was reduced a little. This was simply like he was smoking weed. He was almost addicted. Han Fei thought that if he could embark on the Great Tao, his body might not be in pain. However, when Han Fei had this thought, he was suddenly woken up. When the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was created, did the Creator have this mentality to let future generations walk on his great Tao and end up as his leeches? With this in mind, Han Fei made up his mind and decided that he couldn't use the heavenly enlightenment technique anymore. As for how to survive the gut-wrenching pain, he might as well burn his essence blood. Although this also consumed vitality, the consumption was much less than the heaven enlightenment divine technique. After all, the heaven enlightenment divine technique consumed lifespan, fuse. In an instant, Han Fei used the combination technique that had always been useless. As the inherited secret technique of Little Black and Little White, this combination technique had never been useful. However, now that the three of them were combined, plus the effect of burning his blood essence, Han Fei's strength became stronger, and he could resist some pain. Han Fei asked, "Son, can you control my body?" At this moment, Han Fei suddenly remembered that every time he fused with his spiritual beast, he was crazy and sometimes couldn't control himself. At those moments, he didn't seem to feel any pain. In his mind, Han Fei didn't forcibly control this body with the power of his soul. Sure enough, Little Black's consciousness filled the fish head behind the transformation. Huff! This feeling was very strange. Han Fei seemed to have become a part of the consciousness of this body. Although he knew that his body was in extreme pain at the moment, when he was completely in a mental state, he suddenly discovered that the pain was greatly relieved as if his mind and body had been completely separated. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. While Han Fei was practicing the indestructible body, the Bloodchi River outside was already a mess. There was no telling if it was because of the collapse of space, but some laws seemed to be collapsing in this small world. The earth was shaking and mountains were shaking, and there were fiery meteors falling from the sky. The entire world was a scene of doomsday. In the Bloodchi River, the blood water suddenly decreased. The blood and chi on the river, as well as the masses of mist, were decreasing. On the contrary, the number of blood muds increased. Some heavenly talents who were still on the river suddenly discovered that there were more small boats on the Bloodchi River. These small boats seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one knew where they came from. At this moment, most of the heavenly talents had come to the river. In the long Bloodchi River, these people were like 8 immortals across the sea, each showing his own strength. Someone steered the boat to flee. Someone's hull was surrounded by blood muds. In desperation, he found 2 or 3 small boats popping up not far away, so he jumped over and narrowly escaped death. Of course, there were also some people who were covered in blood muds. After being poisoned for about half an hour, their bodies began to rot. In this doomsday scene, the true heavenly talents of the various factions were quickly selected. After all, only at a life and death moment could a person's potential be greatly mobilized. Queen Life and the others were also dumbfounded when they saw this small island. Even though it had been swept by several forces, it still greatly exceeded their expectations. At this life and death moment, the heavenly talents used all their reserved means. Now everyone's trump cards were fully revealed. Although the outside world was in chaos, in front of the huge door, smack. This was already the 8th breakthrough sound on this road. Yes, everyone who came to the door today had a breakthrough. Obviously, the frequency of breakthroughs was a bit too high, which was almost shockingly high. Although some people had already reached the peak of Sea Spirit or Law Enforcer, there was still a gap between the peaks. Today, they had also made small breakthroughs, which made their foundation more solid. For example, Zhang Xiaotian had just transcended the 4-9 King Tribulation. Originally, he should still be consolidating his cultivation. However, at this moment, he was swallowing dragon essence energy while consolidating his cultivation. In just a short 5 or 6 hours, he felt that his foundation was already very solid. However, Zhang Xiaotian didn't look happy at all. His cultivation was stabilized very quickly. But what about Han Fei? He had weathered through the limit of 600 meters, so the benefits he could get would definitely be much greater. Thinking about that, Zhang Xiaotian was at a loss for words. After a long time, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt that the amount of dragon essence energy around him was slowly decreasing. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is this power going to be gone? Has it been sucked up by Han Fei? With this in mind, Zhang Xiaotian grew even more anxious. The opportunity was right in front of him. Was it because he didn't dare to take it? Should he regret it for the rest of his life? He had the courage to reincarnate and cultivate again, but did he not even have the courage to explore a secret realm? Buzz. Zhang Xiaotian stepped to the limit of 600 meters. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, he fell to the ground with a bang. Splash. Zhang Xiaotian's octopus body was directly pressed out. For an octopus, their defense and resistance were extremely strong. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaotian finally experienced the kind of pain Han Fei was in just now. Is this really the kind of power that a human can withstand? This is completely different from the pressure before. Zhang Xiaotian sensed a heavy mist around him. He subconsciously looked into the depths of the mist, only to see a figure which looked a bit like the figure in the painting. Just the gaze of the other party was not something he could withstand. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian was horrified. Even in his previous life, he had never met such a terrifying powerhouse. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, the group of people were also looking at Zhang Xiaotian's miserable appearance. Remembering how painful Han Fei looked just now, they thought to themselves, Zhang Xiaotian is still a bit weaker than Han Fei. Especially Shrimp Yue and Sanchi, they knew that from now on, there was one person in the Waterwood world they couldn't mess with, and that was Han Fei. They all knew that Zhang Xiaotian secretly reserved his strength, but even so, he was not someone they could defeat. It was already obvious Han Fei had got through the same checkpoint, but Zhang Xiaotian failed, and the latter looked even more miserable than Han Fei. At this moment, Chang Lulu wriggled forward and had already reached more than 400 meters, nearly 500 meters. Reality proved that as long as one was willing to persist on this road, they could still gain something. The most difficult part was the place at 600 meters. Chang Lulu said, Chong Xiaochong, Phoenix Head 7, hurry up. The further you go, the stronger the power will be. My physique has improved greatly. I'm sure I can transcend the tribulation this time. Chong Xiaochong said, you animal, you're climbing so fast? Damn, this pressure is scary. Thinking of how quickly Han Fei passed the road, Chong Lulu said, I'm afraid you don't know what being fast is. Han Fei has already entered the door. We, also heavenly talents, can't flinch. Smack. Everyone had just thought that someone had made a breakthrough. However, suddenly, everyone looked up and saw a crack appear on the huge door. Huh? There was no telling if Zhang Xiaotian was lucky or not, but at this moment the door was broken, which allowed him to take a breath of relief. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death here. At the place where the 95 branches of the Blood Key River converged, 3 small vines between Han Fei's eyebrows were still swallowing crazily, and the vine leaves became more and more brilliant. However, the dragon essence energy suddenly began to decrease, and the ownerless souls had all been absorbed. Han Fei didn't know how strong his indestructible body had become. He just felt that his skull was shining too at this moment. The spiritual spring inforged the universe, if not counting the spiritual fruits, was less than 200 million points. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the 5th level of the indestructible body. And this was just the indestructible body, which didn't include the soul cultivation of the indestructible overlord body at all. At that time, Han Fei felt that if he didn't have enough spiritual spring, he might not even be qualified to cultivate it. In Han Fei's sea of consciousness, because the dragon shadow had completely perished, the demon purification pot flew out of the old turtle again. This made the old turtle heave a long sigh of relief. Fuck, you scared me. The old turtle finally realized that the demon purification pot was very magical. He wanted to run out when it was not prepared, but that didn't seem likely. In the future, if there was a chance, he should build a good relationship with Han Fei. This was the safest strategy. Gurgle, gurgle, ka. Han Fei discovered that the blood-colored cocoon around him was getting thinner and thinner. It seemed that the so-called dragon essence energy was gone in the end. Han Fei was even a little shocked. How strong was this dragon when it was alive? He cultivated the indestructible body, swallowed power, repaired his soul, explored Forged the Universe, and led the energy into the demon purification pot and the sea-quelling painting. All these things added up, he failed to eat it completely. In fact, Han Fei had calculated in his heart many times that all the places he could use to absorb energy had been filled up with energy. Even his indestructible golden body was almost completed before the dragon essence energy was used up. Even so, the remaining dragon essence energy didn't completely disappear. There should be a lot left. However, this big cocoon was no longer enough to tie him up, nor would there be infinite energy entering his body. At his feet, under the dragon head, tentacles extended from a cloud of blood. Who else could it be but Little Fatty? However, Little Fatty seemed to have changed a little. Its tentacles turned red. Smack. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that the ground was cracking, and the tributaries of the Blood Chi River were flowing back. Immediately, Han Fei thought to himself, not good, this place is collapsing. Chapter 1352, Gains and Go Out Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that although there wasn't much dragon essence energy left, his indestructible golden body should be ready soon. As long as his skull turned golden, he should be able to complete the indestructible body. However, this place was about to collapse. Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe again, only to find that the spiritual spring in it was almost exhausted. He seemed to be only half a step from completing the indestructible body. After hesitating for a while, Han Fei stopped hesitating. Although it was just a little bit off, when had he not been stuck at the last step in practicing the indestructible body? Every time, he would either calcine his body with strange fires, deduce void fishing to attract lightning, or transcend the tribulation. It seemed that he had almost reached the 5th level of the indestructible body with the help of the dragon essence energy. He might need an opportunity to master the last bit of the indestructible body. Only then could he master it. Then Han Fei looked at his information. Han Fei was shocked. Owner, Han Fei level 76. Intermediate Explorer, Spiritual Energy, 19,000 Spiritual Power, 25,682, 25,682 Perception Range, 3,200 kilometers, Strength, 602 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish Level 605. Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei's first attention was naturally the spiritual power. His previous spiritual power was nearly 30,000 points. He had thought that it would take an extremely long time to restore his soul. After all, after he swallowed the new consciousness born in the body of the Water Immortal, his soul power had only increased by more than 6,000 points. But now, it was just a dragon shadow. Besides, a lot of the soul power it detonated dissipated in the void. But just this dragon shadow alone increased his soul power by nearly 9,000 points, recovering most of his soul power in an instant. Han Fei firmly believed that in such a situation, if he cultivated in seclusion for a period of time and visualized the god-scaring painting, it shouldn't be a problem for him to restore his peak soul power. His spiritual energy had increased by 40,000 points, which was not a big deal. His spiritual energy had dropped from 180,000 points to 150,000 points. At this moment, he had broken 2 levels in a row. It was normal for him to replenish his storage of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't think it was enough. After all, an intermediate peak-level explorer was different from an intermediate explorer. At the explorer level, one step would lead to a huge difference. As for his perception range, this time it was restored to 3,200 kilometers. This was normal. After all, he had already traveled 3,600 kilometers before. Now that he had upgraded 2 levels in a row and his soul power had recovered so much, it would be strange if it was lower than 3,000. In terms of strength, the terrifying number of 602 waves shocked Han Fei. This was already an extremely shocking number. It wasn't like Han Fei didn't know the realm of explorer. Ordinary explorers only had about 500 waves of strength when they were advanced. Explorers and before they reached the peak. Heavenly talents usually didn't reach 800, unless they were peerless heavenly talents. Would an advanced explorer have the power of 1,000 waves? Han Fei had never heard of it, but a peak-level explorer would have a terrifying increase in strength. As the saying went, if one's strength doesn't exceed 1,000 waves, he won't reach the peak. If he wanted to become a half-venerable, 1,000 waves was only the beginning. At this moment, Han Fei was only an intermediate peak-level explorer. Now, Han Fei was covered in fat. This was a sign that the energy in his body hadn't been completely digested. If he absorbed all this power, his overall strength would increase again. If he had a golden body and then became an advanced explorer, it was almost certain that his combat power would exceed 1,000 waves. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how many waves does one have to be called a half-venerable?" The old turtle said. "It has nothing to do with how much strength you have. Being a half-venerable or not only has to do with the great Tao. If you have stepped into the Tao and can become a venerable at any time, then you can be called a half-venerable. If you have to measure it with strength, more than 1,000 waves. If you are a pure body refiner, I'm afraid it has to be 2,000 waves. Huh? Only 1,000 waves? That's not high. Tisk, the old turtle said. Do you know that when the power of the great Tao is added to the body, how can power be measured by strength alone? Unless your strength is several times stronger than others, the amount of strength depends on the strength of your own great Tao. At that time, you can forget about using any secret technique. It's not that there aren't any secret techniques of that level, but secret techniques always have a price to pay. It's just like you borrowed strength from me. But how could I lend strength to you for nothing? You would have to pay back. Hearing this, Han Fei hurriedly looked at his secret technique. The devil change couldn't even double his strength now. As for the Beast King technique, Han Fei glanced at it and found that the power boost was only 3 times. Although the Beast King technique in a sense couldn't be considered a secret method, it should be a kind of talent ability of a race. If he forcibly learned it, it was already very impressive that he could achieve this effect. At this moment, the Beast King technique could provide 3 times more power. If he made a breakthrough in his current realm, Han Fei was almost certain that Devil Change was basically useless. The power boost provided by the Beast King technique would be at most 2 times. Even the boost provided by Agility of Wind was greatly reduced. It was not because Agility of Wind was a secret method, but because Han Fei's strength was growing, and his basic speed was also increasing. And the speed the Phantom Glass wings could provide was also limited. Otherwise, if a Venerable could increase their speed by several times as long as he wore a pair of wings like the Phantom Glass wings, it would be ridiculous. Therefore, after the growth this time, Han Fei seemed to have improved a lot in all aspects. In fact, if he counted all the strengths such as secret techniques, he was probably not much stronger than when he had just become an intermediate explorer. Of course, the benefits of the improvement of one's own strength couldn't be explained with such simple data. After all, secret techniques couldn't be maintained for a long time, but one's own strength could be used at will. Ka-ka-ka. The ground cracked again, and Little Fatty's head craned out of the red mist. Bang! Some of the huge dragon bones collapsed. Han Fei broke out of the big cocoon of dragon energy and felt that his mental state had never been better. In addition to the fact that he had gained 2 or 3 times more weight, lost about 800 years of vitality, increased his strength too much, and might not have fully mastered these powers yet, everything else was good. He became fat because he hadn't absorbed all the energy. With his current strength and speed of growth, he could be exactly the same as before in 2 or 3 months. Han Fei wanted to store the dragon essence energy, but it was dispersed. Han Fei had a feeling that this place would collapse before he stored the dragon essence energy. The old turtle also shouted, "Go now. The heavenly secrets are in chaos here, and perception doesn't work here. You have to find where the door is," Han Fei said. "Wherever there is water, there is a way out. From here, a total of 95 blood pools flow out, huh? Why is there one less branch?" Han Fei clearly remembered that there were 95 branches before. "Why did it become 94 now?" the old turtle said. "Well, you may have swallowed one of them." Han Fei didn't believe it at all. He had swallowed one of them? Could he drink the blood chi in the pool? However, Han Fei didn't think too much. He simply said, "With so many tributaries, one of them can always lead us out." The old turtle said, "It's inappropriate to waste too much time on the blood pools. You know, when you came in, it happened in the blink of an eye." Han Fei glanced at Little Fatty, who had just been reborn, and recalled it. Han Fei said, "We have to run. However, there's one more thing to do." The old turtle, "What?" Shua, Han Fei had already flashed out. Holding the huge dragon bones, he shouted crazily, "Collect, collect, collect." The old turtle, this dragon bone was 30,000 feet long, but Forge the Universe was already filled up at this moment. However, the old turtle was a little speechless. To get a treasure you don't even want your life? Besides, was this still considered a treasure? After countless years, these dragon bones probably didn't have any blood or chi left. This bone, let alone being a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, couldn't even be considered an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, how could Han Fei and the old turtle think the same? The good things in your eyes are at the level of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, while the damn good things in my eyes are only at the level of semi-divine weapons. For a moment, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique and quickly flashed among the dragon bones. Dragon heads, dragon claws, dragon ribs, and dragon neck were crazily stuffed into Forge the Universe. Although Forge the Universe could contain them, there wouldn't be much space left inside after the dragon was stuffed in. Bang, bang, boom, crack, crack. Although Han Fei was fast enough, he still couldn't keep up with the collapsing speed. He had only collected half of the dragon bones, but a large part of the dome had already collapsed. Around him, void cracks appeared one after another. The old turtle shouted, "Not good. You're right. This is not behind the door at all. This is an independent world. At this moment, you have swallowed the power in this small world, so this place is about to be annihilated." Han Fei's heart did a flip. What do we do? There are 94 tributaries. Which one is closer? The old turtle was lost for words. One choice is to resist the spatial turbulence and return to the door. The other is that, as you said, since the source of the blood pool is here, any tributary can lead us out. Han Fei was still collecting the dragon bones while looking for a way. He didn't believe that it would be easy to go out from a branch of the blood pool. The branches must be very long. It was better to go out from. Han Fei suddenly stood on a dragon bone and thought of something. What do the 95 tributaries and 94 tributaries represent? 9-5, the flying dragon is in the sky, and trends are on my side. What about the 94? It's not in the sky, but in the abyss, which means that the dragon is in the abyss. Han Fei seems to remember that the number was not explained like this. But in any case, did it mean that the source of this blood chi river is actually right below the blood pool? If that was the case, Han Fei extended his hand and drew an array with one hand. After he drew dozens of lines, a teleportation array appeared. The old turtle wondered, where does this teleportation array lead to? Han Fei smiled. above my head. Chapter 1353, I sincerely invite you guys to go to hell together. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. While drawing the teleportation array, Han Fei had actually made alternate plans. If he guessed right, when he went out, he would probably leave this small world and return to the door. However, if he took the wrong way to leave or fell into the blood pool, he would instantly activate his invincible will and golden body. Then, he would instantly create a void and escape from the void. For others, this might be difficult. However, Han Fei felt that his body had become so sturdy that it shouldn't be a problem for him to resist the turbulence for a while. Han Fei looked at the big holes and void cracks that were cracking in all directions. Even many thick dragon bones had been minced in. It was a pity that half of the dragon bones were gone. If he had had some time, he wouldn't have allowed such ultra-quality materials to be left here in dust. Shwa! Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array and felt that the void in front of his eyes was chaotic. Many cracks appeared in the teleportation space in an instant. Just when Han Fei thought that he would be sucked into the void turbulence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had come out, and the place he came out from was exactly the door. They only meant one thing. The small world he came from wasn't very far away from here. Han Fei appeared here because he was trying to teleport here. At this moment, he was only about 200 meters away from the giant door. Crack. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he heard a crisp, thunder-like sound. He looked up, only to see a crack on the giant door in front of him. Wait, Han Fei suddenly discovered that the place where the cracks appeared was strange. When he took a closer look, he found that it didn't seem to be a crack, but a curved door crack. All this happened the moment Han Fei came out. Behind him, Cheng Lulu shouted, "Han Fei, where did you pop up from? Run! This place is collapsing. The blood river is coming up." Han Fei felt that although the pressure of this huge door was not small, it was much weaker than the moment he came. He didn't know if it was because his strength had improved greatly, or if there was a gap in the huge door here. Han Fei looked back, only to see Zhang Xiaotian lying 200 meters away in his original form. Han Fei knew how it felt. He must be feeling that he was going to die. However, because of the crack on the giant door, the pressure on Zhang Xiaotian was relieved. At this time, he could stand up with difficulty. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, rubble was everywhere. The dome collapsed and boulders fell, smashing all over the ground. The others were looking at Han Fei nervously, trying to run forward, but their strength didn't allow them to. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Behind them, the blood pool river was flowing upward. As for the others, some people had come late and embarked on this road for a short time, so they had easily returned to their boats. Some people were even watching leisurely as if watching a show. Some people didn't panic at all. For example, Shrimp Yue and some others were still swallowing the dragon essence energy. Han Fei knew that those people must have put away their boats. Han Fei shouted, "Where are your boats?" Phoenix Head 7 said, "We came in a hurry, so we didn't collect them." Han Fei's face turned black. Why are these guys so stupid? He didn't know why his junior sister sent these guys over. Han Fei looked at the blood pool more than 200 meters away from them and then heard the giant door crack again. The billowing smoke dispersed, and Han Fei seemed to see a ray of light in the crack. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said telepathically, "You three wait a moment, I'll be back soon." The three of them thought to themselves, "Can't you see the situation here? Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaotian and some people who were watching the show were surprised to see that Han Fei was still trying to rush to the end of this road. Squeak, squeak, the huge stone door was indeed opening, and Zhang Xiaotian and the others also realized what was going on. However, the gap only revealed a little bit and they couldn't see anything except white. Fuse. Han Fei crossed another 100 meters. When he felt his feet soften, he activated the fusion state. In his dantian, the Dao seed was activated and Han Fei thought to himself, "I can see behind the door." This was a form of self-deception, a kind of self-prophecy. However, this was Han Fei's great Dao, a special ability to deceive the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, the white light in Han Fei's eyes gradually dissipated. Han Fei seemed to see colorful clouds behind the door. The sky? However, this picture was quickly seen through. Han Fei seemed to see a huge waterfall falling from the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a heavenly river. Birds seemed to be swimming in the sky, and figures were floating. Han Fei looked up, only to see the stars were shining, and someone was looking up at the sky. As if sensing something, the person looked back. Puffed! Han Fei didn't see his face at all. At the moment when he looked back, he had forgotten what he looked like. He could only vaguely remember a plain gaze. Han Fei retreated and vomited blood. The demon purification pot between his eyebrows trembled as if it had resisted some huge attack for Han Fei. The old turtle didn't know what was going on, so he asked, "Did you see something behind the door? That's impossible. I can't see it. How can you?" Han Fei vomited blood and hurriedly cast the holy light technique on himself before he said breathlessly, "I didn't see anything either, but I just vomited blood." Han Fei thought to himself, "I really didn't see anything. Except for a waterfall, a river of stars, and a vague figure, there was nothing else." However, Han Fei was sure that the person was definitely not dead yet. He even looked back at him. What was behind the door? Who had the ability to stand in the starry sky? Zhang Xiaotian was a little surprised. Was there another obstacle ahead? He thought that it was impossible for Han Fei to see anything from the gap of the giant door because it was just a crack. He thought that Han Fei definitely wanted to enter the huge door, but he still had to pass a checkpoint. And at this checkpoint, Han Fei failed. Therefore, he kept vomiting blood. Ka. At this moment, before the door was opened, the dome of the mountain above his head seemed to be full of cracks because it couldn't hold some kind of power. Bam, 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 bang, 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 rumble. A large number of boulders smashed down, and many blood demons in the blood pool were shouting, "Retreat!" Shrimp Yue shouted, "Xiao Chen, let's go." Sanchi shouted, "There's always a chance." Shrimp Yue and Sanchi retreated until they reached the edge of the pool of blood. Then, they took out their boats and boarded the boat. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep look at Han Fei, rolled on the ground, retreated behind the 600-meter boundary, and then quickly retreated. Han Fei realized that he had to run. If he didn't run, he would be doomed if the void turbulence appeared here. Even if there was no void turbulence here, as long as the mountain completely collapsed, the blood pool would cover this place. At that time, even if he took out his boat, could he escape? However, he didn't panic. It was his style to win in chaos. Bang! Han Fei took a step forward and sprinted towards where Cheng Lulu and the others were. Hiss. Seeing Han Fei's action, the people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, the White Shell Royal City, and the Waterwood World were all dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, are we really walking on the same road? We're moving forward bit by bit, but look at Han Fei. He is literally running. In a few seconds, Han Fei rushed to Cheng Lulu and the others, grabbed Cheng Lulu's horn with one hand, and kicked the retreating Cheng Xiaochong to the blood pool. Then he grabbed the big bird's beak with his other hand and quickly retreated. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, a small boat appeared, and the four of them returned to the boat amidst the falling rubble. Chila. As soon as they got on the boat, a rays popped up under Han Fei's feet one after another. None of the falling stones or the splashing blood pool water splashed on Han Fei's boat. Han Fei said, "Come on, push the boat." Whoosh, Phoenix. Head 7 flapped his wings, and Cheng Xiaochong and Cheng Lulu also opened their wings. Han Fei waved a spiritual energy hand, and the four of them worked together to push the little boat away. Bang, bang, bang. Different from others, Phoenix Head 7, Cheng Liuliu, and Cheng Xiaochong all flapped their wings, which might cause ripples on the surface of the water, but it wouldn't make the surface of the blood pool boil. But Han Fei was different. This bee-stard made deafening noises. Cheng Liuliu shouted, "Han Fei, stop it, you will attract the blood bugs over." Yes, Cheng Liuliu didn't know that they were blood muds. Phoenix Head 7, that's a creature unique to the blood pool. It's very terrifying. Such loud noise will attract their attention. In the distance, Sanchi of the White Shell Royal City sneered. Han Fei must be out of his mind. On the blood demon side, some creatures were speechless too, but they said excitedly, "Very good, let Han Fei lead the people from the Waterwood World to die. Let's go." Han Fei sneered and roared, "Everyone, hand over your sun moon shells. If they are worth less than 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy, I'll kill you. Everyone, run. The others, run." The others. Han Fei pushed the boat to rush forward fast. Not only that, but he also began to punch out countless golden fist marks, not at other people's boats, but at the Blood Chi River. Shrimp Yue shouted, "Han Fei, are you crazy? If you do this, you will attract the army of blood bugs. Then no one will be able to get away with it." A blood demon said angrily, "Han Fei, are you going to stand in our way alone?" Han Fei sneered. "Why didn't you leave and stay watching the show just now? Bah, do you think you can watch my show? Today, except for the 2 ships that have slipped away in advance, all you shall pay me." Someone thought of something and shouted, "Let's go to another branch of the river." Han Fei grinned. "You think I'm kidding?" Boom, small, spirit-gathering arrays appeared one after another. When hundreds of small arrays appeared, a large spirit-gathering formation appeared in midair. At this moment, Han Fei finally experienced what it felt like when old Jiang stepped on a big array and stood in the void. It felt so good. Spiritual energy was gathering, and dozens of spiritual fruits exploded. For a moment, the water in the blood pool was surging, and blood muds were popping up. Cheng Lulu and Cheng Xiaochong shrank their heads. We're doomed, we're doomed. Han Fei, the blood bugs came. Phoenix Head 7 tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. He was smarter than the 2 bugs and knew that Han Fei must have something to back him up. Han Fei said, "Come on, today I, Han Fei, sincerely invite the heavenly talents of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City to go to hell together." Chapter 1354, otherwise I'll kill you translator, Han Yi Translations editor, Han Yi Translations. Han Fei's behavior stunned all the heavenly talents here. This place is about to collapse. How do you still have the mood to rob us? If it were an ordinary place, it wouldn't matter if it collapsed. However, here, the sea of blood was surging. Blood muds were chasing like tides, and the dome-like seal hung above like a huge mountain. There were originally many roads to get out. Although these people didn't know there were as many as 94, they came from different directions. If they wanted to leave, as long as they avoided the blood muds, it shouldn't be a problem. But now, Han Fei stood in their way. He used the Great Spirit Gathering Array and the spiritual fruits to cause the spiritual energy here to surge, and the blood muds came from all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone, including Zhang Xiaotian, felt a chill down their spines. Han Fei, do you want to die? Someone shouted, kill. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Today, if Han Fei insists on standing in our way, let him know that he is not the only heavenly talent here. Zhang Xiaotian from the White Shell Royal City reached out and grabbed at the void. Try it. Zhang Xiaotian knew that he might not be able to kill Han Fei, but with so many people ganging up on him, he might have a chance. At least, it wouldn't be easy for Han Fei to deal with it, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. After all, among this group of people, he was the strongest. How could Han Fei leave him here when he was faced with so many people? That would be incredible. As Zhang Xiaotian opened his mouth, in the blink of an eye, 9 bloody spears reappeared. Shrimp Yue and Sanchi attacked at the same time, shattering the void and making it break inch by inch. On the other side, the blood demons were chanting runes, which even enshrouded where Han Fei was. Some of the runes even caused the blood water to riot and flow backward. Phoenix Head 7 shouted, Han Fei, don't fight them head on. Looking at the overwhelming attacks, Phoenix Head 7, Chong Lulu, and Chong Xiaochong were all stunned. Even in the outside world facing such a terrifying attack, it was impossible for them to resist it. Chong Liulu also shouted, Han Fei, run, you can rob outside. Han Fei sneered. Are you sure? When I go out, I can still rob them? Chong Liulu, let me tell you, if you don't make a few near-death trips, you won't know what it means to be fearless. After that, Han Fei held Snowmorn and chuckled. Before, I had an enemy who taught me a very powerful sword technique. Look, the sky-sealing sword tide. This was Sun Mu's trump card secret technique. Under normal circumstances, there were many people who could block this big move. However, at this moment, in the blood pool, the blood muds were still surging. The power of this move was even stronger than his 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei drew an array with his sword, and the bloody water behind him poured out like a huge wave. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect that this sky-sealing sword tide could block so many powerful attacks. Zhang Xiaotian's 9 bloody spears alone should be able to easily break this sky-sealing sword tide. However, this technique caused a huge uproar. The blood pool became even more dangerous because of the noise. Everyone wanted to leave, but the number of the boats was limited, and there were countless blood muds here. No matter which road they took, it was very difficult for them to leave. Boom! A sacrificing punch blasted out, shattering the attacks of Shrimp Yue and Sanchi. Of course, the sacrificing punch was mainly used to block the 9 bloody spears. Seeing the spears shatter, Han Fei said leisurely, now, I've only triggered part of the space here. There are still other roads that haven't been affected. As long as you pay, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Zhang Xiaotian clearly felt that Han Fei had become stronger, a lot stronger. Before, Han Fei's sacrificing punch could only withstand 5 spears at most. However, this time, the power of the 6th spear was easily penetrated. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out again. The long sword in his hand caused the sea of blood to stir again. Chong Lulu and the others were all dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying power did Han Fei have? How could he have broken so many attacks alone? Under the sky-sealing sword tide, it was a mess everywhere. There was blood pool water everywhere. Sword chi surged like a tide, and among them, the blood muds were rushing forward. The blood muds were law enforcers in the first place. No matter how weak they were still law enforcers. Under the siege of tens of millions of people, how could these people resist? Not only that, Han Fei put away Snowmorn and a big bow appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei pulled the bow and shot 5 arrows in 1 second. The arrows were terrifying. The runes that were meant to kill Han Fei were shattered by the arrows. Someone exclaimed, how is it possible? How can he absorb spiritual energy so fast? He is shooting arrows one after another. Does he not need spiritual energy? Someone was shocked. He must have a way to temporarily store spiritual energy. Someone said, let's escape together. There are many exits here. Can he seal all the exits? Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei kept shooting arrows. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Zhang Xiaotian realized that Han Fei became stronger and he was definitely no match for him, he stopped attacking. Instead, he led Shrimp Yue and the others to choose an exit and tried to kill a way through. Han Fei ignored them. Zhang Xiaotian must have other trump cards. Besides, the War Soul Bow art couldn't kill them. Therefore, Han Fei's arrows were like flying locusts, only intending to destroy their chances to escape instead of killing them. Some people could block his destruction and had ways to deal with the blood muds. However, most people didn't. For more than 10 seconds, Han Fei didn't stop at all and kept shooting arrows. Wherever those people's boats wanted to run to, Han Fei shot arrows at them, making the blood wave roll. At this moment, 3 boats from the Bloodsea Divine Wood City were blocked by Han Fei's arrows. There were 6 people on these 3 boats, and none of them could escape. Having no choice, the 3 of them attacked Han Fei with all their strength. One of them attacked Han Fei with runes, trying to cause trouble for Han Fei. The other 2 were trying to clear a path and rush into any tributary. However, the idea was good, but none of them were strong enough, and they didn't have any special trump cards. In fact, even if they could exert the combat power of an advanced explorer now, Han Fei didn't mind. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had already far exceeded that of ordinary advanced explorers. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, few people below the peak level were his match. Han Fei shouted, "Pay for your lives. 1 sun moon shell for each of you. It's not expensive at all. Why not consider it?" A blood demon rose angrily, stepped in the air, and shot 3 green beams at Han Fei. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. With his current eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the 3 nails could break the soul and should be intermediate or advanced one-time use divine weapons. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water flew out, and with a few clinking sounds, the long nails were sent flying. The blood demon opened her red gauze and let out a cry, and the runes on her body surged out like ink. The runes were like countless confinement seals. Han Fei felt that the surrounding void was sealed, and there were poisonous things floating around. "Huh! The heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City are nothing more than this," Han Fei roared and punched out with the sacrificing punch. With a puff, the woman vomited blood and retreated, and the seal of the runes was also penetrated by Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, and the poisonous cloud seemed to be caught in his hand. Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique and was cut 7 or 8 times by the void cracks. However, only a few blood marks were left, which was not a big deal. But at this moment, Han Fei appeared directly beside the blood demon. Someone shouted, "Not good, Sister Zhao, retreat, retreat, retreat." Han Fei's voice was cold, and a kitchen knife appeared in his hand. In the field, silver light bloomed, and the blood demon was cut into 2 pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out, grabbed her sun moon shell, and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Han Fei glared at the others. "Since you refuse to give it to me, I'll take it myself." Plop. Ka-ka-ka. The rocks on the dome fell, but Han Fei didn't even look at it. He just casually slapped the rubble into dust and smiled. Behind him, Chong Xiaochong sighed. He is too domineering. When can I forcefully break through the array and fight 10 alone like him? Phoenix Head 7 said, "Stop daydreaming. Blow the bloodworms out first." Clash, a hill-like dome fell, and blood tides surged. While controlling the boat, Chong Liulu shouted, "Han Fei, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, we'll be eaten by the bloodworms." Huh? Why does the water in the blood pool seem to be declining? Buzz. Suddenly, even Han Fei realized that dozens of maelstroms had appeared in the blood pool and were sucking the boats crazily. Han Fei said to them via voice transmission, "Calm down. Don't panic. If you run out along the branches, it will be stupid. When I kill these people, I'll find a way to take you out." Outside, the entire mountain was collapsing at a visible speed. Up to now, only 3 mountains were still sturdy. Even so, there was still rubble falling from these 3 mountains. At this time, everyone discovered that these 3 mountains were somewhat different. Although they were also collapsing, there was a large array protecting them, and there seemed to be a dragon lying on the ground, exuding a powerful pressure. Suddenly, someone took a boat and rushed out of an exit of the blood pool. They rushed forward and bombarded, and a large area of blood muds was chasing them. Huh? The blood muds were too dense. Whether it was the White Armor Emperor or Queen Life, both frowned. That ship didn't seem to be a treasure. With so much blood muds chasing, it had already exceeded the scope of this trial. The White Armor Emperor glanced at Queen Life and slapped out, only to see a dragon shadow trying to rush out of the 3 mountains. However, the dragon shadow seemed too weak to withstand such a blow. With a bang, the 3 mountains exploded. At that time, Han Fei was stepping in the air, holding the embroidery needle in his hand and knocking frantically. He was fighting 5 enemies alone, looking quite intimidating. "Hey, let me ask you again, are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'll kill you now." Chapter 1355, Challenge, the King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The only difference between Han Fei and the bully in the eyes of the blood demons at this moment was that Han Fei was more ferocious and fearless. Top Heavenly Talenta knew their limitations. What was the gap between them and ordinary people? How far could they go in the future? How should they cope with difficulties? They knew what they should do and wouldn't seek death. However, Han Fei seemed to be courting death at this moment. This greatly exceeded their understanding. For example, when Han Fei was robbing, at the beginning, no one paid attention to him. This was completely different from when Han Fei robbed the 7 major academies. Although the heavenly talents of the 7 major academies were called heavenly talents, they were only the best of the academies. Their performances were not bad. Perhaps they could be called elites. Among them, there were a few who were outstanding and could be called heavenly talents. However, those people couldn't be compared with the heavenly talents here. The reason why they didn't show their strength was that Han Fei's performance was so strong that other people's killer moves and even their trump cards looked weak in front of Han Fei. This was no longer the difference between heavenly talents. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Han Fei held the embroidery needle and smashed the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. One of the blood demons threw out a ball of sealing, and Han Fei smashed it more than 300 times but still failed to break it. If he guessed right, this must be an ultra-quality divine weapon, the trump card of one of the heavenly talents. That person would rather give up an ultra-quality divine weapon than hand over the Sun Moon Shell. After all, if he gave up the Sun Moon Shell, there would be nothing left. How could the heavenly talents accept the result that they came to explore a secret realm but ended up losing years of accumulation? Some people wouldn't accept it. After all, it had taken them a lot of effort to get those treasures. How could they just give them away so easily? Although an ultra-quality divine weapon was powerful, what could such a one-time trump card do in front of Han Fei? After only a few breaths, the ultra-quality divine weapon was shaking. Obviously, it couldn't hold on for long. At this moment, a large wave of blood muds pounced over, gradually corroding Han Fei's boat. However, Han Fei casually waved his hand and another boat appeared. Then, the infinity water twisted, and these blood muds were crushed like ants. Even if the blood poison occasionally spurted on Han Fei, he was completely fine, which dumbfounded the blood demons. Crack. Dozens of cracks had already appeared on the seal ball. In fact, Han Fei felt that if he could smash their boat and make them panic, they might surrender. However, the small boats were clearly ordinary wooden boats, but no matter how Han Fei bombarded them, they didn't even have a crack. Han Fei thought to himself, this boat should also be good stuff. It seems that only the blood muds can corrode it, and its resistance is very strong. Han Fei waved his rod as fast as a bolt of lightning and shouted, "Are you giving it to me or not? If not, let's see how long you can hold on." At this moment, the 5 blood demons were chanting runes together. At this point, they knew that this place was about to collapse, but they still didn't surrender. They all had their own thoughts and didn't think that Han Fei could hold on for long. After all, every heavenly talent cared about their own life. Han Fei was no exception. At this moment, the 5 of them summoned a branch together. When seeing the branch, the old turtle reminded Han Fei, "The evil aura is too strong. They are borrowing strength from evil cultivators." Han Fei paused and looked at the long branch that extended out of the void. It was bright red, giving Han Fei the feeling of the demon purification pot's little vines. No, I can't continue to threaten him. Han Fei had thought that the wealth of these people must be extraordinary. If he forcibly took them, it was very likely that the gains would not make up for the losses. For example, if he really killed these people, he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Han Fei frowned. Humph. Since you want to die, I'll help you. Beast King technique. Han Fei roared and his body expanded. Even his fat body seemed to have lost weight. At the moment he activated the Beast King technique, his strength had reached the peak of the explorer level, even comparable to a half-venerable. Boom! Under his attack, cracking sounds were heard non-stop, and dozens of cracks appeared on the ceiling ball. What? This is not the power of the Tao-seeking realm at all. A blood demon's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Han Fei, stop, okay?" Han Fei shouted angrily, "You want me to stop? Then what were you doing just now? Pay up." As he spoke, the small branch rolled over, and Han Fei struck again with his hammer. This time, he struck with all his strength. With a crack, the branch broke. Han Fei sneered. In a few seconds, another 100 attacks were launched, and the leaves withered. Han Fei frowned, feeling that the little branch was swallowing and absorbing his power. It seemed broken, but it actually had the power to fight back. Buzz! Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique to dodge the strange branch and whipped the seal ball dozens of times in a row. This time, the seal ball was full of cracks and was about to break. Han Fei shouted, "Pay up!" Watching the battle not far away, Chong Lulu and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Han Fei could fight so arrogantly even though he was fighting 5 people alone, forcing the other party to shrink back and not even dare to make a sound. This was really enviable. Seeing that the Blood Sea Divine Tree branch they summoned together couldn't do anything to Han Fei, the blood demons looked at each other. Han Fei doesn't seem to be kidding. If he attacks again, we'll be doomed. A blood demon threw out a Sun Moon shell and said hatefully, "Okay, we'll give you the Sun Moon shell, but you can't attack us again. We'll throw out a Sun Moon shell every 10 kilometers. Han Fei frowned. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I swear in the name of Queen Life, as long as you give me money, I won't make things difficult for you." After all, Waterwood World and your Blood Sea Divine Wood City don't have a big grudge. When the blood demons heard that he swore in the name of Queen Life, they knew that it must be true. However, they didn't know that Han Fei didn't take Queen Life as his faith at all, but regarded her as his junior sister. Therefore, what Han Fei said was not credible at all. Immediately they shouted, "Remember your words. Otherwise, if we risk our lives, we'll still have the power to fight back." Han Fei scolded coldly, "Cut the crap. I'm just robbing you of some resources. Do you think I'm willing to waste my time here?" The blood demons looked at each other. Seeing that this place was about to collapse and they might be pressed into the sea of blood, they gritted their teeth and reluctantly threw the Sun Moon shells out. Han Fei grabbed 5 Sun Moon shells, which made Chong Lulu and the others envious. "So easy? Han Fei has got what he wants?" Han Fei shouted. "Everyone must have resources worth 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Otherwise, I will only spare a few people." Hearing Han Fei's words, someone gritted his teeth. "Han Fei, the Waterwood World and our Blood Sea Divine Wood City are not enemies. Do you know how much 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring is? If any of these trial takers had 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring, why would they risk their lives to find resources?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I don't care. Let me see." Han Fei flipped his hand and quickly calculated in his heart. However, there were too many things in these sun-moon shells which were really difficult to calculate. Han Fei roughly looked at it only to find that the resources in the sun-moon shells equaled at most 3 million caddies of spiritual spring. Among them, the amount of spiritual spring was actually only 800,000 caddies. Han Fei calculated in his heart. It was about 800 million points of spiritual energy. Including spiritual fruits, there was about 1 billion points, and plus his own, there was about 1.2 billion points of spiritual energy. If he counted the guy he killed before, there was some more. But it didn't exceed 1.5 billion points of spiritual energy. There were basically no other resources that he was interested in. When the time came, he could take them back to expand his army, which would be a benefit he gives to others as the future owner of the yin-yang world. Sure enough, as heavenly talents, the most important figures in the royal city, robbing them was too profitable. Special opportunities depended on luck. If you want resources, you shall rob others. However, Han Fei shouted on the surface, "Hey, do you think I'm stupid? These resources are only worth more than 2 million caddies of spiritual spring in total. That's too little. Do you want to leave or not?" His words stunned the others. Chong Xiaochong waved his claws and said, "More than 2 million caddies of spiritual spring. God, with so much spiritual spring, how many insects can the insect queens breed?" Phoenix Head 7's eyes almost popped out. "Han Fei, are you still not satisfied? This place is really collapsing." Whoosh! The bird feathers that filled the sky shattered countless falling stones. No matter how hard the three of them tried to control the boat, a large amount of blood muds was stuck to them. In order to clear the blood muds, Phoenix Head 7 had almost stripped off all his feathers. Han Fei's rod swept away the small branch, but those blood demons had already begun to float towards a certain branch without many blood muds. Han Fei shouted, "Stop! If you don't stop, I'm going to take action. Where is my remaining money?" Han Fei chased them out. He didn't intend to let these blood demons go. "You want to leave now? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen an enemy keep his word to you?" "I, Han Fei, am not that kind of person," a blood demon shouted. "Han Fei, don't push us too far. This is all we have." Han Fei cursed, "Nonsense. How can you be so poor? Your top heavenly talents. How do you have the cheek to say that?" They cursed in their hearts, "Who the hell is this guy?" Boom! Han Fei was about to smash them with his rod when he suddenly heard a bang in his head, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked up only to see a huge palm pushing across. He actually saw the sky. Han Fei was stunned. "Han? All the more reason for me to kill these people. With the three kings here, if I kill the heavenly talents of one party, the other two kings must be happy. Die." Han Fei stepped out of the boat and activated the star teleportation technique, and when he appeared, he drew his sword and slashed the sea of blood. Ding! Han Fei was surprised that the branch was still following him. It could even keep up with his star teleportation technique. Suddenly, a voice resounded between the heavens and earth. "Han Fei of the Waterwood world, the strength you used just now has completely exceeded the limits of this trial. Now, do you want to kill the heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in front of me? Shoot, a king." Han Fei thought to himself, "Didn't they say that the heavenly secrets are in chaos here?" The old turtle said, "The seal has been broken. How can the heavenly secrets here still be chaotic?" Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Anyway, Queen Life is still here. Can this so-called king really take action?" Han Fei shouted. "Since you're already here, it's useless to talk about this. If you have what it takes, don't send anyone from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Kill." Chapter 1356, Where is Teacher? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Queen Life responded at the same time as Han Fei. She said, "This is how a trial is like. Is the Blood Sea Divine Wood City a sore loser?" Han Fei held the embroidery needle, pushed the Blood Sea Divine branch away, and smashed at it with all his strength. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a burst of bloodlight burst out. It seemed that the small branch he just swept away had exploded. Han Fei couldn't react in time and blocked it with his rod. With a bang, half of the mountain was blown up. The terrifying power crushed a large area of the blood muds in the blood pool. The water of the blood pool sank dozens of meters. Queen Life snorted. "Humph. Patriarch Blood Demon, do you think I don't exist?" Han Fei was supposed to be swept into the blood pool by the force, but a few broad leaves appeared out of nowhere and wrapped Han Fei up, sliding dozens of kilometers on the Blood Sea. Han Fei jumped back to the boat. Huh? The explosion of the Blood Sea Divine Tree branch didn't hurt him? This guy is so strong. While everybody was amazed, Queen Life said, "The seal has been opened. You can fly away." Chirp, swish, swish. Phoenix Head 7 flew into the sky. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong followed closely behind. They couldn't stand the blood muds anymore. In order to resist the scourge of the blood muds, Phoenix Head 7 almost lost all his hair. Although Han Fei was almost killed, fortunately, Queen Life helped him. At this moment, seeing that he didn't have to think of a way to get out, Han Fei immediately rose to the sky, but a fishing hook appeared in his hand. With a casual hook, he hooked up the little boat in the blood pool and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. "You are a heavenly talent anyway. Why do you even want this boat?" Even the old turtle was confused and asked, Why do you want this boat? Han Fei said casually. This is a treasure. It must have something special to be able to withstand my consecutive punches in the blood pool. How can I let go of such a treasure? The old turtle sighed. Well, I forgot to tell you, the reason why this boat can withstand your bombardment is that it bears the power of the great Tao on the blood pool and floats with the power of the Tao runes. Leaving the blood pool, it is just an ordinary boat. Han Fei was stunned. Really? The old turtle said. If you look at these boats as weapons or treasures, how can they float in the blood pool for thousands of years? Therefore, these are just ordinary wooden boats that exist just to ferry people. The reason there are blood pools and ferry boats is just to eliminate some people. Han Fei's lips twitched. So, I'm treating this pile of ordinary wood as a treasure? Instantly, Han Fei's face turned dark. How many people were looking at him at this moment? How embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Queen Life's lips trembled slightly and she thought to herself, this is not my senior brother. Before he becomes a king, I shall not acknowledge him as my senior brother. The sky was full of cracks. Han Fei's speed was not fast and he wanted to fly to other places. In his eyes, he had just seen strange beasts rampaging in the mountains and fields, some fleeing, and only a small number of birds hovering and swallowing some dispersing dragon essence energy. Just now, the blood demons all flew away. Zhang Xiaotian and the others were nowhere to be seen, but they must have gone out. At this moment, seeing that the entire mountain had collapsed, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking, I shouldn't stay here for long. However, as soon as Han Fei flew in the direction of the spiritual fruit garden, he heard a voice in the sky. Han Fei's strength is too strong, which has affected this trial. He should quit. The White Armor Emperor had seen Han Fei's capabilities and knew that he couldn't let Han Fei stay, at least not on the island now. Therefore, he directly took action, planning to drive him away first. Han Fei had just attacked the blood demons, and the Patriarch Blood Demon would definitely not stand on the side of Queen Life. Queen Life said, but we Waterwood World sent 10 people less. As he expected, as soon as Queen Life said so, Patriarch Blood Demon said leisurely, I'm going to throw a peak-level Tao-seeking cultivator over. Do you agree? Through the power of the explosion of the Blood Sea Divine Tree branch just now, Patriarch Blood Demon had already roughly estimated Han Fei's strength. Even if he hadn't reached the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, the gap was definitely not big. Hearing this, many people were shocked. Especially the people who participated in this trial, they felt their scalps tingle. A peak-level Tao-seeking cultivator had sneaked into the trial team. Queen Life frowned, and the White Armor Emperor said indifferently, he alone has already ruined several places. Mu Wuhua, don't be too greedy. The sky was quiet for a moment and no sound came out. Han Fei knew that it couldn't be easily solved since Queen Life didn't refuse. With the two kings suppressing him, he thought to himself, not good, this is not the time to be tough. Han Fei shouted, I can quit, but Zhang Xiaotian is as strong as me. If I leave, he will have to leave too. Han Fei's voice resounded. Zhang Xiaotian was only a few hundred kilometers away. Hearing that, he was secretly angry. As strong as him? Han Fei's strength is probably much stronger than mine. However, how could he explain? The kings must have known that Han Fei had taken the path of invincibility, but he couldn't explain the rest. Why was Han Fei so strong? His physique, soul, combat skills, speed, Han Fei had almost no shortcomings, but he didn't have any particularly outstanding points, which made him a little uncertain. But Zhang Xiaotian didn't know that the Han Fei he knew was the one before his strength reached its peak. How strong was the current Han Fei? He didn't know at all. Therefore, Zhang Xiaotian still felt that although Han Fei was stronger than him, he was at most 20% stronger, which wasn't too much. This made him feel that what Han Fei said was actually no exaggeration. Unfortunately, he didn't get all the opportunities this time, which allowed Han Fei to take advantage. Queen Life said, okay. Tang Yue from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City has been eliminated, and Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian will quit too. It will be more fair now. Since you insist, so be it. Han Fei only felt that a big hand appeared in the void in front of him and grabbed at the air. The next moment, he appeared above the distant clouds, no longer on the island. Han Fei turned his head, only to see that the Insect King was standing next to him. Han Fei said, nice to meet you, Insect King. The Insect King glanced at Han Fei. Are you already at the peak of the junior level? The peak of the junior level was the level that Han Fei showed, which was also a fraud. Otherwise, even a king would be shocked when he revealed his true strength. Even though Han Fei had shown that he was a peak-level junior explorer, everyone knew that Han Fei's peak combat power was more than that. Even if he was only a peak-level junior explorer, many people were shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation, and he was already at the peak of the junior level? Not even a year. Chang Shui-Chin frowned slightly. The Waterwood world must have put in a lot of effort for Han Fei. Zhang Xiaotian was actually in a disadvantageous position, and the Fish Dragon King was killed by this guy. All this made him have a bad feeling. As for the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Yunchu didn't seem to feel anything. It seemed that she had secretly received some news. At the moment when Han Fei was taken away from the island, Zhang Xiaotian also appeared beside Chang Shui-Chin, who said lightly, there's nothing we can do. Zhang Xiaotian nodded slightly, as if speaking to Chang Shui-Chin via voice transmission. At this moment, Queen Life said, "Take Han Fei back first in case something happens." The Insect King's voice was deep and cold. "I'll send him home myself." Swish. After walking for a long time, the Insect King took Han Fei through the void several times before standing proudly on a sea surface. The Insect King said, "All right, no one will catch up to you. If you go straight back to the Waterwood world, you'll be easily ambushed. Wait a few days. When the trial is over, the Queen will personally come to take you back." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you, Master Insect King." The Insect King looked at Han Fei weirdly. "Your performance is too dazzling. I'm afraid that your portrait will spread throughout the Whiteshell Royal City in a short time. Even the Blood Sea Divine Wood City will remember you. So, are you going to return to the Waterwood world or outside? Or back to the Yin-Yang world?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Return to the Yin-Yang world immediately? Besides, he still had chess pieces to set up. Therefore, he couldn't return immediately. However, it was impossible for him to break into the Whiteshell Royal City again in the short term. How many twists and turns had he taken to escape from the Whiteshell City this time? If he went there again, he didn't know how to escape from the Whiteshell Royal City again. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to think of something. With a thought, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and the fake Han Fei also appeared on the sea. The Insect King nodded slightly. Queen Life didn't change her face back, but continued to stare at Han Fei's face. Now it seemed that Han Fei had a twin brother. The moment Queen Life appeared, she immediately closed her eyes. After about 30 seconds, she nodded slightly. "I've learned everything from the original body." "What do you have to say?" Han Fei immediately said. "There are some. First of all, Zhang Xiaotian is a reincarnated powerhouse. If there's a chance, kill him." The Insect King frowned slightly, and Queen Life was slightly surprised. "A reincarnated powerhouse? That's strange. No wonder he didn't die after going to that weird place with you." Han Fei said, "Nothing else, just some opportunities." Queen Life glanced at the Insect King. "Please seal this place, Insect King." With a swish, the Insect King disappeared. Queen Life finally took a deep look at Han Fei. "Where is our teacher?" Chapter 1357, Disassembling Spiritual Energy Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Just now, Queen Life only saw the reincarnation body of the Water Immortal. In fact, the reincarnation body was very different from the true body. It could only be considered a part of the true body. In the future, it would eventually return to its true body. Therefore, Queen Life paid more attention to the whereabouts of the Water Immortal's true body. However, Han Fei couldn't help but think that even though Queen Life was his junior sister in name and a king-level powerhouse, he hadn't interacted with her much and didn't trust her enough, although he felt that it might be fine. However, after seeing Ren Tianfei, Old Han, and Li Daxian, Han Fei always felt that in the world of the strong there were too many traps. What if Queen Life also had her own plans? Therefore, Han Fei said, "Teacher destroyed her own body and wants to live again to find the last fertile land of the Age of Doom. Therefore, she will temporarily stay in my soul. When I find a suitable place, Teacher will wake up from her deep sleep and take a new great Tao." Queen Life took a deep look at Han Fei. She didn't know much about the Water Immortal. She only knew that the Water Immortal's soul and body seemed to have lost contact, and her soul had already fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, what Han Fei said wasn't a big problem. However, the only thing she was worried about was the layout of the Yin-Yang world. "Was that place really suitable for the growth of the Water Immortal?" Queen Life said. "The war in your Yin-Yang world hasn't been settled yet, and you haven't taken charge of the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid that the various matters can't be resolved in a short period of time. Since Teacher resides in your soul, what if anything unexpected happens to you in the future?" Han Fei said. "Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Even if I die, I will arrange for Teacher in advance." Queen Life said, "Why don't we let Teacher stay in the Waterwood world and nurture her with the aura of the Heavenly Palace?" Han Fei shrugged. "Teacher is in a deep sleep now. I can't call her out for the time being." After all, Han Fei and Queen Life belonged to different heavenly palaces. Even if they were close, the Water Immortal was a king, or even an existence above a king. Although Han Fei had the help of Queen Life, he had to risk his life several times to save the Water Immortal. Besides, Han Fei didn't completely trust Queen Life. How could he leave the Water Immortal in the Waterwood world? Besides, the Water Immortal was now in the form of an ancient seed, a Tao seed. What if someone took her away or coveted her? After all, they were both plant creatures. Queen Life must have known how to make use of such a Tao seed. Even if Queen Life treated the Water Immortal sincerely, what if at a critical moment? Would she make a bet at the expense of the Water Immortal? After all, it was unknown whether the Water Immortal could walk on the great Tao of a king again. All of this made Han Fei determined to take the Water Immortal away. Han Fei looked straight at Queen Life and smiled. "I can release my soul. You can try it yourself and see if Teacher will come out." Queen Life looked at Han Fei quietly and finally shook her head. "Don't bother. Since you're so confident, you can take Teacher to the Yin-Yang world. If there's anything unpredictable, remember to send her back to the Waterwood world." Queen Life was not stupid. Since Han Fei was willing to voluntarily release his soul, he must have absolute confidence that she wouldn't be able to wake up the Water Immortal. In that case, if she peeped at Han Fei's soul, he would inevitably have a grudge against her. After all, as recognized by everyone, Han Fei was going to be a king. In terms of identity, he was about the same as her, and he was her senior brother in name. It was inappropriate to do that. Queen Life thought, what a pity. If the water immortal could stay in the Waterwood world, then in the near future, the Waterwood world might have two kings. At that time, they could break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in one fell swoop. Han Fei had naturally considered that too. He said, in fact, even if teacher returns, you won't be able to break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Bloodline Godwood City in a short period of time. Therefore, just wait a little longer. Queen Life, oh, why do you say that? Han Fei said with a smile. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Although the current relationship between the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is not good, once the Waterwood world has two kings, if they are not stupid, they will definitely cooperate. You might as well wait for me. Wait for you? Queen Life really wanted to say, you underestimate the king realm. It's already good enough that you can become a venerable in 100 years. How dare you think about becoming a king? However, when she thought of Han Fei's many means, she felt that perhaps Han Fei was special. After all, decades passed in the blink of an eye. Even if the water immortal stayed here, it was impossible for her to become a king in a few decades. She might as well see how Han Fei would grow in the next few decades. If he could become a half-venerable in 10 years, comprehend the Tao in 50 years, and steadily reach the intermediate venerable realm in 100 years, it would be extraordinary. In that case, she could let the water immortal stay in the yin-yang world. One Queen Life nodded slightly. Since teacher is with you, it's up to you for now. You still have 2 years before you return to the yin-yang world. Are you going to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree or the Outer Sea area? Han Fei grinned. I won't return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for now. It won't be too late for me to return after I stabilize my cultivation in 2 years. Queen Life said, although this sea area is big, there are 3 factions in it and many venerables are watching. You have to be careful. If there's anything, you can activate the venerable token and turn to Ningjing for help. By the way, what's your real combat strength? Han Fei had been hiding his strength. However, in the previous battle, he accidentally exposed his strength. At least, everyone had seen how strong his physique was. Han Fei paused and said, half-venerable. Hearing Han Fei's words, Queen Life was surprised. She was also speechless. She thought that Han Fei had used some secret method to reach the strength of a peak-level explorer. However, a peak-level explorer and a half-venerable were completely different. Since Han Fei said he had the strength of a half-venerable, it meant that he really had this strength. However, Queen Life was a little shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? And his strength was already comparable to that of a half-venerable? What kind of cultivation speed was this? Of course, Queen Life didn't show her surprise at all. No wonder. I saw that you're not familiar with the use of spiritual energy. You haven't fully unleashed the power that spiritual energy should have. I think you must have learned the method of disassembling spiritual energy, but you haven't mastered it. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Isn't it said that only explorers can better learn how to disassemble spiritual energy? Queen Life said. That's true. The reason why it's said that explorers are more suitable to learn the method of disassembling spiritual energy is that they already have insights into the great Tao. So when they disassemble spiritual energy, if they can fuse Tao runes, the spiritual energy can exert its strongest power. In this aspect, the Insect King can teach you. The paths you two walk are both domineering. There should be something common. After a few days, the trial should have ended and the various powers returned. Only then did the Insect King return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree with the parasitic body of Queen Life and Han Fei. In fact, he didn't really return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but returned to the area where he could return. Outside the fiery sea. Han Fei said to Queen Life, is the energy of that fiery tree endless? How long can it burn? Huh? Queen Life didn't know what Han Fei meant, so she immediately said, the fiery tree is a fire characteristic. It can gather the fire origin in the world. If no one disturbs it, it won't be a problem for it to burn for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei couldn't help grinning. Well, does it have a lot of pure yang flames? Queen Life couldn't help looking at Han Fei. What do you mean? Han Fei chuckled. Well, I may lack some fire. Maybe 7 or 8 pure yang flames would be enough. Queen Life, the Insect King, Queen Life replied directly, no, the noise will be too loud. If the fiery tree loses so much power at once, the wall of flame will immediately become unstable. Once the fire weakens, it will definitely attract the attention of the 2 royal cities. At most, I can provide you with 1 flame. Han Fei shrugged. Okay, I'll solve the rest myself. Suddenly, Queen Life said, you owe me a lot. Great demons at the Tao-seeking realm, great demons at the venerable realm, a strange fire, you shall remember this and pay me back. Han Fei, Han Fei, thought to himself, a woman is a woman, fi. Even if she has become a king, she's still a woman. How petty. And this scene in the eyes of the Insect King was really shocking. Although he knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, his casual conversation with the queen and his impatient attitude, are you the king or is the queen the king? Queen Life left first. The strange fire thing couldn't be solved until they returned. They couldn't rush it. The Insect King grabbed Han Fei and stepped into a certain secret realm. The insect king turned into a bald man. Tried disassembling spiritual energy? Hearing that, Han Fei set his hands on fire and stripped the spiritual energy with the method of refining. He was already quite proficient with this move. However, since the insect king wanted to see it, he better let him see it carefully. Seeing this, the insect king raised his eyebrows slightly. Your method of disassembling spiritual energy is quite special. It turns out to be a refining method, which makes the spiritual energy structure unstable before disassembling it, Han Fei said. But the further you go in this technique, the more difficult it becomes. This is because a single grain of spiritual energy is too small. In the later stages of this technique, the spiritual energy will become unstable. The insect king said stiffly, "Do you know what conditions there are to become a venerable?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I really don't know. The old turtle never told me that." Han Fei immediately said, "Old Yuan, why didn't you tell me this?" The old turtle said, "This is something you shouldn't consider until you're a peak-level explorer. When you reach a higher level, I'll tell you. He's telling you now just to make you owe him a favor." Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle's words make sense. Otherwise, why would Queen Life voluntarily mention this matter? Han Fei's heart changed. He looked at the insect king again, smiled, and shook his head. "I don't know." The insect king didn't notice Han Fei's change, so he said, "First of all, disassembling spiritual energy by more than 70% is the basic requirement of being a venerable. The higher the number, the better." Han Fei thought that 70% didn't seem to be a lot. The old turtle said, "That's the most basic requirement. Under normal circumstances, a person who can disassemble 80% is considered talented, 90% is a heavenly talent, and above 90% is a top heavenly talent." Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What about higher ratios?" The old turtle sneered. "You can try," the insect king said. "If one can disassemble spiritual energy by 80%, he's already an extraordinary genius." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What the insect king said was a bit different from what the old turtle said. Perhaps this was the difference in vision. The old turtle said 80% could only be considered talented. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Master Insect King, how much can you disassemble?" The Insect King glanced at Han Fei casually but said carelessly, "More than 80%, less than 90%, still a little short." Han Fei muttered in his heart, "Good lord, that's more than 85%. The Insect King said still a little short, so it should be at least 88% or even 89%. According to the old turtle's standard, he could already be considered a heavenly talent. As he expected, the old turtle said, "Well, not bad. With this aptitude, he does have the potential to become a king." Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how much did you disassemble back then?" The old turtle couldn't help but feel smug. "Me? Heh, I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you. It was 95. Han Fei thought to himself, shameless old beastard, if you want to say that you're a top heavenly talent of the top heavenly talents, just say it. Han Fei couldn't help but say leisurely, "Chih, how much should I think it was? I admire you if it was 100%. Bullshit, the old turtle said angrily. No one in the world can do 100%, not even gods. If the spiritual energy is completely disassembled, what's left then? Chapter 1358, Fish Demon Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei was shocked by the old turtle's words. Even a god couldn't completely disassemble spiritual energy? And the old turtle had already become an emperor by disassembling 95%? From what he said, it seemed that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to disassemble spiritual energy. The Insect King could disassemble more than 80% of the spiritual energy, so he stood a chance of becoming king. In other words, if one wanted to become a king, 85% would be a watershed, and one was sure to become a king if he could disassemble spiritual energy by 90%. His goal was, of course, the higher the better, although this sounded difficult. Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, the Insect King thought that Han Fei was thinking about the difficulty. He said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Most people only study the method of disassembling spiritual energy in depth when they become peak-level explorers. You are only at the peak of junior level now, so there's no need to rush. At least your comprehension of disassembling spiritual energy is much earlier than ordinary people, so you have enough time to disassemble spiritual energy and polish your foundation. Besides, disassembling spiritual energy is actually not difficult." Han Fei's lips twitched slightly. "Not difficult?" Han Fei thought to himself. "I'm afraid you don't know what people with low talent will think. From what you said, I already feel that it's extremely difficult." The old turtle replied, "He didn't lie about that. It's indeed not that difficult to disassemble spiritual energy, but it's not that simple. Besides, establishing the sea and splitting the sky doesn't just depend on your understanding of the disassembling of spiritual energy. Disassembling spiritual energy is only beneficial to becoming a venerable or a king. By doing that, you can comprehend deeper levels of power, which is also a way to polish your foundation." The Insect King also explained, the disassembling of spiritual energy is just a means of polishing one's foundation. You have to confirm your own great Tao before you can become a venerable. Only then can the polishing of your foundation be meaningful. Further down is the road to becoming a king. That road is the most difficult one. Han Fei thought to himself, which stage is simple? Every time I reach a new realm, someone will say that this realm is extremely difficult and important, and I shall polish my foundation well. Now, Han Fei was already used to it. Han Fei crossed his hands. Insect King, please teach me how to disassemble spiritual energy. Half a month passed. In a secret realm more than 500,000 kilometers away from the fiery sea, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. A white light flashed in front of him like a wisp of starlight annihilated. The Insect King taught Han Fei 2 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. The first was to nibble it away. In this way, instead of being eaten one grain after another, the spiritual energy was taken as an onion wrapped in countless layers and was peeled layer by layer. As long as one ate through each layer, it represented the improvement of disassembling progress. The other was the method of infiltration of Dao runes. It was to infuse spiritual energy with one's own great Dao, to judge one's degree of disassembling of spiritual energy by the degree of penetration. This method required Han Fei to have a certain understanding of his own great Dao first. In fact, this method wasn't suitable for a person like Han Fei who made rapid breakthroughs, but more suitable for a strong master like Yu Wendao who had stayed in the realm of half-venerable for a long time. Now, with his forging and disassembling technique, Han Fei had 3 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. These 3 methods worked the same. Han Fei didn't feel that there was anything missing in the technique of forging and disassembling. Perhaps it was just the quality of his forging that was not as good as the technique of nibbling. Of course, they were only the methods of disassembling spiritual energy. In addition to teaching Han Fei these methods, the Insect King also taught Han Fei some truth. One was the accumulation of time. As long as one method worked and one persisted and repeatedly tried it, it would work well in the end. In addition, the Insect King emphasized on the method of Dao rune infiltration, saying that this method might be slow, but it had the best effect. He believed that although Han Fei had used other methods, once he decided his great Dao in the future, he could use this method to try to disassemble spiritual energy. Apart from that, he taught Han Fei some knowledge on the great Dao, battles, and the use of spiritual energy. Huff. The Insect King left. Han Fei tried for half a month in a row and was finally relieved. It's indeed difficult. I've tried several methods. My own method is similar to the nibbling method. I don't know how to infiltrate with the Dao runes. In half a month, I can only disassemble 55%. The foundation is really difficult to polish. The old turtle couldn't bear it anymore. Look, is this what a human should say? The old turtle said to Han Fei, your great Dao is already set, but you don't quite understand it yet. In addition, it's the first time you tried it as an explorer, so your disassembling progress is already very extraordinary. If you can understand your great Dao more deeply, it shouldn't be a problem for you to disassemble more than 70% of spiritual energy in the next year or 2. Han Fei curled his lips. Only 70%? That's not good enough, the old turtle said angrily. 70% is enough for you to become a venerable. What else do you want? Han Fei rose quickly. There's no rush. Although I haven't fully cultivated a golden body, I should be close. I think I should make a breakthrough now while I still have some resources. The old turtle raised no objection. Han Fei's opportunity this time was really too great. If an ordinary person could obtain this opportunity, his strength would probably be boosted a lot, and it was even possible for him to directly break through to the half-venerable realm. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, he might not have been able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. It was more likely that he would have been blown up by the huge energy. Han Fei looked down at his fat body and thought to himself, as long as I make a breakthrough, I can restore my perfect figure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. In front of Han Fei, a spiritual spring river appeared. In Forge the Universe, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was steaming. It was like a spiritual spring moistening the earth. At this moment, spiritual energy was nourishing the golden body as if polishing an exquisite object. Han Fei was not in a hurry to break through the barrier. This time, he planned to polish his body and make a breakthrough when his foundation was firm. He polished it for 3 days and 3 nights. Han Fei's golden body was resplendent. The crack on his forehead had long been repaired, and there was already a golden sheen. It should no longer affect his breakthrough. Break! With the previous 2 lessons, Han Fei didn't dare to act recklessly this time. Relatively speaking, he was much more careful this time. Spiritual energy rolled around Han Fei and washed over him again and again. His fat body was slowly becoming thinner at a visible speed. The energy contained in Han Fei's body was transformed into his marrow, nourishing his flesh, veins, bones, marrow, etc. An hour later. With a click, Han Fei made a breakthrough without encountering any obstacles. He could clearly feel the explosive increase of his strength. However, Han Fei could also foresee that he still had a long way to go to become a peak-level explorer. Phew, heaving a long breath, Han Fei didn't open his eyes but looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 77, Advanced Explorer. Spiritual energy, 220,000, 220,000, spiritual power, 200 and 802, perception range, 3,800 kilometers, strength, 858 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang, spirit swallowing fish level, 6-5. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Han Fei's face slightly changed when he saw the data, but he still took it for granted. In the blood pool, his breakthrough was too rushed and he had no time to polish it. In the end, his body was still filled with a large amount of energy. This time, he had used up all the energy. In the short term, it would be difficult for his strength to soar again. Besides, he was already an advanced explorer, but his soul power hadn't been replenished yet. It could be seen that although splitting his soul created an avatar for him, the price was definitely not small. Even if he made consecutive breakthroughs, his perception range was only 200 kilometers higher than before. It could be seen that the strength of his soul was much weaker than when he was still a junior explorer. In terms of strength, because his golden body was almost complete, it had soared by a lot. But if he wanted it to rise again, he had to continue polishing his foundation and tempering his body. If his bones had turned golden, but his flesh and blood couldn't keep up, it would be uncoordinated. This also needed time to stabilize it. Of course, Han Fei had two urgent things to do at this moment. One was to replenish his soul power, the other was to replenish his lost vitality. Without the scene of thousands of geniuses snatching treasures in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm, it would take some time for him to quickly replenish them. After all, it was not that the entire sea area was full of peak-level sea spirits or Tao-seeking creatures, and it was impossible for him to slaughter powerful sea monsters all at once. Powerful marine creatures were rare after all. Places like the White Shell Royal City often brought some talented creatures to the outside of the city for them to fight each other, and the most powerful creatures would survive. But if he went there and hunted too many of them, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Han Fei pondered for a moment. To the west of the Fiery Sea was the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. He couldn't go there. However, the Fish Dragon King could. He could go there even just for the purpose of setting a chess piece, and then he could follow the sea chart given by Queen Life to hunt treasures for 2 years. During this period, he could polish himself and consolidate his current cultivation. 3 months later. Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Master Shui Qin, for some reason, maybe a talented fish demon, appeared in the sea recently and specifically hunted great demons at the Tao-seeking realm. These days, more than 30 people have already been killed, but we haven't even found the figure of that big fish. Shui Qin frowned. Although there aren't very few Tao-seeking realm creatures, there aren't many. There's indeed a problem with their continuous deaths in the territory of our Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, how are you sure that it's a fish? The blood demon said respectfully, because of the bite marks. Although that mysterious fish demon hunted and swallowed most of the great demons at the Tao-seeking realm, there are occasionally creatures it doesn't eat. After taking a closer look, I'm sure that it's a big fish of about 10 to 15 meters in size. This is my judgment. Shui Qin nodded slightly. I know. You can't even find it. That creature must be at least a legendary one, or even... The blood demon's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, is Lord Shui Qin suspecting that it's a legend creature? They had seen legendary creatures in the vast sea, but legend creatures? They had really never seen one. 1. What the blood demon didn't know was that Shui Qin's heart stirred. Could it be a mysterious creature? Chapter 1359, Spring of the Fish Dragon King. Different perspectives led to different opinions on things. Only legend creatures could kill sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm so easily. After all, if a legend creature appeared, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. If anyone could obtain it or win its favor, it would mean a great improvement in their combat power. However, in the eyes of a venerable like Shui Qin, she knew that in this world, in addition to legend creatures, there were also mutated creatures left behind from ancient times, as well as mysterious creatures that were so extraordinary that it was impossible to distinguish their levels. Shui Qin was responsible for patrolling the outer waters of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Therefore, she was both surprised and delighted to see such a creature appear. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Shui Qin remained calm and didn't take any action. Instead, she observed in secret. She was certain that it was a mysterious or exotic creature because she had tried to detect it through parasitic creatures several times, only to be bitten to death before she even saw the big fish. She had no experience with such a creature. If legend and mysterious creatures were so easy to catch, there should be at least one in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. But in fact, there was no such creature in the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City. How could she not be careful? In the outer waters of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, about 500,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was waiting for an opportunity. His purpose was actually very simple. He was waiting for an opportunity to send the Fish Dragon King into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At this moment, Han Fei was ambushing a fire essence crab in the Tao-seeking realm with the black mist Han Fei of the twin god techniques. It was said that the big red trunk was everywhere close to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Therefore, the creatures around were either heat resistant or fire resistant. Different from the Whiteshell Royal City who would accept anyone, as long as you were talented enough, the creatures who could enter the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, except for the Millennium Snappers who had taken the Red Ball, were mostly fire-type creatures. As for the other creatures, although the Blood Sea Divine Wood City wouldn't kill indiscriminately, they weren't qualified to enter the area within 500,000 kilometers from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Otherwise, they would be easily hunted. The creatures that lived around the Blood Sea Divine Wood City all year round knew it well. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't barge into the area within 500,000 kilometers from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Crack. Before the fire essence crab realized what was going on, the mud under its feet suddenly rose, and half of its body was gone. 3 of its claws had been bitten off, and half of its shell was broken. The fire essence crab was shocked. It had perceived its surroundings, but there was nothing. It scanned crazily, but still didn't find any creatures. Crunch. The fire essence crab was about to run when it suddenly froze and couldn't move anymore. Then, it saw a swath of darkness and then nothing else. Han Fei took another bite and bit the fire essence crab to death. When a wisp of soul and vitality returned through the void lines, he slowly turned back into a black shadow and quietly left, leaving the corpse of the fire essence crab with only a shell left. When Han Fei fled 1,000 kilometers away, he found a new place and lay down. Han Fei complained, "Up to this day, 3 months have passed, but this Blood Sea Divine Wood City doesn't even have a single large-scale outing exercise. I can't stuff the Fish Dragon King in," the old turtle said. "I don't care about that. However, you've already hunted a lot of creatures in the Dao-seeking realm. Some venerables have investigated the previous times, but they didn't find anything. If you continue to hunt like this, sooner or later others will take you seriously." Han Fei sighed slightly. "I didn't hunt much. My soul has almost been replenished. However, according to the strength of my soul before, there should still be at least 30% room for growth at this moment. My vitality and lifespan have not been replenished so far. There are still more than 300 years left." The old turtle said, "But you don't have to stay around here all the time. You can always come back later." Han Fei shook his head. "Then let's not hunt for now, but we must wait. The outside world is so big. After arranging for the Fish Dragon King to go in, we can go anywhere." The old turtle wondered, "What about the little girl you saved before?" Han Fei's lips curled slightly. "Her? She's too weak now, so she is meaningless to me. Don't you all care about karma? With karma, I'll have a chance to make her pay me back someday." The old turtle was speechless and thought to himself, "This kid is really scheming. He left 2 at the Whiteshell Royal City, and now he has left 2 at the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. I don't know what he's up to at all." The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning?" Han Fei's lips curled. "I'm not planning anything. I just have a long-term vision. Let's talk about it later." Hearing the old turtle's question, Han Fei was a little sentimental, as he seemed to understand how old Han felt back then. However, unlike old Han's plan, everything he had done was just a little foreshadowing. Han Fei didn't expect them to play much of a role. However, what if everything turned out to be as he expected, and the chess pieces he buried would work well? Besides, old Han had promised Queen Life that he would help her resolve the 2 royal cities. It was better to arrange some spies than to force his way in. Suddenly, the old turtle shouted, "Run!" Han Fei immediately shivered. The old turtle only said a word. There could only be one possibility. A powerful venerable had personally taken action. Shua! Han Fei waved his tail, cracked the void, and drilled his head in. Xuanhuan could only see a phantom disappearing in the darkness. However, the creature in the darkness actually tore through the void and escaped. Its sensitivity far exceeded her imagination. As expected of a mysterious creature. What a fast reaction. Xuanhuan didn't stop at all. She took a step forward and drilled into the void with a thought. However, as soon as she entered the void, Xuanhuan saw a teleportation array appear in the void in the distance. Bang! When Xuanhuan felt that the teleportation array suddenly exploded, there was no trace of Han Fei at all. Damn it! Xuanhuan's face immediately turned black. She immediately stepped out of the void and spread out her perception. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Xuanhuan's expression changed. A teleportation array connected to tens of thousands of kilometers away? She felt that Han Fei's talent was too terrifying. Although it was just a glimpse, the black shadow was indeed in the shape of a fish. However, the black color was a little strange, even deceiving her vision. She could only tell that it was a fish by perceiving the shape of water. It's indeed mysterious. Legend creatures can't have such characteristics or be so mysterious. Otherwise, how can mysterious creatures be distinguished from legend creatures? However, a mysterious creature was gone because she acted too rashly. What should she do now? Xuanhuan thought that she was already fast enough. Not only did she conceal her breath, but she didn't even dare to reveal her face. What went wrong? 50,000 kilometers away, in a jungle of algae, a shadow flashed on a reef and Han Fei suddenly appeared. This was the directional teleportation array he had reserved for himself. Otherwise, he couldn't have teleported so far away. Fortunately, he was smart enough to know that he was near the royal city, so he had to be vigilant all the time. Han Fei did not hide or escape. Instead, he swam with a shoal of fish and hid among them, leaving the jungle of algae. He wouldn't use this place a second time. The old turtle said, This person came very quickly and hid herself very well. If it weren't for the shaking of the heavenly secrets, I would have almost failed to notice her. This means that a powerhouse in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City has already noticed you. She's only a venerable, but if the king is watching, do you think you can still escape? Han Fei frowned. Son of a Biak teach. Are all the people in this Blood Sea Divine Wood City dead? Don't they usually go out to gain experience? The old turtle said. They must have teleportation arrays and special trial grounds. Han Fei said, but why doesn't anyone come out? The old turtle said, in fact, there are other solutions. If you can find their places of trial, everything will be resolved. Their trial grounds can't be in the Wall of Death. Excluding Waterwood World and the Whiteshell Royal City, you can investigate according to that sea chart. Take your time to find it. Then you don't have to risk being discovered. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? The old turtle chuckled. Huh, I didn't know that they went out so rarely. Do you think it's so easy to explore secret realms one by one? Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei immediately wagged his tail and swam away. With the sea chart in hand, he could easily find a blood demon trial ground. It would just take him some time. 1 year and 3 months passed. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City, a place of coral near the Wall of Death. In a cave under a sea turtle, a shadow swam out. Han Fei said, Fish Dragon King, today will be your chance to sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After this trip, you won't be the Fish Dragon King you were before. In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King shivered. Can I go out now? Han Fei sneered. Don't be happy too soon. Let me make it clear. Don't think that your life is really in your own hands after you enter the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Unless you can surpass me in strength one day, I'll have plenty of chances to kill you. Only by cooperating with me can we achieve a win-win result. The Fish Dragon King frowned. How do we cooperate? Han Fei smiled and said, your current strength is too low. When you become capable, I will appear. In addition, I need to take away some of your memories. Chapter 1360, Substitute Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. Apart from the 4 battlefields in the Waterwood World, be it the Whiteshell Royal City or the trial grounds in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, everything was very secret. Han Fei had thought that it wouldn't be difficult to find a trial secret realm. It turned out that Han Fei was wrong. After searching more than 300 secret realms, Han Fei finally found this one. He didn't know if it was because he was unlucky, but he felt that he had worked hard enough. He explored 1 secret realm a day on average, but it still took him so long to find a trial ground. If it weren't for the fact that he was hunting treasure while looking for traces of the Millennium Snappers, Han Fei didn't think he would have used such a stupid method. Of course, this method wasn't bad. Although the secret realms were mostly empty, it wasn't without gain. God helped those who were determined. At least, Han Fei accidentally dug into an ancient realm, which turned out to be a place where a great whale in the venerable realm perished. Although there were layers of seals and arrays, Han Fei still broke in. At that time, Han Fei saw that the area around the venerable's bones was full of spiritual stones that extended nearly a kilometer. Some of the spiritual stones had even corrupted the venerable's bones, causing their quality to drop. But fortunately, Han Fei gained a huge amount of spiritual stones at one time, which increased his wealth by nearly 5 times. It was for this reason that Han Fei was willing to explore secret realms one by one. Although he didn't gain as much since then, he finally found this blood demon proving ground 3 days ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible to enter this place from the outside. But when he passed this place, he found that there were singing sounds coming from a crab cave. Then he found that under the corals, there was another world, a place of crazy devouring. The so-called place of crazy devouring was the kind of place Han Fei had experienced when he discovered the big red trunk. In such a place, humans would enter illusions, transform into fish, and lead fish to devour each other. The winner would encounter the red ball fruit, and the person who swallowed the fruit would become a Millennium Snapper. This was the scene Han Fei had once encountered. However, there seemed to be a slight difference here. Firstly, the species of the fish was different. When he turned into a fish back then, what he turned into was not a Millennium Snapper, but a kind of man-eating fish. But here it was all Millennium Snappers. Therefore, Han Fei judged that this was a trial ground of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. The Millennium Snappers were thrown here and fought each other, and in the end, only the real powerhouses were left. The only thing Han Fei didn't understand was that the Millennium Snappers were of the same species. How could the Fish Dragon King sneak in? Needless to say, there must be a way to differentiate identities among the Millennium Snappers. They couldn't just let anyone in. Otherwise, which party would own the final winners? However, Han Fei sensed the aura of a strong master, a person who could threaten him. The old turtle said, there's a venerable, but he doesn't seem very strong. He might just be a junior venerable. Han Fei asked in surprise. A venerable is personally taking care of them? The old turtle said, this is not surprising. This kind of place is usually an important trial ground. Han Fei frowned. But how can the Fish Dragon King sneak in? This is still a problem. The old turtle said, don't you have a disguise technique? Why don't you teach him? Han Fei immediately said. It's useless even if he learns the low-level ones. If I teach him the high-level ones, where can I find him? the old turtle said leisurely. That's true. However, it's not difficult to pretend to be someone else. I do have such a technique. However, you'll have to catch a blood demon first. Han Fei grinned. That's simple. A mere blood demon shouldn't be a problem. Han Fei turned into a black fog and floated close to the ground towards the trial field. Ji Yue was the examiner of this secret realm. Her main task was to ensure a certain mortality rate and select some excellent Millennium Snappers. Her perception was constantly patrolling. In the hunting ground, 2 blood demons were fighting, using various combat skills and chanting runes. Ye Long's protective red leaf knife had been shattered, the runes on her body were almost broken, her spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and she was running wildly. Behind her, someone shouted, Ye Long, you know that this day will come one day. We have fought 16 rounds. This time, you can't survive. Curse essence, poison spike, swish. All of a sudden, Ye Long paused and shot a water arrow at the person behind her while she was casting the spell. The person behind her was shocked. She had never seen Ye Long use this move before. When did she learn it? Because her speed was too fast and her strength was too powerful, she struck as fast as a bolt of lightning and killed her enemy in one blow. Ji Yu was watching the battle and waiting for one of them to die. She didn't expect that the person being hunted survived. Interesting, she still has a trump card even now. This person is not bad. However, what she didn't know was that at the moment Ye Long paused, her soul had already been controlled. Han Fei's purpose was very clear. He just needed to hunt one person secretly. When he hunted one, Han Fei controlled Ye Long to go to a corner, take out a spiritual fruit, and quickly recover. Han Fei said, I've hunted one. What should I do now? The old turtle said, Then it's the blood soul technique. As long as you swallow the soul of this Millennium Snapper and drink her blood, you can play as her and share her memories. The drawback is that the devoured one isn't really dead. If the soul of the Fish Dragon King can't suppress her soul, it's very likely to be counterattacked in the future. Therefore, this method is not profound. However, it's not difficult to pretend to be her without being detected. Han Fei frowned. Swallow her soul and eat her blood? The old turtle was truly a big demon. Han Fei asked the Fish Dragon King, planning to say, this is your only way to sneak into the sea demons. However, as soon as he told him, the Fish Dragon King gladly accepted it. Han Fei was lost for words. Aren't heavenly talents all proud? The Fish Dragon King seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking, but he had been tortured by Han Fei for so long. For him, nothing was more disgusting than being humiliated by Han Fei. Before the Fish Dragon King swallowed Ye Long's soul, Han Fei looked at her soul first. Han Fei didn't plan to use the soul-attracting art because the soul-attracting art still needed to be deduced and had side effects now. Remembering Ye Long's name and appearance, Han Fei attached to Ye Long in the form of the Black Mist. Half a day later, Han Fei replaced the Fish Dragon King with Ye Long. As for the real Ye Long, she had already become soulless and had no vitality left. The Fish Dragon King was overjoyed. A new identity was nothing as long as he could survive. Han Fei had already extracted part of the Fish Dragon King's memories and said, I took so much effort to send you into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, so I naturally have the ability to find you. You can betray me, but if I see you again, you will definitely die. But if you are willing to cooperate, find a way to become a heavenly talent of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, collect the Big Red Trunk, collect information about the Blood Sea Divine Wood and Patriarch Blood Demon, and tell me about it. You know why I want it, don't you? The Fish Dragon King took a deep breath. Do you want to destroy the Blood Sea Divine Wood City someday? No, what I want is that there is no king in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, but I don't necessarily have to destroy this race. Dragons can't be leaderless all the time. If you can become their ruler in the future. But the premise is that you have to be loyal to me. The Fish Dragon King's heart trembled as he thought, you're only in the Tao-seeking realm, but you already want to kill a king and nurture a trusted subordinate. Han Fei said leisurely, it's your business to believe me or not, but whether or not I can do it is my business. That's all I have to say. I didn't kill you, so I won't bother to kill you even if I have the chance in the future. Of course, if I don't come here again, you are free. The Fish Dragon King's expression was complicated. Han Fei is too terrifying. My life is insignificant in his eyes, but he is playing a long game. Is this the gap between me and the top heavenly talents? Looking at this quiet place, the Fish Dragon King couldn't find Han Fei anymore, and Han Fei's voice echoed in his head, you can go now. I'm going to hunt a venerable for fun. The Fish Dragon King waved its tail and quickly ran away. The whole operation was carried out in secret. However, the Fish Dragon King secretly complained in his heart, you're too good at bragging. Do you think I don't know when you transcended the tribulation? It's only been 2 years, not even 3 years. How the fuck can you hunt venerables? However, the Fish Dragon King didn't know that Han Fei had turned into a shadow and left in the direction where the venerable was. The old turtle asked, are you really going to hunt a venerable? Do you not intend to stay here any longer? Han Fei sneered. I have a feeling that the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is dangerous. As you said, there are evil cultivators here, so why should I stay here? I've already finished my matters in the Waterwood world, and I don't think anything will happen there in the short term. Why don't we end the journey early and return to my yin-yang world? I still have a lot of things to do over there. The old turtle said, you can give it a try. This place is more than 600,000 kilometers away from the Bloodsea Divine Wood City and in a secret realm. With your current strength, there's a chance. However, if the other party has already become an intermediate venerable, Han Fei curled his lips. I'm not stupid. I just want to try a junior venerable. It doesn't matter if I can kill her or not. It's not easy to meet a junior venerable. I just want to see how big the gap between me and a junior venerable is. The old turtle said leisurely, although your strength has increased during this period of time, you're still in the realm of a half-venerable no matter how strong you are. Even if you use all your secret methods, you'll only barely reach the venerable realm. However, fortunately, you have a lot of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, so you can use part of their power now. Han Fei grinned and thought to himself, as long as I have the strength to kill a venerable, I won't be afraid when I return to the yin-yang world. Besides, over the past year, I have been polishing my foundation and my strength has improved a lot. The upcoming battle on the Scattered Stars Island will be both a trial and a chance for me. Others can't get the remains of the king, but I may have a chance. After all, he could change his identity, become a sea demon, and cultivate with the remnant body of that king. Chapter 1361, Hunting a Venerable. Han Fei had decided to hunt a venerable, but he wasn't in a hurry. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei turned into white mist and spiritual energy suddenly surged in all directions. The spiritual spring suddenly disappeared by 1,000,000 caddies, which stunned the old turtle again. The old turtle knew that Han Fei must have done something else. This wasn't the first time. Besides, it must be related to the calabash. The old turtle could even guess that Han Fei was making a deal with the little calabash. However, every time he saw this scene, he was a little frightened. No matter how cheap spiritual energy was, it was still 1,000,000 caddies. How could he squander it so easily? Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't find it inappropriate at all. He was deducing the soul-attracting art, which had too many drawbacks. He didn't feel comfortable using it. However, this technique was indeed much better than the void lines. Above all, the void lines weren't really invincible. Although there were many benefits, there were still restrictions. For example, the soul and vitality absorbed wouldn't be too much. The memories of creatures could only be read in segments. This experience woke Han Fei up. Only then did he remember that Void Fishing was actually only a book jointly written by 9 kings. Although it was extraordinary, the king realm was actually just the sea establishment realm, with many other realms above it. This was not to say that Void Fishing was bad. This technique was definitely top-notch. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange scene where heaven and earth cried when the book was finished. However, comparing the soul-attracting technique to the void lines, Han Fei found that although the void fishing technique's comprehensive effects were better, its single effect might not be the strongest. Han Fei even wondered if he could summon lightning through deducing the 7th level of void fishing to help him finish cultivating his golden body. However, Han Fei soon gave up the idea. The 6th level of void fishing corresponded to the venerable realm. Then, the 7th level should correspond to the king realm. With his strength as an explorer, if he were to deduce a king-level technique rashly, even if he used up all his trump cards, he might not be able to hold on. Besides, the deduction would definitely cause a huge uproar. Han Fei quickly shook his head. He had thought too much. Now, he just wanted to spar with a junior venerable, but he had thought so much. The reason why Han Fei wanted to deduce the soul-attracting art was that if there was a chance, he could use the venerable's memories to learn about the situation in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. After all, the Bloodsea Divine Wood City was the most mysterious place in the sea where the Waterwood world was located. Under normal circumstances, the Millennium Snappers wouldn't leave the range of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. However, as long as anything happened, the Bloodsea Divine Wood City was never absent. The Bloodsea Divine Wood City never went to war, but they would always do one thing, try to expand their territory. Only this point was unbearable to the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood world. We are fighting, and you are expanding your territory. Who could bear this? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life had once stopped fighting for a period of time, planning to jointly clear the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. However, in that battle, the Bloodsea Divine Wood City sent nearly 100 venerables over. Within the range of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, Patriarch Blood Demon used the power of the Bloodsea Divine Tree to fight 2 kings alone without being defeated. Only then did the battle come to an end. The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life were not stupid. They knew that the recuperation in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City was only temporary. In the future, once Patriarch Blood Demon recovered, she would definitely attack them. Therefore, the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood world usually tried their best to deplete the Bloodsea Divine Wood City's strength and suppress its development. Every century, the 2 parties would attack the Bloodsea Divine Wood City at least once, not for anything else but to investigate the strength of Patriarch Blood Demon. That was all Han Fei knew. As for why he was only investigating the strength of Patriarch Blood Demon instead of destroying a group of strong masters from the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, Han Fei didn't know. Logically speaking, strength could be faked for a time. If Patriarch Blood Demon pretended to be unable to be defeated but secretly became an emperor, the situation in this sea area would change again. Besides, if they didn't deplete the venerables in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, what if the Blood Demon venerables flooded in the future? Although they only had one king, they had more venerables. Han Fei didn't understand why Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor would tolerate the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Therefore, he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Buzz. After a moment, the spiritual energy vortex suddenly stopped. Information popped up in Han Fei's head. Soul-searching technique. Venerable level, ultra quality. Introduction. This is a forbidden technique that violates the heavenly Tao. It can forcibly peep at the souls of others. If the other party releases his soul, it has no effect on him. But if the other party forcibly resists, it may cause harm to both parties. Deduction art. Soul-breaking eyes. Deduction cost. 1 wisp of chaos energy shortcoming. If the other party is stronger than the soul searcher, the latter is easy to suffer a backlash. Note, if you can peep at the other party's soul, there is a certain chance that you can peep at the other party's great Tao. The soul-searching technique he got from this deduction was obviously much better than the soul-attracting technique. The old turtle was indeed keeping it a secret from him and didn't trust him completely. However, Han Fei keenly noticed that if he wanted to deduce a technique above the venerable level, the cost became chaos energy. But now he didn't even know what chaos energy was. Also, there was a note. There's a certain chance to peep at the other party's great Tao. This stunned Han Fei. Was this soul-searching technique so powerful? Was there a certain chance that he could see through the other party's great Tao? If he knew the other party's great Tao in advance, could he destroy the other party's Tao runes? This was a fucking great technique. No wonder the old turtle didn't want to teach him, half a day later. Ji Yue keenly noticed a Paran who was Ye Long. She still remembered the scene of this person counterattacking. However, the counterattack was fine, but it wouldn't be right if her strength suddenly increased. Ji Yue thought to herself, this person's comprehensive strength has increased by nearly 20%. Had she been hiding her strength? Why? Of course, Ji Yue didn't know that who was in this body was now the Fish Dragon King. However, the Fish Dragon King had already read Ye Long's memories and had worked very hard to lower his strength standard. However, being a top heavenly talent was different from being slightly talented. No matter how weak the Fish Dragon King was in Han Fei's eyes, he was actually ranked 10th in the White Shell Royal City. How could ordinary people compare to him? In terms of speed, movement technique, strength, physique, soul, and so on, the Fish Dragon King was much stronger. Therefore, he had been pretending very hard to be weak. It was precisely because of this disguise of the Fish Dragon King that Ji Yue wasn't quite sure. Otherwise, if the Fish Dragon King's strength suddenly increased by 50%, Ji Yue would probably immediately take him out and interrogate him. Well, I have to pay more attention to this person when I go back. Ji Yue nodded slightly. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She didn't even have the time to look back as runes floated behind her. The moment the runes appeared, a red leaf blade was put against her back at the same time. After doing this, Ji Yue immediately looked back. Crack ding, the rune shield shattered in an instant and the red leaf blade was sent flying. Time law? Ji Yue's heart trembled. She hadn't seen the enemy yet, but she had discovered the law of time in horror. The opponent's attack had changed the law of time. Therefore, this person could sneak attack her in an instant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her not to notice it before the opponent approached her. However, just as Ji Yue confirmed that this was the law of time, in the next second, she felt that her soul was stabbed and painful. The reason was very simple. When Han Fei used the momentary time, he also used the god-scaring stab. Splash. The moment a fish skin map appeared in the air. Roar. The roars of 100 beasts shook the soul. At this moment, Han Fei's soul power had already recovered, which was much higher than when he was at his peak state. This was why void fishing was so terrifying and why Han Fei dared to split his soul. At this moment, the strength of Han Fei's soul was incomparable to that of an ordinary half-venerable. Under the dual soul attack, even Ji Yue, as a venerable, was inevitably dizzy. However, she was still a venerable. No matter how chaotic Ji Yue's mind was, she knew that she had to summon a battlesuit. However, Han Fei had already held the sword with both hands and poured all his spiritual energy into it. The 60% disassembled spiritual energy attack made Snowmorn shine and illuminate half of the secret realm. As the sword was drawn, the void turned white and snow flew all over the sky. Crack, 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 crack. Even a high-quality divine weapon was shattered by this sword. Han Fei frowned. In this sneak attack, he had used all his killer moves but still failed. With another thought from Han Fei, the infinity water wrapped Ji Yu. Rumble. Han Fei knew that once the infinity water appeared, the battle here must be over in an instant. Otherwise, it would definitely be detected. The moment Han Fei attacked, the sacrificing punch exploded. Like a nuclear bomb, Ji Yu was smashed into the bottom of the sea and didn't even have a chance to react. Huff. After the attack, Han Fei launched the sacrificing punch again. At the same time, the swallowing technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. Activating the star teleportation technique, Han Fei had already held the embroidery needle and attacked with all his strength. Boom boom boom. Without the protection of the divine weapon, Ji Yue was first bombarded bloody by the infinity water, and then she took Han Fei's sacrificing punch at close range, with her chest penetrated. Before this blow was over, another blow came. At this moment, Han Fei had used the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Blood Demon's physique was not strong in the first place, or rather, most people's physique couldn't be as strong as Han Fei's. Therefore, the continuous bombardment had almost killed Ji Yue. However, the old turtle shouted, "Remember, venerables can revive with blood. Don't bombard her anymore when she's heavily wounded. Lock the void and crush her body inch by inch." As the old turtle spoke, Han Fei tried to buckle Ji Yue with the void lines. However, at the next moment, Han Fei found he miscalculated. This person's soul actually blocked the void lines. At the moment when Han Fei made a mistake, Ji Yue had a chance. The runes all over her body lit up and were about to burst out. Han Fei suddenly stepped back and held the embroidery needle. Knock on the heavenly door. Shua. A spear broke through the air and the embroidery needle burst out a pillar of light. The power of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was manifested at this moment. Buffed! Half of Ji Yue's body was shattered, and Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique again, intending to destroy this person with one blow. However, Han Fei hadn't arrived yet. With a loud bang, Ji Yue blew herself up. The void exploded, and Han Fei took the opportunity to crash into the void. At the last moment, Han Fei didn't forget to cast out his fishing hook and caught Ji Yue's sun moon shell. As soon as he entered the void, the fish skin map spread and a teleportation array appeared. Ignoring the blood spurting out, Han Fei had already drilled in. After Han Fei disappeared, only a second later, a blood-colored treeman appeared. Sweeping with her perception, she found that no one was around. The treeman reached out and grabbed, and a bloody mist gathered. The bloody mist intertwined and condensed into a person in a moment. Who else could it be but Ji Yue? Chapter 1362, Scold the King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. However, even if venerables could revive with a drop of blood, it wasn't without limit. The price of reviving with a drop of blood was very high, and after self-destruction, the price of reviving with a drop of blood was even greater. Ji Yue was horrified and hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving my life, Patriarch." The blood-colored treeman perceived for a moment. Strange aura. This person's realm is not high, but his strength is surprisingly strong. If you hadn't detonated yourself in time, you would have died. Fine, since he escaped so quickly, he must have thought of a way out. However, this secret realm is useless now. Don't use it again. Holding back her heavy injuries, Ji Yu hurriedly said, "Yes, Patriarch." The blood-colored tree man said casually, "Forget it, you're too heavily wounded. Go back to recuperate, on the other side." Han Fei hid in Forged the Universe and cast the Holy Light technique on himself. At this moment, his wounds were healing at a visible speed. The old turtle said, "See? Although this person isn't a new venerable, she's still far away from the peak of a junior venerable. Even so, she's not someone you can easily defeat now. This is the difference between an explorer and a venerable." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Her strength might be weaker than mine." The old turtle shook his head slightly. "It's not because of strength, but because of the gap in the realm, the difference in the use of spiritual energy, and the difference in soul reaction. Your mistake is to try to shake the opponent's soul with a technique that has a chance of error. The soul is a person's most secret power. You've cultivated your soul and have a calabash secret treasure. Do you think others don't know how to protect themselves?" Han Fei was finally convinced. However, Han Fei wasn't sad. This was the first time he tried to hunt a venerable, so he had no experience. Unfortunately, the soul-searching technique he prepared didn't come in handy. But no matter what, this sneak attack made Han Fei clearly realize a problem. It wasn't enough for him to skip levels to challenge. Although he was strong enough to shake a venerable, before he reached the peak, the gap was still very large. With this attempt, Han Fei immediately knew the significance of the existence of the peak and the half-venerable realms. This was more like a division of strength, which was closely related to the disassembling of the great Tao and spiritual energy. To put it more bluntly, this was related to a person's talent. Regarding this matter of hunting a venerable, the Blood-Sea Divine Wood City didn't find any leads. In the end, the investigation could only end in failure. This matter, just like how Shui Qin discovered a mysterious creature, became another mysterious event. Ji Yue was even puzzled. How did that person appear in the trial field? Besides, since that person had come to the trial field, why didn't he kill those heavenly talents but attack her? These were all unsolved mysteries. In the mysterious sea, there might be many similar unsolved mysteries every day. If you wanted to explore them one by one, you would never be able to finish. 1 month passed. Waterwood World, Dark War Port. In these 2 or 3 years, there were too many battles between the Waterwood World and the Whiteshell Royal City, which even exceeded the total number of battles in the past century. In fact, this kind of war of no scale could only be regarded as training. It seemed that there wouldn't be a large-scale war in the short term. The 4 battlefields of the Waterwood World became relatively safer. As long as the Venerable didn't take action, the Tao-seeking realm great demons could hold the line. Even if the war was more frequent, it wouldn't be as large. At this moment, the Dark War Port had already released the Fearless Barrier, and a large number of creatures in the Tao-seeking realm and Sea Demon realm poured into the Dark Water domain. Here, there had been a battle for days. Outside the Fearless Barrier, there were occasional Tao-seeking sea demons passing by. The powerhouses of the two sides even met occasionally and bickered with each other. But this day was different. On this day, outside the fearless barrier, 5 people transcended the tribulation at once. This was a rare occasion. Even in the Waterwood world, on average, 1 or 2 people transcended the tribulation a year, and it was already rare for one person to successfully transcend the tribulation. After all, as time went on, there would be 100 explorers in 100 years, and more than 5,000 explorers in 10,000 years. This was the backbone of a force. This time, 5 people transcended the tribulation, which shocked everyone in the Waterwood world. These 5 people were all people who had participated in the battle on the island and survived. Their opportunities really made many people envious. However, the probability of death in such a trial was extremely high. 10 people went, and 6 people returned. Among them, there was still Han Fei who disappeared. Chong Liulu, Chong Xiaochong, and Phoenix Head 7 survived. They kept bragging about how powerful Han Fei was, how he defeated 6 blood demons, looted 2 royal cities, and made the blood of many insects boil. Because this story was too exciting, the 3 of them became the stars of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Today, these 5 people all chose to transcend the tribulation at the Dark War port, but the White Shell Royal City still sent people to fight. However, the people who came this time were different. Among them, there were Han Fei's acquaintances. Shrimp Yue, Sanchi, and Shuye were among them. For the outside world, although the people like Shrimp Yue and Sanchi were the top heavenly talents in the White Shell Royal City, they rarely left the White Shell Royal City. And the White Shell Royal City had a strict entry and exit system, so their real combat power was not known by outsiders. Even if they had passed the trial on the island, Shrimp Yue and the others were only ranked as heavenly talents, at the same level as Chong Lilu and the others, not as famous as Zhang Xiaotian. However, the Insect King and the others had a rough guess of their real strength. Therefore, they warned Chong Lilu and the others to be careful in this tribulation battle. In the field, Chong Lilu and Chong Xiaochong, with their horns against Sanchi and the others, were scolding. Chong Lilu said, "That shrimp, did you board the island with me? Do you know that I once fought alongside Han Fei and crossed the Sea of Blood? I suggest you pass the tribulation obediently and don't start a war." Chong Xiaochong said with a buzz, "That's right. Back then, we swept across all the heavenly talents in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. If you hadn't run fast enough, you wouldn't have had a chance to appear here." Shrimp Yue smiled. "Well, it's our regret that we couldn't fight him back then. Now I'm here to challenge you." Chong Lulu said, "Ouch, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? We both have shells. But how can your horn compare to mine?" Shrimp Yue smiled. "Try it." Enraged by Shrimp Yue's arrogant attitude, Chong Lulu was about to fight in front of the array when Phoenix Head 7 flapped his wings and said, "Idiot, that guy is definitely not weak. Let's see." On the other side, a tree demon stood out. "Let me fight you first." We demon plants are full of vitality and can't die easily. As soon as the tree demon appeared, a Tao-seeking great demon said casually, "You can go anywhere you want." Shuye stepped forward, his eyes fierce. "You're just a tree demon. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Wah! There was an uproar. On the Waterwood world side, countless onlookers had ugly expressions. Someone shouted, "Shut up! Beimu is a peerless genius of our demon plant race." "How can you kill him?" Someone cursed. "What did the White Shell Royal City send this time?" Chong Lulu shouted coldly. "Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death with my horn." However, amidst the thousands of curses, Shu Ye licked the corner of his mouth. "My name is Shu Ye, ranked 8th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City. Do you want to fight or not? If you want to fight, just come. Do you dare to fight?" Hiss! Hearing Shu Ye's words, countless people gasped. The 8th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City? Is this bastard so powerful? In the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 4 major races were usually ranked in their respective races. This BMU had never been ranked 10th on the genius list of the Waterwood world. At most, he was ranked 10th in his race. In this case, didn't it mean that Shu Ye was much stronger? Chong Liulu couldn't help looking at Chong Xiaochong. Is this person so strong? In the past, the people who came were all outside the top 100 of the genius list of the White Shell Royal City, at most 70th or 80th. Why did the 8th place come this time? Baimu's face sank. "Don't panic. We can't flinch. I'll go fight him." Bam! Bam! Baimu extended his hands like branches reaching for water, and the waves immediately rolled. When he came out of the water again, 2 huge pillars that reached the sky swung horizontally like whips, like swimming dragons jumping out of the sea, and went straight at Shu Ye. Not only that, a 3rd hand extended from Beimu's chest, holding a spear that pierced through the void. The spear stabbed out and danced, producing hundreds of spear shadows. Knowing that Shu Ye was the 8th most powerful powerhouse in the White Shell Royal City, Beimu naturally didn't dare to underestimate him. As soon as he came up, he used 2 ultimate moves and 2 locking techniques. Great! The creatures of the demon plant line shook their branches and applauded. A member of the insect clan said, "This is the tree demon spirit dividing stab. Even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to block this blow." A big bird cried, "Don't relax. Keep attacking and stab him to death." Amidst the clamor, Shu Ye's lips curled. With a crackling sound, he suddenly whipped the air, and thousands of super long tentacles appeared. Puff, puff, puff. The void was torn and cracks filled the sky. The long whips curled up like a spiral, and in an instant, they cut Beimu's 2 vine columns into pieces. As for Beimu's soul-dividing stab, it suddenly paused, and 100 long tentacles appeared in the air and wrapped the attack from both sides. Bang, bang, bang! Explosions were heard and tides were surging back. Beimu suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly wanted to retreat. However, a large number of tentacles appeared under him, and a huge sea anemone appeared. Xu Ye sneered. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm also a demon plant, Sheila." Beimu's arms were instantly rolled up and cut into hundreds of pieces. He was about to be minced. Shua, a shadow flashed in the void. Who? Xu Ye didn't have any time to react. A venerable from the White Shell Royal City shouted, and a peak-level great demon pounced over. Fuffed. At that moment, silver light illuminated the world. In an instant, the sea split, and a terrifying ravine appeared in the air. The venerable still wanted to attack when he heard a cute voice. "Someone is so spoilt and wayward. I can't do anything about it. Everyone heard it. Isn't this Messenger Jing's voice?" And in midair, the figure's scarlet fist mark, like a pillar of light soaring to the sky, struck the sky, spanning hundreds of kilometers. The peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse who came to save Xu Ye was crushed by this punch, most of his body shattered, and he had already died. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a black figure holding Xu Ye by the neck with one hand, holding him in the air like holding a dead fish, and arrogantly turning his head. Damn the fucking tribulation transcendence battle. If the White Shell Royal City uses this as an excuse to deplete our Waterwood world's combat power, each person you kill, I'll kill 100. The figure pointed at the sky and looked in the direction of the White Shell Royal City. The White Armor Emperor, a dignified king, is so petty, either fight or stop. Today, let me, Han Fei, tell you that in terms of heavenly talents, I, Han Fei, am superior to any of your heavenly talents in 10,000 years. Xu Ye was horrified. Why is Han Fei here? With Han Fei's strength, there is no reason for him to attack at all. But before he could think further, his vision turned dark. Han Fei exerted strength in his hand and gently squeezed. With a bang, Xu Ye exploded, his bones shattered, and he died. Han Fei stepped forward. If you want to fight, I, Han Fei, will challenge all new and old heavenly talents on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City alone. Do you dare? If you don't dare, you'd better get the hell out of here when the Waterwood world people are transcending tribulations in the future. You want to fight us with an entire city? We Waterwood world have fought for 100,000 years. When have we ever been afraid? Fight. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the air, pointing to the sky, raising his head and cursing, extremely domineering. Gulp! Countless people swallowed in shock. They had forgotten who Xu Ye was. Chong Lulu took a sip. Shoot! Chapter 1363 summoned again translator, Henyi Translation's editor. Henyi Translation's Han Fei's powerful attack shocked the onlookers on both sides. Is this Han Fei? These people had good reason to be shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? It had only been 3 years. Besides, he was very elusive. The last time they heard of him was when Chong Lulu and the others were bragging about the battle on the island. However, most of the people who participated in that battle were peak-level law enforcers. It was natural for Han Fei to fight so many enemies alone. After all, there was a gap in the realm. But now, Han Fei easily killed a peak Tao-seeking powerhouse in the White Shell Royal City. How could they not be shocked? More importantly, Han Fei seemed to have just entered the mid-level Tao-seeking realm. Hiss, what a terrifying growth rate. Culp. It's only been 3 years and you've grown so much? How domineering. However, isn't Han Fei overestimating himself? Who is he to challenge the king? Chong Lulu shouted, Han Fei, well done. If you hadn't attacked him, I would have killed that guy with my horn just now. How dare you? While the Waterwood world was shocked, 7 or 8 venerables from both sides appeared at the same time. A venerable from the White Shell Royal City snapped, Very good, Waterwood world. Han Fei, you're just an explorer. How dare you change the rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? These venerables were all surprised. They didn't sense anyone approaching. Where did Han Fei come from? Han Fei raised his head and chuckled. The rules are dead, but people are alive. The Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City have been fighting for so long. What's the result? The main battlefield is in the Waterwood world. If you really dare to come to fight, you would have come long ago and wouldn't have nagged for tens of thousands of years. This time, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Shrimp Yue and Sanchi were both shocked. This time, because Zhang Xiaotian had already transcended the tribulation, he didn't come. But how could they dare to provoke Han Fei? Although Xu Ye rose to the top because of the death of Qing Sealing and the Fish Dragon King, if he didn't have the strength, how could he enter the top 10 of the genius list? However, in Han Fei's hand, Xu Ye was crushed to death like a small fish. Although Shrimp Yue and the others were confident with their strength, Han Fei's performance just now was too strong. It was impossible for them to win. Someone shouted, Ning Jing. Is the Waterwood world ruled by a mere explorer now? Or do you really think you can start a full-scale war with our White Shell Royal City? Ningjing chuckled. Start a full-scale war? Do you dare? Han Fei curled his lips and pointed at the half-merman venerable who spoke. The one who spoke, please use your brain. Do you think the Bloodsea Divine Wood City is a decoration? A full-scale war? Try it. Besides, since the main battlefield is in the Waterwood world, is the White Armor Emperor not afraid that his lair will be stolen? Although the White Shell Royal City was hidden, just like Queen Life didn't dare to step out of the Waterwood world easily, the White Armor Emperor generally didn't dare to leave the White Shell Royal City. Besides, Han Fei didn't believe that the three parties would fight to the death. In that case, what was wrong with being a bit aggressive? This time, it seemed that the strong masters on the genius list in the White Shell Royal City were all preparing to transcend the tribulation. If he didn't take action, Chong Lulu and the others would definitely die. Since he had already attacked, why not be more aggressive? He couldn't explain this to others. When he met Queen Life again, she would naturally know. Ningjing chuckled. Recently, there has been a lot of chaos in the White Shell Royal City. You'd better behave yourselves. Don't think you're invincible. Buzz, the void trembled and clouds swirled and condensed. A big face of clouds and mist blocked half of the sky. Ningjing's face changed slightly. Humph, come on, show me your real body. That big face was none other than the only king of the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor. The old turtle said, it's just a projection of a king. It's not even a clone. However, this was the first time Han Fei had seen such a technique with his own eyes. Wasn't this noise too fucking loud? A face covering half of the sky? The clouds loosened, and a voice said, very nice. Han Fei, are you challenging me? The voice was coming at Han Fei. Queen Life didn't respond. She must be watching the show. For her, it was quite fun. Besides, in just 3 years, Han Fei had caused a lot of trouble, and his style was completely different from the Waterwood world. However, Han Fei's style of doing things was not bad. Although it wasn't the real king gazing at him, the gaze was still rather intimidating. However, Han Fei sneered with his head held high. Oh, I didn't expect to call a king over. I'm just an explorer. How can I challenge a king? Just wait. We'll meet in the future anyway. Hiss. Wu Shangshui and the others walked out of the void. As soon as they came out, they heard Han Fei say, we, to the king. Immediately, they felt terrible, thinking, you've just come back, but you're already so arrogant? Queen Life was sitting in the heavenly palace watching this scene and shook her head slightly. Han Fei dared to say these words because at this time, the White Shell Royal City really didn't have time. The Wall of Death was damaged, the Venerables were injured, and the king was injured too. Han Fei was involved in it and knew the truth, so he dared to shout at the king. However, the others didn't know it, so they would only think that Han Fei didn't know his limits. However, Queen Life was also a little surprised. The situation of the White Shell Royal City wasn't too bad. This kind of influence would disappear in a few decades at most. How did you know that they wouldn't retaliate in decades? Unless, Queen Life narrowed her eyes slightly. Unless Han Fei had something to back him up? For example, did teacher leave any means for him? Han Fei didn't know what Queen Life was thinking, but he was already used to bluffing and bragging. He didn't know what he would have to face. At least, they didn't dare to attack him now. Besides, Han Fei believed that the flames of war would be raging when he returned to the yin-yang world. There would be one big event after another. The Scattered Stars Islands battle was one thing, but entering the Heavenly Palace was another. If he didn't dare to fight, how could he become a king? Since everyone felt that he would become a king, and he also felt that he would become a king, then why didn't he take himself as a king? Anyway, he was going to cross the infinite ocean in the future. As for whether this behavior would cause the two parties to fight ceaselessly and make Queen Life unhappy, Han Fei didn't consider it at all. Old Han had promised Queen Life to let him help her destroy the royal city. Queen Life believed him, so she wouldn't restrict him. In fact, Queen Life had no choice. The White Shell Royal City was eyeing them covetously, so was the Bloodsea Divine Wood. Once Patriarch Blood Demon thought it through and cooperated with the White Shell Royal City, Waterwood World would be in danger. At this moment, she could only count on him. She even hoped that he could control the yin-yang world and grow quickly. Looking at Han Fei's arrogant posture, the White Armor Emperor said leisurely, Han Fei, you are the first explorer to make me remember your name. You want to challenge me in the future? Okay, I'll wait for you. The clouds swayed, the big face disappeared, and a voice flowed into the sky. The Waterwood world has been wanting to change the current situation for a long time. Now your intention has been revealed by a junior. Fine, there hasn't been a war between the three parties for a long time. I'm waiting for another big war. The strong masters from the White Shell Royal City snorted and shouted, let's go. This time, they just retreated because of Han Fei. Han Fei was a little dumbfounded himself. Seriously? It's just a few people transcending a tribulation. Does it have to be so exaggerated? A war between the three parties? What's that? Han Fei looked at Ningjing with a dazed expression, and Ningjing glanced at him and said via voice transmission, the three-party war is a war that happens once every 1,000 years. In order to prove their strength, the three parties will have a large-scale war from top to bottom. The White Shell Royal City just took advantage of what happened today to stop the war in advance and find an excuse to recuperate. After all, the current state of the White Shell Royal City is indeed not good. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, the king gave in to me? Tisk, Ningjing said disdainfully. You? Of course, it's because of the queen. Han Fei curled his lips. He has flinched anyway. Ningjing, the old turtle reminded him, don't think of a king with such an attitude. Anyone who can become a king can't be weak. Most of the time, he's just observing the situation. This king dares to fight the battle of the three parties, which at least shows that he has the ability to restore the White Shell Royal City to its peak before the battle. He even found an excuse to recall the Venerables. Do you think he flinched? Han Fei's heart sank when he heard what the old turtle said. He couldn't help but look at Ningjing. Then when will the war between the three parties break out? Ningjing said. There is still 100 years away, but we can't count it as 100 years. This means that it may erupt at any time. However, you don't have to worry too much. It won't erupt for at least 10 years. A mere 10 years should only be enough for him to recover. Last time he was injured by the queen. Right. Why did you come back in advance? Jingjing looked around and said casually, let's leave it at that for now. Don't worry about the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei, come with me. The queen wants to see you. Instantly, everyone looked at Han Fei. Is he summoned again? Thinking of Han Fei's domineering behavior today, everyone thought to themselves, could it be that Han Fei has already been accepted by the queen and is about to become a true king's attendant? For a moment, all kinds of envious, jealous, and resentful gazes were staring at him, giving Han Fei goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 1364, Bai Sujian's Master. This was the second time Han Fei had come to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace. On the way, Ningjing said, you're really something. I heard that you went to the White Shell Royal City, knocked down a tower, and released many venerable level demons. 5 of them were protected by our Waterwood world. Now, we have 5 more venerables. Han Fei smiled. How do you know that? Ningjing snorted. I know a lot. I'm a venerable anyway. How can you keep this from me? At this moment, Han Fei didn't really want to meet Queen Life. He didn't know how to address her after they met, and he was unwilling to call her my queen. Besides, Queen Life definitely wanted him to keep the water immortal here, but that was impossible. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why did the queen call me over? Ningjing puffed out her cheeks. How would I know? Han Fei, didn't you say you would make me a manhan full banquet? What is that? Is it delicious? What is manhan, and what is a full banquet? Is it more delicious than hot pot? Ningjing kept babbling, and Han Fei echoed, oh, just 8 dishes. Ningjing was shocked. 8? So many? Han Fei thought to himself, there are a total of 108 of them. He couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. After all, Ningjing had helped him a lot. Han Fei couldn't help but say, fine, I'll add another one, 9 in total. When I have time, I'll make it for you to eat. Ningjing's eyes lit up. Make it now. Make it today, okay? Han Fei said. No, I have to swallow a strange fire first and bring Little Gold and my other pets back. Ningjing said, I'll get them back for you now. Han Fei hurriedly stopped her. No, I want to see how they are going with their trials. Ningjing was about to say something, but she stopped, thinking, forget it, let Han Fei check it by himself. In the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Venerable Bat stood at the entrance like a sculpture. Seeing Ningjing and Han Fei come, he just nodded slightly. However, unlike last time, this time, the Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei for a while longer, probably knowing something about Han Fei. Shua! Coming out of the teleportation array, Han Fei shivered and felt that the spiritual energy was much more intense. It was very refreshing. On the same path as last time, flowers, plants, and spiritual fruits bloomed. Ningjing smiled slyly and stopped, and the space changed. Han Fei keenly noticed that Ningjing was stretching the space. Shua! Han Fei stepped 1,000 meters away, but when he raised his head, he found that the space had changed again. He could only step 10 meters away, while Ningjing appeared 1,000 meters away. Han Fei quietly took another step. Just as Ningjing regained control of the distance, Han Fei suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared beside Ningjing. Ningjing was taken aback. Huh? You cheated. This is not the near-at-hand technique. Han Fei curled his lips. Indeed not. This is called star teleportation technique. Ningjing snorted, thinking, this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. However, his reaction speed is not slow. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for him. It was still the big tree, which must be a branch of the Cloud Sea God. Ningjing said, go up. Han Fei was no longer reserved this time. He walked into the yard with the near-at-hand technique. Queen Life was spraying some green worms. She glanced at him inadvertently and said indifferently, are you going back? Han Fei nodded. Yes, if I stay here, I'll seem lazy. Queen Life raised her head. When you go back this time, you'll have to become a venerable anyway. It's not difficult to disassemble spiritual energy. However, will those people let you become a venerable easily? Han Fei smiled and said, it shouldn't be a problem for me to become a half-venerable. I can't stay here forever. Queen Life nodded. Let Bai Sujian stay. Han Fei's expression didn't change. He had already had a hunch when Ningjing called him up. However, this was not bad. Bai Sujian was just a reincarnation body. It didn't matter if she stayed or not. However, Han Fei mentioned, of course, it's not a good thing to return to the yin-yang world with me. Bai Sujian will stay, but her father has become a venerable anyway. Well, Queen Life couldn't help but roll her eyes at Han Fei. Do you dare to use the person I gave you? Han Fei grinned. Why not? I'm pure-hearted. Teacher must have told you that. In a place that Han Fei couldn't see, Queen Life pinched her fingers and thought, You're pure-hearted? Do you think I'll believe you? Wang Han is pure-hearted, not you, Queen Life said lightly. Jinger. Shua. Jinger appeared quietly. Queen Life said, Go back to the yin-yang world with Han Fei. However, don't take action easily. Han Fei still has to walk his own path. You just help him when necessary. Hearing this, Jinger was dumbfounded and immediately stuttered. My queen, I'll go with him, can I? Queen Life snorted. Okay, that's it, you'll go with him. However, you're only allowed to help him 3 times. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. The king's path is rarely paved with external help. I hope that you won't let Jinger help you even once. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and his expression became solemn. Unless necessary, I won't let her take action. Although Queen Life had said at the beginning that she wouldn't help Yin-Yang world, what level was Jinger at? Although she was a little unworldly, she was among the tops in strength in the entire Waterwood world. How was such a strong master any different from a king in the Yin-Yang world? Satisfied with Queen Life's arrangements, Han Fei immediately stomped and the shadow of mountains and rivers appeared. Bai Sujian looked around blankly. When she saw Queen Life for the first time, she was stunned. A king couldn't be looked at. Han Fei could see her because Queen Life let him. Queen Life nodded slightly. Only then did Bai Sujian take a deep breath and come back to her senses. A strong master? Bai Sujian certainly knew Han Fei. With her intelligence, she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she didn't know the person in front of her. She only felt that this woman was very strong. Queen Life said, Let Zhang Yao and her mother come out together. With a thought from Han Fei, Zhang Yao and the snake demon appeared. The snake demon's body trembled. She couldn't see Queen Life clearly at all. Zhang Yao immediately knelt down and said in a loud voice, The sinner Zhang Yao, kneel to my queen. I didn't expect to see you again one day. Jinger said in surprise, Is this the guy of the human race who disappeared? Zhang Yao turned his head and quickly said, Messenger Jing. Seeing her husband like this, the snake demon was shocked. Was she looking at a king? Immediately the snake demon also prostrated. Only Bai Sujian frowned slightly. Her actions made Jinger unhappy. Jinger shouted, Why don't you bow to the queen? Bai Sujian gritted her teeth. She didn't want to kneel. While she struggled, Queen Life waved her hand and said, Do you remember that you once discussed with someone about demonic plants on Jade Pen Peak? Bai Sujian was shocked. Are you the one in the grass hut? Jinger was stunned and looked at Han Fei as if asking him what was going on. Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. I was too busy to care about what happened in the sea quelling painting. Queen Life chuckled. We're fated. Your talent is not weak. Are you willing to take me as your master? Zhang Yao suddenly raised his head. Well, Suzhen, hurry up. The queen is a real king. Her strength is unmeasurable. Bai Suzhen glanced at Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei smiling, she nodded slightly. Teacher. Han Fei really didn't care about this. The reincarnation body wasn't the true body, so he couldn't be considered the water immortal. When Bai Sujian returned to the water immortal in the future, Queen Life would have to call her teacher. However, it didn't matter. After all, Bai Sujian and the water immortal weren't the same person. Queen Life said indifferently, Very good. Since Zhang Yao has become a venerable, you can go back to the human race and establish a separate unit. The green snake is an ordinary sea demon and shall belong to the human race. No one shall doubt it. Thank you, my queen. Zhang Yao looked at Han Fei. And thank you, Brother Han. Zhang Yao wasn't stupid. How could a person who could stand face to face with Queen Life so casually be a normal person? Han Fei's lips curled. It's just an opportunity. Senior, don't mind it. He didn't think Queen Life had anything to say to him anymore. He still owed her a lot. He probably wouldn't be able to pay it back even if he used up all his belongings. Therefore, he'd better run away quickly. Han Fei, well, Jinger, are you hungry? Stunned, Jinger nodded quickly. Yes, I'm hungry. Queen Life slightly raised her head and rolled her eyes at them. Okay, you two can go now. Jinger, take Han Fei to the fiery sea to get a wisp of flame essence. Then go about your business. Yes, my queen. Han Fei grinned. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhang Yao's heart did a flip. What kind of identity does Han Fei have? In front of the queen, even Messenger Jing is very respectful. Why is Han Fei so casual? And the queen isn't angry at him at all? However, this had nothing to do with him. Bai Sujian was taken as a disciple by Queen Life. Perhaps she could become a king in the future, outside the Waterwood world. Jinger, Han Fei, shall we go to dinner first? Han Fei thought for a moment. Anyway, there was still half a year away. Besides, he hadn't eaten delicious food for a long time. Last time when he transcended the tribulation, the demon purification pot was emptied, even including seasonings. Han Fei immediately said, Jinger, do you still have the seasonings I gave you before? Jinger swallowed. Yes. There are several sun-moon shells of them. Han Fei's lips cramped, but then he said, Let's go and eat, let's go. Chapter 1365, Kindle, the Sun on the Fire Tree. In the courtyard of Wushang Shui, only 3 people were invited, Ningjing, Wushang Shui, and Yi Yucheng. Wushang Shui was quite troubled by Ningjing's innocent and gluttonous personality. However, when she thought of the delicacies that Han Fei made, she decided to join them. Ningjing sat in front of the grill, looked at the 9 kinds of seafood on the grill, and said aggrievedly, Han Fei, are the Manchu Han banquet you mentioned just the 9 kinds of seafood I'm roasting? Han Fei grinned. Yours is only 1 dish. Han Fei extended his hand, and a long iron plate appeared in front of him. As Han Fei wiped it with his finger and knocked on the iron plate, the purple crayfish, the white-scaled sea snake, the half-finger silverfish, and the silver shark, Han Fei took out 9 items, but this time, unlike before, they were mostly small creatures and not high-leveled. There was only a fire element flood dragon no more than 5 meters long. Ningjing couldn't help being surprised. Why are their levels so low? Yi Yuchen, I like to eat fried squid. Wushang Shui glanced at Yi Yuchen, who shrugged slightly and thought to himself, venerables also like to eat it. Han Fei took out 7 or 8 bowls and plates in one breath, saying, thank you for your help when I was transcending the tribulation. I haven't cooked the best delicacies for you before. Please allow me to bring you some new dishes today. Hot pot and barbecue are not the best delicacies? Han Fei, on the other hand, stirred the oil in the pot, sprinkled peppers and garlic whose fragrance wafted in the air, and set the pot on fire. After a few rounds, the fragrance of food wafted throughout the entire courtyard. This scene stunned everyone, including Wushang Shui. How could these palm-sized crayfish emit such an overwhelming fragrance? In the other pot, green and white peppers were stirred and shaped as a Tai Chi diagram. A fish head was spinning over them, spiritual fire bloomed like a flower, and the fish was shining, looking gorgeous. Ningjing, what dish is this? Han Fei said with a smile. Double pepper braised fish head. You can also call it fish head with chopped peppers. Yi Yuchen couldn't help but shake his finger and point to the other side. What about here? Can these white shrimps swimming in the wine jar be considered a dish? Han Fei smiled. This is my ultimate cooking skill, drunken little white shrimp. Han Fei was holding fancy food in his hand. Although Ningjing and the others were all venerables, they couldn't help but sigh. In terms of cooking skills, Han Fei was definitely a king. Han Fei introduced the dishes one by one. The 9 dishes this time can be called a full meal. The braised coiling dragon used the white-scaled sea snakes. It coiled in the dish, emitting overwhelming killing intent. Coupled with the red sauce, it's unbelievably delicious. Spiced crayfish, also known as the small and spicy. You won't forget it once you taste it. Drunken little white shrimp, the most precious treasure of the dishes today. Use the vinegar essence and wrap it with spiritual energy for 49 days to remove the shrimp's astringency. Fish head with chopped peppers. The dishes are bright red, flavorful, and tender, fat but not greasy. It tastes soft and fresh. Fresh silver fish soup can cleanse the palate and remove the grease, fresh and delicious. Drinking it feels like having half of an undersea forest in your mouth. Yellow fish hot pot, sour soup and steamed fish wings, shrimp hot pot, barbecues. Han Fei talked so happily that the other 3 were dumbfounded. In the heavenly palace, the corner of Queen Life's mouth twitched, and she sighed that she still needed to maintain the manner of a king. Otherwise, she would definitely slap Han Fei to death. The 9 dishes were presented one by one. The food was shining with oil, and the steam, accompanied by fragrance, rushed into everyone's noses, making them drool. Han Fei smiled proudly. Please have a try. Wow! Ningjing had already pounced up, picked up a spoonful of the silver fish soup and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes were glowing. When she swallowed the fish head, a cry of surprise came from her throat. Yi Yuchen was quite tempted. Was it really so delicious? But it did make him drool. He immediately peeled a small spiced crayfish and stuffed it into his mouth. He immediately perked up. This made him vaguely have the illusion that his strength had increased. Only Wushang Shui behaved herself with poise. She picked up a piece of steamed wing with sour soup and swallowed it, and her eyelids twitched. Wushang Shui looked calm, but in fact, she had pinched her thigh several times with her fingers and warned herself not to be gluttonous. As for Han Fei, he liked to cook, but not necessarily liked to eat. After all, the chefs liked to see others eating happily, but he liked making a pot of hot pot and a jar of wine and bragging with Lu Renkuang and the others for 2 hours. On this side, Ningjing, Wushang Shui, and Yi Yuchen had just tasted the dishes when they saw that all the dishes on the table had disappeared. Ningjing wanted to pick up more meat, but the meat was gone. At the next moment, Queen Life said leisurely, "You should attend to your proper duties. If you want to enjoy the food, wait for the battle to end." Ningjing, quickly take Han Fei to get the flame essence and let Chen Shu take the leafless leaf's place. Let Han Fei leave quickly, Ningjing pouted. I've only had 3 bites. I haven't tried them one by one. Why are they gone? Wushang Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the queen came in time. Otherwise, she might not have been able to stop herself from eating too much today. Yi Yuchen felt that it was a pity. The taste was indeed extraordinary. However, thinking that a big war was coming, he put on a straight face and began to think about how to cultivate. Only Han Fei didn't panic at all and gave Ningjing a reassuring look. Ningjing understood. If she ate these dishes without the queen present, the queen would definitely be unhappy. And when she went to the yin-yang world, there would definitely be delicious food everywhere. With this in mind, Ningjing hurriedly said, "Yes, my queen, then I'll take Han Fei away quickly." Yi Yuchen knew that it was time for Han Fei to leave, so he cupped his hands. "I hope we can meet again someday." Han Fei thought to himself, "You may not be able to beat me now." But on the surface, Han Fei said, "Yes, when the time comes, I'll fight you for 3,000 rounds." Yi Yuchen was speechless. 3,000? Shut up. Wu Shangshui looked at Han Fei and said seriously, "Humans are scarce in the first place. Since you said that the yin-yang world is in danger, don't delay. After you return, please protect the human race." Han Fei slotted. Sure, Han Fei thought to himself, "I may not be strong enough to protect the human race, but I can try to reorganize the yin-yang world and fight the 10,000 Demon Valley." Han Fei's so-called banquet was only a show of cooking skills before he was driven away. Little did he know that in the Heavenly Palace, on a long tree sculpture table, the 9 dishes were placed. Queen Life was holding a pair of chopsticks and eating unhurriedly. She murmured, "I don't believe in you, Han Fei, your father, Han Guanshu, or the so-called sect friendship. I believe in the 9th yin-yang. Yin-yang, glazed glass, golden crow, dragon subduing, the waterwood world's power has been exhausted. It depends on whether your yin-yang world can rise again, the fiery sea." Han Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the fiery branch that was 800 kilometers high. There was a patch of black around him, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. Pure yang flame essence was extremely domineering. When Han Fei and Little Black went to the top of the fiery tree together, they felt that the scorching sun fire essence was also gathering on the top of the tree. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had forgotten that although Little White swallowed the blue sea ice sand, it was a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. The scorching sun flame essence was also the power of pure yang, right? If he practiced void fishing during the day and triggered the descent of pure yang flames, would it also be as powerful as a strange fire? With this in mind, Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged and activated void fishing. In an instant, the sun between the heavens and earth converged, and then a pillar of fire essence appeared. With this, the weather changed. The venerables on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all looked in this direction in surprise. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with the fire tree?" Then they saw that Han Fei was sitting in the middle of the fire origin, and a dark shadow in front of him was swallowing the pure yang fire essence. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Boy, why haven't you used this technique before?" "What kind of technique is this?" Han Fei said. "I have. I just haven't used it during the day." The old turtle was puzzled. "That's not right. Although cultivating in the daytime will cause the flame essence to invade your body, this one is too domineering. With this technique, why do you bother to find pure yang fire essence? Just swallow it," Han Fei asked in surprise. "Is this useful to Little Black?" The old turtle immediately said, "Of course. The blue sea ice sand is powerful, but a qualitative change can cause a qualitative change. Although this fire essence is not as pure as the blue sea ice sand, its advantage is its inexhaustible supply. Besides, ordinary people will be burnt to death in 3 seconds in this situation. With such a powerful scorching sun essence, at your speed, the accumulated fire essence will be enough for this little black fish to eat in only a month." At this moment, Queen Life came to the fire tree in one stride and thought to herself, "It's such a simple matter to obtain the flame essence. Why did it cause such a big uproar?" When she came, she saw that the fiery tree beside Han Fei had a few sprouts. "Can the fire tree still revive?" The voice of Queen Life echoed in Han Fei's ears. "How much longer can this technique last?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "More than a month at most." Queen Life's eyes lit up. "All right, then do it as long as you can. There's a strange spirit in this tree. If you can wake it up, except for those your father owes me, what you owe me will be written off." Han Fei's heart stirred. What old Han owed was to help Queen Life get rid of the royal cities. It certainly couldn't be written off. However, he also owed a lot to Queen Life. In total, according to Queen Life's algorithm, he owed 100 Tao-seeking realm sea demons and a bunch of venerables. Han Fei thought for a moment. What if it hasn't been awakened? Queen Life halfly offset. "Okay, it's a deal." Han Fei was not only doing this to repay his debt, he was going to swallow pure sunfire element to balance the power between Little Black and Little White. If doing this could offset some of the debt he owed, why not? It was not easy to repay the debt to a king. Although he had robbed many people, those he robbed were all his enemies. He wouldn't owe the people on his side anything. The noises in the fiery sea naturally spread to the 2 royal cities. Queen Life didn't keep it a secret. From the outside, it seemed that Han Fei was just cultivating. The only thing that the 2 kings feared was Han Fei, not the fire tree. After all, the fire tree had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never moved. As for Han Fei, he only appeared for 3 years but caused such a big uproar. He must be killed. Chapter 13666, Fire Tree Bloomed Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When others were worried about Han Fei, Queen Life wasn't worried at all. After all, Han Fei would not appear for a long time in a few months. Even if the other 2 kings wanted to kill Han Fei, they couldn't. Since she controlled the waterwood world, he had given birth to countless like spring water. There was only one thing she was helpless about, which was the fire tree. No matter how much water she poured on it, she couldn't wake it up. But now, Han Fei could make the fire tree sprout again by activating a technique. This was simply a miracle. Originally, Queen Life didn't even plan to appear. However, the fire tree moved, so she came too. As for the flame essence, it didn't matter. If she had known that Han Fei had such an ability, she would have taken him back after the battle on the island. Under the fire tree, 30,000 kilometers inside and outside were guarded by 12 insect queens. Someone spread the news that Han Fei was going to be the human king. While Han Fei was sitting on the top of the fire tree, the entire Waterwood world had known this news. Therefore, at this moment, even the Waterwood world's own people were secretly discussing. Han Fei had probably inherited the human king's legacy. Without saying a word, Queen Life turned everyone's attention to Han Fei. Therefore, in the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor ordered, in the future, no matter who in the Waterwood world becomes a venerable, you must inform me. Human king. Humph. If he can't even become a venerable, how can he become a king? In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, a young man in red was lying on a branch and cracked a cold smile. You want to have two kings? Mu Wu Hua, you are digging your own grave. Half a month passed. Han Fei was cultivating, and the new leaves around him grew one after another. Within 100 kilometers, the new leaves had almost replaced the old leaves on the fire tree. Even Han Fei felt that something was wrong. This tree was recovering? The old turtle said. Oh, I feel the breath of a special creature. Han Fei wondered, what special creatures? The old turtle paused and said, a spiritual seed. It seems to be a special spiritual seed bred by nature. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can a person jump out of this tree? The old turtle said. I'm not sure. While Han Fei and the old turtle were discussing, Han Fei suddenly discovered that most of the pure yang fire origin he triggered had been attracted into the tree. Little Black also said, Dad, someone is snatching energy. Han Fei frowned. Don't panic. Just keep swallowing the energy. Let's see how it goes in half a month. Little Black's energy was inexplicably snatched away, which made it quite upset. Originally, although there was energy overflowing in the first half month, most of it was swallowed by him. He would be full in 10 days or so. But as it turned out, someone suddenly appeared to snatch energy. Han Fei didn't stop cultivating. While cultivating, he probed every corner of the fiery tree with his soul again and again. However, he didn't find anything like the spiritual seed that the old turtle mentioned. 7 days later, because most of the sun essence that Han Fei gathered had been swallowed by the fire tree, the leaves on the whole fire tree were almost replaced. Today, when the last old leaf withered, Han Fei suddenly felt as if he were in a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the four sides seemed to be void and also like a seal. This place was like the legendary 8 diagrams alchemy furnace. In this place, a flame seed was floating. The seed trembled slightly and emitted a childish voice. Thank you. Han Fei was stunned. Are you talking to me? Wait, are you a seed? The seed hummed and said, of course it's me. The flame essence has been reborn, and I've inherited the wisdom of the former Holy Spirit. You can call me Golden Crow. Han Fei, at that moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded as if he had been struck in the brain by lightning. This seed called itself the Golden Crow? It was the Golden Crow. If he guessed right, he saw a second mythical creature. One was the Azure Dragon, and the other was the Golden Crow. Although one was a dragon soul and the other was a seed, they were still mythical creatures. And it seemed that he had also seen a Kylan and a mermaid before. He felt that the world was getting more and more malicious towards him. Before, Han Fei didn't think so, but now even the fucking Golden Crow had shown up. The seed said, fortunately, you woke me up with a huge amount of fire origin energy. If it weren't for this fire origin energy suddenly descending, I'm afraid that after tens of thousands of years, my seed would disappear and I would be destroyed forever. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. In the myths of his previous life, the sun was a 3-legged golden crow. At this moment, what he gathered over was the spiritual energy of the sun. After several months, the 3-legged golden crow was resurrected. Thinking about that, Han Fei immediately said, haha, it's nothing. But, are you really the golden crow? Do you have 3 feet? The golden crow was surprised. 2. Isn't it strange to have 3 feet? Besides, I'm a seed now. I can also grow into a human form. Huff. Han Fei was immediately relieved. Damn it, it seemed that he was mistaken. He had thought he met the 3-legged golden crow. He had thought that the fiery tree was inhabited by a phoenix, but he didn't see a phoenix but the golden crow. Wasn't it a surprise? The golden crow said, please help me for another 9 days. In 9 days, the fire tree will bloom and I will be reborn. Han Fei thought to himself, is this the guy that Queen Life is talking about? At this moment, he felt that he suffered a loss. I seem to have awakened an extraordinary existence. In the next few days, Han Fei and the golden crow began to chit-chat. One attracted the fire and the other devoured the fire. The two cooperated well, leaving Little Black full of aggrievement, feeling that his dad seemed to have forgotten him. At this moment, in this strange space, Han Fei asked, why are you trapped in this fire tree? The golden crow said, my ancestor must have perished in the middle of a battle and accidentally fell here. Therefore, it took root and sprouted here. Han Fei asked, hey, are you a tree or a bird? The golden crow, how do you know I'm a bird? I'm clearly a seed now. Han Fei curled his lips. But you're called the golden crow. The golden crow asked, what kind of logic is that? I should be a man left outside by the golden crow sky. Han Fei felt his scalp tingle. Wait a moment, what sky? The golden crow sky, Han Fei asked. Are you talking about the 36 mystic worlds? The golden crow, it seems to be the case in my inherited memories. Which sky are you from? Han Fei thought to himself. Even a seed has such a powerful background. I can't be dwarfed. Han Fei immediately said, I'm Han Fei, the master of the yin-yang world. Since you're from the golden crow world, you owe me a big favor. The golden crow replied, of course. But shouldn't heavenly masters kings? You don't seem to be one yet. Han Fei sneered. I'm still better than what you are now. You're only a seed now. The golden crow was a little stunned. That's true. However, where are we now? In the waterwood world. Where is the waterwood world? Han Fei was speechless. Wait, you said you were from the golden crow sky, but you don't know the waterwood world? Do you know the yin-yang world? The golden crow, in my inherited memory, I only know the 36 mystic worlds. I haven't received so much information. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Troublesome. I thought he was an awesome guy. It seems that he is also a noob. The golden crow said, when I'm born, I'll be able to remember everything after absorbing the essence of the sun for 3 years. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Are you Neza, absorbing the essence of the scorching sun for 3 years? Your bark will be burnt off. The golden crow was puzzled. Who is Neza? Which sky is he from? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No sky. Han Fei had been acquainted with the golden crow after chatting with him for several days. Finally, on the 9th day, flames rose to the sky under Han Fei, and a 6-leaf petal bloomed under his butt. This petal was not big and could only wrap a person. Because the petal was too small and looked like a leaf, it didn't attract anyone's attention, and those who should had noticed it long ago. Little Black should be 80% full by now. At this moment, Han Fei took him back. After all, he could gather the essence of the sun anywhere. When the petal bloomed, Queen Life appeared and stood beside Han Fei. In the petal, a 4 or 5-year-old cute little golden bird was looking at Han Fei and Queen Life innocently with its head held high. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. It's born with the ability to control fire and can control strange fires in the world. It bathes in fire and absorbs the essence of the sun. Every realm it passes, it undergoes nirvana once. But once it becomes a king, it can obtain a 9-death body. Levels 31. Quality, Fierce Beast. E Spiritual Energy, 4,936 points. 4,936 points. E Edible Effect. T.O. Unabsorbable. A.A. Remarks unawakened upon seeing this information. Han Fei's lips twitched. Primordial Fierce Beast, bloodline of a divine beast? Is his identity so fucking awesome? He's just a little bird. Queen Life, you've finally awakened. The cute little bird said cutely, I remember your breath. You come to see me often. Queen Life was slightly relieved. At least you have a conscience. I used life spring water to keep you from dying for tens of thousands of years. If you don't recognize me, you have no conscience. Han Fei looked at Queen Life in surprise. Really? Queen Life looked at Han Fei. All right, you don't owe me anymore. Don't you want to return to the yin-yang world? Go. The cute little bird asked. Han Fei, are you leaving already? Han Fei thought to himself. Queen Life spent so much to keep you alive for tens of thousands of years. Even if I want, it's impossible for me to snatch you from her. Forget it. Han Fei shrugged. Yes, I have to return to my yin-yang world and fight. The cute little bird flapped its wings. When I become a human, I'll go help you. Han Fei said with disdain. Help me? Forget it. I can do it myself. Fuck. Fire element gathered on the little bird and he leveled up. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Fuck, he is leveling up too fast, isn't he? Han Fei laughed. Okay, then I'll wait for the day you become a king. Chapter 1367, The Big Brother, Nine Tails Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The appearance of the Golden Crow only made Han Fei feel the mystery of this world. Perhaps there were still many things he didn't know. Perhaps his knowledge was as shallow as the old turtle said. Or maybe even he didn't know if the Golden Crow had 3 feet. Unexpectedly, the Golden Crow came out in the form of a seed. It bloomed from the tree and grew out. This method of birth was simply unheard of. The water immortal also became a seed. Why did all these creatures become seeds in the end? Han Fei didn't know much about it. He asked the old turtle, who said that he had never been in contact with a creature like the Golden Crow. Although an emperor knew a lot of things, there were limits. Han Fei felt that the old turtle must have tricked him in some way. For example, the old turtle's strength was actually not at the level of an emperor at all, but he just kept bragging in front of him, on the cave sea. Ning Jing claimed that Little Gold and Nine Tails were both here. Han Fei thought to himself, why did Little Gold hang out with bugs? When he reached the cave sea, Han Fei realized that it was a pity that he didn't explore it. In this area, on the south side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, 3,000 kilometers above the water, all the way to the bottom of the water, and another 30,000 kilometers outside, were all areas where insects lived. In this 30,000 kilometer area, there were dozens of earth mounds and caves. Going deeper into the cave, he didn't know how many twists and turns he had gone through. Along the way, there were all kinds of pupas. When Han Fei first came here, he perceived thousands of insects crawling out of the eggs. These insects that were more than half a meter long after they broke out of their eggs would quickly swim to the larger area beyond the 30,000 kilometer area. They were newborns with different strengths. From the newly awakened to sea spirits, their levels were different. In order to facilitate control, the insects were usually classified by type and realm. In every species, high-level bugs as commanders would organize newborn bugs. These insects might be stupid, including heavenly talents like Chong Liu Lu, but as far as he knew, they had very good discipline and clear targets. They knew what they wanted and what life and death were. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Ningjing couldn't help but say, "The insect race is a very strong race. Without the insect race guarding it, Waterwood World wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago." Han Fei nodded in a daze. "I can see it. They are too fertile, even more fertile than sea demons. If it weren't for the fact that the area where the insect clan lives is relatively narrow, I'm afraid even the sea clan wouldn't be a match for them." Ningjing said non-committally, "It's precisely because the insect race's reproduction ability is too strong that it's very difficult for the insect queens to become kings. Therefore, the insect king was born and is regarded by the entire insect race as the most likely to become a king. But up to now, the insect king is still stuck at the level of the half-king, unable to comprehend the final Tao and become a king." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is the last step to becoming a king something to comprehend?" Ningjing said. "Do you think it's so simple to become a king? Every race and every king is the role model of a race, bearing the prosperity and decline of a race and obtaining the faith of the people of their respective race. No one can become a king easily. Be it good or bad, becoming a king is always special." Han Fei was suspicious. "Didn't you just say that every king is the role model of a race? If a king is bad, is his entire race bad?" Ningjing rolled her eyes at Han Fei. "There might be an evil king who can become a king by sacrificing the lives of his people. I saw this on an ancient site. Anyway, it's very difficult. To become a king, you'll have to make a big noise." Han Fei thought to himself, "I knew I had to make a big noise. Just transcending the tribulation has already made such a big noise. How can I not possibly make a big noise if I want to become a king?" On the edge of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, more than 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was the first to feel Little Gold's breath. Little Gold was moving towards him at a great speed, so fast that Han Fei exclaimed, "This guy should have grown a lot." Han Fei thought to himself, "Little Fatty is not weak. Under my supervision, it had reached level 55 since the battle on that island. Although he died once after the battle on the island, he should have absorbed some dragon essence power after his resurrection, so he leveled up by 3 levels in a row, and even the color of his skin became redder. After nearly 2 years of tempering, his strength was stabilized at level 58. Although he hadn't become a law enforcer yet, this growth speed was already very fast. After all, the more potential he had, the harder it would be for him to grow. Han Fei's rapid growth was based on the fact that he had risked his life countless times to gain experiences and opportunities. Little Fatty had been taken by Han Fei all the time. It was a small chance, but it was also very dangerous. In the Sea Demon realm, it was easy for one to quickly grow by 7 or 8 levels. However, the higher one went, the more difficult he went further, and it had only been 3 years now. Han Fei murmured, "I should thank God if Little Gold and the others can grow by 5 levels on average. After all, not only did he leave them millions of caddies of spirit awakening fluid, but they also had a lot of reserve themselves. If they didn't even reach level 55, he would definitely beat them one by one. Swish, swish, swish." A golden red light streaked across the sky, leaving a long white mark. "Master," Little Gold shouted from afar. When he came close, Han Fei looked at this guy. Wow, he had become so big. His wingspan could reach 30 meters, and he must have shrunk his body. Otherwise, he should have been bigger. However, when he landed, Little Gold's body shrank quickly. In the end, it became only 3 meters long and rubbed against him. Han Fei glanced at him, and information appeared in his eyes. Th Nimi Feather God. Ray Introduction. Ancient exotic species, a flying fish with 2 wings and 2 feet. Its wings are as sharp as blades and can break gold and crack stones. Feather God Ray can fly into the sky or dive into the sea. Its speed is extremely fast. Its head is as firm as a mountain, and it is good at hitting things with its head. When it has fully grown up, it can gather the power of heavenly thunder. 2. Level 57. Quality a legend. 1.7 Energy E27, Energy 27, 540, Energy 27, 540, 5's Service Points 5's are I-47, 1.CE Turnivorous, prefers large fish or right statnique, Lightning Blade, Thunder Domain, 1.C7 or Remarks, Coint C, current status, growth period. Good lord, he had reached level 57 and had one more combat skill. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Ningjing in surprise. He has grown so fast, Ningjing said. Your contractual spiritual beasts accumulated enough in the early stages. Because they accumulated for a long time in the early stages, which suppressed their growth, after they were completely free, their growth rate was extremely fast. In addition, you left a large amount of spirit awakening fluid, so it's normal for them to break through 2 small realms. It's not fast. Han Fei thought to himself. Not fast? I've been with them for so long, but I haven't seen them grow so fast. Han Fei couldn't help patting Little Gold's head. Not bad, not bad. Let's go home. Recalling Little Gold, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, where is Nine Tails? Where is he? Ningjing asked. Can't you perceive him? Han Fei said. I'm trying to perceive him, but he is not moving at all. Han Fei thought to himself, Nine Tails is not quite reliable. I should check it out. The Cave Sea area was called the Cave Sea because there were caves everywhere. It was the best place for the insects to inhabit. Although the White Shell Royal City troops had retreated, the daily battles on the frontline battlefield would not stop, especially in the Cave Sea area. If the battles stopped here, God knew how many new insect soldiers would pop up. Ninetails, a mantis shrimp, had been regarded as an anomaly since he blended into the army of the insect race. Although Ninetails was still not quite capable of speech, its intelligence was high, much higher than ordinary insects. At this moment, Ninetails led 3,000 insect soldiers to fight on a battlefield. On the battlefield, some Sea Clan residents, sickle hermit crabs, were charging. As their name suggested, sickle crabs were hermit crabs with shells, which were good at group battles with the sickles sticking out of their shells as their means of attack. They could even form sickle tornadoes that could easily kill ordinary sea demons. Under normal circumstances, the insects on the battlefield would either charge or hide in the caves to ambush them. But when Ninetails came, the situation changed. Swish, 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 Ninetails emerged from an insect cave, its 9 tails rising to the sky like a spiral, extending out of the void, destroying the enemy's camp from inside, and even drilled a big hole in the ground. Ninetails shouted, "Kill!" Countless geysers gushed out, and the 3,000 insect army charged out of the mud with their sting-like horns. Puff, 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 ka-ka-ka, shattered shells littered the ground. Ninetails won the first battle, and its 9 tails danced wildly. He commanded, Spiral-Spiked Armor Array, activate. 3,000 insect soldiers floated in the water, forming a large arc shield, and aimed their horns at the enemy's camp. Swish, swish, swish. All the insects began to revolve. Han Fei suddenly thought of a word, 3,000 lightning poisonous dragon drill. Ninetails was quite talented in commanding. They easily won this battle, and only less than 1/10 of the insect army died. A bug respectfully said to Ninetails, Big brother, are we going to the battlefield over there? A bug buzzed, Big brother, the big fat dragons are here again. Ninetails ordered, It's just big fat dragons. Let's go, brothers. Take them down. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Who is the big fat dragon? Ningjing said, Oh, a soft worm called the rolling sting meat dragon. It's hard to beat because its body is full of stings. The insect race likes to call it the big fat dragon. Han Fei was not going to watch the show. He coughed and released his breath. Ninetails was charging at the forefront with the 3,000 army when he suddenly froze. As soon as Ninetails stopped, all the insects behind him stopped. A bug asked, Big brother, what's wrong? Big brother, do you feel something is wrong? Big brother, are you hungry? But Ninetails shook them aside with his butt. Brothers, I'm leaving. My master is here. Master, I miss you so much. Ninetails swooshed out of the water, and the army of insects followed him. Big brother, don't go. Big brother, your master is my master. We're on the same side. Pa, Ninetails whipped the insect away with his chain. Are you qualified? Get off. Ninetails rushed to Han Fei's feet and rubbed his shiny armor against Han Fei's leg. Master, you're finally back. At this moment, Ninetails didn't look like a big brother at all and looked very obsequious. Han Fei clicked his tongue. That's a good title. You're already a big brother? Chapter 1368, The Licking Dog's Daily Life Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 9. Tails' growth did give Han Fei a shock. It had reached level 59 with a swish. Even a rocket couldn't be so fast. Information popped up in his eyes. Kamyan 9, Nine-Tailed Mantis Shrimp. Introduction. Kamyan, a mutant mantis shrimp, with fast speed and strong attacking power, good at hiding itself and attacking prey. Its 9 tails can turn into 9 divine chains, and it has extremely strong combat power. A level 59, quality, legend 1, contains spiritual energy 29,998 points, 4, food, omnivorous, prefers shrimp and battle technique, void chains, 9-tailed soul stabbing, remarks. Current status, growth period. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Ningjing said, This mantis shrimp is very talented in combat. He has fought almost all the wild battlefields in the entire Cave Sea area. He has fought more than once against those whose strength exceeds his. He once charged at the Sea Spirit Army alone. That scene is similar to when you fought 100 alone. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Looking at Ninetails, he thought to himself, Is this guy really so strong? I thought he only knew how to dig holes. But even so, Han Fei still felt that it was too fast to leap 3 levels at once. However, Ningjing said casually, the Insect King taught him for a few days. Got it. Now he owed the Insect King 2 favors. Han Fei couldn't help but say, I don't seem to know the Insect King very well. Ningjing said, the Insect King is a half-king. Han Fei wondered, what do you mean? Ningjing said, in the eyes of some people, you are a quasi-king. He just tries to be friendly with you. Don't take it seriously. Han Fei nodded slightly, and then kicked Nine Tails. It's enough here. It's time to return to our own world. With a thought from Han Fei, Nine Tails disappeared into his body. Han Fei looked at Ningjing, not paying attention to the surprised insects, asking Ningjing where the licking dog was. Ningjing said, he's in the Dark Warport. You went straight to see the queen when you came back, so we walked directly through the void. That dog, well, he's right there. Han Fei thought to himself, not bad. The Dark Warport has always been the fiercest one of the 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world. Since the licking dog has been there for so long, he should be no weaker than Nine Tails. Without any delay, he took the teleportation array. Han Fei's current speed was not slow at all. Even Ningjing didn't consider him an ordinary explorer but a venerable, and Han Fei could keep up. Dark Warport, dark water. This was a pitch-black water area under the Seaborn Prairie. This place had suffered a great disaster, resulting in jagged rocks and various rock caves. Later, probably because of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, it was covered by lush spiritual plants here. However, the water here was deep, and there were very few coral reefs. Most of them were deep-water ravines. There were huge algae growing from the bottom of the sea to the surface, and most of them were aquatic plants floating in the middle waters. Under a slippery reef full of ordinary sea snails, a transparent algae quietly moved. The dark water was the tacitly acknowledged universal battlefield of the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City, so the creatures here didn't mind being attacked by creatures at the explorer level at all. In fact, here, only people of the same realm could find their peers. Even if a law enforcer encountered a sea demon, he wouldn't take action. Of course, if a sea demon ambushed a law enforcer, the latter would definitely fight back. All the creatures here knew that this was more of a trial. If a sea demon cultivated to the peak of sea spirit here, they would also retreat from the fearless barrier, and the fearless tree wouldn't make things difficult for them. This was because this was the arena of both parties, which was the tacit rule. At this moment, the transparent algae eel's target was a bird, although the algae eel didn't know why a bird would appear at the bottom of the sea. Meow. Yes, when Han Fei heard this cry, he knew that it was undoubtedly the licking dog. However, he didn't know when this guy could become a bird. The transparent algae eel moved extremely slowly, conceded that it was already a peak-level sea demon. The big bird looked much weaker than him. Buzz. In an instant, the transparent algae eel attacked. However, its pounce missed. When it turned its head, it saw a monster behind it, staring at it with widened eyes. Where was the bird? The transparent algae eel realized something and immediately tried to run. However, 2 wings sealed the way and dog paws pressed down, directly crushing the transparent algae. Then, he disappeared with a swish and reappeared. The licking dog was carrying a sea urchin, a starfish, and a roll of seaweed. Han Fei was confused. What was this guy doing? What happened next stunned Han Fei. This guy extended his claws, tore off the fish skin of the transparent algae eel, took out the roe of the sea urchin, peeled the starfish, and rolled up the seaweed. Then he lay on the ground like a dead dog and began to eat casually. Ningjing immediately said, he must have learned this from you. It's said that the beasts are the best at imitating. Han Fei thought to himself, I have never made food for the licking dog. How can he copy me? He taught himself. He treated the transparent algae eel as a snack. Before he finished eating, a shrimp soldier swam over, whose strength was only at the level of a sea demon. When it was still far away, the licking dog pricked his ears and stood up with a swish. Han Fei thought to himself, he's quite vigilant. 3,000 meters away, this should be far beyond his perception range. Not bad, Ningjing sneered. Keep watching. The licking dog stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail before he disappeared. Han Fei perceived again, and he was already standing in front of the shrimp soldier, so fast. Is this the fucking sky escape technique? Han Fei was speechless. Why did you use your special secret technique to hunt ordinary low-level shrimp soldiers? At the next moment, the licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier's face. The shrimp soldier was stunned. It had never seen such a creature, and he seemed to be much bigger than it. The shrimp soldier hurriedly shouted, don't forget the rules. This is the dark water domain. If the level gap is too large, you're not allowed to attack me, Pa. The licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier to the ground. The shrimp soldier said angrily, do you want to break the rules? Pa, this is not for the purpose of training. This is a competition. We have to be fair. Pa. The licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier a dozen times before suddenly saying, take off your shell and I'll let you go. The shrimp soldier? Rent? The shrimp soldier said, you're bullying me. Removing my shell is equivalent to taking half of my life. Are you doing this on purpose so that I can be killed by other creatures? A powerhouse is coming from behind me. If you want to fight, fight a powerhouse of the same strength. Han Fei also said, did this damn dog break the rules? Ningjing said, yes, but it's not a big problem. I've acquiesced. And this dog is very careful. There was indeed someone behind the shrimp soldier. An octopus, a sea spirit, was swimming over wrapped in a mass of algae. The licking dog waved his paw and knocked the shrimp soldier's head off, grabbing its tentacle. Then this silly dog bit the shrimp soldier in his mouth and began to spin extremely fast. All of a sudden, he loosened his bite and threw the shrimp soldier away. Han Fei was confused. What's he doing here? Ning Jing, playing. Play? Sure enough, at the next moment, the licking dog jumped back to his nest, lay on the ground, and turned into a fish. Wait, why did the licking dog become a fish? What kind of ability was this? But why did he keep his dog head when he became a fish? With a dog head, he had a fish body, which looked disgusting. Lying on his back, the licking dog was sucking the food he had just made. After a while, the licking dog seemed to realize that an enemy was coming, so it immediately turned its dog head into a fish head, lay on the ground, and whipped the seabed with his tail. He looked like a dry fish at this moment. But the danger didn't go away. The shrimp soldier did bring an octopus of the sea spirit level with it. When the octopus found the licking dog, it was a little surprised to see the latter's belly flip. It thought to itself, who killed him, or was he pretending to be dead? Just as the octopus was afraid that it was a trap and was about to slap him with a swish, the licking dog disappeared again. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that this guy had quickly run to another nest more than 30 kilometers away and was lying there again. Han Fei asked again, "What is he doing?" Ning Jing said, "That's his nest too. There are many of them here. He's a coward who only dares to bully the weak and fears the strong. He left when he found that the octopus was a sea spirit." Han Fei was lost for words. "That's it, Ning Jing?" "Yes. It's over." Han Fei glanced at the octopus that had just entered the sea spirit realm and thought to himself, "You're a fucking ancient exotic species. Why are you afraid of it?" On the other side, the licking dog had already caught a sea urchin. He turned over, treating the sea urchin as a ball, and kicked the ball between his forepaws. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. "I told you to cultivate harder, but you just fool around here every day. How capable were you when you bullied the shrimp soldier just now? Why didn't you dare to attack when you met that octopus?" Shua. Han Fei jumped out and was about to kick out when he froze in midair. Fuck, am I hallucinating? Han Fei saw a weird piece of information. A name Heavenly Dog. Introduction. Ancient exotic species that likes to inhabit turbid waters and dark mountains. They look like white dogs and have black heads. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun, but the ability needs to be activated passively. 2. Level 60 O quality ancient mutant O enforcing law water barrier O contains spiritual energy. It can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food omnivorous, prefers meat. Omnivorous prefers meat. O battle technique, sky escape technique, heavenly demon body or remarks. O cub the licking dog was startled and fled the moment Han Fei appeared. Han Fei rubbed his eyes and shouted, "Come back." "Master, you're back, Master?" "Master, I miss you so much." "Master, do you have any food?" "Master." Han Fei ignored the licking dog and looked at Ning Jing. Ning Jing curled her lips and said, "That's exactly what happened. He just eats and eats every day. Except for eating, he still eats, but for some reason his strength is progressing very fast. The queen said that maybe this is his great Tao. He can become stronger even while lying down." Han Fei, crunch. The licking dog stood up and stuck out his tongue, about to lie on Han Fei. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and immediately took this guy in. Han Fei asked, "Can he grow stronger while sleeping?" Ning Jing said, "You know, it can be invisible and sleeps almost half a day every day." Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but clutch his head. "Forget it. I don't have time to study this now. I have to go back now." Chapter 1369, Liberate the Leafless Tree Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei had been in the Waterwood world for almost 3 years. Except for the few days before he came, Han Fei stayed here to transcend the tribulation. After that, Han Fei didn't spend much time in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. To be honest, Han Fei was still not familiar with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. He was still amazed by what he saw. In the area below the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the old treeman named Qianshu was still in class, but the students had probably changed. As soon as the class started, they were already chattering non-stop. A bug kept buzzing. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that Uncle Han Fei challenged a king in front of the Dark War Port a while ago. Is this true?" A little treeman was also curious. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that Beimu, the heavenly talent of the demon plant family, was defeated by the sea demons." 3 golden feather sparrows hopped and chirped. "I heard that Han Fei is from the Sky Clan." A human child immediately refuted. "Nonsense, he's clearly a human." One of the golden feather sparrows said, "Then why? I heard that he is not good looking." "He must be from our Sky Clan." A human girl snorted. "That's impossible. He's just not that good looking. A few ugly people had already come to our Starfire division 3 years ago." In the human race's settlement, the Starfire Division. On a leaf of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a boy sneezed hard. The boy sneezed hard. Did I sneeze? Next to him, a valiant-looking girl asked, Xingyue, what's wrong? Xingyue shook her head slightly. Nothing. I just sneezed. Among the few people sitting on the Cloud Sea Divine Leaf, a beautiful girl suddenly opened her eyes. Chi-Chi, I just heard about Senior Brother Han Fei in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm. The youth who woke up later said, our strength is too weak, but Senior Brother can already kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm with one punch. His strength is obvious. The top priority now is that we can't hold Senior Brother back. On the leaves, a petite, silent, but adorable girl snorted. Su Sangqian, go to the cave sea. Su Sangqian curled his lips. Su Daiji, I'm your brother. Su Daiji said, all the more reason to go. When I become a venerable, I'll beat the hell out of all of the Senior Brother's enemies. If Han Fei were here, he would be surprised. The 5 of Su Daiji, who had been taken away by Diwu Weiguang, were actually living on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. If he stayed in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for a longer time, he would probably meet them. Although there were too many humans, his junior brothers and sisters were too famous. As long as Han Fei came to this clan, he would definitely meet them. There was no telling whether it was intentional or purely coincidental. But since Han Fei didn't meet them, no one had mentioned this to him. However, Su Daiji and the others knew very clearly that Han Fei had already reached the level of challenging a king in the Waterwood world. Han Fei, on the other hand, was grim. This was the second time he had come to the Demon Forest channel in 3 years, but once again he heard someone commenting on him. This time, the teleportation array lit up, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. They thought to themselves, who will disturb us during class? But immediately, everybody exclaimed in shock, Han Fei, he is Han Fei. For these children, Han Fei seemed too special. Therefore, they could recognize him at a glance. Han Fei frowned, and many people covered their mouths. The insects hooked their mouths with their claws. The treemen blocked their faces with their branches, and the Sky Clan covered their entire bodies with their wings. Only the human youths were dumbfounded. There was also a young man who bowed in shock. Greetings, Messenger Jing. It was not until this moment that everybody finally came back to themselves and said, Greetings, Su, Messenger Jing. Seeing that Jinger and Han Fei had arrived at the same time, the old treeman seemed to have foreseen something and said slowly, Kids, today's class is dismissed in advance. You have 1 day off. On a normal day, when it came to holidays, everyone was overjoyed, but these few days they wanted to stay longer. However, they were all sensible children. Seeing Han Fei come, they already knew what Han Fei wanted to do. This was the passage between the two worlds. The old treeman had mentioned the Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world more than once. Although the old treeman knew very little about the Yin-Yang world, he knew some ancient chronicles. Besides, last time Han Fei came here, he said that the human race of the Yin-Yang world was at war. Therefore, in the following classes, the old treeman also mentioned a lot. A human youth immediately reacted. I hope that Lord Han Fei can defeat the sea demons and revive our human race. A girl's eyes glittered. I hope that Master Han Fei can become a king soon. Hope you can sweep the sea demons and end the war. Master Han Fei, for a moment, the human youths were chattering. Although they were still immature, their expressions were quite serious. In the Waterwood world, the human race was declining. The 4 races lived in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, they were ultimately grass without roots. In order to survive, the humans here gave up many things that humans should have had. They didn't even know what land was. Although this price brought them the advantage of being handsome and beautiful, it made them evolve into another human race. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, so the characteristics of the human race were still greatly preserved. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, when I return to the Yin-Yang world, I'll flatten the sea demons. When the human race rises again, I will come back. The students left one after another, and old man Qianshu sighed slowly. Messenger Jing. I'll release Leafless now. Jinger nodded slightly. Qianshu, Leafless has been there for more than 10,000 years, right? Qianshu said leisurely. It's been more than 12,000 years. He should have received enough punishment. Han Fei clicked his tongue. This was a demonic plant. It could easily live for more than 10,000 years. However, hearing that Leafless was being punished, Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Was Senior Leafless ordered to guard the demonic plant channel as a punishment? Jinger said, back then, the demon plant line was declining, and Leafless cultivated an evil technique to steal the power of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The queen sent him to guard the demonic plant channel as a punishment, and he wouldn't be spared until the demonic plant channel was used. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. This punishment was quite harsh. More than 10,000 years. 3 times the lifespan of an explorer. Qianshu said, I was also involved in what happened back then. From now on, it should be me guarding there. Qianshu said indifferently, as if he had been preparing for this for a long time. Thinking of the fact that Qianshu, as a peak-level explorer or even a half-venerable, was only teaching here, Han Fei seemed to understand a little. However, this was none of his business. Queen Life might not take it seriously, so Han Fei didn't ask further. Jinger said, it's been such a long time and the punishment on Leafless is enough. Then let him out. It depends on you whether or not this demonic plant channel can be opened. Han Fei thought to himself, when I don't have the power to resist a king, I won't open this demon forest channel unless you guys help me. Han Fei said, that's easy. I'll open this road when I preside over the yin-yang world. Han Fei didn't give a clear answer. When Han Fei could preside over the yin-yang world, he might have become a half-king or even a king. In Qianshu's view, he might have to guard the channel for thousands of years. Therefore, he had long been prepared to sleep in the demon forest channel for a long time. The roots of Qianshu left hundreds of spots in the air. The strange patterns combined and lit up the ancient teleportation array not far away. Buzz! With a dazzling strange light, the teleportation array opened, and a dry branch slowly extended out. Qianshu, leafless, it's been more than 10,000 years. You can come out now. The old voice of the leafless tree echoed, thank you, my queen. I know I'm sinful. Now that I'm out, shall I teach here like Qianshu? Queen Life's voice sounded softly, okay. After hearing Queen Life's words, Han Fei saw that after the dry branch extended out, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered frantically. Then, the dead vine expanded and grew a large branch. The green leaves covered the place at a visible speed. After a while, the leafless tree appeared. However, the leafless tree looked completely different from the one he saw in the demonic forest channel. If the leafless tree in the demon forest channel was a sallow tree that was about to die, the one in front of him seemed to be a young tree with lush leaves. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy was gathering, and Queen Life's voice echoed, perception is forbidden here. Han Fei felt that the leafless tree's aura began to soar crazily. It went from the demonization realm to the sea demon realm in an instant, then to the sea spirit, and then to the explorer. He didn't even need to transcend the tribulation. His strength was still soaring. Queen Life bestowed an immeasurable fruit and injected some spiritual spring into it. Then she continued, stay at the half-venerable realm. Don't make a breakthrough. Suppress your strength so that you can make a breakthrough in combat. The leafless tree shook. Yes, my queen. After that, Leafless looked at Han Fei. The yin-yang world is in danger. Go back early. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. In danger? The demon forest channel and the yin-yang world have never been connected. How did you know that? Something happened in the yin-yang world, Leafless said leisurely. Have you forgotten who sent you out back then? Although I can't investigate much, something might have been dug out at the demon forest channel, which is where you went out before. The noise was too loud, so I went out to take a look. Han Fei asked eagerly, do you know what happened? The leafless tree's branches trembled. I don't know. However, since the sound can reach the demon forest channel, it must be very loud. Han Fei said solemnly, there's no time to lose. I'm going back. Qianshu, please follow me. Chapter 1370, Return Demonic Forest Channel. As soon as Ningjing entered this place, her nerves tightened. What a powerful seal. Han Fei glanced at Ningjing. Her aura had quickly dropped from the venerable realm to the demonization realm. It was no wonder she looked tense. If someone attacked her at this time, the consequences were unpredictable. However, Ningjing was only slightly surprised before she breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a complete suppression. My realm is suppressed, and some of my physique power can't be used. However, my characteristics as a venerable are still there. I can still revive with blood, and my physique isn't weak to the demonization realm. Han Fei also felt that the power of his physique, except for its own specific hardness, had all disappeared. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. If he guessed right, his current physique should be stronger than Jinger's. For those who didn't walk the path of body refinement after entering this place, not only had their realm plummeted, but even their physique had dropped by 2 levels. The difference between body refining and non-body refining was manifested here. Entering this place, Han Fei was about to ask how to get out, when he saw that the leafless tree with only 2 branches was still here. Qianshu explained, Leafless has been here for too long. He was so bored that his remnant body gave birth to a new body, leaving his remnant body behind. With that said, Qianshu waved her vine-like hand casually, and the 2 branches snapped. Qianshu handed one of the branches to Han Fei and said, with this branch, you can open a path to the demon forest in the nearby areas. Han Fei said, Senior Qianshu, you have to be careful guarding this place. The sea demons also have a way to enter this place. Although they're only in the demonization realm, they once broke several branches of Senior Leafless in a row. Qianshu said unhurriedly, no worries. Leafless's branches were broken because he used most of his power to give birth to a new body. I won't give birth to a new body within 1,000 years, so if the sea demons dare to invade, I won't let them get away. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. However, he thought for a moment and said, in fact, it doesn't matter even if you let them go to the Waterwood world. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree has so many strong masters. They can easily squeeze them to death. Qianshu, the sea demons can never taint the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Ningjing said, it's just a few sea demons, there's no need to trap-kill them. Besides, this is your business, not our Waterwood worlds. Han Fei shrugged and said, Senior Qianshu, please send us out. Qianshu couldn't help looking at Ningjing. Messenger Jing, you too, Ningjing said. This was arranged by the queen. There's no need to say anything. Yes, Messenger Jing. Qianshu must know the leafless tree very well, so he picked up a branch and green light bloomed in his hand. The small branch broke through the air as if hitting through the sky, and a gap appeared. Seeing this method, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Qianshu looked very gentle and had taught for so many years in terms of technique, he was more direct and violent than the leafless tree. Of course, it was not hard to imagine that the leafless tree had been here for too long and lost some of its vigor. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. He exchanged a glance with Ningjing, and the two of them disappeared into the passage with a swish. The moment he went to sea, Han Fei scanned the area with his perception. Because the range was not large, nothing special happened. This place was close to the 10,000 Demon Valley, about 100,000 kilometers away. It was not rare to see ordinary sea demons hunting treasures. Even Ningjing couldn't extend her perception to the 10,000 Demon Valley at once. However, Ningjing frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. There's the remnant aura of a sea demon venerable. In that direction there's a strong demonic chi. It should be the place where sea demons gather. Are you going to destroy it? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No rush. I just came back and don't know what's going on. If that place is still the one I know, it won't be difficult to destroy it. So, no rush. Ningjing. Okay, now, where are we going? Han Fei turned his head and said, let's go in that direction. It's a beautiful sea area called the Pearl Divers Port. The coral reefs extend for 100,000 kilometers, and pearl divers come to search for treasures every day. Let's take you there. Ningjing's eyes lit up. Pearl divers? What's so special about pearls? Han Fei's lips curled. When the number of any creature reaches a certain amount, it will be different. Just take a look. In fact, he was just passing by. He would take Ningjing around and inspect around by the way. The two crossed the void. With Han Fei and Jinger's speed, even if they walked slowly, it would only take them several hours to walk 300,000 or 400,000 kilometers. If they walked fast, it wouldn't even take them an hour. Buzz! Several hours passed. When Han Fei saw the Sea of Pearls, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm finally back. Sure enough, east or west, home was the best. However, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that something was wrong. There were very few pearl divers today, but there were many guards around. There were as many as 10 law enforcers. Seeing that many coral reefs had signs of damage, Han Fei thought to himself, not good. Did something happen to the Sea of Pearls? Ningjing said in surprise, this place is very peaceful. However, there are strange buildings emerging from the sea in that direction. What is that? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is Jinger's perception range so big? From her current position, she should be more than 50,000 kilometers away from the Pearl Divers Port. Han Fei said, that's one of the human settlements. Let's go and take a look. A moment later, as soon as Han Fei landed, he found that there were not many people at the Pearl Divers Port. As the main source of revenue for the Scattered Stars Island, the Pearl Divers Port had so few pearl divers, but so many guards. At this moment, Han Fei detected 2 explorers guarding the Pearl Divers Port. Before, Han Fei wasn't strong enough, so he didn't know how many explorers there were on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Han Fei's real strength had reached the level of a half-venerable, and the strength of his soul had even exceeded that of a so-called peak-level explorer. Therefore, with just a slight perception, he found that something was wrong. Ningjing said, well, I think something might have indeed happened here. In the east of me, blood chi is soaring. A great battle must have broken out. Han Fei's heart sank. Jinger was pointing at the Scattered Stars Island. Chila, having no time to care about the Pearl Divers Port or enjoy the scenery, Han Fei tore the void and stepped in. Scattered Stars Island. A storm was brewing. At this moment, there were more than 50 battlefields of various sizes all over the island. This was a full-scale attack on the island, which seemed to have been going on for several days. The battle on the coast of the Scattered Stars Island was fierce. In the offshore area, countless fishing boats floated in the air, with explorers guarding the high sky and law enforcers directing the battle below. These people's fishing boats floated in the air and they used fishing techniques to kill the enemy. It was obvious that they were from the Fisher Union. In the sea a little further away, countless hunters of the Pioneer Group hid in all directions and attacked at any time, hoping to kill them with one blow. On the shore, almost all the guardians of the Scattered Stars Island had been deployed. Some were fighting, some were resting, and some were fighting in cycles. The Trans-Island inspectors were swamped. Above the Scattered Stars Island, they had no time to slow down but ran at full speed. In the sky, the fishing boat flew past, and a captain roared, come on, help the Inferno Beach. It's full of scorpions there. Someone in midair stopped them and shouted at the team, no matter which squad you are from, leave half of you to me. The Path of Giants needs reinforcements. The captain roared, nobody is available. Our squad has been borrowed with 2 batches of people. You can go to the command center to apply for reinforcements. The man shouted, nobody available? Seeing this, the captain immediately took a breath. Old Wu, you know the Path of Giants best. You have fought there for more than 3 years. Remember not to die. In the team, a middle-aged soul warrior took a deep breath. Okay, I'll go. Come on, reinforce them. On the Scattered Stars Island, the 5 command centers had already exploded. This was because there were too many people seeking reinforcements. Therefore, all the command centers in the central city of the Scattered Stars Island, including the central city, had been divided into many teams. For this reason, Shui Shenqi specifically emphasized that any major decision made by the command centers must be confirmed by their superiors before it could be carried out. Once there was an issue that was difficult to resolve, no matter how urgent it was, they must report it to the command center. Of course, this was just the situation on the Scattered Stars Island. On the coastline, a large number of spare soldiers were rushing to the east and being transferred away one wave after another. This showed that the Scattered Stars Island was not the most difficult one. After all, there were still spare forces that could continue to fight. However, on the west side of the Scattered Stars Island, in the outer sea area, the battle situation was much more complicated. Here, only on the human side, there were more than 2,000 hidden fishers, more than 100 law enforcers, and more than 10 explorers. They were fighting frantically. There were more than twice as many sea demons as humans. The battle was so fierce that the blood was rolling, the tides were surging, and the sea was almost dyed red. Puff someone was fighting two alone and was pierced by a harpoon. Seeing that he had no chance of survival, the long sword in his hand flew out and he leaned forward. Explode. Song Yi was the captain of a 5-person team. As a manipulator, there were only her and a spirit gatherer left in the team. The other 3, Armorist, Soul Warrior, and Hunter, had all died. Not far away, at least 3 squads were fighting hard, raising tides in an attempt to rescue the 2 of them. However, dozens of half-mermen surrounded the 2 of them but didn't kill them, so as to lure more humans over. Boom! A giant waterman came out of the water and attacked, causing the spirit gatherer in a team to have his internal organs shattered and die. In such an intense battlefield, after the spirit gatherer died, the time for other people to fight became limited. However, there were so many sea demons that rushed forward one after another. Having no choice, a team could only rush over frantically. Song Yi shouted angrily, don't come over, all of you. But as soon as she said this, a harpoon swept out and a big whale attacked. The sea god strike swept across and the team was instantly killed. Next to Song Yi, the spirit gatherer shouted, Song Yi, blow ourselves up. Otherwise, we will become their bait to lure and kill our companions. All of a sudden, a half-merman broke through the water holding double spears. Because he was too fast, he penetrated the 2 of them in an instant. The other half-mermen around were all shocked to see him. This half-merman had an extraordinary background and was said to be a heavenly talent from the royal city. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. The half-merman smiled. Humph, you want to blow yourselves up in front of me? Listen to the howls of human beings. Human beings will die out sooner or later. The Sea Clan is the master forever of this vast sea area. While the half-merman was holding the 2 of them and exclaiming proudly, a voice suddenly sounded. Master forever, go to the netherworld. Who? Chapter 1371, Spare None. The so-called heavenly talent of the royal city was shocked. He didn't notice the sudden appearance of this voice at all. There was a powerhouse of the same realm on the human side. I heard that you were very arrogant. The half-merman was shocked to hear the sound. Without even turning his head, he exerted strength in his hands, intending to directly hold the 2 people down to use them to fight. However, he discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't move anymore. The terrifying pressure and the strong killing intent directly made his legs go limp. In the void, a voice shouted, How dare you? How can you, an explorer, fight the sea demon realm? Do you want to be besieged by all of us? Han Fei grinned. Besiege? Hee, I'm right here. Come on, try besieging me. Beside him, Song Yi and the other man, who were saved by Han Fei, looked at Han Fei in shock. Song Yi took a breath. Are you, Han Fei? Han Fei glanced at her casually and didn't remember this person. Then he turned around and stepped out. In an instant, he appeared in front of a sea demon. Without even doing anything, Han Fei directly smashed him into pieces with his physical strength. Swish, swish, swish. Whish! Han Fei's figure shot out like an arrow, killing one person with each step he took. What kind of shitty king versus king, general versus general, and soldier versus soldier? As long as the other party couldn't escape, what was the big deal of bullying? Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, 9 tails, Little Fatty, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White appeared. The only one who didn't appear was the licking dog. Firstly, it was because he had too many contractual spiritual beasts. Although the humans were allies, he didn't know what would happen if the people in the Thousand Star City heard it. Han Fei stepped into the air, and the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei shouted, Everyone, hold off your opponents. Don't let them escape. Countless human hidden fishers were stunned. The law enforcers also turned their eyes to him. Who is this guy? Have we met before? Why are you giving orders? An explorer asked telepathically, Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? How can you stomp the enemies multiple times more than us? Swish, swish, swish. Blue and red colors appeared at the same time. Han Fei shouted, Waterluster Fireseed, seal this place. Let nobody escape. Immediately afterward, green vines spread out in all directions, and knife light shot through the air. Tree Spirit Demon Entanglement. Punishing Saber Slash. 9 tails, Little Gold, Little Fatty, attack at will. As Han Fei spoke, he activated the Beast King technique, the Agility of Wind, the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, and the Void Lines. Puff, puff, puff. In the battle not far ahead. In the blink of an eye, 3 sea spirits were instantly killed by Han Fei. The 3 law enforcers who were fighting them didn't even see Han Fei. They saw that although the enemies in front of them were moving, their bodies split and they had already died. This speed was too fast, so fast that even these sea spirit half-mermen didn't realize what happened. Howl, stop, not good, this guy is strong. In the void, someone had just stepped out when he saw this scene. He immediately shouted, not good, the humans are already resorting to all means. They're actually bullying the weak and breaking the rules? Quickly go back and spread the news. Heh, shwa, a cold glint flashed between the heavens and earth. Before this person could escape, he was killed by a sword. In the sky, some sea demon could see a corner of the outside world. Seeing this, he shouted, Fishing Ch1351 is lawless. He is literally announcing the arrival of a big war in advance. Retreat. Among the humans, there was a middle-aged man who was surprised. Is that Han Fei? He had met Han Fei only once before, but he had worked under Fishing Ch1351. He knew that Fishing Ch1351's attitude towards Han Fei was different. He was also present at the ancient battlefield back then. It was all because Han Fei obtained the sea-quelling painting, which caused many venerables to beat up the strong masters in the Thousand-Star City. It could be seen that Han Fei's identity was not ordinary. At this moment, Fishing Ch1351 was not here, and he was in charge. He immediately shouted, everyone, entangle your opponents. Don't let anyone go. As soon as this person said so, a shadow swept across the void. A spear beam exploded, and an advanced Dao-seeking demon exploded in an instant. Instantly, many Dao-seeking realm demons panicked. Where is he? We can't even see him. Unfortunately, when all of them scanned with their perceptions, they still didn't find a single person. Even the humans were dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? Could it be that there was also an unknown powerhouse here? Jinger, on the other hand, watched in detail from a distance. The battlefield in front of her wasn't very big in her eyes. In the Fiery Sea or the Dark War Port, such battlefields were common. However, at this moment, there was a huge gap in strength between the two parties. Han Fei had actually tried to change the situation of the battle alone and didn't want to let any sea demon escape. Even a junior venerable might not be able to do that. In particular, Han Fei's sneak attack in the void almost fooled her. When her perception swept across the void, she found a humanoid shadow in the normal void. That figure didn't have a real body at all, just an illusion. If it hadn't attacked just now, she wouldn't have noticed it. Huh? A clone? Jinger was somewhat dumbfounded. Where did this clone come from? What kind of clone was this? She had been by the queen's side for so long and had heard a lot about clones, but she had never seen this one. Boom, boom. When two great demons at the Dao-seeking realm died, the sea demons were only surprised but didn't retreat. They should have had a chance to retreat. In the beginning, even if Han Fei attacked with all his strength, there would definitely be people who could escape from this place. But at this moment, Han Fei's white mist body had already stepped into the void. As he activated the draw technique and star teleportation technique, in an instant, another two great demons in the Dao-seeking realm had died. And this was just the record of the white mist body. The black mist body was even more unbelievable, killing the enemies at will without being noticed at all. With cracking sounds, explosions rang out. Anyway, at the moment Han Fei entered the void, 5 Dao-seeking realm demons died. This number stunned everyone. Someone shouted, run, but the sea demon only had time to shout before he was enshrouded by a black mist that suddenly descended. He felt that his vitality was slipping away crazily. Aha! On the human side, they didn't know if Han Fei was launching a sneak attack or something. Anyway, he had killed 8 Dao-seeking realm demons in a row in the blink of an eye. This strength was really terrifying. The leader shouted, kill, no sea demon shall leave. In fact, some people had already done so. Even if they had to burn their essence blood and consume their vitality and longevity, they had to hold their opponent back for a moment. At least, this group of people on the Scattered Stars Island could definitely be called united. If they could kill their enemies, how could they let them go? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, let's finish this quickly. With so many Dao-seeking creatures dead, the other party's venerables must have noticed it. Swish, swish, swish. Under the agility of wind and the heavenly void divine movement, Han Fei was extremely fast. There were no half-venerables here, not even a peak Dao-seeking powerhouse. If Han Fei let them run away, how embarrassing would it be in front of Jinger? After all, the strongest person here was only at the same level as him, not even half a realm above him. Han Fei didn't even know where these great demons at the Dao-seeking realm came from. Logically speaking, when he was in the 10,000 Demon Valley, only Blue Feather was at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Or rather, he might be at the level of a half-venerable. Among the 8 wings of Blue Feather, only Qianian Ying, who was ranked first, had broken through to the Dao-seeking realm. Zhuhong Hai, who was ranked second, was crushed by Old Jiang. As for the third place, Hailve Chengfeng, he might have broken through to the Dao-seeking realm. However, how many years had it been? Of course, those were the strong masters of the 10,000 Demon Valley that Han Fei knew, but he hadn't seen any of these sea demons here. Besides, there were more than 10 of them in the Dao-seeking realm. There was definitely something wrong. Han Fei's first reaction was that the Yin-Yang world also had a royal city. When he was in the 10,000 Demon Valley, many people used the chance to go to the royal city as bait to encourage people to cultivate and become stronger. Fuffed! Surrounded by 2 people, Han Fei suddenly appeared and blasted the last person to death with a punch. Then he stepped out of the void with an ugly expression. The 10,000 Demon Valley is really not the original 10,000 Demon Valley. In an instant, he had killed more than a dozen great demons in the Tao-seeking realm. This was why Han Fei was confident. This was the power of a half-venerable. Ordinary half-venerables couldn't compare to Han Fei. In the sea, Ninetails and Punishing Saber were the fastest at killing sea demons. Han Fei saw that Ninetail's latest inherited combat skill was the Nine-tailed Soul Stab, which was extremely extraordinary. The 9 tails turned into 9 void spears, which pierced almost one person at a time. With 9 stabs, at most one person could survive. The man survived only because he had a soul protection technique, but even so, he couldn't withstand Ninetail's second stab. Although Little Gold couldn't use the new combat skills of the Thunder Prison, his wings were sharp and he was extremely fast. Wherever he went, the sea demons were shattered. Even semi-divine weapons couldn't resist Little Gold's wings. Little Fatty's defense was slow, but he was truly the most terrifying one. Every time the sucker caught a target, one would die. The error rate was 0. As for Punishing Saber and Waterluster, because they had both reached the Explorer realm, the speed at which they executed their enemies was extremely fast. Especially Punishing Saber, he shuttled like a shadow and almost cleaned the battlefield. Under the charge of them, on the battlefield, which was originally in an imbalanced state, the tide was turned. Seeing this, Han Fei grabbed a few Dao, seeking great demons with one hand, and shouted, "The sea demon powerhouses are dead. Kill them all, spare none." At this moment, a human powerhouse came over. Among them, the middle-aged man who had seen Han Fei said, "Han Fei, this is inappropriate." The other party's strong master must have known it and must be on his way over here. Chapter 1372, Intimidation Translator, Heine Translations Editor, Heine Translations. The battle went on very quickly. Han Fei wasn't worried at all about how fast the Sea Demon Venerables would come. At least, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, there shouldn't be any powerful Sea Demon Venerables. The only thing that made Han Fei a bit concerned was that the old turtle said that 50,000 kilometers away, there were 2 half-venerables or junior venerables fighting. In fact, this was not a threat. Otherwise, with Ningjing's personality, she would have told him even if she didn't do anything. Besides, the old turtle's perception of the heavenly secrets and his divination didn't detect any danger at all. Therefore, Han Fei was certain that this seemingly powerful battle was actually just a large-scale local battle. Perhaps the real purpose of the sea demons was to consume the basic combat power of human beings. Therefore, even though this battle seemed huge, it was just a large-scale harassment battle of sea demons, just like those in the Waterwood world. For the real powerhouses in the royal city, the lives of the sea demons in the front line were not important at all. After all, there were infinite sea demon cannon fodder in this vast sea. However, human beings were different. Their population was much lower than that of marine creatures. Also, due to the limitation of their talent, their growth was very slow. Even hidden fishers were extremely rare. Therefore, when hearing someone's doubt, Han Fei shouted, "Just do what I tell you to. Cut the crap. End the battle quickly." At this moment, Han Fei's cold voice and cold eyes shocked this person. The fighting scene just now appeared in the man's mind. More than a dozen sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm were killed by Han Fei in an instant. From beginning to end, the other party didn't even have a chance to escape. He killed them so easily that it didn't seem like the power of an explorer at all. He still remembered what Han Fei was like when he met him. But in less than 10 years, the little guy who was only a hidden fisher back then had grown to the point of easily slaughtering dozens of great demons. The middle-aged man thought to himself, since things have come to this point, Han Fei has already started to kill all the enemies regardless of the means. Even if he stops now, there will be people who have seen it, so they might as well kill them all. The middle-aged man shouted, "Kill! Attack now!" Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help sneering. Their years of tacit understanding in battle had made these people restrained by the rules. Little did they know that if they didn't take action, more than half of this group of human hidden fishers would be killed or injured. Although Han Fei didn't know who arranged this battle, in his heart Han Fei was a bit cautious about the Sea Demon Royal City. The other party was more foxy than he thought. In any case, such a battle must have been included in the other party's strategic system. What was funny was that some human powerhouses didn't notice it at all. Therefore, in terms of the strategy of the Sea Demon Royal City alone, Han Fei had to take it seriously. The intelligence of Sea Demon powerhouses was not inferior to that of human powerhouses. At this moment, above the water, thousands of human hidden fishers felt their blood boiling. Unfortunately, few people remembered Han Fei after so many years. After all, among this group of hidden fishers, only a few seniors knew Han Fei. Someone shouted, "It's Han Fei, the one who forged the Fei Yan Mu furnace. He's back." Someone was shocked. "He's so strong. He's so What kind of means did he just use?" Ordinary people couldn't see Punishing Saber and Little Gold's attacks because it was too fast. They could only see the frequent appearance of void cracks and the flickering of golden light. Ninetails and Little Fatty were powerful creatures that they could see. Ninetails' void chains extended out one after another like spears. No matter what the opponent did, almost no one could resist the stab of Ninetails. Little Fatty, on the other hand, had sucked dry all the sea demons that were attracted to him in an instant. All kinds of attacks fell on them but caused no harm to them at all. At this moment, Han Fei finally stopped hiding. In the past, he would hide some trump cards and was even unwilling to reveal his contractual spiritual beast. Now, it didn't matter. After all, nobody could stop him except venerables. If a venerable really attacked him, he still had Ningjing help him even if he was in danger. Han Fei even wanted to announce that he had reappeared. It would be best if someone in the Thousand Star City noticed him and came to ambush him. Thinking back, among the big families in the Thousand Star City, even a peak-level explorer could easily kill him. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't resist a casual blow from the enemy. Now, if a peak-level explorer were to try again, he wouldn't know who would crush whom. All the explorers were taking action. The sea demons of the sea spirit realm were running for their lives desperately. Unfortunately, they couldn't tear through the void. Even if some of them could escape from the void, how could they escape from the hands of the explorers? Therefore, within a short while, the sea demon army collapsed and the sea spirit creatures died one after another. The remaining nearly 4,000 sea demon realm half-mermen were being harvested. A half-merman roared, "Human, you are shameless. How dare you attack us when our strong master is not around?" Pfft. As soon as the half-merman said so, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Facing these sea demons, Han Fei had no mercy at all. "Since you bully us with numbers, I'll bully you with strength." After only a moment, when many explorers joined the battle, Han Fei heard a voice echoing in the void. "Human, how dare you attack the weak? Do you want to break the rules?" Han Fei stood proudly with his hands behind his back. "Which eye of yours saw me attack? What rules are you talking about? Who do you think you are?" In the territory of the Scattered Stars Island, the rules are set by the Scattered Stars Island. Jinger said, "A half-venerable has come. In the distance, 2 junior venerables are also rushing over. Do you need me to take action? That person's strength shouldn't be weak. He has already comprehended a great Tao." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "Then I have to hurry up, but you'd better take a rest." A crack was torn in the void, and a half-merman just shattered the space with a harpoon, leaving a dazzling and scorching blow like a shooting star in the sky. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, countless people even forgot to fight. This was because that strike traversed the sky and was extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, many human explorers were horrified. Someone said in shock, "Not good. He's a half-venerable." Boom! As soon as the person said so, Han Fei raised his foot and walked 10 kilometers with a single step. The golden fist mark radiated like a blazing sun. The Beast King technique was activated, and Han Fei's invincible fist shattered the meteor-like blow with a single blow. A bright flame exploded in the sky. The sea demon, half-venerable, thought that he could defeat Han Fei with one blow. After all, in his opinion, Han Fei was only an advanced explorer, 2 levels weaker than him. How could he be a match for him? However, Han Fei easily crushed his full-strength blow. Besides, he was shocked by Han Fei's magical footwork technique. Hiss, not good. What a strong human being. The half-venerable's heart stirred as a battle suit appeared on his body. Faced with a powerhouse like Han Fei, he had to be careful. Roar, roar. But the moment he put on the battle suit, a loud roar resounded through the sky. In the eyes of thousands of people, hundreds of huge ferocious beasts that seemed to come from ancient times stepped on the void and roared. The half-venerable had never seen such a scene before. The terrifying mental impact alone had exceeded the level of the so-called half-venerable, not to mention the 100 beast phantoms. After Han Fei roared, the half-venerable knew that Han Fei probably hid his strength. He endured a splitting headache, and the 2 shields in his body flew out and exploded. How could Han Fei allow the 2 high-quality divine weapons to explode here? Otherwise, many humans in the sea would be seriously injured. Draw. The swords cut through the void, and most of the terrifying explosions went into the void cracks. With cracking sounds, armor shattered, producing horrible sounds. Han Fei shouted, "A mere half-venerable dares to mess around on the Scattered Stars Island? Die." Everyone in the sky and on the sea was dumbfounded. Wasn't this person Han Fei? How could he easily crush a half-venerable? The few explorers were also horrified. When they heard about Han Fei, they had already remembered his record. After all, the Thug Academy had caused a huge uproar in the Thousand Star City. Others might not know, but as explorers, how could they not know? Today, Han Fei had killed a half-venerable so casually, they had to be alarmed. In the void, half of the big demon's body was cut open. Han Fei held the embroidery needle in both hands and pierced his body, destroying his internal organs. His vitality and soul were being forcibly absorbed by Han Fei. After another minute, with a rip, the void was torn apart. Han Fei held the half-venerable in his hand and shouted, "The sea demons are ruthless and bully us with numbers. They tried to attack the weak human beings, only to be executed by me. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you?" He had clearly sensed that the void was trembling, so the venerable level great demon must be arriving soon. Han Fei said casually and punched out angrily. Bang. Blood of the half-venerable was spilled on the battlefield. In an instant, all the sea demon realm half-mermen on the entire battlefield fled with blood on their bodies. With such a strong enemy as Han Fei around, how could they not run? Shui Shenqi, do you know what you are doing? Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the void tore apart, Han Fei finally saw an acquaintance. However, Ch had already become a venerable, which was a little beyond Han Fei's expectations. As for the other person, he held a harpoon and shot 3 times in a row, intending to nail 9 tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold to death. Because Ch was a step late and didn't have the time to attack, he just reminded him, Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. With a thought, the 3 of them turned into streaks of light and returned into his body. Han Fei clenched a fist and punched at the sky. How dare you, a mere junior venerable, try to slaughter my contractual spiritual beast? Who the fuck do you think you are? Chapter 1373, Slaying a Venerable Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Seeing Han Fei attack, the Venerable couldn't help frowning. If he wasn't mistaken, this human should only be an advanced explorer. Why did he dare to attack him? He slapped him and was about to turn around to deal with Ch. Obviously, although he was angry that Han Fei attacked low-level sea demons, he didn't take Han Fei seriously at all. But at the next moment, his face suddenly changed. His palm mark was shattered by Han Fei in an instant. He couldn't even block Han Fei's punch? What? Han Fei had already appeared not far away from him, holding the embroidery needle in his hand, and a series of shocking stick shadows smashed down. Ch was also very surprised. Han Fei could easily block the attack of a venerable. However, Ch was used to big scenes. His surprise was only for an instant. Originally, Han Fei was the son of Han Guanshu, which was already enough to impress him. Besides, Han Fei had inherited the sea-quelling painting and was reputed to be the most likely to become a king. At this moment, it seemed natural that Han Fei could fight a venerable. Otherwise, how could he become a king? However, the sea demon venerable was horrified. His first reaction was that Han Fei hid his strength. However, according to the power that Han Fei blasted at him, there didn't seem to be any Dao runes fused in it. No Dao runes, Ch said. Han Fei, attack together, keep him here. Boom, crack. The sea demon venerable blocked with one hand, thinking that no matter how strong Han Fei was, his combat power could pose no threat without any Dao runes in it. However, when Han Fei's rod fell on his arm, he knew he was terribly wrong. How was that possible? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. After activating the Beast King technique, his strength had already reached nearly 2,000 waves, which had long exceeded the so-called level of a half-venerable. It could be said that Han Fei's current strength could crush this venerable to the ground. Even Ch couldn't help taking a breath. The short hammer in his hand stabbed out, leaving a big hole in the man's battlesuit. With a crack, the man's forearm was broken. Han Fei didn't stop. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks fell like raindrops. After Ch attacked, he had already flashed below the 2 of them and tore the void. Don't fight here. However, Han Fei had already blasted out ripples, which caused surging waves in the void, and the sea surface was slightly sunken. On the human side, 8 explorers were roaring and blocking the terrifying tide for human beings in midair. As for the sea demons, they weren't so lucky. This was because they were all weaklings and didn't have a big demon protect them. Even if they immediately dove into the sea, at least hundreds of them were crushed to pieces by the aftershock of the battle between the venerables. And that was after Ch blocked some of the aftershock. The sea demons were fleeing, and Punishing Saber and the others were chasing them. As Tree Spirit was relatively slow, in addition to entangling the enemies, he was collecting the scattered sea-swallowing seashells. Although these sea-swallowing seashells were no longer useful to Han Fei, after all, Han Fei had already surpassed the level of a hidden fisher. However, for the thousands of ordinary people on the Scattered Stars Island, these were all treasures and resources. In midair, the sea demon venerable took 100 attacks from Han Fei in a few seconds, and cracking sounds came from his body non-stop. He also didn't expect Han Fei's strength to be so terrifying. This wasn't a power that a Dao-seeking realm could possess at all. 1,000 waves was the peak, and the realm of a half-venerable wasn't just a strength increase, but comprehension and use of the Great Dao. Everyone's Great Dao would eventually transform into power, which would be added to them and make them stronger. However, Han Fei launched 100 overlapping waves in a row, which were extremely powerful. If it were a half-venerable, he would have been killed by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei also experienced an obscure power, which was like a stacked wave, pushing a force out of this sea demon's body to stick to his embroidery needle. However, even so, Han Fei's power still passed through the tide-like power of Dao runes and landed on the venerable. The infinity water stirred, and Han Fei forcibly pulled him into the void. Ch shouted, "Everyone, return to the Scattered Stars Island immediately." Ch immediately rushed into the void. However, the moment he rushed into the void, he was faced with a terrifying tide impact. A stream of water hit his face, forcing him to step back. Han Fei detonated the infinity water. The terrifying power of the blow caused the sea demon to bleed all over. In this terrifying wave of explosion, Han Fei carried the sword in his hand. The silver light was like lightning. The spiritual energy was overwhelming, and the dazzling sword light was disappearing into a sea tide. Hula, Boom Shui saw a pair of legs flying towards him. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help being horrified. What kind of fucking combat efficiency was this? Han Fei was too fast. On Han Fei's side, a large black fog had already enveloped the Venerable and Han Fei. Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. The explosions continued. Suddenly, Han Fei was sent flying. A golden carp rushed out of the black fog. The Venerable summoned his companion spirit. At that moment, the black fog shattered. The old turtle couldn't withstand the impact of the Venerable realm alone. However, Han Fei, who was pushed back, twisted in midair and appeared in the black fog that was about to collapse. Han Fei didn't intend to hide his means this time. Since he had encountered this battle and had a chance to fight a Venerable, he had to try the best he could. The Waterwood world was different. It had many strong masters, and the three parties each had nearly 100 venerables. The Waterwood world had relatively few venerables, and there were countless venerables in the Whiteshell Royal City and the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. However, in the Yin-Yang world, a venerable was a very important figure. Therefore, Han Fei found it incredible that he met an unfamiliar sea demon venerable the moment he came back. If this venerable appeared sooner, wouldn't Ch1351 have to call for reinforcements from the Thousand-Star City? Seeing this scene, Ch1351 wasn't in a rush. After going to that world, Han Fei's strength had improved a lot. In just 3 years, he could even challenge a venerable? What kind of opportunity did Han Fei obtain there to grow to this point? Ch1351 stood proudly in the air, his voice dignified. Do you need help? Han Fei grinned. No, I've always wanted to try challenging a venerable. I didn't expect to have this opportunity today. The other party was wrapped with Dao runes and the surrounding waves couldn't move forward. Han Fei activated his Dao seed and shouted, Forbid laws here. After more than 2 years, Han Fei had gained some insight into his Dao seed. He could use some of the great Dao rules that didn't change much in a small range. For example, by sealing laws in this space, the other party's Dao runes would be weakened by more than half in an instant. Bam! Of course, after forbidding laws here, Han Fei couldn't use any great techniques either, including the draw technique and the sacrificing punch. However, this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. Without many techniques, he could only rely on his physical strength. This was a special usage he had discovered, but it couldn't last long. In the old turtle's words, this was interfering with the rules of the Great Dao, and the Great Dao had the power of self-repair. Therefore, with Han Fei's current understanding of the Great Dao, he couldn't make this situation last long. However, a moment was enough for Han Fei to fight a fierce battle. The sea demon was horrified to see that his Dao was blocked and wanted to escape. However, Han Fei was so fast. How could he let him succeed? Bam! Han Fei punched the sea demon venerable in the head, knocking him dozens of meters back as if he were hitting a sandbag. Ch1351's eyelids twitched slightly. A punch from him deformed the face of a venerable level sea demon? How much strength did he use? Although the sea demon venerable was hit by Han Fei, he immediately realized that his physical strength could still be used. He immediately counterattacked and also threw a punch at Han Fei. Idiot? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle muttered, an ordinary venerable is actually fighting a body refiner? Is his brain clamped by a void crack? Even Han Fei smiled. He watched the punch land on his mouth, but he didn't care, because at this moment, his big fist had already blasted out. Knock, knock, knock. In an instant, hundreds or thousands of fists hit the head of the sea demon venerable like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the head of a giant black fish was blasted out by Han Fei. Clearly, the sea demon venerable had been stunned. Each of Han Fei's punches carried a terrifying force of nearly 2,000 waves. No one could resist it. On the fish head, its scales were shattered and there were dents everywhere. Roar. 100-beast soul subduing roar. Void lines. The old turtle's black fog descended. The body of the sea demon venerable was aging at a visible speed. Ch1351 immediately discovered the sea demon's vitality was losing. Ch1351 shouted, Han Fei, have you practiced an evil technique? Han Fei looked back. An evil technique? Of course not. I walk the righteous path, the path of a king. What you see is just the power of time. Regardless of whether Ch1351 believed him or not, Han Fei continued to absorb. This was a venerable. After swallowing this guy, his soul power would exceed 40,000 points. In his heart, the old turtle said, I've swallowed 70 to 80% of his vitality, and some of it has been extracted by you. It's impossible for him to be reborn with his blood. Han Fei smiled, and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. With a clang, the sea demon venerable's fish head was shattered. Rumble. At this moment, the sun was blocked by the black clouds. Above the sea, the wind and clouds surged, the black clouds gathered, and a red crack stretched across thousands of kilometers. The heavy rain suddenly fell, turning into a rain of blood in an instant. At that moment, Scattered Stars Island, Pearl Divers' Port, Ancient Battlefield, 10,000 Demon Valley, one strong master after another rose and looked up at the vast sky. A venerable died today? At this moment, Han Fei felt very comfortable. He had finally killed a venerable. After killing the venerable, Han Fei grinned and tilted his head to look at Ch1351. How is it? Chapter 1374, Battle of the Scattered Stars Island. After killing a venerable head-on, Han Fei didn't feel anything special. In his heart, Han Fei felt that it was as if he had defeated a top heavenly talent. There seemed to be no difference. Perhaps because his strength had reached this point, when he faced a venerable, he no longer had the fascination he had before. After all, the venerable realm was just a realm. He had yearned for it in the past, but now, although he hadn't become a venerable yet, he wasn't afraid of venerables at all. In the 3 years in the Waterwood world, especially in the first year, Han Fei's strength increased too fast. In the following years, Han Fei was only consolidating and polishing his foundation. Holding the venerable Sun Moon shell, Han Fei glanced at it and found that there were very few spiritual fruits and spiritual springs in it. However, it did make sense. Venerables weren't interested in spiritual spring or spiritual fruits. However, in this venerable Sun Moon shell, there were some top materials and a different sea chart. Han Fei glanced at it without taking it out. After all, Xuanhuan was still here. Seeing this, Han Fei had already concluded that behind the 10,000 Demon Valley, there was indeed a royal city. However, the location of this royal city was extremely mysterious, and the rest had already broken into the Wall of Death. On this map, Han Fei saw a wall. On the map, there was even a map about the inside of the wall. However, Han Fei was a little puzzled. The Wall of Death was such a powerful seal that even the battle between the two kings failed to break it. How could the royal city of the Yin-Yang world break into the Wall of Death? Without paying much attention to the sea chart, Han Fei turned to Fishing Ch1351. Fishing Ch1351 and the others must have explored the Scattered Stars Island countless times. If he knew the existence of the Wall of Death well, Fishing Ch1351 and the others definitely knew it. Besides, there were suddenly so many strong masters in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei didn't believe that there was no royal city behind them. Fishing Ch1351 and the others should be able to guess it, but they didn't know how much Fishing Ch1351 knew about this so-called royal city. Seeing Han Fei again under such circumstances, Fishing Ch1351 sighed. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and Fishing Ch1351 slowly said, "You were right. The 10,000 Demon Valley is up to something indeed. If I've guessed right, they should have opened a channel to the royal city. Today, the venerables and Tao seeking great demons you killed should have come from the so-called Sea Demon Royal City." Han Fei asked, "Do you know where it is?" Fishing Ch1351 said, "I don't know. If I had known it earlier, I would have done something." After a pause, Fishing Ch1351 said, "Did you come back alone?" Han Fei thought for a moment. Although Jing'er came back with him, her junior sister instructed that Jing'er shouldn't take action easily. Therefore, he'd better not tell Fishing Ch1351. Therefore, Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but at least I'm much stronger, right?" However, Fishing Ch1351 shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid it's not enough." Han Fei frowned. "Not enough?" Han Fei thought to himself. Fishing Ch1351, "Are you out of your mind? I just killed more than a dozen Tao-seeking great demons, a half-merman and a half-merman who had just become venerables. Isn't that enough?" Han Fei immediately looked in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island. "What's the problem?" Fishing Ch1351 said. "You should know the strength of the Scattered Stars Island. Without your father, there are no venerables on the Scattered Stars Island. In order to resist the suppression of the Thousand Star City, I have to make a breakthrough. But even if I make a breakthrough and become a venerable, I'm only a junior venerable and can only suppress venerables at the same level. However, if an intermediate venerable or above comes, my say will be divided." Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "Someone is here to seize power?" Fishing Ch1351 said. "That's right. However, the result isn't that bad. Some people from the big clans have come, and some powerhouses from the 7 major sects have also come. They balance each other, so I can continue to control the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei thought to himself, the complicated situation in the Thousand Star City has finally spread to the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei frowned. "Many?" Fishing Ch1351 said. "There are 4 intermediate venerables and 4 junior venerables. Including me, there are a total of 9 venerables. Although you are only an advanced explorer, your combat power—" "I didn't expect so many venerables to appear on the Scattered Stars Island one day." Han Fei curled his lips. "You could have destroyed the 10,000 Demon Valley a long time ago, right? However, without the 10,000 Demon Valley, where could you find so many sea demons to temper human children?" A smile appeared on Fishing Ch1351's face. "You seem to have grown a lot. Indeed, it's not difficult to wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, and our human race is not that weak. But now, whether the 10,000 Demon Valley exists or not doesn't matter. In the end, the Empyrean waterfall can't hold on anymore. You came back a little early, but in less than 3 months, or half a year, the so-called Sea Demon Royal City will definitely appear. At that time, war will be inevitable." Han Fei said, "No matter what, the 10,000 Demon Valley must be destroyed. There are too many sea demons in the 10,000 Demon Valley, far more than the so-called Royal City. If we kill them, at least the ordinary people on the Scattered Stars Island will be safe." Fishing Ch1351 asked, "Have you seen the Royal City over there?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I've seen more than that. I've already been inside, become a heavenly talent of them, and explored their forbidden-level secret realms." Of course, Han Fei wouldn't tell Fishing Ch1351 that, so he said, "I know the general situation. The Royal City isn't as big as we think. There are 2 royal cities over there with about 100,000 people in one of them. Only 100,000? Chen couldn't help but frown. This doesn't seem right. What can a mere 100,000 people do? However, Han Fei said, don't underestimate these 100,000 people. The minimum requirement to enter the royal city is a level 6 demonic heritage, which is equivalent to the level 6 spiritual heritage of our human race. Hiss. Even Chen was shocked when he heard this. What kind of standard was this? A level 5 spiritual heritage equaled the qualification to enter the 7 major academies. If what Han Fei said was true, wouldn't the power of the Sea Demon Royal City be unbelievable? Tungay, who only had a level 7 spiritual heritage back then, was regarded as a treasure by the Thousand-Star City. However, only those with level 6 demonic heritage could enter the Sea Demon Royal City. What did it mean? And there were 100,000 of them? Of course, what Han Fei was talking about was the White Shell Royal City. As for the other Sea Demon Royal Cities, they might not be the same. However, it could be seen that the strength of the Sea Demon Royal City couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei continued, the lowest level in the capital is the Sea Spirit. This means that there are 100,000 Sea Spirits in the capital. Buzz. Chen face suddenly changed. He glared at Han Fei. What did you say? Han Fei said. You didn't hear it wrong. In the Royal City, the weakest one is in the Sea Spirit realm. Those below this realm are not even qualified to enter it. Something might be wrong with the Royal City in our world, or they would have flattened the Scattered Stars Island long ago. Therefore, since they are still tentatively fighting us, it means that their difficulties have not been resolved. Chen suddenly raised his head, looked in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island, and interrupted. This matter is important. Let's discuss it later. The Scattered Stars Island has been fighting for 7 days in a row, and everyone is exhausted. Since this battle is over and you have broken the rules, quickly return to support us. Scattered Stars Island. They still didn't know the news that Han Fei had returned and went on a killing spree on the battlefield. After all, the battle on the front line was not something ordinary people could participate in at all. On the west side, the battle between the Skeleton Shore and the Path of Giants was fiercest. In the tide, there were densely packed giant feathered scorpions and kingworms rushing forward as if they were fearless of death. It was fine on the Path of Giants because there was a smooth defense line there. Even the red tide impact was blocked by countless people within the range of the Path of Giants, so these ordinary sea creatures couldn't take a step forward. However, things were not so easy on the Skeleton Shore. The battle on the Skeleton Shore had expanded to involve more than 5,000 people. On the coastline, more than 3,000 people were resting. Spirit gatherers were undoubtedly the most difficult ones among this group of people. Their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Above the coast, a red figure holding 2 swords was fighting on the battlefield. From afar, she looked like a beautiful red flame, killing from south to north, from east to west. Commander, don't we have any reinforcements? This battle has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, and the last batch only took half an hour to rest. This is not enough. Captain Yu, I'm Ling Yu from the command center. You can't consume spiritual energy anymore. The enemy's law enforcers retreated in defeat 3 hours ago and may come back again. Shwa. The fiery figure threw out 2 slashes and killed more than 30 enemies. Then she stepped in the void, panting. Others can rest, but I can't. I have to maintain my momentum. Spirit gatherers, replenish my spiritual energy. 2 spirit gatherers at the hidden fissure level quickly crossed the battlefield and went straight ahead. Yu Lingyan heaved a sigh. The Scattered Stars Island, year after year, day after day. Are they cultivating talents, or are they really resisting sea demons? Where are the powerhouses? Where have they gone? Yu Lingyun extended her hand, and 2 red long swords flew back. She held the long sword in her hand, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and looked into the distance. Daliang, Leng Hu, you should learn from Xiao Xiao. Fine, I'm afraid I'm going to take your old path. Wait a while longer. Wait for me to defend the Skeleton Shore. Aha, poo. Suddenly, 6 life spears flew out of the ground. The 2 spirit gatherers who were replenishing Yu Lingyun with spiritual energy were penetrated in an instant. Aha hole. Yu Lingyun's face changed and she slashed at the ground. Hey, you're finally tired. At the moment when Yu Lingyun attacked the ground, a kingworm not far from her feet suddenly exploded. A harpoon hit the sky, white light bloomed, and the Sea King's strike was launched. Yu Lingyan still wanted to wave her sword, but her spiritual energy was exhausted when half of the sword wave had just formed. The backlash made her vomit a mouthful of blood. Looking at the white harpoon, Yu Lingyan's eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, she couldn't avoid death. Xiao, there's only you left. Live on. Puffed! Yu Lingyun couldn't be more familiar with the sound of sharp blades tearing flesh. She couldn't help closing her eyes, but 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 3 seconds had passed, but she didn't feel any pain? Yu Lingyun opened her eyes slowly, only to see a familiar figure standing on the sea, looking at her with a smile. Why? Will the Yu Lingyun I know give up on herself too? Looking at the half-mermaid that had been torn in half under Han Fei's feet, Yu Lingyun's eyes welled up. Captain, Chapter 1375, be careful or I'll beat you into an iron-headed fish translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yu Lingyun couldn't believe her eyes. She had long heard that Han Fei had gone to the Thousand-Star City. However, not long after, some news spread that the Thug Academy had a revolt and attacked the Thousand-Star City. Regarding this, Yu Lingyun and the others were shocked and secretly prayed that Han Fei was fine. At that time, Leng Hui said that he was going to ask around about this matter. However, not long after, Leng Hui died in the outer sea and they didn't even bring back his body. At this moment, Han Fei appeared quietly like a god. Seeing Yu Lingyun's surprised look, Han Fei smiled. Why? We haven't seen each other for a few years. Do you forget about me? Watch out. Yu Lingyun was about to speak when her face changed and she shouted, swish, 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 swish. Life spears were flying at them and 5 red demons were attacking Han Fei. They couldn't confirm Han Fei's strength, but Han Fei could kill a sea spirit, so they had to use all their strength. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Without even looking back, he casually waved his hand and there were continuous explosions. The 5 life spears, as well as the 5 red demons hiding underground, exploded in an instant. Almost half of the skeleton shore saw this scene. Han Fei said casually, how troublesome. Han Fei turned around and the seawater within a kilometer was flowing backward and suspended in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into thin water blades. Swish, swish, swish. The million-knife spiral swept like a dragon and a huge number of water blades flew on the surface of the sea, even piercing into the beach and the bottom of the sea. Puh, 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 bang, bang, bang. How could these ordinary giant-feathered scorpions and kingworms resist the million-knife art that the infinity water transformed into? They were basically cut into pieces with one slash. With Han Fei's current soul power, it might be a little difficult for him to control the 10,000 knives. After all, it would consume him a lot of brain power. However, the infinity water had almost become a part of his body. Therefore, this problem didn't exist at this moment. Every time a blade passed by, there would be residual knife chi, and then tens of thousands of knives flowed out like a stream, like wind sweeping away clouds and leaving bodies everywhere. Damn it, who is he? The knives were like flying locusts. In the blink of an eye, they had cleared up all the giant feathered scorpions and kingworms within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After 10 seconds, there was no living sea creature on the skeleton shore. Under the horrified gaze of tens of thousands of people, Han Fei stepped in the air, holding Snowmorn, and walked 1,000 meters and left a sword mark with each step. 10 steps and 10 sword marks. In the end, Han Fei stomped and a large spirit-gathering array appeared. Behind him, seawater flowed backward and flew into the sky, and a huge wave rose more than 200 meters into the sky. Sea as a sword. In the face of a powerhouse of the same level, it was basically impossible to kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm with this kind of power. However, this was the Skeleton Shore, a coastal area near the Scattered Stars Island. The sea creatures who could rush here were not strong. Han Fei kept slashing Snowmorn, and spirit-gathering arrays rose crazily from under his feet. The terrifying sword tide spread out dozens of kilometers. Splash! The huge tide was pushing against the sea. In the blink of an eye, everybody on the Skeleton Shore discovered, to their shock, that the seawater had been completely enshrouded by the worm corpses and crab shells. The horrible sword wave pushed to a place that nobody could see with their naked eye, and then collapsed. And before that, wherever this wave passed, almost all died. Han Fei had killed countless creatures with this blow. Han Fei could even crazily absorb the spiritual energy contained in these creatures through the demon purification pot. However, for the current him, he could absorb spiritual energy from the void at any time, so he didn't need to covet the spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy was everywhere, so he didn't have to obtain it from sea creatures. Besides, the people on the Scattered Stars Island had been fighting for 7 days and 7 nights and needed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't want to snatch their spiritual energy. After all, these people couldn't absorb spiritual energy from the void and could only feed on these marine creatures. After a few steps, Han Fei returned to the Skeleton Shore. Everyone on the shore, including the guardians and scouts who had just been replaced, stood up. These people all widened their eyes, shocked. Our tens of thousands of people have fought so difficultly on this battlefield. The young man had swept away all the enemies with a single slash? Was he really a human? Gulp, someone sighed. Oh my god. Is this Marshal Shui Shenqi? Someone said in shock. I don't know who he is, but he will be my idol for the rest of my life. Some people on the battlefield even sat down, blinking their eyes and murmuring, a strong master. Is this the power of a strong master? It's him, Han Fei, Commander Han Fei. He used to be the commander of our scouts team. What? Old Hu, take it easy. Don't talk nonsense. A newcomer exclaimed and hurriedly stopped the guy who shouted. Someone was dumbfounded. Old Hu, are you serious? Are you talking about Captain Han Fei who created the Fei Yan Mu furnace? Someone asked quickly. Is it Han Fei who attacked the Dark Hunter Legion twice? The middle-aged man called Old Hu said, It can't be wrong. When I first came to the 38th Battalion, Captain Han Fei was already a commander. Now, I don't know how strong he is. Han Fei came to Yu Lingyun and pointed at her, and spiritual energy was quickly injected into her body. Then, Han Fei waved his hand, and a white chain suddenly descended and began to flow crazily among the injured people. Those who were touched by the white light all recovered at a visible speed. It was the first time Han Fei used the holy light chains. He had never had a chance to use it before, but it was useful now. He didn't expect it to work so well. The holy light chains could cure nearly 100 people at one time. Of course, the consumption was also a lot. However, Han Fei could totally afford it now. Han Fei shouted, "Whoever is seriously injured, gather here within 10 seconds. Under the watch of Yu Lingyun and a group of hidden fisher commanders and members of the command center, the crowd quickly gathered. With swishes, holy light chains fell one after another. As if the beach was cracking, in an instant, the injuries of thousands of people were recovering in order. However, Han Fei couldn't help those who had the most serious injuries, with broken hands and feet. It was said that venerables could heal such injuries. Amid the discussion sounds, Han Fei frowned and looked at Yu Lingyun. "Why are you still here?" Yu Lingyun took a deep breath and looked at the powerful healing techniques one after another, thinking, "This is Han Fei, a peerless heavenly talent and a legendary figure on the Scattered Stars Island. Isn't it natural that he can become so strong?" Yu Lingyun heaved a sigh. "Ling Hu, Daliang and I have the same purpose. We all want to become stronger. So we don't want to go back to the town." Han Fei asked, "Where are Leng Hui and Gu Daliang?" Yu Lingyun smiled bitterly. "Leng Hui perished in the outer sea, and Daliang died in a battle with sea demons a year ago. I thought it would be my turn today, but I didn't expect you came." Han Fei sighed. However, Han Fei just nodded slightly, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, and handed it over. "You've been growing up fast. You've been in combat all the time, so your foundation should be good. However, fighting all the time is not a good choice. Cultivation requires thinking, epiphany, and understanding. Rest for a few years." Yu Lingyun accepted the sea-swallowing seashell in confusion, only to find that there was a lot of spiritual fruits, energy fruits, combat skills, and techniques in it. She even saw 2 long swords that were emitting flames. "Captain," Yu Lingyun quickly came back to herself, but when she raised her head, she found that Han Fei was already 1,000 meters away. Han Fei's voice fell in her ears. "I don't want my former teammates to all die. Okay, that's it. Go back to your town to cultivate for a few years. Now it's my battle." Since Han Fei left, every time they met, it was a short while. She still remembered when Han Fei returned from the sea, the first thing he did was to appear on the skeleton shore and eat hot pot with them. Yu Lingyun knew that Han Fei had completely changed since then, and he had already distinguished himself back then. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of people flew to Yu Lingyun and asked telepathically, "Commander, is this Captain Han? Sister Lingyun, how strong is he exactly? Isn't it said that Han Fei rose only a dozen years ago? He is still under the age of 30. How did he become so strong?" Someone else said, "Sister Lingyun, Captain Han is your old captain. What good stuff did he give you?" Yu Lingyun looked at Han Fei's back and then at the sea that was full of bodies in the distance and shouted, "Everybody, clear up the battlefield in half an hour and be ready to support other lines of defense." Han Fei, who had already disappeared from everybody's sight, put on a smile. Yu Lingyun was still Yu Lingyun. No matter what happened, she would always put business first. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's ears. "I was wondering who it was." A person actually cleared up a battlefield in a few seconds with a single slash. It turns out to be the traitor of the Thug Academy. Han Fei scanned with his perception and didn't recognize the man. He was in the mayor's mansion at the moment. Han Fei frowned slightly. "Say that again? Anyway, I just killed a venerable. I don't mind killing another one." In the mayor's residence, the man's face turned cold. "Han Fei, since you had escaped, why did you come back?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Which family are you from? Shut up if you don't know how to speak. Say it a third time, I'll beat the hell out of you." Chapter 1376, Attack. Translator, Han Yi. Translations Editor, Han Yi. Translations. Han Fei was as aggressive as before. When he had just entered the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei had once forcibly taken back the land of the Thug Academy and slapped the faces of several big families. Now, this was not the Thousand-Star City, but this person actually dared to mock him. How could Han Fei not be angry? If it weren't for the fact that he was faced with a powerful enemy based on Han Fei's personality, he would have been attacked the moment he spoke. After all, the Thug Academy had a deep grudge with these big clans. Therefore, Han Fei was still holding himself back at this moment for the sake of the sea demons. The battle had just ended and countless ordinary cultivators were still cultivating. He didn't want to implicate them. Otherwise, how could Han Fei let this person speak so arrogantly? Back then, Han Fei said that he left the Thousand-Star City to seek for chances, but in fact, he escaped. Now, Han Fei felt that he had made some progress in his strength. Although he couldn't fight those intermediate and peak-level venerables head-on, at least in the Scattered Stars Island, there should be few people who could threaten him. If those people from the Thousand-Star City broke the rules and wanted to attack him, Han Fei certainly wouldn't ignore them. This person was so rude to Han Fei, so Han Fei certainly didn't flinch. He tore the void and arrived at the Central City Mayor's mansion in a moment. When Han Fei walked out of the void, many people scanned him with their perceptions, and a venerable snorted. The Mayor's mansion. At this moment, there were 6 venerables here. Among them, Ch1351 had just returned. As for the person who ridiculed him, he was burly and looked muscular. From his look, in the Thousand-Star City, only the Yang family people had such a style. His identity was undoubtedly confirmed. In addition to this venerable, there were two other venerables wearing special clothes who were undoubtedly from the Jade Fairy Palace and Grand Void Academy. Han Fei didn't know the remaining two. However, one of them made Han Fei feel a sense of danger. He shouldn't be a junior venerable. In his heart, the old turtle said, there are only two intermediate venerables here. One of them wants to kill you, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The moment Han Fei entered the mayor's mansion, his eyes had been fixed on the young man who was full of killing intent. It could be said that the people here basically all looked young. There wasn't even one who looked middle-aged. Perhaps in the venerable realm they could change their appearance at will. Han Fei sneered. You want to kill me so badly? Are you from the Chu sect? The young man certainly wouldn't answer. He said coldly, I didn't expect you to grow so fast after hiding for 6 or 7 years. You've even transcended the tribulation. Han Fei chuckled. Why? Are you scared? The Yang family venerable sneered. Brat, although I don't know how you transcended the tribulation, transcending the tribulation and becoming a venerable are two different concepts. Aren't you a little too arrogant now? Boom Han Fei drew his saber and pointed it at the venerable of the Yang family. It's none of your business whether I'm arrogant or not. If you don't like me, come and fight me. Let's see how strong the Yang family's old monster is after cultivating for 1,000 years. Boom, the venerable of the Yang family pressed a hand, and a green jade table was crushed into pieces. However, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Why? You don't dare to fight, so you're venting your anger on a table? After living for thousands of years, is this all you've got? The Yang family is really weak. How dare you? A big axe appeared in the hand of the venerable from the Yang family. He glared at Han Fei angrily and almost wanted to hack him. However, a thin man next to him glanced at him and snorted. If it weren't for the fact that it's a critical moment for human beings and sea demons to fight, and the death of a venerable would have caused a great change, you would have been killed. Han Fei said in disdain, Do you think I'm scared of you? How dare you, a junior venerable, talk so arrogantly? You think you can kill me? Who do you think you are? The venerable of the Yang family was about to burst into fury when the thin man said, Young man, don't be too arrogant. Your talent is indeed not weak, and you did kill a venerable. However, we all know that the venerable has been fighting with Marshal Shui for several days, and his strength is no longer at the peak. I'm afraid that killing him doesn't mean anything, the venerable of the Chu sect said lightly. Han Fei, it's said that you are going to be a king and have even received an inheritance. Why don't you guard the Scattered Stars Island? I think you should be able to handle it with your means. Before Han Fei said anything, Ch1351 said telepathically, Don't be provoked. The beautiful woman from Jade Fairy Palace also said via voice transmission, The situation on this island is complicated, and the situation on the sea demon side is also unpredictable. At this moment, we need the powerhouses to hold the line. The Chu sect venerable smiled as if he wanted to see how Han Fei would respond. If Han Fei agreed, he might really leave. Then he would see how Han Fei would deal with this mess. However, Han Fei looked at the Chu sect venerable with a smile. You want to leave? Then leave. The Chu sect has always been timid, hiding in the Thousand-Star City and daring not to go out. However, if you leave now, don't come back. All supply of the Scattered Stars Island to the Chu sect will be cut off. If the Chu sect finds that the Scattered Stars Island is profitable and wants to have a finger in the pie in the future, I'm sorry, but anyone who comes will be killed. The Chu sect venerable's face turned cold. Young man, do you know what you're talking about? The venerable of the Yang family said. What's the matter, Ch1351? Since when did a brat still wet behind his ears have the say on the Scattered Stars Island? Sheila. The void was instantly torn apart. The Yang family's venerable didn't expect Han Fei to take action under such circumstances. Caught off guard, he was smashed into the void by Han Fei. At that moment, many other venerables stepped into the void. Han Fei held Snowmorn and slashed down, and snow fell. In the void, a freezing mark was left. The power of extreme coldness and the domineering sharpness of the invincibility intent slashed at the Yang family's venerable. Clang. The venerable of the Yang family blocked Han Fei's attack with his axe, only to be sent flying 1,000 meters away by Han Fei's sword. His flesh and blood exploded on his hand, and his hand was bleeding. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already replaced Snowmorn with the embroidery needle. Then, the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks smashed down crazily, and a wave of spiritual energy surged in the air, like a real wave of rod, hitting the enemy head-on. Clang, 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 clang. War God demonic axe, Han Fei sneered. Forbid laws in this place. The venerable from the Yang family suddenly stopped breathing as if he had been frightened. His expression changed drastically. On the other side, Ch1351 and the others were all shocked. The Chu sect venerable gritted his teeth. It's actually a space sealing technique. The beautiful woman from the Jade Fairy Palace couldn't help but sigh. This Tao is extraordinary. In the entire Thousand-Star City, there are less than 5 people who can match this Tao. The venerable of the Grand Void Academy also nodded slightly. That's right. It's not just the Great Tao, but the time it took him to comprehend the Great Tao. It's too fast. How many years has it been? He's even able to shake a junior venerable as an advanced explorer. I've never heard of it. At this moment, Han Fei's fists shot out like dragons, bombarding the enemy with his physical strength alone. Boom, boom, boom. The biggest feature of body refiners was that their heads were iron hard, their flesh was hard, and their punches were fierce. The venerable from the Yang family was sent staggering. Han Fei kept punching him brutally. There was no trick in it. This was purely a burst of strength. In a moment, the venerable of the Yang family was beaten to a pulp. His head was swollen, and his bones were broken in countless places. Han Fei suddenly felt that it was about time. If he continued, the restraints of the Tao runes would disappear. Then, wouldn't he be exposed? Bang! Han Fei kicked the venerable from the Yang family to the venerable from the Chu sect, and then glared at him coldly. I said I would beat you into an iron-headed fish. I, Han Fei, always keep my word. Remember to show me respect next time. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? If it happens again, even if we have to fight the sea demons, I will still kill you on the spot first. The venerables from the Jade Fairy Palace and the Grand Void Academy looked at each other speechlessly. What kind of monster was this? For the first time in their life, they saw someone blow a venerable half to death with pure strength. The body of the venerable of the Yang family was recovering with cracking sounds. However, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. He thought that Han Fei is using his fists now. What if he uses a weapon? Without the restraints on laws, the venerable recovered very quickly. No matter how hard Han Fei hit, he just broke the opponent's bones. Healing the wounds would only consume a large amount of energy. Looking at the venerable Yang, who was about to go crazy, Han Fei said casually, I've told you that you can leave now. But if you leave, from today on, you have nothing to do with the Scattered Stars Island. The Scattered Stars Island will stop supplying resources to you. And if you dare to set foot on the Scattered Stars Island again, I'll kill you. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Fishing Ch1351, thinking, since you want to support me, you should have seen this day coming when I went to the Waterwood world, when you were making deals with my father, and when you bet that I would become a king. Seeing Han Fei's strength, Fishing Ch1351 couldn't help feeling shocked. He nodded slightly and said, Everyone, when Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, he had already become a 9-star inspector. He was also one of the strongest on the Scattered Stars Island. Now, Han Fei has returned and slaughtered a venerable. In a single battle, he killed more than a dozen Tao Seekers and more than 1,000 sea spirits. With this battle record, he can become a commander. A commander was at the 12-star ranking. So far, Fishing Ch1351 was the only one at this ranking on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Fishing Ch1351 had already taken sides. Han Fei's strength was comparable to that of a venerable, so Fishing Ch1351 had to take a side. As for the big families, they were from different sects. Even if he offended a few of them, he wasn't afraid. The venerable of the Chu sect snorted coldly. Good, good. Fishing Ch1351, have you completely betrayed the 1,000-star city? Fishing Ch1351 said solemnly. Why do you say that, Venerable Chu? The Scattered Stars Island has always been fair in rewards and punishments. Han Fei made the Fei Yan Mu furnace, so he can be listed as an invisible refiner and a general. This time, he killed a massive number of enemies in one battle. He can even be granted a 13-star ranking and canonized as the Guardian War God. After all, I haven't even hunted a venerable yet. The venerable of the Chu sect narrowed his eyes. In that case, it's all up to Marshal Shui. Our big clans are here to help in the battle. There are many defensive lines on the Scattered Stars Island, and we can defend one. Farewell. Chapter 1377, from today on, you'll take my place translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. In fact, if it were somewhere else, Han Fei would have directly killed the Yang family's venerable. However, not on the Scattered Stars Island. Firstly, if he really tried to kill him, the others would definitely not sit idle. Secondly, if a venerable died on the Scattered Stars Island, the weather would change and the sea demons would definitely take action. Therefore, Han Fei knew that the grand plan of the human race was more important than his own honor. At this moment, after the venerable of the Chu sect left, the venerables of the Yang and Ye families naturally left. Only the 2 venerables of the Grand Void Academy and Jade Fairy Palace stayed behind. After all, the 7 major academies were still somewhat related to the Thug Academy and weren't hostile to them. Fishing Ch1351 said indifferently, Okay, now that things have come to this point, let's go to the mayor's mansion to talk. In the mayor's mansion. As soon as the 4 of them sat down, Fishing Ch1351 said, The 3 people just now are Chu Qin from the Chu sect, an intermediate venerable, Yang Kun from the Yang family, a junior venerable, Yi Kai from the Yi family, an intermediate venerable. Now, there are 9 venerables on the Scattered Stars Island, including me. There are 3 intermediate venerables. The other intermediate venerable is from the Heavenly Sword sect. As he spoke, Fishing Ch1351 glanced at Han Fei indifferently, implying, Don't worry, the big clans aren't completely without opponents. The Heavenly Sword sect has always been strong and won't let the venerables of the big clans run rampage. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at the 2 people from the Jade Fairy Palace and Grand Void Academy. Fishing Ch1351 said, Elder Bin Yun of the Jade Fairy Palace has just reached the Venerable Realm and her strength is on par with mine. Patriarch 6 Swords of the Grand Void Academy is a peak-level junior venerable. He may break through to the intermediate venerable realm at any time. Han Fei cupped his hands. Greetings, seniors. The two returned the salute. In fact, they also knew that Han Fei called them seniors because he was too young. However, Han Fei's growth was so fast that they dared not underestimate him. Han Fei asked, "There are others?" Ch said. Sun Baisheng from the Sun family, Shaoxuang from the Sao family, and Jian Sanqing from the Heavenly Sword sect. Most of the people here are figures who have lived in seclusion for a long time. The only person you know is probably Sun Baisheng. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Sun Baisheng has become a venerable, Ch said. He became venerable 2 years ago. Han Fei didn't really care. He had just become a venerable. With his current strength, he should be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Even in a head-on battle, Sun Baisheng couldn't easily resist his attack. However, there were too many venerables on the Scattered Stars Island. At this time, the battle hadn't started yet, but a lot of venerables had come. Since the Scattered Stars Island had summoned some venerables over, the sea demons would send their strong masters over too. Therefore, if he guessed right, these people's target was not the Scattered Stars Island, but the Empyrean Waterfall. Elder Bingyun of the Jade Fairy Palace said, "You are both new strong masters. We don't know much about the situation. Since one of you has controlled the Scattered Stars Island alone for many years and the other has the potential to become a king, we'll leave you two alone." In the Grand Void Academy, Patriarch Six Swords also nodded slightly. "I'll take my leave first." After the two of them left, Shueishan Qi waved his hand and sealed the mayor's mansion. Seeing this, Han Fei hurriedly asked, "Where are the other venerables?" Shueishan Qi said, "Zhen Sanqing of the Heavenly Sword sect is confronting a sea demon venerable on the ancient battlefield. Sun Baisheng is guarding the periphery of the Twisted Jungle. He probably knows that you have returned and doesn't want to meet you. Shaoxuang of the Sao family is indifferent to others' affairs, but when there is a big battle, he will appear." Han Fei frowned. Has the situation reached the point where even the big clans of the Thousand Star City and the 7 major sects have to send people over? Shueishan Qi looked into Han Fei's eyes and said, "What do you think?" Han Fei's heart sank. "The Empyrean Waterfall?" Shueishan Qi nodded. "It's not just the big clans. Do you think the 7 major sects have no such intentions?" "They do too. However, they are slightly better than the big clans and are also considerate of humans." Han Fei said, "What's the situation on the sea demon side now?" "They sent over so many sea spirits and venerables this time. A few years ago, more than 5,000 sea demons died on the ancient battlefield." "Have they recovered after only a few years?" Shueishan Qi said. "About 2 years ago, a huge earthquake near the 10,000 Demon Valley set off a tide that even hit the area within 50,000 kilometers of the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "The range of the shock is more than 500,000 kilometers?" Shueishan Qi shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. When the tide came to the Scattered Stars Island, it wasn't very strong. However, after that incident, 4 explorers died on the Scattered Stars Island. They all went to investigate in different directions, but none of them came back." Han Fei frowned. Explorers' perception range is limited after all. Since there are venerables in the 10,000 Demon Valley, it's normal that they died there. Shueishan Qi nodded. "Yes, since that time, I knew something must have happened in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Because of a strong hunch, I found a strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect to guard me to enter the venerable realm. Later, I guessed that the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Sea Demon Royal City should have established a direct connection." Han Fei didn't pay much attention to the Royal City, but was quite curious about Shueishan Qi's strength. He asked in surprise, "You could become a venerable at any time?" Shueishan Qi said. "The longer it takes to nurture the Great Tao, the smoother the path of the Great Tao will be." After a pause, Shueishan Qi said, "Later, 3 sea demon venerables came to attack us, and the Thousand Star City butted in at that time. At that time, your father and the Thug Academy had already gone into hiding. Therefore, I had to accept the people from the Thousand Star City. The good thing was that there were many venerables, but the bad thing was that these people were not sincere and their goal was the Empyrean Waterfall." Han Fei took a deep breath. "Can't we find the location of the Royal City?" Shueishan Qi said with a straight face. "It must have appeared, but we can't find it. The Scattered Stars Island doesn't have enough manpower to find it. Besides, even if we find it, so what? What do you think will happen if a junior venerable finds it?" Han Fei certainly knew what would happen. The Scattered Stars Island needed to be guarded, and if they found the Royal City, there must be many strong masters there. Besides, the Royal City was called the Royal City because of the existence of deep-sea giant demons. Although in the yin-yang world, with the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, it might be impossible for a king to be born, it was still possible for a half-king to appear. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the old monster of the Chu sect. That guy was probably already a half-king. The sky-dissecting finger, the owner of the heavenly sword, and old Han were all blocked by him, which showed his strength. If the Scattered Stars Island also had a strong enemy at the half-king realm, it would probably be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not appearing now? It didn't mean it wouldn't appear in the future. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that the venerable he killed had a map in his Sun Moon shell. Other people were afraid that if they found the Royal City, it was impossible for them to come back alive, but he was different. He had the ability to come back. Even without the twin divine technique, he had a personal bodyguard now, didn't he? These thoughts flashed in Han Fei's mind, and he immediately said, "Shall I go find it?" Ch1351 shook his head slightly. "Even if you find it, so what? Besides, do you think there are still unknown places in this sea area? If there are, I'm afraid I have to tell you one thing. This sea area has a range. We are trapped within this world as if a huge seal is locking us here. Its range, roughly estimated, is about 8 million kilometers. In the past, many explorers tried to walk out of that seal. However, no one ever came back after entering." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Wait a minute, are you saying that we can enter the Wall of Death here?" "The Wall of Death?" Ch1351's eyes suddenly narrowed. "You mean this seal is called the Wall of Death?" Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. The Wall of Death is also known as the Rampant Sea. There is indeed a barrier there, like a circular band, in which there are ancient creatures and some ferocious beasts and demons that might never have appeared in this world. It's not only in our world, but also in the Waterwood world, but we can't even enter it in the Waterwood world. Ch1351 frowned. "What is it like on the other side?" Han Fei wanted to explain a little bit about the Waterwood world. In fact, he didn't need to keep it a secret, just like the people of the Waterwood world had long known that there was a yin-yang world next door. However, just as Han Fei was about to say it, suddenly, the entire mayor's mansion was enveloped by a powerful pressure. Ch1351 felt that his body suddenly tightened, and he couldn't even stand up. A Great Venerable? According to Ch1351, the so-called Great Venerables were at the level of Advanced Venerables or even Peak-level Venerables. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the void, saying, "Jingzher, there's no need to make such a big noise, right?" Ningjing was hiding somewhere, but her voice was echoing. "The queen said that you can't say anything until the two worlds are connected." Han Fei shrugged. "Okay. Remove the pressure first, okay? Shua." Ch1351 was already covered in cold sweat. He suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and the pressure on his body was relieved. As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, the guardian war god, he didn't get up or look for Jingzher. Instead, he raised his eyelids and stared at Han Fei's eyes. "Did someone come over from that world?" Han Fei nodded. Ch1351 knew what was going on. He had already guessed it. Why bother to keep it a secret? Therefore, Han Fei said, "Don't worry, there's only one person who is on my side. Under normal circumstances, she won't do anything." Ch1351 pondered for a long time. There was no king in the yin-yang world. The existence of a great venerable was enough to change many things. Sure enough, Han Fei didn't go there for nothing. He had returned with such a strong master hidden behind him. Ch1351 asked, "How strong is she?" After all, he was the supreme commander. Ch1351's first thought was not fear, but how to make use of this person. Han Fei said, "She's already a half-king, but don't think too much. She won't do anything unless it's necessary." Ch1351 clenched his fists even more tightly in his sleeves. Obviously, the level of a half-king had stunned him. However, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Behind Han Fei, there was already the Thug Academy, Han Guanshu, and Ren Tianfei. Now there was also a half-king. It seemed that no one could stop him from becoming a king. Slightly relieved, Ch1351 said calmly, "Okay, no third person will know this." With that, Ch1351 raised his head and looked at the void, saying indifferently, "I hope you don't release your suppressing power at will." The situation here is complicated. The sudden appearance of a half-king will change many things. It might not be good for Han Fei. After that, Ch1351 looked at Han Fei again. "From today on, you take my position." Chapter 1378, Thousand Seal Star Turtle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, what? Han Fei, who had been calm, was shocked to hear that. After all, he had no management experience at all. Han Fei quickly said, "Wait a moment, do I look like a leader to you?" Ch1351 said indifferently, "Don't forget your identity. You're going to be the king, not me. Do you think you can steal the throne by hiding behind it?" Han Fei said, "Then can I achieve that by taking over your position? Besides, I don't know much about the Scattered Stars Island, nor am I familiar with management. If I spend all my time on management, how can I have the time to cultivate?" Ch1351 didn't change his mind. Instead, he slowly got up and pointed at a red area on a sea chart in the hall. "There's no time for you to prepare. This battle will inevitably break out in a few months or half a year. Do you want to take over the Scattered Stars Island until the battle begins?" Han Fei paused for a moment. "So, have you been ready from the beginning to let me take over the Scattered Stars Island?" Ch1351 shook his head slightly. "If you hadn't grown to this level, even if I had a deal with your father, I wouldn't have given the Scattered Stars Island to you so easily." Han Fei pondered for a moment. "At least give me some buffer time." Ch1351, 3 days. Han Fei shook his head. "No, I have an idea." "You can decide after you hear it." After a while, Ch1351 took a deep breath. What Han Fei said just now shocked him even more than the fact that he had a half-king following him. Can he absorb demonic energy to cultivate? If others knew this, such as the big clans in the Thousand-Star City or even the 7 major sects, the consequences would be disastrous. This made Ch1351 think of a very ancient story. It was said that in the history of human beings, there was a period where human beings tried to transform into sea demons. At that period, it was said that sea demons were transformed from humans, and the two parties were locked in a fierce battle. Han Fei could absorb demonic energy to cultivate? This didn't make sense. Even Shin Chi couldn't help being a little frightened at this moment. What if he made a wrong bet? After another long silence, Shin Chi said, "Don't tell the second person about this, or I won't be able to protect you. You will be hunted by the entire 1,000-star city. No one is willing to give such great power to a person with a problematic identity." Han Fei grinned. "Believe me, you will be glad for your choice today." Han Fei told this secret just to test Shin Chi. In Han Fei's view, Shin Chi was completely on his side. It seemed that he had no choice. However, Han Fei couldn't be sure. If even the current Supreme Commander on the Scattered Stars Island didn't trust him, what would happen if anything happened in the future? Han Fei would definitely snatch the king's corpse. And Han Fei didn't plan to snatch the king's corpse until the final battle erupted. Therefore, he planned to do it now. And since he had the ability to cultivate with demonic energy, he could directly absorb it instead of giving it to the sea demons or trading it for resources with them. In fact, Han Fei had this idea when he obtained the Twin Divine Technique. Since the old turtle under the Empyrean waterfall could gather spirit awakening fluid and other things from the pit, it meant that the outside world was related to the place where the king's corpse was sealed. Han Fei believed that with his current strength, he might as well go into the lake and snatch the king's corpse first. However, his idea required some people's cooperation, not just from the turtle under the lake. Shin Chi had been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island for many years and knew this place very well. It would be best if he could cooperate with him. Therefore, Han Fei took the risk and revealed some secrets that were actually not important in the first place. Han Fei disappeared from the mayor's mansion. Although Chuqing, Yang Kun, and the others had already left the vicinity, the perception range of venerables was extremely large. As the top experts on the Scattered Stars Island, their strength even exceeded Shin Chi's by a lot. Therefore, their soul perception had never left the mayor's mansion. Han Fei's return was too coincidental. Why did he have to come back on the eve of the battle? These venerables certainly didn't believe it was just a coincidence. Furthermore, Han Fei's strength was too terrifying. He actually used the strength of an advanced explorer to defeat Yang Kun, and he had even comprehended the great Tao of confinement. This kind of confinement Tao was too terrifying. Just imagine, if a venerable's techniques were all sealed in a certain area, how could he fight? With his physical strength alone. Therefore, no matter what, they would not let Han Fei leave their sight. But after a long time, Shin Chi had already left the mayor's mansion to patrol the battlefield and ask around. But Han Fei seemed to have disappeared. Realizing that something was wrong, Chuqing stepped into the mayor's mansion and his heart sank. "No one is here?" Immediately, Chuqing asked telepathically, "Marshal Shui, where is Han Fei?" Shin Chi curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island has their own things to do. As the commander, although I haven't given him the star token yet, he has his own things to do. Venerable Chu, you don't have to ask about this." Ye Kai, the venerable of the Ye family, heard their conversation and couldn't help saying, "Marshal Shui, do you know what you were doing?" Shin Chi said with a straight face, "I know what I'm doing. What I'm afraid of is that you don't know what you are doing. In the Scattered Stars Island, I am the Supreme Commander and the Guardian War God. Even if you are advanced venerables, you have to behave yourselves. Otherwise, the people of the entire Scattered Stars Island will teach you a lesson." A commander-level figure, even if he wasn't that strong, wasn't someone these idle venerables who lived in comfort in the big clans of the 1,000-star city all day long could scold. On the Scattered Stars Island, Shin Chi meant everything. If they dared to attack Shin Chi, it would be disastrous. They would be the ones who buried and destroyed the Scattered Stars Island. At that time, the big clans would become the enemy of the world. No matter how many strong masters they had, they would eventually be annihilated in the hearts of all humans. In the future, if they wanted to travel in the yin-yang world, they would have to face the hunting of anyone at all times. Yang Kun asked, "What do we do now? Shin Chi has always acted his own way. He has been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island for so many years and has never cared about us. Now, has he decided to fall out with us?" Ye Kai also said with an ugly expression, "Han Fei is a big threat. He has grown up too fast, and his strength has grown so terrifyingly. How many years has it been? He's already so strong. If he is given a few more years and becomes a venerable, what will happen?" Chuqing snorted. "How can it be so simple to become a venerable? Don't think too much. However, Han Fei is indeed a genius. We need to report this matter to the clan." Now, I don't know what Shin Chi and Han Fei are plotting. This is what I'm most worried about. Yang Kun said, "It doesn't matter what they're up to. Han Fei will definitely come out when the battle starts. Isn't he going to become a king? Since he claims he is going to be a king, how can he leave the Scattered Stars Island alone?" Chuqing and the others complained, but they couldn't find Han Fei, nor could they do anything. While they were complaining, under the Empyrean waterfall, a black fog drilled into the deep pool. Han Fei even saw Big Yellow, who was eating fish on a rock. Big Yellow ate fish from time to time and looked at the entrance of the Empyrean waterfall, muttering to himself, "I heard that Han Fei seems to be back." Han Fei was puzzled. Didn't Mrs. Yin become a law enforcer long ago? Why was Big Yellow still here? However, this was not a good time to meet him. He could fight and return in a high profile, but he couldn't be under the watch of others all the time. Otherwise, even cultivation and breakthroughs would become a problem. Han Fei was even less willing to take over the battle as soon as he came back. At this moment, the situation in the 10,000 Demon Valley was still unclear. Since he had taken over the Scattered Stars Island, he might not even have the time to go to the outer sea. Then, how could he investigate the 10,000 Demon Valley? How much time was there before the battle? In the end, it was up to the old turtle at the bottom of the lake. A moment later, the black shadow, Han Fei, appeared not far in front of the old turtle. This was because Han Fei was purely black at this moment, which the old turtle didn't notice at all. At this moment, Han Fei met the old turtle for the first time. Information popped up in his eyes. Name 1,000 Seal Star Turtle. Introduction. The legendary seal turtle. This turtle shell is full of strange patterns, like millions of human hands entwined together, which are actually born seals that can suppress all great Daos. Star turtles are born with arrays and are good at sealing, escaping, and fighting. They are extremely rare. Level 79. Quality I.E. Enforcing Law. Legend I. Enforcing Law. Law of Gravity. Contains spiritual energy. 1898 IE die. Points I. Effect. Eating it has a certain chance of entering the great Tao of arrays. Collectible Seal Pearl Amon Absorbable Remarks. If you are not an array master, try not to be enemies with the 1,000 Seal Star Turtle. Huh? Legend? Even Han Fei was shocked after reading the old turtle's information. He didn't expect the old turtle to be a legend creature. This was the second legend creature Han Fei had met in the wild. Last time, it was the triple blazing cold shrimp he encountered under the Ice God Canyon. But now, he met another legend creature under the Empyrean Waterfall. No wonder legend creatures were always hard to find. The old turtle couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this the 1,000 Seal Star Turtle?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "Do you know him?" The old turtle immediately said, "Of course, he's a turtle too. I've once seen a king-level star turtle which suppresses the sea and seals the sky. He's even no weaker than me. Han Fei, can I possess this turtle?" Han Fei immediately shouted in his heart, "Don't even think about it. This turtle has helped our human race a lot. He has been staying here for tens of thousands of years. How can I let you possess him? What do you take me for?" The old turtle said, "Think about it. If I possess this turtle, I can become a venerable in a few days. With my accumulation, I can reach the advanced venerable realm in 10 years. Then I'll be a great help to you." Han Fei snorted. "I don't need it, old turtle, remember. Although I, Han Fei, seem to be a devil and evil in the eyes of sea demons, in the human race, I, Han Fei, am a legend, a heavenly talent, and even their king. As a king, I won't allow you to attack the creatures who have helped our human race. No one can." Chapter 1379, Worthless Spirit Awakening Fluid Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At the bottom of the Empyrean Waterfall, the 1,000 Seal Star Turtle was still closing its eyes. Strength was surging in its body now and then, but then a yellow and white color would appear on the star turtle, and a stripe that looked like an arm would light up. Immediately afterward, the power that was about to surge out was suppressed and returned to peace. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. If he guessed right, this star turtle's strength should have reached the level of a half-venerable, and he was about to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Han Fei could even think that if this turtle became a venerable, it would cause a huge uproar. Besides, it had absorbed the power of the deep-sea giant demon for too long, so once it made a breakthrough, it would definitely not be weak. The 1,000 Seal Star Turtle didn't know that someone had come to it. All of a sudden, it saw a star token appear in the water. Buzz. The 1,000 Seal Star Turtle suddenly opened its eyes and perceived the token in front of it in an instant. But then, its eyes began to roll as if it were looking for something. Han Fei said, "Senior Turtle, don't make a sound. I'm Han Fei." Han Fei used to live next to this waterfall and accompany this old turtle for a while. Although they didn't have many interactions, the Star Turtle's perception far exceeded Han Fei's back then. The old turtle actually knew Han Fei's life in the Empyrean Waterfall. Besides, Han Fei had made deals with the old turtle more than once. Therefore, the old turtle seemed to be slightly relieved when it heard Han Fei's name. The old turtle asked, "Where are you?" Han Fei said, "I'm 10 meters away from you. Don't use your eyes. Just scan around with your perception." In the next second, Han Fei sensed that a perception was scanning him quickly. After scanning dozens of times, the star turtle finally said, "Before my eyes, there is only a mass of black shadow matter that cannot be detected with the naked eye or even perception." "Are you really Han Fei?" Han Fei said. "If you don't trust me, you should know Marshal Shui's 13-star token, right? This token is a keepsake." The old turtle said softly, "Okay, I believe you. Recently, many venerables have come to the island. If you are an enemy, it's impossible for you to steal Shui's star token without him knowing." The old turtle continued, "Shui's token is the highest token on the island. Tell me, what's your purpose?" Han Fei said. "Well, I want to go to the hole under you." "Huh?" Stunned, the star turtle couldn't help but ask, "Didn't he tell you that I can't leave this place at all? If I leave here, the mountain may shake, and the seal may be broken in advance." Han Fei said, I know, but look at my current state. I'm no different from lake water. Even if there is a slight gap, I can enter it. If it doesn't work, I can drill a small hole in your body and then go down. The star turtle was surprised. A tiny crack will do, Han Fei said. A small hole the size of a drop of water will do. Even if you can go down, there are 1,000 seals under me. You won't be able to come out after you go down. You can only leave when I become a venerable. Han Fei said, Marshal Shui has already told me about it. I have my own way to return. The star turtle said, there's one more thing. Do you know that what is being suppressed below is not a human king, but a deep-sea giant demon? The demonic energy is surging. The pressure is heavy, and even the tentacle flesh still has some vitalities. If you go down rashly as a human, I am afraid you will die. Han Fei said, it doesn't matter. You just need to give me a small opening and let me go down. I have a way to ensure my survival. Also, Senior Turtle, if you help me, I'll stand on your side when this place is unsealed in the future. Otherwise, when the day comes, only Marshal Shui, a venerable, will guard you. It's obviously not enough. I also have the strength of a venerable. I can guard you too. You have the strength of a venerable? The 1,000-seal star turtle felt as if it had heard a joke. How many years has it been? When you first came, you were only a hidden fisher, but only a dozen years have passed, and you tell me that you have already had the strength of a venerable? Han Fei said, Senior Turtle, you'll know everything when I go to the cave below you. The 1,000-seal star turtle issued an order in its heart, and the 13-star token flew to its eyes. With a seal, the 1,000-seal star turtle said to the token, Did you give this to him? Shui Shenqi's voice came out of the token. Yes, this is a secret plan. Only you, Han Fei, and I know it. Do you want to fight both the sea demon venerables and the human venerables the day the seal is broken? Then who will guard you when you become a venerable? If this corpse can be destroyed now, we'll just need to put on a show when the time comes. At that time, you'll have more than one person guard you. The old turtle said, Okay, I believe you. Having dealt with Shui Shenqi for so long, the 1,000-seal star turtle trusted Shui Shenqi. It also knew that Shui Shenqi only had one goal, which was to eliminate sea demons. This was different from the venerables who came recently. Besides, after so many years, the old turtle even knew that not all human beings were on the human side. In this world, there were definitely many cowards. Even a venerable or a venerable family would join the sea demons in the face of absolute strength. In fact, the old turtle had betrayed the sea demons because it didn't like the behavior of sea demons. It didn't want the sea demons to conquer the world and wipe out other races. They just represented the interests of a small group of people. Removing the seal, the star turtle returned the star token to Han Fei and said, Come into my mouth. Han Fei immediately moved forward. Seeing the star turtle open its mouth, he went straight in. At this moment, Han Fei also sensed that a perception had scanned this place. It couldn't be anyone except a venerable. Han Fei didn't know which venerable it was. However, neither he nor the star turtle would give him a chance to detect anything. Inside the star turtle, there was a crack under its shell, which was caused by the power of the deep-sea giant demon all year round. The old turtle would also absorb the spirit awakening fluid from these cracks on a daily basis. Han Fei's black fog body quickly drilled into the crack. He saw a green liquid pouring into it bit by bit. It was spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, Senior Turtle, since there is all spirit awakening fluid under your body, why don't you take more of it? By dispersing it into the hands of countless humans on the scattered stars island, it can relieve your pressure, the star turtle said. Although I'm suppressing this place, it doesn't mean that I can absorb as much as I want from the gap. Once I absorb too much, it will be easier for more king-level demonic energy to attack my body. The more difficult it will be for me to control myself, the less time it will take to break the seal. Hearing this, Han Fei didn't say anything more. With a thought, a white mist suddenly appeared. The twin god technique was also a technique to break seals. It was like the star teleportation technique. As long as the space wasn't completely blocked, one could escape. It was difficult to find the body of black fog, but it was Han Fei's plan to sneak in with the body of white fog. The star turtle asked in surprise. An avatar? Han Fei said. That's none of your business. Please allow me to live in your body for a while. Then Han Fei said bluntly, Senior, be careful. I'm going over. When Han Fei's wisp of white mist entered the nail-like gap, he immediately felt a terrifying power rush into his body. Although he was in the white mist body, Han Fei still felt that even his soul was blurred. The star turtle said, Guard your mind. Don't make my crevice bigger. Drill down slowly. Han Fei thought of something and said, Calabash, absorb it. Before coming, Han Fei had already turned into a half-mermaid. Furthermore, because his demon heritage was quite high-leveled and had already exceeded the boundary of mortal meridians, he only nearly fainted because of the demonic chi at the beginning. While crawling out, Han Fei asked, Senior Turtle, since there is so much demonic chi and so much horror down below, why do you still want demonic stones? The star turtle said. You'll find out when you reach the bottom of this cave. Han Fei was confused. After half an hour, he finally passed through the tiny gap. When Hanfei was completely immersed in the pit that was filled with spirit awakening fluid and demonic chi, he felt extremely complicated. Fuck, can a king give birth to so much spirit awakening fluid? Hanfei was about to ask the old turtle about it when he felt that a power like a wandering thread was entering his body accompanied by demonic chi. Hanfei demonic chi. Hanfei immediately said, Old Yuan, don't go too far. I haven't started yet, and you've already taken action? The old turtle said. Hanfei, this place is very suitable for my recovery. There is some chaos energy here that you can't use at the moment. Why don't you give it to me? Then I can help you at critical moments in the future. Chaos energy? Hanfei frowned slightly. How do you know I can't use it? Although he was questioning him, Hanfei didn't stop the old turtle. Last time, the old turtle's shell was cracked by the demon purification pot when he tried to do something secretly. If the old turtle were smart, he wouldn't have done anything this time. Besides, Hanfei was more convinced that the old turtle couldn't resist the suppression of the demon purification pot, although he could steal something from the outside world. Therefore, he didn't really care. Hanfei's white mist body quickly turned into the appearance of a half-merman. Because he was used to the appearance of the fish dragon king, he still looked like it. The star turtle, on the other hand, found that Hanfei had changed from a mist into a human form. In its view, it was quite amazing that this magical technique could help Hanfei transform at will. It actually had the ability to fuse with special contractual spiritual beasts. But what surprised him more was not the transformation ability. The star turtle asked in surprise, You can resist the horrible demonic chi. Hanfei grinned and thought to himself, Hell no, my body is already swollen. A massive amount of demonic energy has already been injected into Forge the Universe. Seizing the opportunity, Hanfei swooshed to the bottom of the cave. He had planned to use the near-at-hand technique, but then he discovered that he couldn't use it. Neither could he use the star teleportation technique or the heavenly void divine movement. The old turtle said, Don't try anymore. You can't use any of your power when you're suppressed by the king's Tao runes. I sense a massive amount of demonic energy crystals down below. They're good things. You can take them. What Hanfei released now was demonic energy, which condensed into a dazzling shield. With the demonic energy so intense, how could Hanfei care about the release of this little bit of demonic energy? Not only that, Hanfei waved his hand and hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells appeared. Columns of spirit awakening fluid crazily poured into the sea-swallowing seashells. This was much easier than stealing spirit awakening fluid from the undersea chimneys. He was now soaking in seawater diluted by spirit awakening fluid. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the seawater was spirit awakening fluid. Other people wanted spirit awakening fluid, they usually took it by kilogram, but when he wanted spirit awakening fluid, he took it by tons. Oh no, now by sea-swallowing seashells. One sea-swallowing seashell could accommodate more spirit awakening fluid than the total capacity of an undersea chimney. In other words, a random sea-swallowing seashell contained millions of kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. This number stunned Hanfei. He didn't know that spirit awakening fluid was so cheap. The total amount of these 100 sea-swallowing seashells added up to 100 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Of course, this spirit awakening fluid was not as thick as pure spirit awakening fluid. If the diluted part was removed, there would be about 1/5 left. However, even so, there were at least 20 million kilograms. Hanfei thought to himself, even a king couldn't have released so much spirit awakening fluid at once. It must have been accumulated over countless years. Huff. The star turtle heaved a long sigh, feeling that the pressure on it had been greatly reduced. Hanfei, collect all the spirit awakening fluids now. If you had told me that you were capable of that, I would have let you in long ago. Chapter 1380, Make a Fortune Overnight. Hanfei controlled the sea-swallowing seashells with the void lines, and he was swimming quickly to the bottom of the cave. While swimming, Hanfei's body became fat. This cave was not big at first, with a radius of less than 300 meters. Around the cave, the rock walls had turned jade, forming a solid demonic chi barrier. Hanfei even suspected that if this place was exposed, the horrible demonic chi would probably cover the entire Scattered Stars island. After swimming for another 20 kilometers, Hanfei suddenly found a demonic stone. Huh? Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. SHE, name ultra-quality demonic stone. I.e. Traduction. Condensed from the essence of spiritual energy and demonic energy, containing a huge amount of spiritual energy and demonic energy. But because the demonic energy is violent and conflicts with ordinary demonic energy, it is extremely difficult to absorb. Probably 60,000, 60,000, 60,000, 60,000, 60,000. Points, S, edible effect. Inedible, absorbable. Seeing this situation, Hanfei was a little stunned, not because of this ultra-quality demonic stone, but because the number of ultra-quality demonic stones had already filled the entire bottom of the cave. Fuck, Hanfei had never seen anything like this before. There was a reason why the spirit awakening fluid and the demonic stone appeared at the same time. At this moment, the star turtle said, Now you know why I need so many demonic stones, right? I don't want ultra-quality demonic stones, but ordinary demonic stones. As long as I put those ordinary low-level demonic stones down, they can absorb demonic chi and relieve some pressure. Han Fei grabbed an ultra-quality demonic stone and observed it while asking, "How do you throw them down?" "Through the gaps the size of fingernails," the star turtle said. "All I need to do is to eat and shit them." Han Fei, G-U. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He thought to himself, "Do you mean that these ultra-quality demonic stones were all your poops? Damn it, did I just enter your pit of excrement?" The star turtle was stunned too. It said angrily, "What are you thinking of? I don't need to poo. I'm a half venerable, okay?" Han Fei immediately activated a demonic energy protective cover. Holding back his disgust, he thought to himself, "As long as there is treasure in the fecal pit, why can't I go down?" However, Han Fei was a little puzzled. "That's not right. If that's the case, why didn't you use this method before? In this way, wouldn't you be able to clean up this place infinitely?" The star turtle said, "If you hadn't had the ability to split your body into two, you wouldn't have dared to come in. The sea race and human beings are two different races after all. Not everyone can swallow demonic chi like you. Once they can't swallow demonic chi, there will be conflicts until their bodies explode and they die. Even venerables are no exception." Han Fei asked, "Can't it be cleaned up?" The star turtle continued. "In the past, some dying people entered this place in this way before they died, hoping to use their sea-swallowing seashells to help me clear this place. However, when they entered and were still alive, they could indeed clear this place. However, once they die, their sea-swallowing seashells and sun moon shells will be corroded by the power of the king. When a huge amount of power comes out, it will be even more impactful to me." Hearing that, Han Fei nodded. It was fucking weird. These were all real ultra-quality demonic stones. Once he used the body of a sea demon, he could immediately use them for cultivation, and there was an endless supply of them. Han Fei took out a sun moon shell. Collect. The tremendous amount of ultra-quality demonic stones disappeared one after another, and the sun moon shell was filled after he descended for hundreds of meters. The space of the sun moon shell was completely different from that of the sea-swallowing seashell. The largest sun moon shell was hundreds of thousands of times larger than the sea-swallowing seashell. With a thought, Han Fei took a quick glance and found that the number of ultra-quality demonic stones he collected had exceeded 100,000. Han Fei scratched his head. He was shocked by the number. What did it mean? An ultra-quality demonic stone was no different from an ultra-quality spiritual stone. Perhaps others couldn't use it, but he could. After all, he could transform into a sea demon. These 100,000 ultra-quality demonic stones equaled the total demonic energy of 50 billion. In other words, this was the biggest opportunity he had ever had in his life. He probably wouldn't be able to use up all the demonic energy. Besides, he hadn't finished cleaning up this place. Han Fei took out another sun moon shell and absorbed the demonic stones crazily again. He sank more than 600 meters before he collected all the demonic stones. Now Han Fei became super rich. The total amount of demonic energy he had exceeded 100 billion. What the hell did it mean? No wonder the sea demons were determined to conquer the Scattered Stars Island. The total demonic energy contained in this place alone had reached a terrifying number. Han Fei hadn't counted the jade-like rock wall yet. After the last ultra-quality demonic stone was absorbed by Han Fei, the star turtle breathed a sigh of relief. "If you had this ability 10 years ago, I could have held on for another 100 years. Unfortunately, you came too late. Even if you have collected all the ultra-quality demonic stones here, I can't hold on much longer because I'm already at my limit." At this moment, Han Fei's body had become fatter. This had nothing to do with demonic energy. It was the energy contained in demonic energy and spirit awakening fluid. Every time it brushed against him, there would be some left. As a result, after he came in for a while, his body was crazily filled with energy. If it weren't for the demon purification pot, he would have exploded and died. The old turtle said, "Han Fei, if you don't mind, you can let me absorb this energy for a while. Then you don't have to suffer from the pain of digesting the energy entering your body." Han Fei was lost for words. "You're quite thoughtful." "Fine, if you're capable of that, you can absorb it. However, don't absorb it too quickly or excessively. You have to absorb it as regularly as my body does." The old turtle said, "No problem." Immediately, Han Fei felt that the energy that was absorbed into his body formed a vortex between his eyebrows and was quickly absorbed by the old turtle, and the environment here would no longer bring him energy suppression. Han Fei thought to himself, "This place is damn suitable for cultivation." He had just come in and hadn't seen the corpse of the deep-sea giant demon yet, but he had already obtained so many benefits. What was down below? Han Fei didn't dare to imagine. Further down, Han Fei extracted the water from the sea-swallowing seashell that was filled with spirit awakening fluid, leaving only the pure spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei's water control technique was very powerful, so it was not a problem. It only took half an hour for Han Fei to fill 100 sea-swallowing seashells. However, the lower he went, the less concentrated the spirit awakening fluid became. Before, its concentration was only 20%, but now it was less than 5%. Realizing that the spirit awakening fluid's concentration was plummeting, Han Fei stopped collecting it and then stuffed the sea-swallowing seashells and the sun moon shells into Forge the Universe. And Han Fei's eyes also glanced at the green cave. Han Fei took a breath. He knew that although he had collected a lot of spirit awakening fluid and the ultra-quality demonic stones, the real benefit was the corpse. A corpse coveted by the experts of the Sea Demon Royal City and the Thousand Star City was right before his eyes. How could Han Fei let it go? Han Fei dove into the green mist. However, when Han Fei drilled into the mist, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure fall on him. Not good, a king-level suppressing power. Han Fei immediately vomited blood. His invincible will instantly condensed a golden body phantom. He wanted to use the power of law enforcement, but he couldn't. All the veins in Han Fei's body bulged, and he jumped out of the green mist. Fu Han Fei was horrified. Old Yuan, can you feel it? Is that the pressure of a king? The old turtle said, it's indeed beyond my expectations. It's not just the pressure of an ordinary king. The strength of this deep-sea giant demon should not be weak. It should have reached the intermediate or advanced sea establishment realm. Although you are not weak now, your realm is still low. Although your soul is strong, it is still too weak compared to a king's. The king's aura here has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It's reasonable that you can't withstand it for now. You have to slowly adapt to it. Don't be hasty. Han Fei's heart sank. He had planned to steal the king's corpse first, but he still couldn't resist the power. Han Fei immediately said, no, it's not easy for me to come here. I can't just go back. Otherwise, it won't change anything. Old Yuan, I have to make a breakthrough. The old turtle was speechless. A breakthrough? You've almost crossed an entire major realm in just 3 years. If you make another breakthrough now, your foundation will be unstable. Han Fei said solemnly, I know if my foundation is steady nor not. In the past 2 years, I had been fighting and polishing my foundation. Although there may be some shortcomings, as long as I don't break through to the peak, it won't affect me much. The old turtle said, if you want to make a breakthrough now, you can do it here, but you'll have to get used to the king-level suppressing power first. In this way, if you can hold on for 3 months, it's possible for you to enter the peak. Han Fei looked at the green mist and sat cross-legged on it. Then he could feel the pressure overwhelming him. However, fortunately, the pressure didn't directly enter his meridians. Therefore, the pressure was bearable for him. After all, his true physique and soul were indeed comparable to the venerable realm. The Star Turtle asked, what happened? Can you break through the king-level pressure? Han Fei said casually, no rush. Let me adapt to it for a few days. Han Fei frowned slightly and moved his body bit by bit into the hazy green aura of kings. In his body, he activated the demon god scripture, and the billowing demonic energy around was crazily pouring into his body. With so many ultra-quality demonic stones, Han Fei naturally didn't care about the demonic chi. However, he had to make a breakthrough with the demonic chi in the end. Although it wasn't a breakthrough in the realm, his strength would still be increased. His combat power, soul, and physique would grow too, which could also swallow a lot of power. Because Han Fei's physique was too strong, if he wanted to make a breakthrough now, he had to cleanse his body, temper his soul, and stretch out his spiritual heritage first. The consumption was far beyond ordinary people. This place could be called a perfect place to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1381, After the War Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall, right above the remains of the king, demonic energy surged on Han Fei's body. The scouring of waves of demonic energy on Han Fei caused his strength to grow rapidly. While Han Fei was cultivating, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island had basically stabilized outside. After all, Han Fei had killed a venerable level powerful enemy of the other party, as well as many Dao-seeking realm sea demons. More than 4,000 sea demons had been killed by the humans. In this way, the hidden fishers who were deployed to fight returned to the Scattered Stars Island one after another. This was another terrifying combat force. Due to the death of a venerable, many Dao-seeking realm demons retreated in panic on the surrounding battlefield. This solved the crisis of the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, all the divisions on the Scattered Stars Island were calculating the casualties and clearing up the battlefield. According to incomplete statistics, in the 7 consecutive days of crazy battles, the average number of human beings killed reached 50,000 people a day. This cruel war also made the new recruits grow up quickly and become experienced. The refining hall, alchemy rooms, and various carnival shops were all bustling. After the battle, although many human beings died, more sea demons died. Countless sea demons had died. All kinds of materials and resources had filled up the 4 logistics divisions. In order not to affect the peace of the 36 towns, some people had secretly begun to transport assets to the 36 towns. Some things that were not good enough on the Scattered Stars Island were the best treasures in the 36 towns. There were many people who liked them. Besides, the population of the 36 towns was large, and there were countless rich people. After sending away a few warehouses of the resources, dozens of warehouses of resources had been sold. If it were before, there would only be a large supply once every half a year or a year, and the number was only 2 or 3 warehouses. In the 36 towns, there were also many people crazily spreading the news of human beings' victory. After all, human beings had never had so many resources. But the fact was that in these decades, there were no decent battles. Of course, these ordinary people, or low-level cultivators who were in their growing phase, didn't know much about the battle situation. They didn't know. The crisis of mankind had just begun. In war, there would certainly be sacrifices. With sacrifices, resources would inevitably flow out. Therefore, it was very one-sided to judge the human situation by the amount of resources alone. But in any case, a victory was crucial to the morale of the human race. The Scattered Stars Island didn't want to bring negative emotions to the 36 towns. Many businessmen were also praising the benefits of winning the war. Fishing Ch1351 stood on a huge reef with his hands behind his back. He seemed to see countless humans cheering. This is good. A victory can increase confidence and stimulate fighting spirit. At this moment, the merchants of the 36 towns were all overjoyed. Too many resources had come this time. The prices of spiritual weapons had been reduced to the original 70%. In fact, as the supply surged this time, most special materials had already begun to sell at a lower price. The market responded enthusiastically. In fact, there were a lot of people in the 36 towns. Every time the price of sales dropped a level, more people would come to buy it. Therefore, these people were far enough to digest the war supplies of the Scattered Stars Island. Of course, the 36 towns could only consume some low-level materials, usually below the hanging fisher level. But intermediate or advanced hanging fishers or hidden fishers would only use spiritual weapons. Even low-quality spiritual weapons were still spiritual weapons. No matter how poor a spiritual weapon was, it could be used in the level 3 fishery. Such hard currency was more popular in the Thousand Star City. Resources were circulating more quickly. Except for some experts above the hidden fisher level on the Scattered Stars Island, the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns were very happy about this matter. But only a few people knew that there was a price to be paid for these gains. These resources were exchanged by the death of countless people. Therefore, when the semi-divine weapons on the Scattered Stars Island were popularized and the sea demons came aggressively, it seemed that human beings were in danger. In the eyes of the soldiers on the island, once the Scattered Stars Island was destroyed, human beings would be trapped in the sky and there would be no place for human beings on the vast sea. Besides, everyone below the explorer level thought that the spirit awakening fluid could only be collected on the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, if the Scattered Stars Island was conquered by sea demons, human beings would have no spirit awakening fluid to use anymore. And once the spirit awakening fluid was gone, how many children of human beings would be unable to awaken spirits? If this went on, human beings might be doomed. This was the thought of most people on the Scattered Stars Island. And those in power needed them to have this thought, so as to make these soldiers feel responsible. After the battle, it was a cultivation frenzy. On the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei's name appeared on the streets and in the various legions again, and the discussions on him were the most heated in the carnival shops. In a carnival shop on the west side of the Scattered Stars Island, someone was surrounded by a large group of people. This person was bragging, "You may not believe it, our commander Yuling Yun, the Blazing Fire Dual Swords, you've heard of her, right?" At that time, her spiritual energy was exhausted, and she was exhausted from the battle. An enemy's big demonic harpoon cut through the air and almost succeeded in the sneak attack against her, but guess what happened? The onlookers asked hurriedly, "What happened? Come on, tell us." Someone was lost for words. "Son of a Beta Chi, don't keep us guessing. Just because you're a member of her team doesn't mean you're great, okay?" The man picked up the fiery wine and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared out of thin air. He pinched with one hand and crushed the sea spirit into ashes. Everybody exclaimed, and someone said, "Just one attack?" It said that Han Fei was only a hidden fisher when he left the Scattered Stars Island. Someone echoed, "That's right. Besides, I once heard that there is a death barrier between a law enforcer and an explorer. To break through this barrier, one has to defy the heavens and withstand the heavenly punishment to become an explorer." Someone sighed. "I'm not surprised." When Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, it is said that he killed a sea spirit alone. It has been 10 years since then, right? The storyteller clicked his tongue and said, "What do you know? Do you know that after Captain Han saved our commander, he waved his sleeve, and the sea turned into a sword, extending hundreds of kilometers long and nearly 300 meters high? The sea sword pushed all the way to the inner sea, slaughtering all the sea demons wherever it passed. You know what? That single blow was comparable to half a day of fierce battles of 8,000 soldiers. You can imagine how terrifying Captain Han's current strength is." Someone sighed. "Why do I hear that the sword wave is more than a kilometer high?" Someone said. "It extended 100 kilometers long, right? I heard that the sword wave is still rampaging in the sea. It's already tens of thousands of kilometers away." Puffed! On a distant table, someone spewed out the liquor in her mouth. A cold woman was speechless. Who the fuck spread this rumor? There were 4 other people present at the table. Hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh. Because of the rumor, Han Fei has already become a legend after only one day. Someone even said that Han Fei killed a peak-level Dao-seeking sea demon with 1 punch and killed a venerable with 3 blows. Are they out of their minds? A female manipulator chuckled. They're exaggerating too much. Hey, Sister Xiaoyu, isn't Han Fei from the Blue Sea Town? I heard that he's still young. Have you heard of him before? The armorist was eating dried fish and said with a smile, Captain and Han Fei didn't come to the Scattered Stars Island at the same time, nor are they of the same age. How could she possibly know him? Xiao Yu had never been home since she came to the Scattered Stars Island. She only asked someone to send her family letters occasionally. Now, the girl had grown up. Xiao Yu, who was determined to be a great fishing master, was now the leader of a 5-person team. After many years, she had become an advanced hidden fisher. A few years ago, in a secret realm, she almost died. Having a narrow escape, Xiao Yu had already figured it out. She no longer pursued strength and realm improvement, but tried to have the heart of a real powerhouse. Her goal was to pursue the unknown Tao in the vast world. At this moment, she was no longer blindly chasing someone. She knew that she was not talented enough and would walk slowly, so she would just take time to polish her foundation well. Only in this way she wouldn't fade away into the crowd in the future. Actually, it's possible. Everyone, right? The armorist, what is possible? Xiao Yu put down the cup. This battle is over. You must be tired. Go back and digest what you've gained this time. Hey, Captain, where are you going? Empyrean Waterfall, the mayor's mansion. Zhu Yinling said timidly. Marshal, I'm Zhu Yinling. May I see you? Come in. As soon as Zhu Yinling entered the room, she saw Shui Shenxi speaking to a group of people. Shui Shenxi said, we still need 10 Fei Yen Mu furnaces. They must be completed within half a month. Also, sell the semi-divine weapons in the inventory at a low price. Uncle Zheng, you'll be in charge of this matter. Yes, Marshal, Shui Shenxi said. Dong Shui, after the battle, comforting and compensating bereaved families is a big thing. There were too many casualties in this battle. Report to the families of the deceased people in the 36 towns in batches. Make them think that this is a normal battle death. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. You'll handle this matter. Yes, Marshal, Shui Shenxi said. The method of turning sea demons into human beings has existed for a long time, especially after the war. It's imperative to search for sea demon spies. Zhang Teng, you can mobilize the heavenly talents of the Scattered Stars First Unit to search for such people all over the island. You'll be in charge of this matter. Zhang Teng, yes, Marshal. Shui Shenqi asked, Anything else? Zhang Teng smiled and said, well, I heard that Han Fei's strength has greatly increased after his return. This guy has always been acting in his own way and is so strong now. If anything happens again, I'm afraid the Scattered Stars prison won't be able to hold him. Zhui Shenxi put on a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you catch him again. That's good. After Shui Shenxi arranged everything, he turned to look at Zhu Yinling. What's the matter? Zhu Yinling said bluntly. May I ask where Han Fei is? Shui Shenqi took a deep look at Zhu Yinling. When he should appear, he will appear. This is a matter of life and death for human beings. Personal love should be thrown aside first. Zhu Yinling, you should have heard the rumors. Han Fei killed a venerable. This is not a rumor. Zhu Yinling was shocked. Did he really kill a venerable? Shui Shenqi said indifferently. Han Fei can already kill a venerable. Although your progress is extremely fast and you have reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, it's still not enough. Do you know what I mean? Zhu Yinling bit her lips. Got it. I'll take my leave. Chapter 1382, Han Fei's Conjecture Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. At this moment, at the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei was still making breakthroughs. When Han Fei was still weak, every time he made a breakthrough, he would directly reach the peak. Then he would think about polishing his foundation. However, as time went on, he seemed to have forgotten this advantage. However, he didn't lose this advantage. It was just that the void fishing didn't guide Han Fei to do that. At this moment, Han Fei sat cross-legged for the whole day and night, relying on the pressure of the king and the massive amount of demonic energy to constantly cleanse his spiritual heritage and flesh. Crack Han Fei's body was like a dried sea. His bloated body had recovered from the last breakthrough 3 hours ago. At this moment, he made another breakthrough. Under the pressure of the king, Han Fei's body became thinner. Huff! Activating the swallowing method, Han Fei's body was like a vortex, and he opened his mouth wide like a glutton, crazily absorbing the energy here. Han Fei's rapid breakthrough shocked the old turtle. He made breakthroughs too casually. In just 2 days, he had broken through 2 levels in a row. However, out of friendliness, the old turtle reminded him, Is it really okay for you to improve your strength so quickly? Han Fei said frankly. I won't rush straight to the peak. On the 3rd day, Han Fei's body returned to its original perfect state of being, neither fat nor thin. At this moment, Han Fei closed his eyes, and information popped up in his mind. Owner, Han Fei Level, 79, Advanced Explorer. Spiritual energy, 240,000 spiritual power, 4,958 perception range, 4,500 kilometers, strength, 1024 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 67, second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Han Fei was secretly relieved to see the information. Sure enough, the significance of breaking through 2 levels was different. Of course, the overall improvement was not very large. His strength only increased by 100 waves, and his spiritual power only increased by 1,000 points. In the latter stage of his stay in the Waterwood world, Han Fei was actually thinking of ways to restore his spiritual power. Fortunately, he split his soul out, so replenishing it wasn't difficult. Besides, Han Fei had the void lines. As long as he was given enough time, it was only a matter of time before his soul power was replenished. As for the upper limit of spiritual energy, Han Fei felt that he might not need the so-called upper limit of spiritual energy at all now. In fact, at the explorer level, although he couldn't instantly absorb enough spiritual energy from the void, in the explorer realm or the Dao-seeking realm, as long as he had enough resources on him and prepared in advance, he could completely deal with a long battle by directly swallowing the energy. Therefore, the upper limit of spiritual energy was no longer significant. Looking at his data, Han Fei was calm. If he polished it slowly, the data would probably be better. However, it was impossible to improve it significantly unless he could completely build his indestructible golden body. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how much chaos energy have you swallowed?" The old turtle said, "Not much. I've only absorbed less than one wisp." Han Fei sneered. Han Fei didn't believe what the old turtle said. However, Han Fei didn't mean to stop the old turtle, but to remind him. At the same time, Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, I've already adapted to the king's pressure on this surface. Besides, my strength has improved again. What do you think if I use this king's pressure to polish my golden body?" Old Yuan paused for a moment and said, "Are you in a hurry to improve your strength?" Han Fei said, "Isn't it obvious? The Scattered Stars Island is in such a situation now, and this place will be under my control in the future. So many venerables want to rob me in front of my face. In the outer sea, there are countless sea demons staring covetously at me. I have to think of a way to improve my strength," the old turtle said. "There are only 3 ways for you to improve your strength." Han Fei was stunned. 3? So few? The old turtle sneered. "How can there be so many fish falling from the sky? The first is to polish your foundation. Although the growth is slow, it will be very beneficial for the future. The second is to fully grasp the golden body, which will increase your strength by 20%. The third is the method of disassembling spiritual energy. During this period of time, you don't have much time to concentrate on disassembling spiritual energy. You have to know that the more spiritual energy is disassembled, the more thorough your understanding of strength will be, and the higher your combat power will be." Han Fei thought to himself, "I don't need you to tell me these 3 methods, which I have known, okay?" He had been polishing himself. Cultivating the golden body required opportunities. As for disassembling spiritual energy, it would take time. Sometimes, even if he spent time on it, it might not be useful. He still needed to gain epiphany. "Han Fei, none of these 3 methods seems to be able to solve my urgent needs." The old turtle said, "There are 2 ways to polish one's foundation. To put it bluntly, it's to carry all kinds of power with the body, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, and then?" The old turtle said. "Do you know that the capacity of the body for all kinds of power comes from the capacity for natural energy such as spiritual energy? Ignoring the term spiritual energy, it's the body's capacity and use of this energy structure. Therefore, as your foundation is polished better, your grasp of spiritual energy will be higher at this stage. It's just that you don't know it." Han Fei frowned. This was the first time he heard the old turtle say that. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "So, as long as spiritual energy disassembling is improved, it can not only improve the use of strength, but also polish the foundation?" The old turtle hummed, "Of course. As long as you grasp enough spiritual energy and cleanse your body with the disassembled spiritual energy, your so-called foundation will be quickly polished." "Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier?" the old turtle said leisurely. "It's useless even if I told you earlier. After all, disassembling spiritual energy takes time, and the further you go, the more difficult it will be. If it takes too much time to grasp it, it's better to gain experience in battles, which will be quicker. Your progress is already very fast. In fact, you don't need to improve yourself in this way at all. But since you've asked, I can tell you that it's actually a solution if you really want to take a shortcut." Han Fei thought to himself, "So I have to learn to disassemble spiritual energy? I can give it a try. All my other methods seem to be stuck. Only this path still has room for improvement." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the golden body?" the old turtle said casually. "Although the energy here is terrifying, it's not violent or pure enough. If you want to make use of the energy here to cultivate your golden body, you'll have to find a way to gather the spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will take you a long time to make a breakthrough just by swallowing the energy." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei immediately understood. As the saying went, an old man was like a treasure. Like an omnipotent encyclopedia, the old turtle could stop him from taking the wrong path most of the time. Just this alone made his cultivation speed much faster than others. Han Fei quickly made a decision. Since he only had 3 choices and the first 2 were blocked, he had to try whether the third one worked or not. The significance of disassembling spiritual energy was enormous. Han Fei had known this before. He was much stronger than others, mostly because he knew more about the disassembling of spiritual energy than others. When Han Fei extracted a bit of spiritual energy again, he forged it, and the flame in Han Fei's hand was removed at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, when the spiritual energy shrank by more than half, it finally became unstable and disappeared into a water ball. 62%. Han Fei slightly frowned. 70% was the basic requirement to become a venerable. When he discussed the method of disassembling spiritual energy with the Insect King, he had vowed that 70% was not difficult. The old turtle had once said that it was not difficult to reach 70%, but although he had slacked off recently, 62% was really not much. After all, after the Insect King told him about this method, he quickly disassembled spiritual energy to 58% in the first month. After more than a year, it had only improved by 4%. Han Fei now had a deeper understanding of the so-called 62%. When Xuanhuan was still around, his understanding of disassembling spiritual energy was to disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points. In this way, his strength could double. Later, when his disassembling speed reached 50%, Xuanhuan simply said, "Continue disassembling in the Explorer realm." He didn't elaborate. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly began to doubt whether a point of spiritual energy was really disassembled into 2 points. He had had this suspicion before. A point of spiritual energy could be split into 2, according to the conservation of energy. Wasn't it essentially still 1 point? Xuanhuan said, "That's because we haven't fully carried out the full power contained in the spiritual energy." When he disassembled a point of spiritual energy into 2, he didn't need to use his brain to understand it. He just needed to use it to completely detonate the power of spiritual energy. Then, the result was that his strength was more than doubled, less than 1.5 times. In fact, after learning more about it from the Insect King and the old turtle, Han Fei knew that the truth about the disassembling of spiritual energy was not so. In their words, spiritual energy was a kind of energy. The spiritual energy contained a certain law of the Great Tao. This Great Tao law was not understood. However, this Great Tao was the source of the power that spiritual energy could unleash. Han Fei once wondered if it was calculated in percentage. Was it true that the spiritual energy was disassembled to the end, just to disassemble the last few percent of the source of power, which was the power of the Great Tao? But the old turtle once said that no one could do it 100%. If the spiritual energy was disassembled to 100%, there would be nothing left. What did that mean? Perhaps, in the depths of spiritual energy, there might not be the so-called power of the Great Tao? It wasn't as simple as flowers having stamens, fruits having cores. The power of the Great Tao erupted by driving spiritual energy had actually completely fused with spiritual energy. When he disassembled the spiritual energy, he actually just separated the power of the Great Tao from it. In fact, it was just that the number of wipes of spiritual energy increased. The amount of spiritual energy that erupted from each grain was different. If the spiritual energy was disassembled by 50%, the explosive power of the disassembled spiritual energy would be the same. However, because qualitative change resulted from quantitative change, as the number of spiritual energy increased, the destructive power could be doubled. Therefore, everyone thought that the 50% disassembling of spiritual energy meant the increase of strength by 2 times. But in fact, even if 1 point of spiritual energy became 2 points, it couldn't increase its strength by 2 times. It was only about 1.5 times. Most people wouldn't pursue the root of the problem, nor would they have the ability to pursue it. Besides, there was another premise. Ordinary people couldn't exert the full power of every point of spiritual energy. Did this mean that it was possible that the battles he saw with his naked eye that the spiritual energy's strength was increased by 1.5 times was actually fake? Chapter 1383, Whale Fall Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Hiss. Wrong idea, the old turtle asked. What's wrong? Han Fei was taken aback by his own idea. However, then he thought to himself, if I can think of it, then it's impossible for strong masters like the old turtle and the others to not think of it. Then why didn't they tell him? Was it because the old turtle and the Insect King didn't want to tell him? It made sense if the old turtle thought so. However, the Insect King didn't seem to realize this at all. Or, had the Insect King never thought about this problem at all? However, if strong masters of their level couldn't make any progress in strength for thousands of years and had nothing to do except to think about these questions, how could they not think about it? Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei suddenly took out 100 points of spiritual energy. With a disassembling speed of 50%, 2 points of disassembled spiritual energy were blasted out at once. As a result, a mark of 1.6 meters appeared in the water. Seeing this scene, Han Fei launched another attack with 2 points of spiritual energy disassembled by 62%. However, to his surprise, the mark he left in the water was only 2 inches long. No, Han Fei immediately shook his head. In the end, it was because he didn't know the power of the Great Tao contained in the spiritual energy, and didn't know how much power it could increase. When he disassembled it, how much power of the Great Tao could be distributed. He didn't have a concept. Although the disassembling speed was 12% different, the power unleashed was not very different. Could it be that the more he disassembled spiritual energy, the less benefits he would get? This should be what most people felt. Therefore, disassembling spiritual energy became more and more difficult. The difference between 50% and 80% wasn't that great. Some people could accept the slight difference. However, Han Fei felt that he couldn't. No matter what, he had to know the internal mechanism and reasons, right? Otherwise, he would always feel upset. There seemed to be a big problem. Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Old Yuan, you said that spiritual energy contains a trace of the power of the Great Tao. How much this power of the Great Tao can make a point of spiritual energy stronger than normal at most?" "Huh!" the old turtle suddenly exclaimed. "You found it? You found it only half an hour later?" Han Fei was stunned. "Do you know what I found?" The old turtle was a little surprised. "You found the difference in the power contained in spiritual energy. Due to the difference in individual strength, the degree of control, and the power you can exert are different. Even if someone's degree of spiritual energy disassembling is the same as yours, the power you two can exert is actually different." Han Fei frowned. "So, because every person who uses spiritual energy is a variable, the final power obtained after the spiritual energy is disassembled is different." The old turtle said, "That's right. In fact, this wasn't something you should have considered. Why have you suddenly figured it out?" Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at the old turtle. "Do I need to figure it out? There has to be a difference between the crude and high-quality imitated products. Since disassembling spiritual energy is a standard to measure whether a person can become a venerable or a king, I have to figure it out. The results of 50% disassembling and 60% disassembling are obviously not right. How can I still lie to myself that the more the spiritual energy is disassembled, the harder it will be? I'm not stupid, okay?" Han Fei immediately asked. "Just tell me, how much stronger can a point of spiritual energy be in the end?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "You might be scared if I tell you." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "I'm not a coward. Tell me, when you were in my current realm, what was your use rate of spiritual energy?" The old turtle said leisurely, "When I was still an explorer, I could exert the power of 1 point of spiritual energy by 1.8 times. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "What about in the venerable realm?" the old turtle said leisurely. "As for the venerable realm, at my peak state, it should be about 3.6 times. Hiss, fuck, don't lie to me. Are you sure you were using spiritual energy, not chaos energy?" the old turtle sneered. You think I'm lying to you? Do I have to lie to you? I'm not bragging, but I've never seen anyone who can improve the power of spiritual energy by 4 times, not even an emperor. If it weren't for my bad luck, I'm afraid I would have become an emperor long ago." Han Fei thought to himself, "Do you think I'll believe you? Theoretically, by disassembling spiritual energy, people can at most get twice as much spiritual energy, but you said 4 times, Han Fei said with a sneer. "So you split a point of spiritual energy into 4 points of spiritual energy." The old turtle said disdainfully. "Humph, when the time comes, you will find that the power contained in a point of spiritual energy is actually beyond your imagination. When you completely disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points, you might find that the power of the Great Tao contained in the spiritual energy also has space for digging," Han Fei said with a dazed look. "It means that it's not enough to split the energy of spiritual energy in half. Can the power of the Great Tao in spiritual energy continue to be dug out?" the old turtle said. "That's why I said, how did you realize this problem so quickly? In the early stages of disassembling spiritual energy, because the gap is not large, there is basically no difference before entering the venerable realm. The source of power you seek is something that only venerables can consider. You're considering it too early." Han Fei immediately said angrily, "You just told me that I can increase my strength by increasing the disassembling degree. If the gap is not big before I become a venerable, what's the point of increasing the disassembling degree? Besides, exploring something's source is the right way to explore it." The old turtle said indifferently, "As you said, source energy is the hardest to understand. Besides, what I said is more or less the same, but in fact, the effects are not the same. You can try to understand it. If you can exert the power I once had, the improvement will be great." Han Fei's lips twitched. After talking for a long time, in fact, it was just a conjecture about the disassembling of spiritual energy. But even though he knew it was a conjecture, disassembling itself was a boring process, so he still had to continue. He didn't have enough time to disassemble the spiritual energy bit by bit. He had given himself 3 days. If he couldn't think of any good solutions in 3 days, he would go down first, the first day. Han Fei tried to use his Great Tao to permeate spiritual energy, which was the Great Tao penetration method that the Insect King mentioned. According to his line of thinking, the Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao were both Taos. What if he integrated them? However, after experimenting for a day and a night, Han Fei even imagined that his spiritual energy could be disassembled into 4 times the power, but it was useless. Under this Great Tao infiltration technique, the use rate was far lower than his forging disassembling method. Thinking about it, Han Fei felt that maybe his forging technique was too low-leveled. Since he entered the reincarnation cycle, entered the Grand Myriad Mountains, and learned the 100 War Divine Hammer, he rarely used normal methods to refine weapons. Therefore, Han Fei deduced the Spirit Flame variation. Disassembling all technique heaven level, divine quality as Seshna remarks a technique to fuse and refine all things. It can create 100 flames. You can try to separate the origin of all things, remove the impurities, take their essence, and make the origin of all things purer with this technique. It can have different effects in the hands of different people. Deduced art, disassembling fire technique, completion degree, 0 million. The demon purification pot was really magic. This technique was indeed useful. Compared to the spirit flame variation, disassembling all technique seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the great Tao in spiritual energy. This made Han Fei's progress reach 65%. After a day, Han Fei found that his progress was still stuck at 65%. Han Fei thought that the disassembling all technique just had a good name but couldn't really disassemble it all. So, he deduced the disassembling fire technique. Disassembling fire technique, venerable level, mid-quality remarks, a technique to fuse and refine all things. It can create 10,000 flames. You can try to strip away the source of all things to get the essence with this technique. Under the disassembling fire, you can separate the source of matter and take its essence crystal. It can have different effects in the hands of different people. Deduced art, separation fire technique completion degree, 0 billion. When Han Fei saw this, he found that the disassembling fire had returned to a pure refining technique. He could analyze the core essence of materials with this technique. He tried it and found that the disassembling fire could only improve his progress by 1% for a period of time. For a moment, Han Fei felt quite embarrassed. It seemed that refining techniques weren't the most important. What mattered was the targeted effects of refining techniques. For example, the so-called separation fire technique seemed to have turned the refining technique into a kind of fire. But now he didn't have any need for flames. In this vast water world, what else could fire do except refine weapons? If it was for refining, he had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and didn't lack weapons at all. 3 days passed in a flash. Han Fei's real progress was 4% growth. This progress gave the old turtle a fright. He thought to himself, if he keeps doing this, won't he reach the disassembling degree of the venerables in a few months? In addition to this, the old turtle discovered that every time Han Fei consumed spiritual energy, he would have a new ability. Immediately, the old turtle felt that he had discovered something. Han Fei was exchanging combat skills with the little calabash. The old turtle couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is this calabash? Can Han Fei trade for combat skills with it unlimitedly? Unfortunately, the old turtle couldn't figure it out. In the past 3 days, in addition to making his spiritual energy disassembling degree a little higher, his adaptability to the king's pressure had also increased a lot. After all, his meridians were not ordinary in the first place. When his strength was 2 levels higher, his spiritual energy disassembling degree increased and his foundation was polished to a higher level. Han Fei slowly sank down. In fact, this green misty floor was not deep, only 100 meters deep. When Han Fei passed the 100 meters, his body was cracking and bleeding. Every once in a while, he had to cast the holy light technique on himself. At this moment, Han Fei's eyes widened. He saw a huge whale with a broken body lying at the bottom of the cave. This big whale shocked Han Fei. Is this the Cloud Whale? Chapter 1384, Old Memories Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei's first reaction was shock, because, in a sense, the Cloud Whale shouldn't be a sea demon. Han Fei had always thought that the Cloud Whale was the only one in this world, the loneliest and most peculiar whale in the world. But now it didn't seem to be the case at all. Han Fei had never asked, when did the Cloud Whale appear on the Scattered Stars Island? And why was it rescued by humans and living together with humans? Huh? The old turtle couldn't help but exclaim, I seem to have seen this whale before. It's wandering in the sky outside your island. Han Fei's mind was racing. The layout of the yin-yang world was almost the same as that of the water-wood world. Both places were locked down by the wall of death. The Cloud Whale on the Scattered Stars Island was actually not very strong. Although it ate a lot, it didn't grow much in strength. Because it didn't like to stay at a low altitude, except when it was on the Scattered Stars Island, it would occasionally pick up humans at a low altitude. The rest of the time, it shuttled through the clouds in the sky. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, is a whale a viviparous animal? Is the Cloud Whale outside this Cloud Whale's baby? But Han Fei realized that something was wrong. This Cloud Whale had been dead for a long time. How could it have a cub? Immediately, Han Fei didn't dive down at all, but sat cross-legged in the water and focused his attention on its black fog body. Due to the twin divine technique, the two bodies interconnected. The black mist body hidden in the giant turtle's body asked casually, Senior, let me ask you something. Do you know when that Cloud Whale appeared on the Scattered Stars Island? When I came back, I met the Cloud Whale only to find that it was still in the sea demon realm. It ate so much, but its strength didn't increase at all? The Star Turtle asked in confusion, Why are you asking this? Is the existence below related to the Cloud Whale? Han Fei thought to himself, do you have to be so sensitive? Also, you have been suppressing it for so long. Don't you know what's underneath? However, Han Fei didn't disclose it. Instead, he said, of course it has nothing to do with the one below. They're not in the same era. I just feel bored and want to chat with you. The Cloud Whale race is special after all. What happened to the Cloud Whale's ancestors? Why is there only one Cloud Whale in the world? Hearing Han Fei's words, the Star Turtle couldn't help but say, well, I don't know much about the ancestors of the little Cloud Whale. I think maybe it's because they have different living habits. After all, fish should live in water. But they live in the sky, right? Han Fei pretended to be surprised. Does the cloud whale really have ancestors? The star turtle said. I don't know if it has or not because I have been here for tens of thousands of years. However, the little cloud whale is indeed a rare creature. More than 800 years ago, when I transcended the tribulation to make a breakthrough equivalent to the explorer level of you humans, the commander of that time captured the little cloud whale from somewhere and said that he wanted to see how much of the power of the heavenly tribulation the little cloud whale could absorb. Han Fei was stunned. More than 800 years ago? Han Fei immediately said. Why do I vaguely remember that the cloud whale appeared before the eyes of human beings only 800 years ago? The star turtle said. That's right. At that time, the little cloud whale was still young and too weak. It was raised as a pet by little Tang, and it didn't return to the Scattered Stars Island until 1,000 years later. However, the little cloud whale's talent might not be very good. After 1,000 years, it hadn't even reached the sea demon realm yet and was still in the demonization realm. Up to this day, another 800 years have passed, and the little cloud whale has only reached the sea demon realm. Han Fei's lips twitched. The cloud whale was so big and was a legend creature. It didn't make sense for it to grow so slowly. He was a little curious back then, but he didn't ask much back then. But now, Han Fei felt that there was a big secret behind it. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered, back then, there was another person involved in this matter who was the former commander. Han Fei asked, Senior, is the former commander still here? Who is he? The star turtle said without hesitation. Little Tang. His full name is Tang Yan. He's quite a gentle person. His talent is really good. However, shortly after my breakthrough, Little Tang left and never came back. Tang Yan? Hiss? Han Fei was shocked. Li Daxian and Tang Yan were both on the Ideal Palace's overlord role. On the Void Stone Monument, sometimes Li Daxian was ranked first, and sometimes Tang Yan was ranked first. He didn't know which of them was stronger. However, the Thousand Star City didn't seem to know much about Li Daxian and Tang Yan. No one could find out the origins of these two people. This should also be related to the memory loss seal of the Ideal Palace. However, the identity of Li Daxian had already been revealed. He was Patriarch Thug and also the fake junior Uncle Faceless. He was the legendary Patriarch Thug who was said to once suppress the entire Thousand Star City. People only knew his power but didn't know his name. How many people in the world knew his name was Li Daxian? If Li Daxian had such an identity, was Tang Yan really just a commander? Was it so simple? When the Star Turtle transcended the tribulation, Tang Yan took the little cloud whale to absorb the power of the tribulation. Then, not long after, Tang Yan left. After 1,000 years, the cloud whale returned by itself? It seemed to be a simple event, but every step felt wrong. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior, didn't Commander Tang Yan tell you the origin of the cloud whale? The Star Turtle said, We didn't have the time to talk about that. When I transcended the tribulation, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and the Empyrean waterfall collapsed. It was very dangerous. I didn't have the time to chat with Little Tang at all. Later, when I transcended the tribulation, I was in a weak state and fell into a deep sleep. The Empyrean waterfall you see now is so huge because the waterfall was moved here later and was actually man-made. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. There must be something wrong with Tang Yan. The Star Turtle said that even the Empyrean waterfall had collapsed during the tribulation. At that time, the little cloud whale had just been brought here and then left for 1,000 years. Was it a coincidence? No, Han Fei certainly wouldn't believe that it was a coincidence. This was just the most basic clue. Even if a random person came over and saw the corpse of a cloud whale hidden under the king's pressure, he would definitely have the same reaction as him. If he wanted to know more about the cloud whale, there was a living cloud whale outside the island, and he might find some clues from it. Han Fei rolled his eyes. By the way, Senior, is the corpse of the king down below really a corpse? Is it possible that it's alive? I feel that the pressure down below is too strong. I can hardly handle it. The Star Turtle didn't know the situation down below. It just answered Han Fei's questions. Because it knew very well about this suppressing pressure. If it weren't for the suppressing pressure of this king's corpse, its soul power would have long penetrated through. The Star Turtle said firmly, He's definitely dead. Definitely. That's the corpse of a king. If he were half dead, it would be very easy for him to absorb my vitality. How can I suppress him for so long? Han Fei thought to himself. It seems that the Star Turtle doesn't know what is down below. As for Tang Yan, although the Star Turtle may know something about him, it is not complete. The Scattered Stars Island must have records about its past commanders. After all, barracks barely changed while soldiers came and went like water. None of the commanders were simple. How could there not be any records about them? Han Fei stopped asking. If he had any doubts, he just needed to keep it in his heart and check it when he was free. Han Fei sighed and changed the topic to chat with the Star Turtle about disassembling spiritual energy. After all, they were both experienced, and the Star Turtle's disassembling degree must have reached 70%. Perhaps he could study something from him, right? Under the king's pressure, the real size of the sky was much larger than what it looked like from the outside. The so-called king pressure formed a green mist barrier that separated the two sides like a seal. This world seemed to be a perfect corpse hiding place. Compared to the outside, the demonic energy here was more violent. However, with Han Fei's spiritual heritage that had surpassed the mortal level, this demonic energy couldn't do anything to him. This cloud whale was huge, even larger than the cloud whale outside the island. Han Fei gave a self-deprecating smile. Before, he didn't really believe it, but now his eyes were really opened. The enormous dragon and the 10,000-meter-long cloud whale had already told him that there were many more such terrifying monsters outside. He just needed to get used to them. Unlike the floor that was covered with ultra-quality demonic stones just now, there were many rare spiritual plants growing around the cloud whale. There were more than 1,000 of them. In addition, there seemed to be an invisible energy guarding the king's body. Han Fei was proficient in arrays, but he couldn't tell what kind of array it was. However, after sensing the pressure around him, Han Fei didn't feel it was very strong. It seemed to be weaker than that in the green mist. Besides, it was clear underwater that the giant corpse was right in front of him, waiting for him to come over to enjoy it. However, Han Fei had never used a king's corpse. Han Fei immediately asked, "Old Yuan, what do you think this corpse is used for?" "Skin it, disembowel it, and take its bones?" The old turtle couldn't help but ask with disgust. "Do you have to be so cruel?" Han Fei said awkwardly. "I'm just asking," the old turtle said unhurriedly. "I don't think this corpse is easy to use." "Huh?" the old turtle said. "A king is in the sea establishment realm. You humans call them sea establishers, and the sea demons call them deep-sea giant demons, but in fact they're just different names. Sea establishment is to create your own ocean. This is an independent space. Although this king is dead, it doesn't mean that the world he created has perished. Do you understand what I mean? Huh? A king's personal space?" Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. "I haven't thought of taking the wealth of a king yet. What treasures will there be in this cloud whale's remains?" Chapter 1385, Sneak Attack on the Sea of Pearls translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei was tempted. How much wealth could a king have? Sea establishment meant establishing his own ocean world. Hearing this, Han Fei was amazed. He didn't know what his Forge the Universe was. At present, Han Fei had seen many small worlds. However, this didn't surprise him. After all, the sea-swallowing seashell and the sun-moon shell could form a separate space. Could it be that the sea-swallowing seashell was also the space of a king? In that case, there were as many kings as there were hairs on a cow. As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, the old turtle said contemptuously, "The sea-swallowing seashell, the sun-moon shells, and the star shells are just spaces that were created with their characteristics at the price of death. The size of the space is related to their strength when they were alive. Do you know where spiritual weapons and divine weapons will be after they recognize their masters?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Where?" Han Fei had thought about this question before. If he hadn't known about the Soul Sea, he felt that he didn't even know where the spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts went. Furthermore, the place where contractual spiritual beasts lived was different from spiritual beasts. It didn't seem to be in the Soul Sea. The old turtle said, "Since you even encountered the remains of a king today, I can tell you in advance. In fact, all creatures have a sea which can only be opened after they reach the sea-established realm. However, this doesn't mean that you can't use this sea before you reach the sea-established realm. For example, if you refine spiritual weapons with your essence blood, then the spiritual weapons and divine weapons will be marked with your source, so you can naturally take them into that sea." Han Fei took a deep breath. "Where is the sea?" the old turtle said. "It's still in chaos. You can also call it the chaotic sea. This name wasn't made up by me. It's the guess of many powerhouses. However, no one can really find the chaotic sea." Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, "It's just a guess. What's there to say?" Han Fei said, "Now I just want to know where the sea establishment space of this cloud whale is." The old turtle immediately said, "If I've guessed right, it should be in his remaining demonic origin." Demonic origin? Han Fei immediately looked down at his abdomen and said, "The one in my dantian?" The old turtle pondered for a moment. "At first, I was rather surprised by the demonic origin in your body. However, the demonic origin in your body seems to have been sealed by some power." "Why, you don't know?" Han Fei had never mentioned it to the old turtle. The master of the snow god's temple, the ice spirit, gave him this thing. But up to now, Han Fei hadn't found what use the demonic origin had. Except that it had given him some help when he was practicing the demon transformation technique, it didn't seem to be useful at all. At this moment, hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei suddenly realized that this was the sea establishment world left behind by a king. Han Fei stepped over and didn't study how to break the invisible energy on the surface of the cloud whale. Instead, Han Fei first tried to dig up all the plants around the cloud whale. The spiritual fruits that could grow near the remains of a king were all of the extraordinary quality. Also, for some reason, all the spiritual fruits here were energy fruits. There was not even a single spiritual energy fruit or poisonous fruit. 7-colored fire lotus? Han Fei casually dug a spiritual plant and information popped up in his eyes, which startled him. TAS. Extree endpoint 7-colored fire lotus. TS was Starkins. It grows in places with abundant energy, which are usually the places where powerful creatures die. By absorbing their blood and energy, it was produced. It can improve one's physique and increase energy. Sequel level 1.4. Hyven level 1.4 Cs. Ultra quality, untamed spiritual energy seeks for 6,000 points. Effect. If eaten directly, it can improve one's physique, cleanse the veins and marrow, enhance blood and chi, contain spiritual energy, and can be eaten repeatedly. Han Fei only checked the information of a random one of them. Any of the spiritual fruits here were heaven-level ultra quality. However, there were more than 1,000 spiritual fruits here. Han Fei was overjoyed. With these thousands of energy fruits, it's almost certain that I can finish cultivating my golden body. Han Fei hurriedly threw the 7-colored fire lotus into Forge the Universe. Then, braving the terrifying pressure, he continued to dig. 1, 2, 3. After digging dozens of plants in a row, when Han Fei was digging a purple leaf fruit, a gray shadow suddenly appeared on the body of the cloud whale and swept at Han Fei casually. Han Fei reacted very quickly. The moment he retreated, the embroidery needle had already blocked in front of him. He saw a gray cloud-like gas ramming at him. Clang, chi, chi, chi. Han Fei retreated 7 or 8 meters in a row and looked down at his chest, where a burn with a width of more than 3 inches appeared. His skin was wrinkled. Huh, the old turtle said. It doesn't matter. When you dug the grass, you triggered the protective energy on its body, and a little bit of the energy leaked out. Han Fei's face changed slightly. It has been dead for such a long time. But even a wisp of power that its body released could hurt me, the old turtle said. I told you not to speculate about the strength of a king. You seem to be very strong now, and you seem to be able to fight a junior venerable. However, so what? If you keep walking forward, you'll still be an ant. Even the remains of a king aren't something you can easily touch. With a black face, he carefully collected these spiritual fruits and spiritual plants. The stronger he was, the more he could discover his weakness. It took Han Fei half a day to carefully collect all the spiritual fruits and plants around the cloud whale. Then he was relieved and smiled. Although he was swept by the escaping protective energy a dozen times, the force was not enough to repel him, let alone really injure him. However, Han Fei had already gained too much from this diving. Spirit awakening fluid, ultra-quality demonic stones, energy fruits, these 3 things alone were already beyond the imagination of countless people. At the very least, with these energy fruits, Han Fei felt that his indestructible golden body could be built soon. As long as he was given a little more time, his strength would immediately take a qualitative leap when he became a peak-level explorer with the indestructible golden body. Han Fei was excited. Old Yuan, let me try to break this protective energy. You've absorbed so much chaos energy. You have to help me when necessary. The old turtle said. Theoretically speaking, although this king has been dead for a long time, the energy protecting his body is not something ordinary people can break. To get his demonic origin, you have to break through this layer of protective energy first. Secondly, you have to prevent the king from setting some trap on his demonic origin. Han Fei said, although the pressure is heavy, once I get used to it, it can't hurt me. After all, this is not a living creature. If I can't even withstand this, how can I snatch the chance? However, this protective energy, is it also a kind of energy? The old turtle couldn't help asking, what do you want? Han Fei pondered for a moment, glanced at his arm that had just been burnt to a pulp, and grinned. You said that I had to gather energy and have it scour me in order to obtain enough violent power to polish my golden body? Look, even God is helping me. The old turtle was silent for a long time, and in the end he said, if it were you, it might really work. After all, you can use the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The old turtle didn't want to admit this fact. Han Fei's idea was bold. Polish his golden body with the protective energy of a king? What a huge amount of energy. It should be no problem to use it to polish his golden body. Once he obtained the golden body, his physical strength would definitely soar. Han Fei took a deep breath and thought, sure enough, the one who makes the first move has the advantage. Just because others can't touch it doesn't mean I, Han Fei, can't touch it. Since you all chose me, I'll show you how strong I am. After that, Han Fei opened his mouth and took in the energy from all directions into his body. As a secret technique left behind by the war giants, the swallowing technique was very likely to be classified as a secret technique by the Cao family of the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, Han Fei used this chance to suck out the protective energy on the surface of the huge cloud whale's body, which covered his body like a spiral tornado. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Han Fei's skin was quickly burnt red, wrinkled, torn, and melted. The terrifying and scorching power seemed to contain a trace of the cloud whale's blood, qi, which drilled into Han Fei's flesh and penetrated into his mind. Roar. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his head was filled with boiling magma and he was about to explode. Shua, the heaven enlightenment divine technique, was activated. This scorching energy, although not like dragon essence energy, was extremely powerful. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have needed to protect his body with the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Under such circumstances, the holy light technique couldn't repair the damage this power caused to Han Fei's flesh and organs. At this moment, when Han Fei swallowed energy, he felt that all his internal organs were burnt and he was in more pain than ever before. As for why Han Fei could still hold on, it was because he was enveloped by the invincible will. Han Fei's hair stood on end. This time, he had to condense a golden body no matter what, so that he wouldn't have to suffer this inhuman pain again in the future. Chila I. The flesh on Han Fei's body cracked, blurred, melted, and disintegrated again and again. The vitality produced by the indestructible body could no longer satisfy Han Fei's needs. If he didn't use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he felt that he might be burnt into a skeleton, a golden skeleton, once, twice, in the outside world. On the Scattered Stars Island, in front of the ancient battlefield, all the venerables looked at the Empyrean waterfall. At the same time, on an unknown sea in the 10,000 Demon Valley, venerables appeared one after another. Is the Scattered Stars Island unable to hold on anymore? 10,000 Demon Valley. A sea demon venerable roared. Blue Feather, I'm told that the pearls produced by the Sea of Pearls are very important treasures of human society. I command you to lead 10,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 man fish to conquer that place. Chapter 1386, Forge the Golden Body. Han Fei felt that his head must have been filled with magma. Oh no, his flesh and blood must have turned into magma. The terrifying energy frantically cleansed his body. If Ren Tianfei were here, he would be dumbfounded. Before the venerable realm, you could at most cultivate half a golden body, which was already very rare. Why, do you want to master the indestructible body so early? Han Fei really didn't want to feel the feeling of his heart being burnt and his bones broken into fine sand again. At this moment, the protective energy of the entire cloud whale had been reduced by nearly half, which was flickering and surging into Han Fei's body. As for Han Fei, although he had activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, his golden body was half revealed, and his skull had turned golden and dazzling. The golden body seemed to have been formed, but Han Fei's flesh and blood seemed to be unable to withstand the golden body's power. Every time it healed, it would decay and collapse again. After the inhuman agony, Han Fei had slowly woken up and found the severity of the problem. His golden body had been completed, his meridians were as pure as glass and intact, but his blood and flesh were still collapsing. It seemed that they couldn't support Han Fei's bones and meridians. The old turtle roared, "You can't stop now. You have built a golden body, but your flesh and blood are not strong enough for your bones, so your flesh has been collapsing and peeling." Han Fei had no time to talk to the old turtle because he found that the twin divine technique couldn't hold on anymore. Because the impact was too strong and the twin divine technique wasn't a real clone technique, at this moment it was about to collapse. Han Fei gritted his teeth. He couldn't leave at this moment. Even if he had thousands of ultra-quality energy fruits, if he tempered his golden body in the Empyrean waterfall with more than a dozen venerables by his side, half of them would be his enemies. For this reason alone, he must not go out. Inside the 1,000-seal star turtle, the black fog body trembled. The star turtle asked, "What's wrong with you?" Han Fei said, "No, my other half is in danger down below. I have to return to it." The star turtle said in surprise, "You can't come out again if you go in completely." "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it will only be a few months. As long as you don't die." Han Fei, "I won't die." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's all I can do." Although he had an agreement with Shui Shenqi, he was indeed in serious trouble at this moment. If he fused with his other half, perhaps his complete body could relieve the situation of his flesh collapsing. A moment later, the black fog body drilled in without hesitation. Although Han Fei's soul was in agony, he still retained a trace of consciousness. If something happened to him this time, he wouldn't be able to become a king. He wouldn't even be able to live. Now that the remains of the cloud whale had caused such a huge uproar, the outside world must be in chaos too. He didn't know if the sea demons had taken any action. They must have. However, Han Fei couldn't provide the slightest help to the outside world at this moment. "Oh, I can use Big Yellow and send a message to Big Yellow through the old turtle. In this way, I can know the situation outside. If the sea demons come to snatch the cloud whale, maybe I can hide under the star turtle and ambush them." When he became dizzy, Han Fei thought of many things. Swish to A moment later, the black mist body quickly came, and the twin divine technique was instantly removed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Phew, Han Fei had just taken a breath of relief, and the collapsing of his body seemed to be better. Han Fei clearly felt that his strength seemed to be transitioning and fusing. However, 3 seconds passed. His flesh and blood collapsed again, and Han Fei's body still couldn't withstand the terrifying muscles and bones. "Fuck! Are you done yet?" the old turtle said. "Your problem is not your double bodies. Your physical foundation is the same, so even if your other half returns, it will only stabilize your golden body. Your physical body will still collapse." "Fuck! Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Old Yuan, you should have told me earlier," the old turtle said, "but if your other body doesn't come, your golden body won't be complete. It will only worsen the collapse of your flesh and blood. If it comes, at least your golden body will be stable. With a golden body, even if your flesh and blood are gone, you can still live." Han Fei thought that the old turtle was talking about undead creatures because he had fought a golden skeleton in the battle on the island of the Waterwood world. If it wasn't an undead creature, what was it? There was also Patriarch Thug, Li Daxian. His attack was so powerful that the white bone skeletons blotted out the sky and looked like a devil from nowhere. He didn't want to become like that. "Han Fei, is there no other way?" the old turtle said leisurely. I'm afraid you can only continue to cultivate and let this energy continue to scour your body and polish your physical strength. Of course, this may consume your vitality, and I'm afraid it will take you at least 2,000 years of vitality. Han Fei was angered by what the old turtle said. Damn it, I just restored my vitality not long ago. In order to build a perfect golden body, I had consumed at least 200 years of vitality. But now you're talking about 2,000 years of vitality? Are you kidding me? Roar, all rivers flow into my body. Han Fei activated his Tao seed, fantasizing that his physical body was invincible and trying to forcibly contain his bones and meridians. As he expected, Han Fei's blood and flesh no longer collapsed. Although his body was full of cracks and the violent protective energy was still brushing his body, it didn't disperse his blood and flesh. Phew, Han Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, his Tao was awesome. With just a thought, he solved the crisis of his body collapsing. The old turtle couldn't help being surprised. Are you using the Tao runes to forcibly condense your body? Interesting. Although this technique won't last long, I'm afraid few people in the world can do this with just the Tao runes, Han Fei said grumpily. Hey, if you don't have a good idea, you'd better shut up. Han Fei certainly knew that this imagined power could only be maintained for a short time. If he wanted his flesh and blood to completely wrap his bones and meridians, he probably needed a long time to polish them. Han Fei thought to himself, if only this great Tao could keep blending into the flesh and blood. With this in mind, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, can the great Tao and flesh fuse? Without thinking, the old turtle immediately said, of course. For example, the mist around the body of the cloud whale is the result of the dispersion of the great Tao. Otherwise, do you think the pressure of a king can suppress you? Han Fei was overjoyed and was about to ask further when the old turtle continued. However, fusing with the great Tao is something only a sea establisher can do. You can't do it now. Your flesh and blood can't even support your golden body, let alone the great Tao. If you really fuse with the great Tao, I'm afraid your flesh and blood will explode, your bones will collapse, and you will die. Han Fei's heart sank when he heard that. If the great Tao doesn't work, can laws work? The old turtle was speechless. Laws and the great Taos were naturally incomparable. Laws were just a kind of comprehension of the sea spirit for the world and one's own talent. It was a transition to the great Tao. However, to fuse the law into his flesh and blood. The old turtle hadn't thought of this problem. After all, one didn't have to do this in the king realm. Although he wasn't sure, as a powerhouse, the old turtle had a rough idea. It's theoretically possible, but a law will collapse after fusing with the body. You'll have to devour this law. Han Fei's eyes glittered. His enforcing law was the glaring Vajra because he wanted to walk the path of body refinement. With the 108 desolate god body, the indestructible body, and the glaring Vajra, he would simply be invincible. It turned out that he was indeed invincible. With his tough iron fists, he could walk freely in the Thousand-Star City. At that time, he didn't know what law he should enforce. He just felt that to achieve the strongest physical body. Wasn't that the invincible Vajra body? But now, the power of law seemed to have clearly deviated from his great Tao. His great Tao was about creating something from nothing, while his enforcing law was the Vajra body. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately shouted, glaring Vajra. However, there was the suppression of the remains of a king here. Although golden light emerged from Han Fei's body, he couldn't use it. However, Han Fei didn't panic. A law was a law, a rhythm of the world. This law was created by him and fused into his body. Couldn't he eat this law? At this moment, the law was suppressed in Han Fei's body and couldn't be released at all. It should be possible to devour it. However, how should he devour the law? Han Fei transmitted this thought to the old turtle. His body couldn't hold it anymore. Although he could see the power of the law, he didn't know how to devour it. The old turtle said, this requires a strong Tao heart. Break this law first before you can fuse it into your body. When Han Fei heard that, he pondered for a moment and activated his Tao seed. Turn my blood and flesh into worms and take the law as a sacrifice. Devour. After all, it was easy for Han Fei's flesh and blood to separate from his bones. Although Han Fei hadn't done that before, he was confident that he could do it. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the surface of Han Fei's body was shattered, and his flesh and blood exploded everywhere. The half-golden body, with his shattered internal organs hanging on it, stood in front of the gigantic cloud whale, still sucking a massive amount of energy. Chiliu. At that moment, Han Fei turned his blood and flesh into countless worms. His flesh and blood tore apart the golden light, and the hard little golden man was instantly torn to pieces by his flesh and blood. At this moment, as his flesh and blood collapsed, Han Fei discovered three strange traces. One was a black light that flashed through his blood and flesh. Han Fei had seen this black light more than once. It appeared in his spirit awakening and also appeared several times afterward, but then it disappeared. Even now, Han Fei didn't know what it was. Another was a small bottle. It didn't appear in his flesh and blood, but at the moment the law shattered, it seemed to have fallen from his soul. Hiss, is this for real? When did a small bottle appear in his soul? There was also a pearl. Han Fei could recognize it at a glance. It was the wind pearl, the pearl of the phantom glass wings. Although his body had collapsed, Han Fei's golden body was intact. He reached out and grabbed the bottle. The moment Hanfei grabbed the bottle, he seemed to be in a dark void. A figure Hanfei hadn't seen for a long time appeared. Wasn't it the Giant King? Hanfei shouted in surprise. Teacher? Chapter 1387, Emperor's Blood Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The appearance of the Giant King was something Hanfei never expected. This was fucking horrifying. 100,000 years later, next to the corpse of an unfamiliar cloud whale king, he saw the Giant King. However, Hanfei immediately realized that something was wrong. He didn't find the Giant King until he held the small bottle. Did this Giant King hide his soul in this small bottle? The Giant King said leisurely, "My dear disciple, I knew that one day you would discover the secrets in your soul. It's funny that the Beast King, Tianqing, and the Water Immortal only knew to teach you knowledge. But I'm different. I'm very smart, much smarter than the monkey, bird, and flower." Hanfei was stunned. With a thought, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Hanfei's flesh and blood were recovering into a body, standing next to his golden bones. At this time, the golden bones said, "Teacher, you've stunned me." "What did you do?" the old turtle said. "Idiot, it's just that someone left a soul mark in your soul. It has no thoughts and can only repeat those words." Indeed, the Giant King laughed and said, "Little Wang Han, are you surprised to see me again? However, don't be too excited. When you see me, I'm afraid I must have turned into dust. I don't know how many years it will be when you see this. This is just a soul mark I left behind." Hanfei sighed. "When did you do this?" "Why didn't I know?" the Giant King said with a buzz. "Let me make it short. Little Wang Han, listen up. This half bottle of blood is the real blood of the god of war. It's a pity that I got a whole bottle of it back then, but I tried it and failed to walk on the path of the god of war. It's a pity that I couldn't absorb the blood of the god of war. Wang Han, I'll leave this half bottle of blood to you now. You must help me find a decent inheritor, or you can use it yourself. This is the glory of the god of war. Don't waste it." Then the Giant King described the greatness of the god of war with nearly 1,000 words, which made Hanfei's scalp tingle. He didn't expect the Giant King to be a die-hard fan of the god of war. Hanfei was speechless and complained in his heart, "Teacher, don't you know that I'm a body refiner too? You want to leave the god's blood to others? I'm a little worried about your intelligence," the old turtle said in shock. "Wait, what kind of masters had you got when you crossed the river of time? How could he even have the blood of a god?" Hanfei said. "Maybe he got it from sacrificial rituals when the gods were still around. At that time, sacrificial rituals were popular." "Ridiculous," the old turtle said. "How can a god give his blood so easily?" Hearing what the old turtle said, Hanfei immediately remembered what the Giant King said before. He said that if the god of war was still alive, the two of them could chat through the sacrificial firewall. Hanfei didn't know if what he said was true or not. However, there might be a reason for the Giant King to say that. Perhaps the god of war was also simple-minded. In any case, the essence blood of the god of war was already in his hands. This was the fucking most awesome thing he had ever encountered, except for the little calabash. This was the real blood of God. After finishing the official business, the Giant King began to chit-chat. He said, "My disciple, I don't know how many years you can go back. However, if you have a chance, you must take care of the war giants. Compared to the beast race, the sky race, and the demon plant line, we have the fewest people. I heard that you little humans are very fertile. Why can't we be like you? It's really strange," the giant rambled on. "I don't know what will happen in the future. Our grand myriad mountains are vast and have many strong masters. There will always be some clansmen left. You know, the kids from the war giant clan are not quite smart, so you have to pay more attention in the future." The more the Giant King talked, the darker Hanfei's face became. Hanfei was helpless and thought to himself, "Teacher, there may be traces of the beast race and the sky race. Teacher Water Immortal is still alive, but I can't find a single person from you war giant race." The Giant King gradually disappeared as he chit-chatted. It turned out that a venerable was still a venerable. Without the power of a king, he could only leave a short video to Hanfei. While the Giant King was chit-chatting, Hanfei's flesh and blood collapsed again, and the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated again. He certainly couldn't go on like this. He had to solve this problem quickly. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, can I drink this blood?" The old turtle said leisurely, "How would I know? I've never seen a drop of God's blood in my life." "You're lucky. Someone even hid the blood of God in your soul," Hanfei said. "Then don't you have any suggestions? If I die, you will die too." The old turtle said lazily, "The blood of gods is certainly good, but I'm afraid you can't withstand it. However, I'd like to ask you, is your teacher also a king?" Hanfei said, "No, my teacher is a peak-level venerable. Otherwise, he would definitely have been able to live to this day." The old turtle said, "Not right." "Hanfei, huh?" The old turtle said, "If he were a venerable, how could he use the blood of a king? He must be bragging. Even a king wouldn't dare to use the blood of a god easily, let alone a peak venerable who isn't even a half-king." Hanfei was stunned. "What do you mean?" the old turtle said. Your golden body has been tempered. In terms of physique, you're probably at the peak of the venerable level. If your master can use it, you can naturally use it too. Perhaps when the god bestowed his blood on him, he had diluted it or added some sort of seal to prevent the blood from hurting the venerable. However, to be safe, I think you should use a little of it first." Han Fei agreed with him. Just as Han Fei was about to activate the essence blood of the god of war and use it, the old turtle said, "Why don't you fuse with your wings? Anyway, these wings seem to only have the significance of a secret method to you. After fusing with them, these won't disappear but can increase a trace of bloodline power. In the future, if you give birth to a child, it is possible for him to inherit your bloodline power." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you mean that what's in my bloodline can be inherited by my children?" The old turtle said, "Logically speaking, yes. Every creature's bloodline is actually quite impure. Perhaps every bloodline contains millions of different powers. Most of them are in a sealed state, and a small number of them have awakened at birth." Han Fei blinked. The phantom glass wings are actually quite beautiful. The old turtle, Han Fei, knew that the old turtle was right because he wasn't the only one who did it. Many other people did it too. Once they passed the law enforcer realm, they would melt their wings, making them part of their own power. Naturally, he wasn't interested in the little power provided by the phantom glass wings. The phantom glass wings could only boost his speed. Even their flash ability couldn't compare to the agility of wind. This fusion was simple. Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the wind god pearl floated in the air. With a bang, it shattered into pieces and was wrapped in a cloud of blood. As if he had done something trivial, Han Fei didn't waste any time. Instead, he unscrewed the small bottle containing the blood of the god of war. When the bottle was opened, a gush of blood chi rose to the sky. The terrifying protective energy on the cloud whale's body collapsed at the moment the bottle was opened. The old turtle said, "This is origin suppression. It's okay. Get a little bit of the essence blood of the god of war and then quickly close it." The old turtle thought to himself, if this is really the blood of a god, then Han Fei probably can't absorb it. If Han Fei can't absorb it, I can take it for him. It shouldn't be a problem for me to absorb the blood of the god, but I have to be careful of this little calabash and not let it take the blood. Han Fei was very careful too. After all, it was the essence blood of a god, and he couldn't be careless. He took out a fingernail-sized drop and dropped it into his shattered bloodline. At this moment, his law enforcement ability was shattered and swallowed by his bloodline. His flesh and blood emitted the color of his enforcing law and also flickered with golden light, but it was different from the golden body. At this moment, these powers were flowing into his flesh and blood and were gradually fusing. When the god's blood dripped in, buzz! All of a sudden, golden light radiated, and the collapsing flesh and blood immediately stabilized. Heaven, enlightenment, divine technique. This time, Han Fei's flesh and blood finally wrapped his bones and stopped collapsing. There was no telling if it was because of the power of the enforcing law or the essence blood of the god of war. But Han Fei's physique was stabilizing, and his flesh and blood were solidifying. Han Fei didn't feel any pain in his flesh. He just felt that everything was natural. His flesh recovered and his skin grew back. Seeming to be afraid that his flesh and blood couldn't support the golden body, Han Fei took out a small drop of the essence blood of the god of war and dripped it into his blood and flesh that were healing. This time, Han Fei felt that his strength had increased greatly. His body became sturdier and energy surged in his flesh. Fortunately, the cloud whale's protective energy had been crushed by the god's blood, or a large amount of energy would have rushed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei's body was still slightly gaining weight, which made him realize that he seemed to have eaten too much. Activating the void fishing art, Han Fei was finally relieved. Fortunately, he didn't use much. Otherwise, if he used one more drop, his body would explode. At this time, Han Fei clearly felt a slight sigh, and the old turtle said, "You gave me a fright. I thought this was really a god's blood, but it turns out to be an emperor's blood." Han Fei was stunned. "An emperor's blood?" the old turtle vowed. "Of course. How can you swallow the blood of a god now? Since you can swallow it, it's at most the blood of an emperor. And it might be the diluted blood of an emperor. Otherwise, that small drop just now would be enough to make you suffer. It seems that the so-called god of war your teacher mentioned is just an emperor." Han Fei didn't have any special feelings for gods in the first place, so he said, "What's wrong with being an emperor? An emperor is also in the longevity realm. It's still much stronger than your emperor realm, okay?" Chapter 1388, The Great War is Coming Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The god of war was not a god. Just now, Han Fei thought that the god of war was a real god who might give an oracle or something. It turned out that the god of war was an emperor in the longevity realm. But even so, Han Fei's golden body could only use 2 small drops of the essence blood of the god of war. As the blood entered his body, Han Fei clearly felt the stability of his flesh and blood. However, Han Fei discovered something else. This so-called emperor's blood seemed to be trying to compete with the original golden blood in his body. Han Fei thought to himself, no matter how powerful other people's blood is, it's still other people's blood. You can be used by me and become a part of my energy. However, you want to swallow my original blood and replace it. That's a little ridiculous. Swallow it. Han Fei activated his Tao seed and his blood surged. The golden blood was like worms, crazily tearing the essence blood of the god of war, which was rare but of high quality. At this moment, the demonic energy in Han Fei's body was surging, which consumed a lot. Almost every 100 seconds, 2 or 3 ultra-quality demonic stones shattered. Fortunately, Han Fei had obtained so many ultra-quality demonic stones at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long with his original reserve. An hour later, Han Fei sensed that the power of the essence blood of the god of war had been completely refined, but the power of his phantom glass wings had been completely swallowed and melted into his flesh, blood, and soul. After another 3 hours, his enforcing law was swallowed, and Han Fei's skin grew again, which was quite fair, making him look more handsome. His flesh and blood were completely stable, and half of the essence blood of the god of war newly entering his body had been refined. After another 6 hours, the essence blood of the god of war was finally absorbed. At this moment, Han Fei's physique was extremely lacking in energy. When he absorbed energy from his surroundings again, Han Fei found that the cloud whale's protective energy was no longer enough. His physique seemed to be too strong. This was the benefit of swallowing the blood of the god of war. In an instant, Han Fei realized that sometimes having too strong a physique was not a good thing. If he didn't have the energy supply now, he might be devoured. In terms of body size alone, in the short half a day just now, because he had absorbed too much energy, he became fat and almost became a ball. Then, due to the lack of energy in the outside world, he became thin and became a bag of bones. Han Fei felt that it would be impossible to reverse this trend in another quarter of an hour. With a thought from Han Fei, a dozen energy fruits floated in front of Han Fei. Outside, Han Fei had disappeared for 3 days. Since he returned to the Scattered Stars Island on the first day, he had killed a venerable, killed many peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses, and swept across the sea with his sword. The entire island was in an uproar. Many people speculated that Han Fei had obtained a great opportunity and become a top powerhouse. However, Han Fei disappeared soon. He didn't appear at any of the celebratory banquets. Some people who knew the inside story even looked at the Empyrean waterfall where Zhu Yinling was. At this moment, Zhu Yinling was still in her old yard. Next to her yard, Han Fei's yard was still there, but it was surrounded by mist and seemed to be isolated by an array. In Zhu Yinling's yard, 2 girls were drinking tea. Zhu Yinling was as elegant as before, but not as ethereal as before. The woman on the opposite side seemed to be absent-minded. She had a pair of drooping braids at her temples, and there were 2 curved bangs in front of the braids, which showed a beautiful arc. At this moment, the woman was holding a teacup, her eyes glazed. Zhu Yinling couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyu, you don't seem to like to eat much recently. Are you too lazy to cook?" Being called by Zhu Yinling, Xiaoyu came back to her senses. "Huh? Oh, I just feel that ordinary ingredients are just impurities. No matter how delicious the food is, it's of no use. My spiritual heritage and talent are not as good as yours. If I don't pay more attention to cultivation, how can I become strong in the future?" Zhu Yinling smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, you're already very strong. Even people with a level 6 or even level 7 spiritual heritage dare not say that their cultivation speeds are faster than yours. You just lack time." Xiaoyu shook her head slightly. "No, I know what I'm capable of. Even if I've gained a great opportunity, it only improved my spiritual heritage by 1 level. I'm still far away from most of you." Zhu Yinling raised her head and looked at the clouds not far away. She said indifferently, "If he were here, he would say that this is all nonsense. Spiritual heritage can only determine a person's aptitude, and hard work can also become a kind of talent." Xiaoyu curled his lips and asked curiously, "Xiaoju, did he really kill a venerable?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but hold her chin. "A venerable, the legendary super powerhouse. I hadn't seen him many times since I came to the Scattered Stars Island. Even if I saw him once in a while, I only caught a glimpse of him from a distance. I didn't even see clearly what he looked like. I'm afraid that people of this level will only appear in the legends in our village, right?" In fact, Zhu Yinling wasn't much better than Xiaoyu. Although she was born in the Thousand-Star City and had seen venerables, it was still unimaginable for her to fight a venerable. In the past, everyone said that her cultivation speed was unparalleled. But now, Han Fei had been able to kill a venerable. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Let's not talk about him. Xiaoju, when are you going to transcend the tribulation? You're already so strong, you can definitely transcend the tribulation successfully, right?" Zhu Yinling still shook her head. "Only at this point did I know that transcending the tribulation wouldn't be that easy. I'm not a body refiner, so I can only use the power of my law, the Tao of 9 sounds, to resist the tribulation. In fact, when these are all pushed to the extreme, peak-level law enforcers can still become stronger, but it requires enough energy to polish our bodies. However, with my physique, I need to become twice as strong to have the ability to transcend the tribulation." Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. This is too difficult. However, Xiaoyu's heart did a flip. Her physique was very strong among her peers. Since practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, few people on the entire Scattered Stars Island had surpassed her in physique. Xiaoyu felt that she had mastered the technique that Han Fei gave her. Although she had cultivated several other body-refining techniques over the years, she felt that they were much worse than the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Xiaoyu thought that at least Zhu Yinling didn't know this body-refining technique. Now, even if Zhu Yinling wanted to learn it, the effect wouldn't be good enough because it would be difficult to change the foundation she had laid before. Toot, toot. Suddenly, above the Empyrean waterfall, a loud conch sounded. A law enforcer arrived on a boat and shouted, "Everybody from the Empyrean waterfall, let's go to the Sea of Pearls. The sea demon army is coming. We need reinforcements now." Buzz. Beams of spiritual energy burst out, and in the blink of an eye, 100 people flew across the sky and gathered on their boats. "Big Yellow, come back," Granny Yin shouted, and a yellow figure flew into the sky and instantly passed above Zhu Yinling's home. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately said, "Xiao Ju, I have to return to my team. Be careful." Zhu Yinling also looked solemn. Okay, an operation involving the entire Empyrean waterfall couldn't be simple. Although there were many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island, as well as many peak-level hidden fishers and law enforcers, those who could live in the Empyrean waterfall were all very strong. Even if Zhu Yinling said that her physique wasn't strong enough, when she really entered the battlefield, few people could resist the 9 sounds and her enforcing law of sealing. Xiao Yu returned to her team, only to see the sky full of fishing boats and teams. Tens of thousands of hanging fishers and 700 or 800 hidden fisher teams flew past. Swish, swish, swish. The fishing boats broke through the air one after another, leaving one after another misty aura in the sky, which exploded all over the sky. Xiao Yu caught up with them and returned to her team. At this moment, Jingzhe, who had been eating and drinking to her heart's content on the Scattered Stars Island, was stunned. She had never seen such a scene. She knew that Han Fei had a fishing boat and had heard that there were many fishing boats in the yin-yang world. However, she never expected that everyone here had a fishing boat. Everyone could ride a fishing boat and fly in the sky or dive into the sea. Even hanging fishers had their own fishing boats. Although the fishing boat was not fast, it was rare. Crunch. Jinger was holding 7 or 8 skewers and various snacks in her hand. While watching the magnificent scene in the sky, she exclaimed, "The yin-yang world really has a lot of wars. I've seen several battles since I came here. This time, it seems that it's a big war again. However, why hasn't Han Fei come out yet?" Jinger knew that Han Fei went to the Empyrean waterfall. She also felt that there seemed to be something mysterious under the old turtle. However, this was a matter of the yin-yang world, namely, the business of Han Fei. She could only watch. Quickly eating the skewers in her hand, Jinger curled her lips. "Although it's delicious, it's not as delicious as what I made. It seems that Han Fei is right. His culinary skills are indeed unparalleled." Gulp. Then, Jinger took out several cups of fiery liquor from nowhere, which were still being burnt in flames. Jinger poured the liquor into her mouth. "This one is interesting." At the same time, in a certain carnival shop, a waitress cursed, "Who the hell stole the liquor? Forget it. The war is coming. Maybe you can't live long." Sea of Pearls. Hundreds of thousands of sea demons rushed over. It was impossible for the Scattered Stars Island not to notice this. Someone had already noticed it when they were still more than 200,000 kilometers away. At this time, the fishing boats from the Pearl Divers port flew to the Scattered Stars Island one after another. After all, most of the Pearl Divers were disabled. Although they could fight, there was a high chance that they would die. Some bold Pearl Divers made up their minds. "We can't be disabled forever. Let's fight it out." Another 3 days passed. Except for the clams in the sea, the entire Pearl Divers port was empty. It could be foreseen that no matter what happened in this battle, the currency of the Thousand Star City would inevitably have some change. On this day, a storm was raging. The sky was no longer clear, and the sea was dimming. In the raging waves around the Pearl Divers port, at least 50,000 people lined up in dozens of arrays. Unlike the sea demons, human beings had 5 major professions. Apart from the professions, there were also organizations such as the Guild of Fishers, the Pioneer Group, and the Dark Hunter Legion. At this moment, they had all been prepared. An explorer roared, "Where are the soldiers? Why haven't they come over yet?" An explorer replied, "No, the sea demons attacked very decisively this time. The Scattered Stars Island is surrounded again with countless marine creatures outside." Shui Shenqi stepped out of the void. "Don't panic. Elder Bing Yun, there are many bugs on the west coast of the Scattered Stars Island. Please guard there to prevent the enemy's venerables from taking advantage of that." The beautiful woman was nowhere to be seen. Her leisure voice sounded. "Okay," Shui Shenqi said again. "Patriarch Six Swords, please guard the east of the Scattered Stars Island and the ancient battlefield with Elder Jian Sen Cheng in case the venerables of the other party attack us." "No problem." The sword light flashed and Patriarch Six Swords had already left. Shui Shenqi continued, "Venerable Cao, we have to defend the Twisted Jungle, but it's easy to defend but difficult to attack. I'm afraid that the Venerable will attack there. Please guard it." The Cao family Venerable simply said, "Okay." On the other side, as soon as the Cao family Venerable left, a Venerable from the Yi family said, "Hey, they are all defending, but we have to fight?" Yang Kun also said, "Marshal Shui, isn't your arrangement a bit biased?" Sun Bai Sheng also said, "Arranging the venerables of our big clans to fight in the front line? Indeed not appropriate." Shui Shenqi's eyes turned cold. "The enemy is right in front of us. I hope you can pay attention to your words. Venerables are just restraining the enemies and rarely take action. Don't ruin our morale. Otherwise, even if I lose the Sea of Pearls, I'll kill him." Chapter 1389, Finish Building the Indestructible Body Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Shui Shenqi could be said to be a ruler of the Scattered Stars Island. This was not a title the big clans in the Thousand-Star City or the 7 major sects could grant, but something that he gained in actual battles. No one who could be the supreme commander was simple. They fought their way through a sea of blood to where they were today. Normal people only spent 4 to 8 years on the Scattered Stars Island, during which there was a high chance of death. If they didn't die, many people would complete their military service and apply to return to the villages and towns to teach children. However, generally speaking, those who could survive 7 or 8 years on the Scattered Stars Island were either peak-level hidden fishers or law enforcers. Among them, many people had long been used to life on the Scattered Stars Island. They wouldn't be used to it if they were suddenly asked to return to the villages and towns to teach students. Shin scolded them coldly, not giving the big clans any face at all. He said, "I don't care what your status is in the Thousand-Star City. However, since you've come to the Scattered Stars Island, you have to listen to my command. If you don't want to, leave and don't appear on the Scattered Stars Island again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The commander was so awe-inspiring, and the 2 explorers behind him looked cold. Even if they had to confront the 4 venerables at this moment, they weren't afraid. Yang Kun's face flushed. How could he stand being taught a lesson by a junior? But just as he was about to speak, he heard Chu Qing's voice transmission, "Okay, let's not fight over this matter." The appointment of the Supreme Commander of Scattered Stars Island is very complicated. All the commanders are carefully selected. Similarly, in addition to the inheritance of the position, they will also inherit a powerful, sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Even in a one-on-one battle, Shin is not someone you can deal with alone. Yang Kun slightly shivered when he heard that. However, he still snorted and entered the void. In fact, Shin had never counted on these people. The ambition of the big clans was obvious. If he was amiable to them, he would probably be bullied to death. Shin also snorted coldly. Chu Qing and Ye Kai hide in the void. If the enemy's intermediate venerable doesn't take action, you 2 don't need to do anything. Yang Kun, Sun Baisheng, the 2 of you, stay on the battlefield. If any venerable attacks, you'll have to take the lead to fight them. Don't shirk responsibility. Shin looked proud and disdainful. Now I ordered you to go to the battlefield. Do you dare refuse to do it? Above the vast sea, in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, there were only less than 200,000 people fighting. This battle was actually not big at all. Of course, no one was stupid enough to disperse to fight. After the initial confrontation, the battlefield would be extended, and some people would be led further and further away. Hanging fishers, hidden fishers, law enforcers, explorers, venerables, and so on, all had their own battlefields. There would also be strong masters supervising the battles to prevent any unfair events. For example, if someone like Han Fei, who had the combat power of a venerable, entered the battlefield of hidden fishers, he would be able to kill a group of people with a casual slap. Therefore, in the previous battle, the sea demons lost unfairly. Even the supervising powerhouse was killed by Han Fei with a punch. Even the venerable level great demon watching on the side couldn't escape Han Fei's hands. Although Han Fei broke the rules in that battle, it showed the value of the strong. The real strong could completely decide the result of a battle with his strength alone. This was the 9th day since Han Fei disappeared. The Scattered Stars Island had already entered a state of highest vigilance. At this critical moment, the Logistics Division had also taken part in the distribution of supplies at the front line. Except for the Twisted Jungle, there was a sentry post every kilometer along the entire coastline. No matter where the sea demons launched an attack, an army would be mobilized over soon. Although the Scattered Stars Island was small, it had coverage of nearly 2,000 kilometers and a population of several million. The number of people fighting on a daily basis alone had reached about 1 million. Because of the system of rotation and the existence of multiple organizations, during the non-combat time, the total population of Scattered Stars Island could reach nearly 3 million. At this moment, every resident had turned into a soldier, and the 4 cities were almost empty. When Ningjing saw this scene, the food in her hand became tasteless. She found that the people of Yin-Yang World were really ruthless. Did they use humans as insects? Especially in the battle at the Pearl Divers Port, at that moment, Ningjing saw nearly 60,000 human soldiers gathered. Among them, there were as many as 10,000 hidden fishers and above. If Han Fei were here, he would have found that, unlike the ancient battlefield, Shin even used hidden fishers that hadn't reached the peak. 50,000 kilometers outside the Pearl Divers Port was the limit that humans could cope with. After all, there were only so many people. Further out, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Besides, Shin was very sure that although the sea demons were attacking the Pearl Divers Port, their real target was not here. This time, he was so bold in her military strategy because Han Fei brought back a trump card, which was Jingzhe. Of course, such a trump card couldn't be used under normal circumstances. However, whether he had it or not was another matter. At the Sea of Pearls, between the armies of the two parties, the one confronting Shin was the leader of the 8 wings of Bluefeather. However, just like Shin, Bluefeather was also a venerable now. After all, with the support of the Sea Demon Royal City, the strength of the 10,000 Demon Valley now was completely different from before. There were many strong masters. This was the greatest source of their confidence. Bluefeather sneered. His voice was not small and could be heard from all directions. Ch1351, you are quite bold today. Aren't you worried that I will eat all your people? Ch1351's expression was cold, and he said in a loud voice too, anyone can brag. Why don't you have a try? Bluefeather's face turned cold and he gnashed his teeth. Ch1351, in the battle a few days ago, a venerable of our sea clan died, and all the Sea Spirit Realm and Tao-seeking realm powerhouses were annihilated. Don't think I don't know it was you. You broke the rules but made it impossible for me to find an excuse. Good move. You betrayed the rules and killed one of our venerables, 10 Sea Spirit Great Demons, and more than 4,000 Sea Demon Realm soldiers. You won't have any loss no matter what, right? Ch1351 sneered. I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, how do you have the nerve to mention rules? Every time we fight, the Sea Demon army is several times larger than our human race. Is this the so-called fairness you speak of? Is this the rule you speak of? I didn't care about it before, but this time I won't let you get away with it. Bluefeather sneered. We sea demons have many people in the first place. What can you do? Ch1351 said indifferently. We human beings are smarter than you in the first place. What can you do to us? Both human beings and sea demons were pondering. The sea demons were full of confidence. General Bluefeather personally led the battle, and the news that the human race didn't abide by the rules was spreading everywhere. For a moment, roars filled the sky. Roar. Destroy the human race. Those who break the rules should be executed. Human beings have no credibility at all. We must destroy the Scattered Stars Island this time. As for the human side, they didn't flinch at all either. The battlefield at the bottom was not far away. After all, if they were to fight, the two armies would have to get close, step on the waves, and roar loudly, which was what a battle was supposed to be. Someone heard the mockery on the sea demon's side and immediately shouted at the sky, "Fish! What the fuck are you talking about? We humans don't need to break rules to kill you fish." Someone cursed, "Are you kidding me? You sea demons are all weaklings. It's easy for us human powerhouses to crush you. Every battle, the sea demons will be several times more than humans. How do you have the face to talk about fairness? If I were you, I would have killed myself." Above, a sea demon. Venerable seemed to be angered by Ch1351's attitude. He tore through the void and stepped out, saying coldly, "The human race's territory is only 1,000 kilometers large, and you think you can defeat the sea demon army? Who gave you the courage?" Ch1351 glanced at him indifferently. Who are you? How can you just jump out and rebut me? Bluefeather, as the master of the 10,000 Demon Valley, can't you discipline your venerables? Bluefeather's face immediately changed. Ch1351 said that on purpose to sow discord between him and the powerhouses of the royal city. Of course, the sea demon venerable wasn't an idiot. He could tell what he meant. He shouted, "The human race only controls such a small area. Why do you even bother to resist us?" Ch1351, let's see how you can resist our sea demon elites. Ch1351 snorted. Elites? Come on, I've fought more battles than the number of the fish you ate. Who do you think you're fooling? Ch1351 ignored him and said bluntly, "Sun Baisheng, this person is yours. If you let him enter the battlefield, you will be punished." Wasn't Sun Baisheng the new venerable of the Sun family? Just 8 or 9 years ago, he was beaten up by old Han and didn't dare to say anything at all. At this moment, he complained, "Be a stard, who does Ch1351 think he is? He's only at the same level as me. Does he really think I'm his subordinate?" Yang Kun sneered. "I don't like the way he talks. He won't be able to go to the 1,000-star city in the future." Chuching said, "Let's go. After all, we are now on the Scattered Stars Island, and we have more important things to do." Buzz. Ch1351's expression changed slightly. The void was torn apart, and Sun Baisheng walked out, held 2 knives, and pointed at the sea demon venerable. "Your battlefield is not here. Shall I throw you out, or you leave yourself?" The sea demon venerable sneered. "Well, a new human venerable. Let me have a try." The venerables were dragged away, and the hanging fishers and hidden fishers on the battlefield as the main force of the battlefield were cursing each other angrily. Bluefeather said, "The 12 Tao-seeking powerhouses each lead an army to attack." Ch1351's face was cold and his eyes were ruthless. The void shook as he roared, "Kill!" At the same time, at the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei's body suddenly trembled and water exploded. Violent energy poured out of his body. I finally finished building the indestructible body. Chapter 1390, C. Establishing Space Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Standing on the huge head of the remains of the cloud whale, Han Fei felt the terrifying energy contained in his body and felt that his understanding of strength seemed to be a little different. Besides, when he fully built the indestructible body, he would also be a peak explorer. This time, Han Fei didn't try to make a breakthrough. When conditions were ripe, success would come. Han Fei immediately looked at his own information, which shocked him. Owner, Han Fei level, 79 peak explorer. Spiritual energy, 290,000, 290,000 spiritual power, 4,355, 4,355 perception range, 5,800 kilometers, strength, 1,007 and 8, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 67. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky-stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. His upper limit of spiritual energy was increased by 50,000 points. His soul power had increased by more than 2,000 points. His perception range had been increased by 1,300 kilometers. His strength had increased by nearly 700 waves. No, in terms of growth, before Han Fei came down here, although he was already comparable to a venerable, his strength was less than 900 waves. But what about now? It had almost doubled. This was a pure increase in strength without any secret technique. What did it mean? Secret techniques had a time limit and required a lot of energy to maintain. However, if his own strength was so sufficient, he didn't have to consider this problem at all. All he needed to do was to ensure his normal energy consumption. It could be said that the refinement of the indestructible golden body directly made Han Fei's comprehensive strength several times stronger than that of an advanced explorer, and he was only a peak-level explorer. After that, there was still a half-venerable realm. In fact, the peak of the advanced explorer level, peak-level explorer level, and half-venerable level, these three realms were theoretically on the same line because their levels were the same. However, in terms of strength, there was a huge difference. Ordinary people cultivated arduously and finally reached the peak of the advanced explorer realm. This was just the end of the normal large realm. However, there were strong and weak people in the same realm. Therefore, only those who tried to pursue perfection and dig out their potential after reaching this realm could eventually reach the peak of the explorer realm. If a peak-level explorer began to seek a great Tao and seek a breakthrough, then when he comprehended a certain great Tao or grasped some of the power of the great Tao, this realm would be called the half-venerable realm. In terms of level, these three phases were actually the same. In terms of strength, it was not easy to distinguish. After all, everyone's foundation was different. For example, Han Fei was very different from some ordinary explorers. Han Fei felt that he had reached the peak, and his strength had increased a lot. As long as one could completely stabilize and polish his strength, the half-venerable realm had nothing to do with digging potential, but with the great Tao. With such a huge change in strength, Han Fei casually took 2 steps and tried to adapt to gravity again. Han Fei was excited. The data only provided the most intuitive value. In fact, Han Fei also felt that his current resistance ability had probably exceeded the limits of ordinary people's understanding. He didn't even know if it was an illusion or something. Han Fei felt that every drop of his blood seemed to be full of vitality. This made Han Fei think of a possibility. Blood rebirth? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Yes, he found that he might have mastered some of the power of the venerable realm, blood rebirth. However, Han Fei was still puzzled and hurriedly said, "Old Yuan, how can I be reborn with blood? I've already got a golden body. If I die in the future, what will happen to my golden body if I can be reborn with blood?" What Han Fei meant was that if he died and came back to life, would his golden body be gone? The old turtle said, "You need to understand what it means to be reborn with blood. Rebirth means that your soul is still intact. Rebirth with blood is usually achieved in 2 ways. One is that you have a massive amount of energy to rebuild a new self. As long as you have enough energy, you can still condense a golden body. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the golden body at all." Han Fei was relieved and asked, "What about the other kind?" The old turtle said leisurely, "It's even simpler. When you know that you're going to die, crush your flesh into dust particles and hide your golden body in your essence, blood, or soul. In this way, the odds of being found are not very high, provided that your flesh and blood can escape your enemy. Otherwise, if even a drop of your blood or a wisp of your soul can't escape, it's useless no matter where you hide. You can just revive with blood, not be immortal." Han Fei immediately understood what the old turtle meant. Han Fei said, "Then I might as well try not to die. If the enemy can kill me, I'm afraid they won't give me a chance to escape." The old turtle said, "Of course. Blood rebirth is only useful when the enemy can't kill you in a short period of time. If the enemy is too strong, you won't be able to revive even if you're reborn 1,000 times, much less blood rebirth." Suddenly, the old turtle asked in a stun, "Why are you asking this? Can you be reborn with your blood now?" Han Fei thought that the old turtle was not an outsider, so he immediately said, "I think so. I feel something, but it's not very obvious." The old turtle said, "Try fusing some of your soul power into your flesh and blood." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei tried it. Immediately, the feeling became stronger. It seemed that every drop of his blood, every inch of his flesh could be fused with some of his soul. Han Fei even felt that every drop of blood was more active. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to remember something. The indestructible overlord body immediately appeared in his mind, and he took a look at it. Han Fei smiled bitterly. As I expected, a pure, undying body is not really indestructible. If a person's soul perishes, what's the use of having an undying body? When the old turtle reminded him to fuse the power of the soul into his flesh and blood, Han Fei realized something. If he wanted to be reborn through blood, he needed to fill every inch of his body with his soul. In other words, he needed to fuse his body and soul. When the fusion state of the two was close to perfection, he could be reborn with blood at any time. This was because, at that time, his soul was everywhere in his body. Of course, this kind of ability wasn't something that Han Fei could achieve now. This was a big project. First of all, he had to disassemble and fuse his soul. After the fusion, his soul had to be connected to his main soul. It sounded simple, but it couldn't be completed overnight. To be reborn from blood, he was like a humanoid container, and he needed to fill this container with his soul so that every cell in his body had been nourished by his soul. Therefore, this was a long and arduous task. Han Fei didn't think about it anymore and shouted, "Fuse." The yin-yang divine eyes appeared. Han Fei originally wanted to see through the body of the cloud whale and find where its demonic origin was. However, at a glance, Han Fei saw infinite clouds. He was in the clouds, and as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing except clouds. Han Fei was about to come back to his senses, only to find that he couldn't. In the clouds, a huge tail suddenly swept over. It was thousands of meters long and had overwhelming power. Bang! Han Fei's body was whipped away by a white storm cloud. He rolled hundreds of times on the ground before he stopped and crashed into a rock wall. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He had seen a lot of things. How could illusions hurt him? With a thought, Han Fei clenched his fist. All of a sudden, the flames penetrated his entire arm and he struck the tail head on. The terrifying force shook the earth. Only then did Han Fei slowly retract his consciousness from the mist. Feeling the shaking ground, he couldn't help being surprised. What a powerful illusion. I only took a look at it and got caught. The old turtle's voice sounded, "It's not an illusion, but it's great Tao. Look what you've done." Han Fei turned his head only to see that the cloud whale's huge body had been blown dozens of meters away by his punch. Seeing this scene, he was a little embarrassed. For the first time in my life, I attacked a king and punched him dozens of meters away. Han Fei drew his sword. No one can peep at a king. This big fish should be dead. Its body is already here. How long can you hide your demonic origin? The old turtle was speechless. What you see should be a great Tao. You have to cross that great Tao to see where the demonic origin is. Han Fei's attacks at the Empyrean waterfall were so powerful that even the Empyrean waterfall was slightly shaken. However, few people noticed it because the war outside was getting intense. Below, on the corpse of the cloud whale, Han Fei once again entered the so-called cloud mist great Tao. This time, Han Fei faced the whipping tail and activated his Tao seed. Different paths lead to different goals. Han Fei didn't move, and the terrifying giant tail swooshed past him, only several meters away. Han Fei hid. "I won't steal your great Tao. You walk your own path and I cross mine." Since there was no animosity in his heart, this cloud whale's great Tao seemed to have no animosity either. It was already dead. How could a corpse have any emotions? Sure enough, a corpse was a corpse. This corpse was well preserved and didn't have any funerary creatures with it, so Han Fei didn't encounter any danger along the way. 3 hours later, Han Fei finally felt the demonic origin under a certain shell of the huge fish head. After all, it was a king-level creature. Its body was so strong that Han Fei had been searching for its demonic origin for a long time even though the Great Tao hadn't been destroyed. Unlike the one he met in the Snow God's temple, this time, the cloud whale didn't leave a seal to protect its demonic origin. Looking at the demonic origin bead that was as brilliant as the silver starlight, Han Fei reached out and grabbed it. He had planned to take all the spoils as soon as possible. As a result, the scenery in front of Han Fei changed. He saw a sea of people in the sky and on the ground fighting intensely. Han Fei? Chapter 1391. Han Fei, Spare None Translator. Han Yi Translations Editor. Han Yi Translations Sea of Pearls. This time, Shui Shenqi underestimated the sea demon's determination. The army of 100,000 was all fearless. Above the sea, a sea of blood rose to the sky. Humans and sea demons didn't give in to each other and the battle was very cruel. Someone's body was pierced in multiple places, and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose. But this person still shouted ferociously, "How can you sea demons take my life? Die with me." Boom, someone cursed angrily. "Old Shu, you son of a BH teach, why did you leave in such a hurry? Wait, let's go together." An armorist who was penetrated by 6 spears pulled out 2 iron claws from his armor box and caught 2 half-mermen. The 2 half-mermen panicked and desperately stabbed the man with their spears. "Lunatic, get lost. Ah, explode, you son of a bitch H boom on the Sea of Pearls." Such scenes were not uncommon. In fact, there were many. The number of sea demons was twice that of humans, but they were evenly matched. After all, humans were smarter than sea demons in terms of intelligence. Of course, for some sea demons with high levels, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. However, in a big battle, the sea demons with the most numbers were the mid to low level ones. They accounted for the majority. Therefore, the intelligence of humans was generally higher than that of sea demons. Booms of self-explosions were heard from time to time on the surface of the sea, and those who made such explosions were all human beings. These human beings tried to drag a few sea demons to die with them before they died, which was really heroic. Shui Shenqi was expressionless. He had to keep expressionless. On the human side, the battle looked fierce, but their combat power was not weak. The 2 sides were evenly matched. No matter how much his heart ached, he was still a commander who had to think of the interests of the whole. As early as many years ago, he had barely smiled. At this moment, his cold and serious face seemed to be painted by the lives of countless people. In his opinion, even if all these people were killed in the battle at the Sea of Pearls, the Scattered Stars Island couldn't be affected. Perhaps the enemy was waiting for him to mobilize the power of the Scattered Stars Island. Ningjing was still eating skewers, curious about the battle in the yin-yang world. However, when Ningjing saw such a tragic scene, she couldn't help clenching her fists. She saw that some people had lost their legs and were still controlling their fishing boats to fight. Someone's shoulder blade was pierced by 2 spears. He actually burned his blood and used his body as a saber to rush in front of the enemy, bite the sea demon's neck, and self-destruct. She saw someone's intestines flying all the way, but he shouted, "The human race is invincible. For the sake of our people, let's fight out." She saw a 5-person team being besieged by more than 20 sea demons. The 5 of them were talking and laughing and said, "What a pity. We should have a good drink before the war. Such a scene could be seen in the Waterwood world, but it wouldn't be so dreadful." This was because the Waterwood world had the insect race, the fearless barrier, the wall of flame, and the ice city wall. In terms of strength, there were many strong masters in the Waterwood world. In terms of numbers, the insect army was terrifying. However, how could these races compare to the human race in terms of emotions and eloquence? Of course, the Waterwood world also had a bone jar icy plain, where countless strong masters had died. However, the people in the yin-yang world didn't care about their lives at all. Self-explosion. With such a light explosion, even their souls exploded and dissipated in the world. However, these people were talking and laughing and blew themselves up so easily. Phew. Ningjing's eyes turned slightly red and she clenched her fists. The queen didn't allow her to do anything rashly here, but these sea demons were too abominable. Their number was twice that of the human race. In her opinion, if they continued to fight, even if the human race won, there would be less than 10% of them left. Ningjing couldn't help but ask via voice transmission, "There are still many soldiers on the island. Why do you only make these people fight?" Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Ch1351 immediately thought of the strong master behind Han Fei. He said, "War is about the interests of the whole. You should be able to tell that the people who came with me today are all old and have no families." Ningjing said angrily, "So they deserve to die? What kind of logic do you have?" Ch1351's expression didn't change. The survival of the human race comes from killing. Without sacrifices, how can there be peace? How can there be strong masters? How can there be hope? Ningjing couldn't influence Ch1351's thinking. She had long discovered that although Ch1351's realm was not the highest and his strength was not the strongest, he had the biggest say on the Scattered Stars Island. With a word, millions of people would follow him. In just half an hour, at least 50,000 people had died on the Sea of Pearls. This was only the result of this round of battles. Although it seemed that fewer human beings died than sea demons, the victory was too cruel. Ningjing wondered if she should take action. Here, no one was her opponent, including those venerables. She could easily kill them. However, the queen had specifically told her not to intervene unless Han Fei was in a life-or-death situation. But Ningjing thought, "I have the ability to save them. If I don't, this matter will become a demon in my heart." Just as Ningjing was hesitating, she saw the void shake and a figure appear out of thin air. Even Ningjing didn't know where this person came from. However, when she took a closer look, she found that it was Han Fei. In front of Han Fei, the scene was chaotic and the battle was fierce. Without him using his perception, hundreds of perceptions swept over in an instant, including many venerable-level perceptions. Han Fei immediately met a group of old acquaintances. Ch1351 was supervising the battle and looking over. In the void, there were energy fluctuations. It should be the venerables fighting each other. Most of the great demons and human explorers, except for a few who were directing the battle, were fighting in the void. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that there were many broken spiritual energy clams on this battlefield. Is this the Sea of Pearls? Han Fei was stunned. Shouldn't I be in the Cloud Whale's sea establishment space? Why am I in the Sea of Pearls? Fortunately, Han Fei soon calmed down. He took a breath. Fuck, could the Cloud Whale's sea establishment space be the Sea of Pearls? The old turtle was a little stunned. Did that big fish integrate its sea establishment space into the real world? It doesn't make sense. There are still some resources for resurrection in the sea establishment space. However, if it integrates into reality, its sea establishment world will definitely be occupied by various creatures, and there's no chance for it to resurrect. The old turtle didn't mean to look down upon the king. After all, it wasn't easy to die after reaching the sea establishment realm. There were always various means to survive. Even if it couldn't survive, it could at least leave some means of resurrection for itself. Regardless of whether these means were useful or not, at least they were there. However, that big fish actually brought his sea establishment world into reality. If the two were fused, there was no chance for it to resurrect. Not only Han Fei and the old turtle, but Ch1351 and many other venerables were also dumbfounded. Where the hell did Han Fei pop up from? Out of nowhere? No premonition at all? Ningjing, who was watching the battle from afar, thought to herself, isn't he on the island? Is there a mysterious passage under the waterfall? Ch1351 knew very well that Han Fei went to the Empyrean waterfall. He was here probably because there was a channel connecting the Empyrean waterfall to the Sea of Pearls, Otherwise, it didn't make sense that no one noticed Han Fei's sudden appearance. Shui Shenqi shouted in a low voice, Han Fei, listen to my command. Han Fei naturally perceived the cruel battlefield here. Hearing that Shui Shenqi's voice seemed to be extremely cold, he immediately shouted, Yes, Shui Shenqi said, kill all the other party's Dao-seeking powerhouses. Leave no one alive. Shui Shenqi was delighted by Han Fei's appearance. Although Han Fei was an explorer, he had the combat power of a venerable. It could be said that no one in the other party's Dao-seeking realm could resist Han Fei. Although he didn't know how Han Fei appeared, it was a good thing that he appeared. Otherwise, Shui Shenqi felt that he might personally take action and activate that weapon. Han Fei didn't care why he appeared here. At this moment, there was a big battle in the Sea of Pearls, and the lives of human beings were at risk. Hearing Shui Shenqi's urgent and unhesitating tone, he knew that Shui Shenqi couldn't wait any longer. Han Fei shouted, Okay, Blue Feather was a little frightened. This is Han Fei, right? After a few years, the first time we met, he was only a hidden fisher, but his current strength is that of a peak-level explorer? Blue Feather shouted, Blood Valley 5 restrictions, attack. Puff, puff, puff. In the void, 5 figures appeared in a row. Blue Feather sneered. Shui Shenqi, surprised? I knew you might have some hidden means, but I didn't expect you to only hide a brat. Although you use some method to forcibly increase his strength, do you think a peak-level explorer can do anything on this battlefield? Do you really think our Bloodsea Valley has never had a strong master all these years? How dare you use a peak-level explorer as a trump card? The combined power of the Blood Valley 5 restrictions is half of a venerable's power. I'd like to see how Han Fei can resist them, Blue Feather sneered, and Han Fei glanced at the 5 people, who turned out to be 5 red demons. Among them, there was an old acquaintance of his, xuanhuan, one of the former 8 wings of Blue Feather. Although xuanhuan was already a peak-level sea spirit, when he left, he didn't transcend the tribulation. Now it seemed that he had reached the mid-level of the Dao-seeking realm and his strength had increased a lot. These 5 people were all red demons. Among them, xuanhuan was the weakest, whose strength was only at the intermediate Dao-seeking realm. The strongest was a 6-armed red demon holding 6 scimitars, whose strength was at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. The other 3 were all in the advanced Dao-seeking realm. White light descended from the 5 of them at the same time, and a secret method was activated. Not only that, the 5 of them somehow summoned a huge scorpion companion spirit together. The old turtle said, It's a combination technique. These 5 people feed on each other's blood and cultivate a forbidden technique. What they summon should be an ancient creature, but it might not be real. Chapter 1392, Blood Valley 5. Restrictions Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei had no time to waste. When he saw the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, he thought to himself, even the 8 feathers of Blue Feather are gone. What's the use of the Blood Valley 5 restrictions? Fine, he might as well solve them all at once. Shua, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. The speed was so fast that Blue Feather didn't even notice how Han Fei disappeared. When Han Fei appeared again, he was no longer a figure, but a touch of overwhelming sword light. Shit, this is the venerable level strength, Blue Feather shouted. His first reaction was that Han Fei deceived him. However, it was already too late. In midair, ice and snow appeared. Above the vast sea, water vapor drifted, and in an instant, ice particles filled the sky. At this moment, Han Fei could finally carry out part of the power of the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The power of his sword shocked all the creatures within thousands of kilometers. The gigantic scorpion that was more than 300 meters long was hit hard by Han Fei the moment it appeared. Its carapace was ablaze. However, in the blink of an eye, the fire dissipated, and its huge body was instantly covered in ice and snow. Ka-ka-ka. The giant scorpion's body was cracking, and the so-called Blood Valley 5 restrictions were horrified. Han Fei was slightly surprised. What a hard shell. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. One name's Ancient Demon Scorpion projected. Introduction. One of the overlords of the shallow sea in ancient times, a gregarious creature. A demon scorpion leader is nourished by the essence of water and fire and produces a white crystal demonic armor. Its defense is astonishing and has a tail that can devour souls and attacks fast and powerfully, which is not something ordinary people can resist. To level 79, Quality Ancient Beast S Spiritual Energy, 20156 Realm, Sea Demon 1 Sea Demon, Devil Hook Soul Eater, Absorbable, First E9, CAS Orbable, First E19, CAS or Absorbable, First E9, Thirsty 9's HTT. The projection of an ancient creature will weaken with time. To be honest, Han Fei was quite surprised. This giant scorpion didn't seem to be weak, however, its speed seemed to be a little slow. He had already slashed out, and its head was already full of cracks and covered in snow, but its tail had just stabbed at him. Buzz. Han Fei ignored the long hook. This creature was dying and didn't even have a real body. He didn't want to waste any time on this scorpion. With the star teleportation technique, Han Fei passed the ancient demon scorpion. Among the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, xuanhuan shouted, Impossible, how can you become so strong? Among them, the inferior man-fish who was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm held the golden harpoon and pointed at the air, and a huge energy ball fell from the sky. God-scaring stab. Han Fei had already taken the embroidery needle in his hand. He pointed at the air, and the terrifying and domineering soul power instantly attacked the soul of a red demon. With a crack, as if something had cracked, multiple cracks appeared on the red demon's head and its breath stagnated. Instant mystic spear. Boom, boom, the red demon's attack failed. He thought that it shouldn't be a problem for him, a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse, to hold back Han Fei. However, how could he have thought that in the same realm, the difference in strength would sometimes be an insurmountable chasm? This red demon only launched one attack. He was even looking forward to Han Fei's counterattack. But at the next moment, a hole was left in his violent attack. After that, there was no more. Among the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, someone roared, "Not good. Master Bluefeather, please attack quickly." xuanhuan had already retreated. Seeing this scene, he felt a chill down his spine. "This power, is this really Han Fei?" Bluefeather shouted. "Han Fei, how dare you pretend to be weak? Go to hell." Bluefeather stepped on a three-headed shark, spewed out green light beams, and arrived in front of Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei casually threw out a punch, and the sacrificing punch was extremely powerful. The moment the attacks collided, it shattered the so-called strike of a venerable. Shui Shenqi was already standing at a low altitude. He raised his hand and blocked all the aftershocks. At this time, no matter how fiercely Han Fei fought, it wouldn't pose any threat to the people on the sea. On the sea, someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that Han Fei? Han Fei fought a venerable?" Is the rumor true? Meow, meow, meow. In the distance, the shadow of a big cat was running in the sky, and Big Yellow shouted excitedly, "Han Fei, you're back!" Boom, 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 the sound of heavenly music echoed on the sea. The sound waves vibrated, the sea waves surged, and the sound was like a sea beast. In an instant, it distorted a peak-level sea spirit and made him explode. Zhu Yinling looked at where Han Fei was, but didn't come over. The battle in the sea was too fierce, and a strong master like her was besieged by many sea demons. She turned around and clasped her hand. Seal, mystic sound, kill, He Xiaoyu was not included in the list of candidates for this battle. She had asked to join the battle herself. When she came, she knew that this battle would be extremely difficult. In fact, this battle was indeed rare. The members of the team she led got separated. At this moment, He Xiaoyu was fighting 5 enemies alone, surrounded by rings of fire, twisting her body in strange postures from time to time, narrowly dodging the attacks one after another. He Xiaoyu held her rod and attacked from time to time, speeding up the attack. At this point, more than 10 sea demons had died in her hands. While He Xiaoyu was fighting, she heard Bluefeather's voice echoing in the sky. In the distance, the sword light in the sky seemed to be greeting her. "Captain, watch out!" Not far away, a cry sounded. He Xiaoyu was stunned. A Xiaoyu was stunned. A sharp blade from a gyro crab whipped out, and she was blown away. However, fortunately, He Xiaoyu's physique was extraordinary. The moment she was kicked out, she quickly hid and charged out again, holding double daggers. At this moment, He Xiaoyu saw Han Fei too. However, Han Fei had his battlefield, and she had hers, so she should perform her duty well. Han Fei pushed Bluefeather back with a punch, and his body seemed to be teleporting. He flashed and appeared hundreds of kilometers away, so fast that even the big demon at the Tao-seeking realm couldn't react in time. Being forced back by Han Fei with one blow, Bluefeather didn't have the time to change his move, but Han Fei was reaping the sea demon's lives again. He could only watch helplessly. Bang! Puffed! As for the so-called Blood Valley 5 restrictions, except for the peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse who was killed by Han Fei with his spear, Han Fei killed the rest of them respectively with his fist, knife, and stick. In the end, when there was only xuanhuan left, Han Fei had already shot out the void lines. Although xuanhuan seemed to have a soul treasure to protect his soul, what was Han Fei's current strength? A mere soul treasure wasn't especially powerful. How could it stop Han Fei? xuanhuan's body suddenly stiffened. Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique and appeared next to xuanhuan. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to use the soul-searching technique, but he could use the void lines to see the information in xuanhuan's mind. Pictures flashed in Han Fei's mind. Outside the 10,000 Demon Valley, between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Royal City, there was an underground crack. Then there was a picture of a venerable who was drenched in blood crawling out of that crack. In addition, around the crack, there seemed to be 3 sea demon venerables sitting cross-legged. In the crack, there was a touch of energy, which seemed to be trying to make the crack bigger. "I see," Han Fei sneered, "a place similar to a teleportation array." Sure enough, as expected, there was also a royal city here in the yin-yang world, but the royal city was limited by certain power and couldn't come directly. There was no telling what methods Bluefeather used, but he just opened a gap between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the royal city so that people could pass through it. Han Fei wasn't sure how many strong masters there were in the 10,000 Demon Valley. However, no matter what, he couldn't let all the strong masters in the Sea Demon Royal City crawl over from that crack. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Han Fei read xuanhuan's memories and sensed the soul struggle. Han Fei said in his heart, Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. Back then, I also stayed in the 10,000 Demon Valley. At that time, I changed my name to Yu Fei. Puff, puff, puff. xuanhuan's 7 orifices were bleeding. He seemed to be infuriated by Han Fei. However, before Han Fei showed off enough, he immediately felt the void trembled. At least 2 of the void cracks appeared, and Blue Feather and another venerable attacked him at the same time. Humph! 2 venerables attacking me? I'm flattered. Han Fei was about to attack when Fishing Ch1351 blocked in front of him. Fishing Ch1351 said, I've fought Blue Feather too many times. Try and see if you can kill him. With that said, Fishing Ch1351 tore through the air and slapped at a large hand that extended from the void. Seeing Blue Feather thrusting a shining harpoon at him, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and xuanhuan exploded. Huff! The terrifying power of xuanhuan's self-destruction was swallowed by Han Fei. At the same time, the infinity water entangled him, and a large scimitar array appeared beside Han Fei. Chila! Han Fei opened the void and cursed. Blue Feather, you old turtle, you wanted to kill me before? Today, I'll cut you into 10 pieces. Blue Feather also tore open the void, not giving Han Fei a chance to leave. In Blue Feather's opinion, although things were beyond his expectations, Han Fei hadn't reached the venerable realm yet. Since he hadn't, he was definitely not a match for him. Besides, no matter what, he couldn't let Han Fei stay to confront him. Han Fei's growth speed seemed to be extremely fast. Compared to Fishing Ch1351, although he didn't know this kid well, he was definitely not easy to deal with. As the commander, Fishing Ch1351 had many concerns, but Han Fei was different. Blue Feather hadn't fought Han Fei before, so he didn't know what Han Fei was capable of, but now he had a chance to take Han Fei away. Therefore, although Fishing Ch1351's trump card killed the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, it didn't really affect the battle. When Han Fei tore open the void, the venerables didn't think that Han Fei could defeat Blue Feather. Having controlled the 10,000 Demon Valley for so many years, how could Blue Feather be weak? Only Ningjing shook her head slightly at the moment when Han Fei tore open the void and was wrapped in darkness. I'm afraid Blue Feather won't survive. Chapter 1393, The End of an Era Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Although Ningjing hadn't been with Han Fei for long, she basically knew what Han Fei did in the Waterwood world. It could be said that on the first day Han Fei came to the Waterwood world, he had already started to cause trouble. Then, how many times had she played along with Han Fei? Ever since Han Fei came to the Waterwood world, he had been causing troubles. This guy alone caused a great uproar in the White Shell Royal City. It turned out that Han Fei didn't intend to fight for 300 rounds. In the void, Han Fei held the embroidery needle and grinned. Old bee-starred Blue Feather, do you regret not killing me back then? Today, let's see what you've got. Blue Feather snorted coldly. Human brat, no matter how talented you are, to cross 3 realms in just 10 years, I don't believe your foundation is stable. Clatter Blue Feather turned his harpoon, and a water giant rose from under him. However, unlike the water control law of ordinary sea demons, Han Fei discovered that this water giant was somewhat similar to his invincible will. Neither of them talked much. Blue Feather wanted to test Han Fei's strength. The waterman held a huge harpoon and pointed it forward, and the tip of the harpoon was as bright as starlight, producing sparks in the void. A cunning gleam flashed in Han Fei's eyes. His body suddenly inflated, his muscles bulged, and terrifying energy gathered on his rod, intending to blow it through with all his strength. Seeing this scene, Blue Feather's pupils were constricted. Before the rod shadow arrived, the void had already trembled. Bang! The ripples stacked up and vibrated crazily. Blue Feather was knocked back hundreds of meters, so was Han Fei. However, at the moment he landed, Han Fei waved his hand slightly into his sleeve, and spiritual energy surged out of his body, hiding a touch of blood color. Blue Feather sneered in his heart, thinking, although Han Fei is extraordinary and his strength has completely entered the venerable realm, his realm is still low. He was injured after taking my full strength blow. Do you think I didn't see it? Therefore, Blue Feather concluded in his heart, although Han Fei is strong, he is not strong enough to kill a venerable. Besides, judging from the attack just now, Han Fei's attack didn't contain any great doubts. In other words, the reason why Han Fei was so strong was completely because of his strength. But even if his strength was strong, it was enough to explain many things. This meant that Han Fei's physique had reached the venerable realm. Otherwise, how could he exert the power of a venerable? And this power seemed to even exceed his. Blue Feather sneered. Han Fei, strength is just strength. You don't understand what a real great Tao is at all. As he spoke, the 3-headed shark under Blue Feather bared its teeth and roared. Its body twisted into a water shape and stretched out as if it had become a giant serpent. Blue Feather pointed the harpoon in his hand, and a storm of blue arrows poured out. The waterman roared, clenched his harpoon, raised it high in the sky, and smashed it down. Bullshit! Seeing Blue Feather's 3 combos that seemed fierce, Han Fei said casually, bullshit. Han Fei thought to himself, it's true that I haven't grasped a great Tao yet. But where is your great Tao? Are you telling me this waterman or the water control technique is your great Tao? The old turtle also said, this little demon feels too good of himself. All great Taos lead to the same destination. However, he's too naive to talk about great Taos as soon as he becomes a venerable. 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei grinned. Since you have the Blue Sea Arrow Stream, I'll show you my Infinity Water. Let's see whether my Infinity Water's Peak Strike or your Rain of Arrow is more powerful. With an indestructible golden body, Han Fei didn't care about the terrifying halberd that fell from the sky at all. He just held the sword in both hands and poured a tremendous amount of spiritual energy into it. The sword light spewed out hundreds of meters like a river of stars. The draw. Roar, rumble, with a puff, Blue Feather vomited blood, and the giant waterman and the giant halberd were shattered by Han Fei's sword, and the draw technique almost broke the ultra-quality divine weapon in his hand. The force was so great that he was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. Blue Feather admitted that Han Fei was very strong. At least his strength was unparalleled in his realm. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his strength would be if Han Fei broke through to the venerable realm. It was said that someone had become a king when he was still young. Perhaps Han Fei had such potential. At this moment, the water giant collapsed and Han Fei's knife light condensed from the infinity water was equally terrifying. At this moment, it was like a sharp blade about to pierce Blue Feather. Clank Blue Feather put his hands together and blocked with his harpoon. 100 meters around him suddenly became a ball. The terrifying impact directly blasted out a ball of light in the air beside him. Blue Rain was a little frightened. However, he still didn't believe that Han Fei could beat him. Although his hands and nose were bleeding, he shouted, Han Fei, you brat, do you think my Tao is so easy to crush? Roar, dragon swallowing soul. The three-headed shark that was gradually turning into a giant python suddenly dissolved, turned into 3 giant mouths, and pounced at Han Fei. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, three-headed dragon whale. Mutated, introduction. A mutated three-headed dragon whale. This creature was originally a companion creature, but because it was swallowed and possessed by the host, it became one with the host, becoming an avatar of the host and even derived a great Tao. There is a world in the dragon whale's body which hides a soul storm. Those whose soul is not firm and whose Tao heart is not firm are easily affected by it. Level 80 quality? Quality? H contained spiritual energy, 354,413, edible effect, inedible collectible, none absorbable H meters in C. A weird deformed creature. Weird deformed creature. This creature has been swallowed by the host. When he saw this information, Han Fei felt that these strong masters were simply too abnormal. In order to become stronger, they could do everything possible. They even swallowed their companion spirits. How could they do that? Oh no, sea monsters were not humans in the first place. He couldn't judge them by human standards. Although it was said that sea demons transformed from humans, they were no longer humans. Later, after countless generations, it was said that the Sea King transformed into the heavenly Tao, and all sea creatures could take human shapes, but perhaps the sea demons had lost their human bloodline. Blue Feather's methods were abnormal, but Han Fei didn't doubt his strength. However, Han Fei didn't think that this avatar of Blue Feather could really beat him, even if this avatar was his great Tao. Roar, seeing the 3 mouths swallow the entire space where Han Fei was, the other venerables were a little frightened. Even Shui Chi felt his heart skip a beat. He had fought Blue Feather many times, but he had never seen the 3-headed shark under Blue Feather with such an ability. Ha ha ha, Blue Feather, I didn't expect you to have some trump cards. If the 3-headed shark hadn't mutated today, we would have thought that it was just an ordinary shark. A sea demon venerable laughed. The man observed the battle while fighting Chuching. However, although the battle between the two seemed fierce, it was actually perfunctory. There wasn't even a wound on the 2 intermediate venerables' bodies. On the other side, there was also a sea demon venerable who was fighting 2 alone. As an intermediate venerable, he had completely taken the upper hand of Yang Kun and Ye Kai. And Sun Bai Sheng and a junior sea demon venerable seemed to be locked in a pitched battle, and even their flesh and blood were blurred. However, they didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Shui Chi was the one fighting most fiercely. His broad-bladed saber floated in front of him. Any random slash could create tens of thousands of saber shadows. The saber intent soared to the sky and stretched for 100 kilometers. However, at the first clash, Shui Chi actually exchanged injuries with his opponent. With a single slash, Shui Chi's body was cut in half and his lower body exploded. As for the other party, he was only a junior venerable and his body directly exploded. Half of his body exploded, but Shui Chi didn't even groan. With a flip of his hand, energy returned and his body condensed again, and his opponent was also condensing his body. At this moment, Han Fei was swallowed, which attracted his attention. As soon as Han Fei was swallowed, he sensed a sticky sucking power that seemed to be trying to invade his soul. Han Fei tried to summon the infinity water back. However, this space severed the connection between him and the infinity water. When Han Fei was about to activate the twin divine technique, Blue Feather shouted, "Once you enter my mouth, you won't be able to survive. No matter how capable you are, you'll still die." Chila Eye Blue Feather took the opportunity to tear open the void and shouted, "Attack, Buzz." At that moment, in the twisted jungle, the ancient battlefield and other places, sea demon venerables suddenly arrived. Furthermore, 2 venerables had appeared on the ancient battlefield, forcing Patriarch Six Swords to go to the sea. Behind Elder Bingyun was the Scattered Stars Island. When the Sea Demon Venerable's aura arrived, she looked in the direction of the Sea of Pearls and thought to herself, the Battle of Venerables must not erupt on the Scattered Stars Island. Now that the opponent has come, I have to kill him. At that moment, all directions trembled. The Sea Demons still had something up their sleeve. Everybody was shocked. Was their target not the Sea of Pearls, but actually the Scattered Stars Island? In Shui Shenqi's mind, Han Fei's urgent voice sounded, were we lured away from the Scattered Stars Island? Hearing that it was Han Fei, Shui Shenqi responded, don't worry. Han Fei knew that Shui Shenqi was reliable, and he was truly reassured after Shui Shenqi assured him. Blue Feather, on the other hand, quickly shrank the three-headed dragon whale into a three-headed shark. In Blue Feather's view, Han Fei would definitely die. The problem was just how long he could survive. Suddenly, Blue Feather felt that something was wrong. Why were there a few drops of water on him? Sensing it again, he found that something seemed to have invaded his demonic heritage. He immediately looked inside. At this moment, Blue Feather's soul suddenly trembled, and horror seemed to be descending from behind. Shui Shenqi tried to activate his great Tao when a voice exploded in his ears. Laws are forbidden in this space. Roar. 100 beasts were rampaging in the void. Han Fei suddenly appeared, holding the embroidery needle, stabbing at the sky, and shouted, knock on the heavenly gate. Bam! A layer of scales cocked up on Blue Feather's body, and a big hole was left on his back. He was sent flying into the sky. Below, many sea demons, sea spirits, hidden fishers, and law enforcers were all dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Blue Feather tried to condense his power, but his power collapsed in an instant, which was useless in this space. Han Fei grinned. Explode. Rumble. The infinity water exploded in Blue Feather's body. In an instant, Blue Feather's blown to pieces. Han Fei shouted in his heart, old turtle, help me. Kill him. Phew, swoosh. Han Fei opened his mouth and sucked in half of the terrifying force. At the same time, a mass of black fog descended, covering half of the sky. Not to mention that Han Fei had already sealed this place. Even if this place was intact, the old turtle probably wouldn't give the other party a chance to survive. Crack. Thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, and a red crack spanned thousands of kilometers in the sky. In an instant, a rain of blood poured. Blue Feather had died. An era had come to an end. Chapter 1394. The War is Over. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations during the battle in the Sea of Pearls. On the Scattered Stars Island, at the deep lake under the Empyrean waterfall, two men stood quietly on a large rock. One of them had a harpoon mark between his eyebrows. He was a sea demon at the peak of the venerable realm. The other person was holding a fan in his hand and fishing with a fishing pole in the other. He looked gentle, and it was none other than Han Guanshu. However, at this moment, the two of them didn't reveal their cultivation levels. They were like two passers-by watching the water by the rock. The sea demon venerable said, oh, I underestimated the current human race. With a strong master like you, it's no wonder that this island with only a few million people dares to challenge our sea demon army. Han Guanshu smiled and said, the sea demons are cruel and shameless, and anyone has the right to execute you. If the human race is united, we can naturally defeat you. The sea demon venerable sneered. You and I should know that at this level, strength talks. Is the significance of race so great? Han Guanshu said. It's very meaningful. At this moment, you sent so many people away. Are you going to take action? The Sea Demon Venerable looked at Han Guanshu deeply for a long time and finally said, we Sea Clan will not let go of the corpse of the deep-sea giant demon. Give it to us and your human race will be able to survive for another 1,000 years. But if you don't, we'll fight you sooner or later. Han Guanshu smiled and said, let's fight then. Don't talk nonsense about being safe for another 1,000 years. It remains to be seen who will win this battle. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky, a venerable died, and a rain of blood fell. Splash! Han Guanshu retracted his fishing rod, which had a red blood butterfly fish hanging on it. He said, look, I told you it remains to be seen who will win this battle, right? Humph, Sea of Pearls. What happened? All of a sudden, many sea demon venerables were shocked. How did Han Fei come out? In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei had already been swallowed by Blue Feather's three-headed dragon whale. Although they didn't know the power of Blue Feather's great Tao very well, at the moment the three-headed dragon whale pounced on him, it didn't give Han Fei a chance to react. Even if Han Fei could come out, he would at least be in a mess. However, Han Fei appeared out of nowhere and killed Blue Feather right in front of their eyes. A space sealing technique? This kid has comprehended the great Tao of space. Blue Feather had died. How could they not understand? However, what surprised them more was that Han Fei was only a peak-level explorer. Even if he had a great Tao, how could he seal a true venerable? As for Chu Qing and the others, they were horrified. Only a few days had passed, but Han Fei had killed another venerable? Even if the other party was a junior venerable, he wasn't easy to deal with. Even Chu Qing and Ye Kai, as intermediate venerables, didn't dare to say that they could kill Blue Feather. This was because, in the venerable realm, everyone had their own means. If they could use these means, the chances of being killed were slim. But Han Fei could seal the sky and lock down the earth, making it impossible for anyone to use his means. This greatly increased the probability of death. If they were ambushed by Han Fei, the consequences could be imagined. At this moment, Han Fei was standing proudly in the sky, his body glowing with golden light, and his invincible will condensed into a giant, and shouted, "Sea demons are like cholera in the sea." The sea demon Venerable, Blue Feather, had once led 8 Wings of Blue Feather to commit crimes, scourge the human race for many years, and plot against the immortal foundation of our human race. I, Han Fei, kill him today to avenge the human race. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky, resounding far away. Shen Chi's face finally relaxed. He had only wanted Han Fei to have a try, but he didn't expect Han Fei to kill Blue Feather so quickly. On the sea, the tens of thousands of human soldiers felt their blood boiling after hearing Han Fei's announcement. Roar, Han Fei is awesome. Do you see that, little fish? Our human powerhouse has executed a venerable of you. Doomsday has come for you. Kill. How can sea demons be a match for our immortal human race? A girl shouted. Han Fei, I want to date you. A boy shouted at the sky. Captain Han, the scout team is proud of you. Zhu Yinling looked up with admiration and mumbled, "So, this is the man I love?" While the enemy was distracted, He Xiao Yu pierced the heart of a half-mermaid with her dagger. Then she looked at the sky, excited. He has killed a venerable again. He Xiao Yu had no idea what a venerable meant at all. However, looking at the rain of blood and the terrifying sound of Blue Feather being blasted into the sky, he knew that a venerable was not something that the hidden fishers and law enforcers could resist. Granny Yin shouted, "Stupid cat, come back." Meow. Big Yellow was also dumbfounded. A venerable had died just like that? Had Han Fei become so terrifying? Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the morale of the human soldiers was greatly boosted. Morale was the most important in war. When the human soldiers saw this scene, their morale was soaring. Han Fei stepped out and shouted, "Our human race has never been afraid of fighting. Today, more than 100,000 sea demons have invaded the human race's territory. They must be executed. Shua." Seeing Han Fei stride out of the void, a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm who wasn't fighting in the void was extremely horrified and immediately tried to escape with blood. However, why would Han Fei give him this chance? Bang! A sacrificing punch was pushed out horizontally, and the heavy fist light 100 meters thick swept hundreds of kilometers, leaving a fiery mark in the sky. As for the Tao-seeking realm demon, he had been reduced to dust by this punch. Shua, shua! Han Fei moved hundreds of kilometers with each step. Tens of thousands of knives shot out like dragons, attacking all the enemies within thousands of kilometers. Silver sword beams dazzled into the sky, cutting off the sea demons' lives. Han Fei had killed 5 Tao-seeking realm demons in only 5 seconds. Han Fei was really too fast. These Tao-seeking demons didn't even have a chance to dodge before they were killed by his knife. Roar! Suddenly, the sky cracked, and the venerable who was fighting Sun Baisheng shouted in a low voice, "Ashhole, how dare you attack an ordinary Tao-seeking cultivator as a venerable?" As he spoke, the man stabbed at a human explorer with his harpoon as if warning Han Fei. Lu Lang, a junior explorer, was commanding the battlefield when he suddenly felt a death crisis. He looked up, only to see a silver light stabbing at him. He couldn't retreat. Once he retreated, this terrifying blow would kill at least hundreds of people. At that time, Lu Lang only had one thought, "Son of a beta cheech, I'm doomed." Buzz. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a figure suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei extended a hand and grabbed the dazzling light. As Han Fei turned his hand in the air, the terrifying blow was easily crushed. Han Fei's eyes were cold. "Fish shit, I'm just an explorer. So what if I attack an explorer? But you, a venerable, attacked a human explorer? Who gave you the courage?" The man shouted in a low voice, "Humph, last time it was you humans who broke the rules. And who broke the rules first today again? Do you need me to tell you? Since you've already shed the pretenses, save the lame excuses. You want to compete with the Sea Clan in terms of numbers? All Tao-seeking cultivators, listen to my command and attack any human you see." The sea demon venerable pushed out with one hand, and a long-distance teleportation array suddenly appeared in mid-air. Shen Chi shouted, "Sun Baisheng, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, the teleportation array of the sea demon venerable had been activated. It was not until this moment that Sun Baisheng finally arrived. He shouted, "This demon is so strong that I can't beat him. Knock on the heavenly gate." Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand, pushed it horizontally, and smashed it at the sea demon venerable. Shua! Before Han Fei's figure appeared, he suddenly heard the sound of music. In the camp of the Empyrean waterfall, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck! Isn't that Xiao Zhu's heavenly music technique? Han Fei knows it too," Granny Yin said. "No, it seems different. Han Fei's seems to have more melodies." Seeing this scene, Zhu Yinling smiled. No one knew better than her that Han Fei owned the real 9 sounds, which was in the sea-quelling painting. At the exit of the teleportation array, there was a dense light as the 9 sounds great Tao descended. A great demon in the Tao-seeking realm appeared and instantly went into a frenzy. With a thought from Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei roared, punishing saber, guard the pass, kill whoever comes, waterluster, seal the sea and slaughter. There were no rules. Fire seed, tree spirit, earth 9 helped the human race. After that, Han Fei looked at the void and shouted, Sun Baisheng, hold him back. If you let him escape again, just wait. Sun Baisheng felt a chill down his spine. How dare this brat tell him what to do? However, he was afraid that if he refuted Han Fei at this moment, he would probably be cursed to death by others. Han Fei only needed a short time. In addition to the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, he had just killed another 5. At this moment, there were only 7 Tao-seeking greater demons alive, who were all held back by human explorers. However, these Tao-seeking greater demons only attacked places with dense personnel. Human explorers could only defend passively. The enemies didn't fight them head-on at all, so the human explorers couldn't do anything about it. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people were crushed by the aftershock of these people's battle. However, the Tao-seeking sea demons never expected that Han Fei would finish his battle so quickly. Han Fei could even slaughter a venerable. At this moment, if no one restrained him, what should they do? Bang! Han Fei blasted a Tao-seeking sea demon to death with a punch. He was about to continue to attack when his fingers twitched and he sensed that a great danger was coming. Immediately, Han Fei twisted his body and retreated hundreds of kilometers. In the next moment, a half-merman powerhouse with a terrifying aura arrived in an instant, and a light pierced in the direction where Han Fei was just now. The old turtle said, a peak-level venerable. Han Fei was horrified. With a thought, a token appeared on his waist. What else could it be if not Jinger's venerable token? It meant that if this person dared to attack him, Ningjing could attack. This action was naturally noticed by the person. The half-merman venerable frowned slightly. All this time, he had felt that something was wrong. After seeing him, Han Fei was only prepared to retreat at any time, but he wasn't afraid? Just as he was wondering if he should make a random move to test Han Fei's strength, he suddenly felt the pressure of a peak-level venerable. He was shocked. Could it be the one on the island? Jinger slightly revealed the aura of a peak-level venerable, and the man knew that the situation was not good. The power of Scattered Stars Island was beyond his imagination. He couldn't win this battle. The man shouted, retreat! At the moment when this person shouted to retreat, Han Fei shouted, you want to retreat now? Don't you think it's too late? The person just looked at the teleportation array, and Han Fei's eyelids trembled. Punishing saber, come back. The half-merman venerable shouted in a low voice, let's fight later. Han Fei clenched his fists, but the old turtle said, he's right, the star turtle hasn't made a breakthrough yet. It's not time for you to start an all-out battle yet. Han Fei said via voice transmission, this battle has ended. This person is a peak-level venerable. Chapter 1395, The Position of Martial Translator, Hanye Translations Editor. Hanye Translations Shuishen Chi's heart trembled. There were indeed top powerhouses among the sea demons. The reason why the strong master didn't choose to attack was probably because of the person behind Han Fei. With Han Fei, who had venerable level combat power, the balance of this battle would inevitably tip towards the human side. Therefore, it was not the right time to fight. If it weren't for the last resort, Shuishen Chi wouldn't have sent so many people to the Sea of Pearls to fight to the death. It was just not the time. Shuishen Chi shouted, stop fighting, everyone gather. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another left the battlefield. This time, many people had been prepared to die. At this moment, seeing that the battle had ended, they knew that they seemed to have won a big victory in terms of strong masters. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, when these people turned their heads, they saw that in just a few hours of battle, countless of their comrades had died or been injured. In the sea, their remains were littered, which was a shocking and dreadful sight. As for the deceased, except for a few who didn't self-destruct in time, most had self-destructed. Although there were no corpses left, the sea had already been dyed red by blood. The two sides retreated, and the humans retreated to the Pearl Divers port. After counting, more than 23,000 people died in this battle, and almost all the survivors were injured. At this time, spirit gatherers were the busiest. The spirit gatherers on the Scattered Stars Island could basically learn free medical skills, so healing brilliance descended one after another among the crowd of fewer than 40,000 people. In the sky, Han Fei recalled Punishing Saber and the others and stood with Shuishen Chi. The two looked at each other and didn't speak. It was not suitable for them to talk here. Han Fei said, let me heal the people. As soon as Han Fei left, the void tore, and Chu Qing and the other venerables appeared. They nodded at Shuishen Chi and left. They belonged to different groups. This matter was well known, so there was no need for them to get involved in this battlefield at this time. They might as well observe from a distance. Han Fei landed on the surface of the sea. The humming sounds were continuous, which was the sound of arrays being set up. Because the speed was too fast, on the rough sea, the spirit-gathering array bloomed like water splashes. Shwa! In the crowd, many people were stunned and looked nervously at Han Fei, who suddenly appeared between them. Han Fei raised his hand slightly, and the healing divine light condensed into chains, which instantly dispersed in the crowd. Someone's arm was broken and he put it into his sea-swallowing seashell. At this moment he was grabbing his arm and asking a spirit gatherer to treat him when suddenly he saw a white brilliance shooting over. Buzz. His flesh grew and his bones healed. The wound on his arm was healing at a visible speed. Someone's intestines and belly were pierced through and he was protecting his body with a spiritual energy protective cover. Beside him, there was a spirit gatherer trying to save him. However, how could an ordinary spirit gatherer's healing technique heal him so quickly? So the spirit gatherer had to constantly replenish that person with spiritual energy. Someone shouted, "Take the spiritual fruit. You can hold on for a while." Lying on the fishing boat, the injured man said with difficulty, "I can't hold on anymore. A spiritual fruit can hold me for half an hour at most, but it will take at least an hour for my wound to heal. How many spiritual fruits will it take? Forget it, I give up." One of his teammates roared, "Give up? Do we lack spiritual fruits?" Immediately someone shouted, "Whoever has spiritual fruits, come and save a life." However, as soon as he said so, he saw a white glow shoot straight over. The person on the boat was bathed in the holy light chains. He was covered with more than 100 injuries, but they were healing at a visible speed. With a swish, the palm-sized knife wound healed in 3 seconds. His broken chest completely recovered in less than 10 seconds. Hiss! The spirit gatherer who was treating this person was dumbfounded. He was about to ask who was here when a spirit gathering array suddenly spread out under his feet. Then, a young man in ordinary black clothes walked over. Han Fei? The seriously injured guy sat up straight. Then, he looked down, only to be dumbfounded. Under the watch of the people around, Han Fei hummed softly. "Although soul warriors fight at the forefront and suffer the most injuries, you should act according to your ability. A team doesn't only have a soul warrior." Then, before these people could react, Han Fei raised his foot and disappeared. Hiss. The person who was rescued immediately exclaimed, "Son of a bee to chi, is that Han Fei? Isn't this speed too fast?" The spirit gatherer looked at the spirit gathering array under his feet and was speechless. What kind of speed is this? This healing method is simply amazing. Your life was saved by him with a raise of his hand. The man chuckled. "Damn, I owe big to Han Fei. If I have a chance in the future, I'll repay him." Han Fei walked forward and suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Han Fei, Xiao Yu is injured." Zhu Yinling? Han Fei knew that Zhu Yinling was waiting for him on the Scattered Stars Island, but he had more important things to do than to see her. Besides, what could he do even if he saw her? However, hearing Zhu Yinling's voice, Han Fei twisted his body and disappeared. At this moment, He Xiao Yu was holding Zhu Yinling's hand, pale-faced. She was holding her hand so hard that Zhu Yinling, a peak-level law enforcer, felt a little pain. Beside him, He Xiao Yu's dispersed team members gathered after the battle. Someone said, "Captain, don't panic. Your strength is extraordinary. You are already a peak-level hidden fisher. The Venerables will definitely save you." A manipulator held He Xiao Yu's shoulder. "Yes, Captain. After this battle, you've almost achieved your goal of the 1,000 slaughter. The Venerables won't sit by and watch you die." Zhu Yinling hurriedly comforted her. "Xiao Yu, don't panic. Any spirit gatherer in the venerable realm can regrow limbs. I've already called Han Fei over. He should be arriving soon." "No." Hearing what Zhu Yinling said, He Xiao Yu immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover and was about to jump out. However, as soon as He Xiao Yu flew up, an invisible force pressed down. She heard a familiar voice that was no longer childish. "Don't move when you're injured. Will I eat you or what?" Han Fei stepped forward and activated the Holy Light technique, and the wounds on He Xiao Yu's body healed quickly. Han Fei saw that He Xiao Yu's legs were completely severed from the middle of her thigh. At this moment, her hair was messed up, and the girl was trying to cover her face with her hair. Han Fei frowned slightly. "Where are your legs?" Han Fei looked at He Xiao Yu's teammates. They were all stunned to see Han Fei. An armorist hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, the captain's legs were bitten off by a companion spirit of a sea spirit, so we couldn't find them." Han Fei nodded casually and laid a hand on He Xiao Yu's shoulder. Then he exclaimed in shock. He Xiao Yu had too many wounds in her body that could hurt her foundation. At this time, the old turtle's voice sounded, "Oh, you just need to regrow her limbs. You don't even need to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique." Han Fei said, "That's easy for you to say. Why don't I know how to do it?" The old turtle said, "Think about it. How long has it been since you practiced the spirit concentration art? If you don't learn it, how can you master it? Every great Tao is accompanied by various techniques. Why don't you just learn them?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, how long had it been since he learned spirit concentration art? Old Jiang left him the spirit gathering scripture, but that was an array book and he didn't take the great Tao of arrays. Now Han Fei knew that old guy was an array master, but he didn't seem to know much about healing techniques. However, it made sense. The healing techniques seemed to be easy to learn, but the further one went on, the more difficult it would be. For example, the Holy Light technique, the Holy Light chain, and the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique had all exceeded the scope of normal healing techniques. Buzz, quickly healing, He Xiao Yu's trauma. Han Fei wanted to say something. However, seeing so many people looking at him weirdly, he held himself back. Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling and asked, "Do you still live in the Empyrean waterfall?" Zhu Yinling nodded obediently. "Yes," Han Fei said. "He Xiao Yu, you and Zhu Yinling go to the Empyrean waterfall to wait for me. I'll repair your legs after I finish the matters here." He Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly, and a voice came from under her hair. Seeing He Xiaoyu like this, Han Fei secretly sighed and said, "Then I'll go first." Han Fei was about to leave when he heard Zhu Yinling say, "Are you coming back tonight?" Han Fei paused. "Well, yes." Han Fei stepped out and disappeared from their sight. The holy light chains radiated a kilometer. Soon, Han Fei had basically treated all the people who could be treated. The area of effect treatment was terrifying. Chen even wondered if he should ask Han Fei to teach the technique to others. Seeing that Han Fei was almost done with his treatment, in the sky, Chen slightly heaved a sigh of relief. The Scattered Stars Island has won this battle at great expense. I'm very sad. I, Chen have been in charge of Scattered Stars Island for 50 years. Now, there are many talents on Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei, from the 36 towns, is talented, tough, and capable. Recently, he has killed 2 venerables in a row, literally changing the result of the war. When Han Fei heard Xi's words, he couldn't have felt worse. Was Chen about to pass on his position? Before Han Fei said anything, the old turtle had said, "This guy made a right choice. At this moment, you need support. Becoming a king is not easy. You need to experience too much. Blood sacrifice, a sea of bones, and being loved by all are all possible paths to becoming a king. This is something you might experience, and something every king might experience." Han Fei grinned and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, forget it. Didn't I know this a long time ago? As early as when he went to the 1,000-star city and Chen gave him a 9-star token, although the latter didn't speak it out, he knew it was just Chen test for him. Now, it was indeed a good time to make an announcement. Chen said in the end, "From today on, Han Fei, from the 36 towns, will succeed as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Spread this news to the entire Scattered Stars Island, and inform the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city in 7 days. Chapter 1396, Powerful Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Hua. Hearing Chen words, the audience burst into an uproar. The Supreme Commander had been replaced so easily? In the big clan team, Chu Qing, Ye Kai, Sun Beisheng, and Yang Kun were all pale. Although they had a feeling that Chen would abdicate his position to someone else, they didn't expect it to happen at this moment. Damn it, Chu Qing immediately cursed. Chen has taken sides. He's on Han Fei's side. Ye Kai's eyes were cold. Chen sacrificed a lot to let Han Fei succeed in his position. At least in the eyes of others, he resigned before the war. This is a disgraceful thing. Those who don't know him might think that he can't bear the responsibility and is afraid of fighting. Sun Baisheng took a deep breath. It's taboo to change the commander before the war, but Chen did it. How dare he? Chu Qing snorted. So, Chen chooses a good time. I find that Han Fei's name often rang in the carnival shops. In the refining hall, books written by Han Fei are sold for free. Fei Yan Mu furnaces are demonstrated on the street. Chen he had long planned to make Han Fei famous on the Scattered Stars Island. Today, Han Fei slaughtered a venerable under the public eye and immediately became the center of attention. Is there a better chance for him to do so than now? The people from the big clans all had ugly expressions. In fact, if it were someone else, they wouldn't have cared. However, this person happened to be Han Fei. He was from the Thug Academy, and his father was Han Guanshu, and the two both had a great grudge against the big clans. Once Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, once the people on the Scattered Stars Island were united under his rule, he would be very powerful. His personal power, to a certain extent, was even above that of the big clans. How many people could a big clan control? How many people could the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island control? The difference was obvious. In addition to the number of people and the economic conditions due to the special location, the Scattered Stars Island was closely related to the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns. Chen had always turned a blind eye to the resource supply of the Scattered Stars Island. In fact, most of the resources that flowed to the 1,000-star city were taken by the big clans. But how could Han Fei let the big clans get so many resources after he became the supreme commander? Chu Qing shouted in a low voice, "Inform the clans that this is a big problem now. If Han Fei succeeds as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, there will be too much trouble." Unlike Chu Qing and the others, the frontline soldiers had different thoughts. In the eyes of these people, the enemy was right there. Whoever killed the most enemies would win their allegiance. Whoever was powerful enough would win their allegiance. Whoever made the greatest contribution would win their allegiance. Xi's status was unshakable. He had controlled the Scattered Stars Island and stood on this vast sea for many years, and his achievements were remarkable. Han Fei, the greatest contribution he made was to invent the Fei Yanmu furnace. Now, which refiner didn't know Han Fei's name? Even those who went to the refining hall to forge semi-divine weapons all knew Han Fei's name. Also, there was no telling if it was intentional or not. But in the past few years, the news about Han Fei had never stopped spreading. They always heard someone mentioning him inadvertently. In the past 2 days, the news that Han Fei had returned and killed a venerable had been spreading like wildfire, and almost everyone knew it. Today, Han Fei killed a venerable again. Besides, he appeared in the Sea of Pearls and killed Blue Feather, the commander of the Sea Clan. He butchered Dao seeking powerhouses as easily as killing fish and could almost kill one every step he made. It could be said that Han Fei's sudden descent greatly boosted morale. Of course, this might not be enough. As the Supreme Commander, it seemed too easy for Han Fei to reach this position. Compared to the previous commanders, Han Fei didn't seem to have any honorable deeds. There was only hearsay about him everywhere, but Fishing Ch1351 had announced his decision, and these people had all witnessed how powerful Han Fei was. In the end, the scene of Han Fei healing everyone with his holy light chain was even more shocking than Han Fei killing a venerable. After all, killing a venerable was too far away for ordinary people. At most, they could only see Blue Feather being sent flying, see cracks in the sky, and rain of blood. In any case, at least the people present had accepted the decision. After all, Han Fei could fight. In just 10 days, he had killed 2 venerables. This was something they had never heard before, on the ground. Zhu Yinling looked calm and didn't feel anything special about it. She even felt that it was a matter of course. He Xiaoyu murmured. The Supreme Commander, Fishing Ch1351 said, speak something to the people. When we return to the Scattered Stars Island, prepare to take my jobs over. You need to meet some important people on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei stepped into the sky and stood in front of everybody. He seemed to feel that he was too small. Golden light overflowed from his body. The shadow of invincibility condensed, and a golden giant more than 20 meters tall stood in the air. Han Fei said in a clear and resounding voice, Everyone, I'm Han Fei. I don't think you know me very well because I haven't been fighting here long. However, at the critical moment for the survival of mankind, although I'm not around, I've been thinking of ways to kill sea demons and protect our human race. Han Fei smiled and shouted, I think you are no longer newcomers. You should know the way of dealing with enemies on Scattered Stars Island. It's really exhausting to just defend. Today, I, Han Fei, as the Supreme Commander, may not be able to eliminate the sea demons, but at least I will lead you to fight our way out. From today on, let's fight together. Towards the end, Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder, making everyone below excited. As explorers and law enforcers, they naturally knew the situation and the appointment of the central city. Fishing Ch1351 must have made such a big decision considering the future of the entire island. They had no choice but to obey. Immediately, 12 explorers walked out of the void. Their leader shouted, Nice to meet you, Marshal Han. We're willing to die with you. Hundreds of law enforcers echoed, Greetings, Marshal Han. We're willing to die with you. Then, the crowd roared, Greetings, Marshal Han. We're willing to die with you. Han Fei raised his head slightly, glanced at the sky diagonally, and shouted, The Scattered Stars Island already has Marshal Han, so I dare not use this title. I'll use the word Han, the Han of Xuanhuan. Okay, today's battle is over. Clean up the battlefield and return to the island. Someone would lead the army. About 100 seconds later, tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a fishing boat on the sea. When Han Fei came, he saw that old Han had made tea and had been waiting for a long time. Fishing Ch1351 took a seat casually and finished a cup of tea. Han Guanshu smiled. Don't drink like a fish. Fishing Ch1351 remained expressionless. Now that Han Fei has assumed the position, he will face many challenges, but if he is incompetent for this position, I'll take it back. Han Fei landed on the boat too. He glanced at the 4 cups hanging on the rocks in the air and smiled casually. Of course, my goal is not Scattered Stars Island. When the chaos is over, the Scattered Stars Island will still be yours, Fishing Ch1351 said. If the chaos can be easily pacified, why have we waited so long? Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu and asked, Why is there an extra cup? Han Guanshu tilted his head and looked at the void. Ningjing, long time no see. Come down for a drink. Ah, is it really you? You seem to be much stronger than last time. As they talked, they saw a beautiful figure walking thousands of kilometers with each step. She stood on the deck and chuckled, sitting opposite Han Fei. Fishing Ch1351 was a little stunned to see Ningjing. Fuck, how can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? However, Fishing Ch1351 was much calmer than Han Fei was. When Han Fei first came to the Waterwood world, he was stunned by every single woman he saw, and he felt that every man he saw was as handsome as xuanhuan. Han Guanshu pushed a cup of tea to Ningjing and said, Did Han Fei cause any trouble for you on this trip? Ningjing was a lively girl in the first place, especially when she knew 2 people here. She immediately said, More than trouble. He almost caused a ruckus in our world. He provoked King's Wars several times. I've never seen anyone more capable of causing trouble than him. King's War? Fishing Ch1351's eyes glittered. Ningjing mentioned King's Wars, which meant that there were indeed kings where Han Fei went. In this case, Han Guanshu wasn't lying. The other side of the channel shouldn't be easily stepped on. Ningjing pursed her lips. Did I just say King's War? Forget it. It's not a big deal. However, war is really frequent in your world. Are there only human beings in this world? It must be very tiring for you human race to defend against the sea race alone. Han Guanshu took a sip of tea and said, different worlds have different lives. Although you're here, what I want to say is that before I take action, don't do anything. Ningjing said impatiently, I know. The queen told me a long time ago. The queen, Shui Shenxi thought to himself. The king over there is actually a woman? However, Shui Shenxi didn't ask further but looked straight at Han Guanshu. Han Guanshu seemed to know Shui Shenxi's meaning. He smiled and said, your eyes are on the Scattered Stars Island, but Han Fei's goal is not here. Scattered Stars Island is just a trial for him. Pa! Han Fei patted the table. Hey, old Han, let's talk nicely. Don't treat me like a machine. Trial? I don't need you to give me trials. Han Guanshu's lips curled. I haven't schemed against you for a long time, because from the day you came to the Scattered Stars, everything is developing on its own course. I just occasionally meddled with one or two things during this process. I've never regarded you as a chess piece. From beginning to end, you are the decisive power in this game, Shui Shenxi said. The momentum is like a bell, and the spirit is sharp enough to slaughter an azure dragon. What momentum? Chapter 1397, Meet Again Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, The Empyrean Waterfall. Not far from Zhu Yinling's residence next to Han Fei's, there was another hut. Because Han Fei asked He Xiaoyu to wait at the Empyrean Waterfall, and Han Fei had become the marshal, Zhu Yinling built a house for He Xiaoyu after she came back. Zhu Yinling didn't have many friends in the first place, so it would be great if He Xiaoyu could stay at the Empyrean Waterfall for a while. At least she had someone to accompany her. At this moment, in He Xiaoyu's yard, several members of He Xiaoyu's team were chattering non-stop. In the corner, there was a big cat squatting beside the barbecue grill. A manipulator sighed. I was wondering why our captain keeps going to the Empyrean Waterfall. So, she claimed to come to find Sister Zhu Yin, but actually, the armorist was laughing and brushing the barbecue. Besides, the captain especially likes barbecue. I was puzzled. What is barbecue? How did our captain learn to make such magical food? Hearing what Big Yellow said, now I know that it was also Marshal Han's invention. He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, said nervously and coldly, don't talk nonsense. Our division is so busy. Why are you here instead of staying in the division? The hunter girl smiled naughtily. Isn't it all because of you, Captain? Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the luck to come to the Empyrean Waterfall to eat barbecue when the island is most vigilant. Now, the entire island is talking about Marshal Han. There are all kinds of discussions. The armorist said, Marshal Han is simply too ferocious. He killed a venerable with 3 punches and killed a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm with a single slash or a punch. Those idiots have never seen Marshal Han fight. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. He Xiaoyu was lost for words. Killed a venerable with 3 punches and 2 Tao-seeking powerhouses with 1 punch? Who spread these rumors? The manipulator grinned. No matter what others think, we are on Marshal Han's side. By the way, Captain, are you really from the same village as Marshal Han? Big Yellow said. Marshal Han? That sounds awful. Han Fei sounds better. When is Han Fei coming? I brought him fish wings. Armorist, don't overtoast my fish wings. At this moment, Zhu Yinling walked over with a basket in her hand that was filled with seasonings for hot pot. He Xiaoyu was lost for words. Zhuer, what are you doing? My legs are broken. Why did you get all these seasonings? Do you want to eat hot pot? Zhu Yinling smiled. Doesn't he like to eat hot pot? He Xiaoyu's teammates couldn't help but look at each other thinking, this relationship is a bit messy. I feel that Zhu Yinling seems to be closer to Han Fei than our captain. He Xiaoyu knew Zhu Yinling well. Whenever Han Fei was mentioned, Zhu Yinling wouldn't hide her interest at all. He Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, why are you on the Sea of Pearls too? I've already been assigned to a new team, but I still met you. Are you really not afraid of death? The armorist grinned. Captain, we're all from your team. We're renowned as the most ferocious team in the Pioneer Group, aren't we? Captain, how could you leave us and go to the Sea of Pearls alone? Did you look down upon us? The hunter nodded. Exactly. Fortunately, we knew you well. We knew where you were the moment you disappeared. Look, without our cooperation, your legs are gone, right? Pa, the manipulator patted the hunter on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Captain's legs can grow back. But Marshal Han seems to be busy. The armorist who was brushing barbecue said, isn't it a good chance to take a few more days off? Huh? It's lively here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded. The people who were chatting and laughing quickly looked back at the door. Meow, Han Fei, you're finally back. I have something big to tell you, something really big. Zhu Yinling smiled. Big Yellow does have something big to do, Han Fei said grumpily. Something big? Are you going to transcend the tribulation? Meow, no, just wait and see. Meow. As Big Yellow shouted, Han Fei saw 4 or 5 yellow kittens rushing over. Needless to say, they were all Big Yellow's sons and daughters. Among them, the strongest one was already a peak level, hanging fisher, and wasn't weak. It seemed that Big Yellow had indeed worked hard over the years. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. When he left Scattered Stars Island, he only left 2 cats for Big Yellow. Did he want to create a fucking cat race? Big Yellow meowed, he's your uncle. Meow, 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 meow. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Fuck, what kind of uncle am I? Then he saw the group of kittens staring at him with widened eyes. Han Fei was speechless. With a thought, he threw a large mass of green liquid at the cats. What else could it be if not spirit awakening fluid? Hanfei smiled. I don't think you need food now. You can go into the sea to catch a flood dragon now. The little kittens are growing up. Give them some spirit awakening fluid to nourish their bones. The kittens all picked up their sea-swallowing seashells and collected the spirit awakening fluid with a swish. Seeing their smooth movement, Hanfei felt that they must have done this quite often. Sure enough, Big Yellow meowed. Say thank you to Uncle. Meow, 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 meow. The corner of Hanfei's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Big Yellow, that's enough. Zhu Yinling secretly chuckled. This was certainly not the first time this scene happened. However, Big Yellow's previous extortion targets were not as rich as Hanfei. Zhu Yinling didn't even know if she should tell Hanfei or not that if he didn't intend to live here, from now on, every time he came, Big Yellow would bring his cat sons and cat daughters to ask for gifts from him. The interactions between Hanfei and Big Yellow stunned He Xiaoyu and the people in her squad. They looked at each other. Was that spirit awakening fluid? Was it spirit awakening fluid that cost 3,500 points of credit per caddy? He casually gave away hundreds of kilograms of spirit awakening fluid just now, didn't he? It equaled 2 or 3 million points of credits. They were all shocked. This guy was too damn rich. However, they forgot that the price of 3,500 points of credit for a caddy of spirit awakening fluid was only fixed in the past 2 years. In the past, it was 5,000 points of credit for a caddy. When Hanfei looked at them, they straightened up and shouted nervously, Hi, Marshal Han. Hanfei smiled casually. There's no need for that. Since the grill and hot pot have been set up, we might as well improve our food. Then, Hanfei threw out 2 weird creatures. A transparent algae eel with a touch of silver on the edge, a heaven spirit ray, 5 or 6 meters long. Meow, even Zhu Yinling didn't recognize it. Big Yellow suddenly meowed. This is a heavenly spirit ray, a legendary creature. The blood chi of this one is a bit overwhelming. I'm afraid it has just entered the Dao-seeking realm. What? He Xiaoyu and her teammates were dumbfounded. Fuck, are legendary creatures for eating? But just now, they heard that Hanfei said to improve food. Did he mean they could eat it? Seeing this, He Xiaoyu immediately said, Okay, don't take out anything more. Who can eat such a powerful creature? At this moment, He Xiaoyu was no longer as nervous as before. After all, with some buffer time, He Xiaoyu groomed a bit. Her hair was no longer messy and no longer covered her face. Zhu Yinling said, Why not heal Xiaoyu first? Speaking of healing, Hanfei said seriously, He Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? You had so many injuries in your body that your foundation has been seriously damaged. Have you tried to break through to a law enforcer recently? But you failed, didn't you? Huh? Even Zhu Yinling was surprised. Xiaoyu, have you done that? The other teammates looked at Xiaoyu in surprise too, wondering why they didn't know that. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and slightly turned her head aside. The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched helplessly, and he said lightly, It's not the right way to become stronger. The strong masters polish their foundations step by step and become stronger slowly. Huo Ye Xiaoyu subconsciously retorted, Nonsense, you are very fast. Hanfei was speechless. Even her teammates were speechless, thinking to themselves, Captain, what are you talking about? He can be the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Why do you have to compare yourself to the supreme commander? Hanfei grinned. Hanfei grinned. Okay, sit straight. Let me heal your internal injuries and cleanse the accumulated toxins first. With that said, Hanfei looked at the others and said, You'd better sit down too. My healing technique is not weak and should be able to cover you. If you can absorb it, you can try to absorb it. They were overjoyed to hear that. Thank you, Marshal Han. Meow, wait a minute. Suddenly, Big Yellow shouted and meowed. Then, his cat sons and cat daughters who had just run away suddenly rushed back and squatted on the side, looking at Hanfei eagerly. Hanfei, GCW Chapter 1398, Holy Light Guardian Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, The Arrival of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, Consumed Vitality. It was not difficult to cleanse He Xiaoyu's body, and it was normal for others to take advantage of it too. After all, Hanfei was already a real powerhouse. Seeing this, Hanfei said, Well, Xiaoju, sit down too. You are growing too fast. Your foundation may not be very stable. Even when the old turtle possessed Gusanqing, he had to heal his old wounds and improve his physique with his Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Considering the fact that he was a half-venerable, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique would certainly work on Zhu Yinling and the others too. Zhu Yinling said in surprise, I'm not injured, Hanfei said with a smile. It's true that you're not injured, but the next technique I'm going to perform will probably heal your old wounds, hidden illnesses, and bone trauma. Hanfei was enshrouded in white light. He shouted, Sit tight. Nobody dared to move, and He Xiaoyu was too nervous to move. Even Big Yellow patted one of its sons who didn't sit down with its paws and sat down. Buzz. Suddenly, above the Empyrean waterfall, a milky pillar of light descended. He Xiaoyu's yard was instantly drowned by the white mist. Aha, meow, almost everyone was refreshed as if they had fallen into the healing spring that was gentle to the bone. The power in their bodies was returning. Their flesh was being washed, their veins were being cleaned up, and their old injuries were healed by the white mist of light. Instantly, everyone in the Empyrean waterfall looked at He Xiaoyu's yard. However, when Han Fei stepped on the ground, the small courtyard was instantly covered by water mist, and the scene inside could not be seen by the outside world. However, Han Fei's array could block the people from the Empyrean waterfall, but not the venerables. Immediately, 3 or 5 venerables' perceptions swept over. However, Han Fei was very tough. As soon as his soul shook, the perceptions that swept over were immediately shattered. Han Fei didn't give these people any face and said bluntly, "Now that I'm the commander, do I need you to peep at my life?" In terms of toughness, Han Fei was just like Shui Shenqi. Sun Baisheng secretly cursed, "Han Fei is really arrogant." Yi Kai snorted. "At this moment, his prestige is at its peak. We can't do anything to him." Yang Kun said angrily, "If he were in the Thousand-Star City, I would have killed him." However, if these words were said in front of Han Fei would probably retort, "Humph, if your young family had the ability to kill me, why didn't you do it earlier?" Chu Qing said nothing at all, thinking to himself, "The higher you climb, the worse your fall will be. Do you think you deserve to compete for the throne?" Unlike the people of the big clans, there were also people from the 7 major sects who wanted to peep, but their perception was also shattered. However, they weren't fools. How could such a holy pillar of light be nothing? The pillar of light was filled with the power of the great Tao. Who. Everybody, including Zhu Yinling, was enshrouded in a milky halo. The only difference was that the pillar of light was focused on He Xiaoyu, so she took the most. Second to her was Zhu Yinling, to whom Han Fei dispersed the light on purpose. After about 10 seconds, the pillar of light began to fade. 30 seconds later, the pillar of light completely disappeared. However, they were still covered in a white haze. Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu's teammates, who were weaker and could be healed with a wisp of the healing power. Han Fei said, "The internal injuries and old illnesses in your bodies have been healed. My suggestion is that you can practice body tempering techniques for a short period of time. Because the foundation in your body has been cleaned by me, during this period of time, body tempering will be twice as effective." After that, Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling and said, "You too, you're going to transcend the tribulation, but your body is not strong enough now. I'll give you a body refining technique later." Zhu Yinling hummed softly. She felt that she was even lighter. In her heart, she exclaimed at how magical Han Fei's technique was. It could even cleanse her foundation. Crack. Suddenly, He Xiaoyu heard a crisp crack. However, He Xiaoyu was already a peak-level hidden fisher. If she made another breakthrough, she would be a law enforcer, so this was obviously not a breakthrough. While everybody was wondering, Han Fei said casually, "Your spiritual heritage has improved. He Xiaoyu, have you eaten any special heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" After a pause, He Xiaoyu came back to herself and looked at Han Fei blankly. "Huh?" The manipulator next to her reminded her, "Captain, your spiritual heritage has made a breakthrough. It's your spiritual heritage." He Xiaoyu quickly said, "Oh." In a secret realm, some special power entered my body and improved my spiritual heritage. Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's it. It's not that this kind of power can't improve your strength, but that your foundation has been worn out too much, which hinders the upgrading of your spiritual heritage that this power brought to you. If I've guessed right, this power has just been stimulated and should be able to increase your strength by 1 or 2 small realms. Although your spiritual heritage can't reach level 6, it won't be bad." He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered when she heard that. She tried to stand up happily, only to find that her legs still hadn't grown out. He Xiaoyu's face turned pale. "Is it useless? Can't my limbs regrown even with such a powerful healing technique?" He Xiaoyu's teammates panicked too. That was impossible. Didn't they say that venerables could regrow limbs? Zhu Yinling was also surprised. "It doesn't work?" Big Yellow, on the other hand, stuffed his cat sons and daughters who had been thrown sideways by the white light into his mouth one after another. Then he said, "What's the rush? This is a great technique that can restore your foundation. It's even more difficult than limb regeneration." Han Fei grinned. Big Yellow seemed to have seen a lot after following Granny Yin for so long. Han Fei had learned the technique of limb regeneration, and because it was a life-saving technique, he had upgraded it to heaven-level divine quality. Information popped up in his head. Holy light protection, heaven-level divine quality, introduction. There is a brilliance between the heavens and earth, which is called healing divine splendor. The divine splendor connects with the source of the void, nurtures hundreds of millions of creatures, and gives the foundation of recovery to all things. The divine splendor fuses with the soul, interweaves with the flesh and blood, and with energy as the foundation, can regenerate limbs and bring back the soul. Healing range applicable to the injured who still has vitality. Depending on the degree of injury, the consumption is different. Superseding art, great rebirth technique, consumed spiritual energy, 1 billion points. If there is excess energy, it can condense a holy light guardian object to accompany you. When he saw this ability, Han Fei couldn't help but marvel at the temptation of the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. If his guess was correct, if he continued to deduce it, it would be a technique to resurrect. Although it might not be that powerful, it was definitely not simple. Especially the last remarks, it said that it could condense a guardian object, which was the most terrifying. This thing could also store holy light. Han Fei said, Big Yellow is right. Repairing the foundation is repairing the foundation, and limb regeneration is limb regeneration. They're two different things. Han Fei waved his hand, and 4 lines of holy light that looked like snakes appeared around He Xiaoyu, and power kept gathering in He Xiaoyu's body. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit that was still hot from the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall and said, Limb regeneration is mainly about energy. With enough energy and healing brilliance, limbs can be regenerated with the power of blood and qi. Although theoretically there won't be any problem after rebirth, you'll still have to cultivate in seclusion for a few days to see the effect. As Han Fei talked, on He Xiaoyu's leg, bones protruded and flesh was entwined. As energy gathered, her legs were growing at a visible speed. Gulp. The spirit gatherer in He Xiaoyu's team was drooling. What kind of spirit gatherer was this? He was truly a genius. If all spirit gatherers could do this, the casualty rate of human beings could be reduced by at least 10%. He Xiaoyu was shocked too. Was there anything more amazing than watching her flesh and blood regrow? Han Fei was slightly surprised. He found that one heaven-level ultra-quality energy fruit was not enough. Logically speaking, although the energy contained in this energy fruit was not as much as the immeasurable fruit that Queen Life gave him, it definitely contained 1% of the energy. It should be enough for He Xiaoyu. However, Han Fei immediately realized that He Xiaoyu had fully mastered the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Han Fei took out another energy fruit. At this moment, He Xiaoyu's 2-leg bones had been grown and her flesh and veins were almost fully grown. With another energy fruit, she would be fine. Han Fei said casually, the body tempering techniques you can buy on the Scattered Stars Island are actually not that good. I have a jade slip here, which is the upgraded version of the spirit-absorbing war body. You can practice it. As for the spirit-absorbing war body, as long as you have a good foundation, you can teach it to others. He Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Han Fei must have discovered that her body tempering technique had not improved. She searched the entire Scattered Stars Island but couldn't find a better body tempering technique than the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. However, He Xiaoyu did not refuse him. As long as she could become stronger and reach a higher height one day, why not? Seeing He Xiaoyu take the jade slip, Han Fei's hand glowed with holy light and energy gathered. An earring, a bracelet, and a bell appeared. He handed the earrings to Zhu Yinling and said, you just need to wear them. If you need limbs to be regrown, you can use them. Then you'll have to practice this technique again. When you reach the initial success of this technique, you can transcend the tribulation. Zhu Yinling smiled. Okay, then he handed the bracelet to He Xiaoyu. Take it. It can at least save your life. In the end, Han Fei threw the bell to Big Yellow. And yours. Meow A. Of course, other people didn't have any gifts. He gave Big Yellow because he belonged to the beast race and was the only pure beast race member he had seen in the entire yin-yang world. With a thought, Han Fei found that many people in the Empyrean waterfall were already standing at the door, on the roof, and in various corners, looking at He Xiaoyu's home. Alas, Han Fei heaved a long sigh and grinned. Hey, barbecue and make a hot pot. After this meal, I'll have to go about my business. Chapter 1399, A New Broom Sweeps Clean 1. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Although Han Fei was a very talkative and lively person, in the eyes of others he was now a marshal, so he was very majestic. Therefore, this meal was not very lively. The main reason was that the others couldn't resist the terrifying energy of the heavenly spirit ray after a few bites. Their bodies were shivering, and their momentum was slightly increasing. As soon as He Xiaoyu's legs grew back, the weight on her heart was lifted. She didn't know what to do if her legs were gone, but she was also upset that Han Fei was getting stronger and stronger. Even Zhu Yinling was far ahead of her. He Xiaoyu couldn't help thinking, if it were Xuan, she wouldn't have been able to keep up with Han Fei's cultivation speed, would she? Some of Han Fei's deeds had long been spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island, so she knew that Han Fei went into the sea to kill the Dark Hunter Legion twice for the girl he loved. Because of Xuanhuan's disappearance, Xiaoshu knew better how difficult cultivation could be. There were too many dangers in this world. Only by walking to the end could one be the most powerful. She didn't want to cultivate the fastest, but she wanted to walk the most steadily. He Xiaoyu didn't eat much fish. She probably stopped eating when she reached the limits of her body, but she pretended to be cultivating. Only Zhu Yinling asked, are we going to take office? Han Fei nodded slightly. There will be a lot of fuss at such a critical moment. Zhu Yinling sighed softly. Actually, I don't want you to take this position. The sea demons have suddenly become stronger, a lot stronger. There are more and more sea spirits as well as much more explorers, so almost all the hidden powerhouses on the Scattered Stars Island have come out. You've killed 2 venerables in such a short period of time. It can be imagined how strong they are now, Han Fei nodded. We'll just kill whoever comes, but we have to take care of the internal affairs first. You should just cultivate well. Han Fei implied that he probably wouldn't appear in the Empyrean waterfall for some time to come, or he wouldn't see Zhu Yinling and the others for a long time. Han Fei didn't want to think too much about relationships, especially at such a critical moment. Under Zhu Yinling's gentle gaze, Han Fei stepped through the void and walked 100 kilometers away with a single step. The moment Han Fei appeared, several perceptions swept over. They were all the venerables who had arrived. Han Fei sneered, ignored these people, and recited in a low voice like thunder rumbling in the sky above the entire Scattered Stars Island. I am Han Fei. I'll officially take over the position of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island in the Sea God Square outside the central city tomorrow morning. Now I order all unit leaders to take all non-combat personnel to come over. No delay is allowed. Han Fei's voice echoed in the air, which could be heard all over the Scattered Stars Island. Originally, the news that Han Fei would take over as the Supreme Commander was only spread out by the soldiers who came back from the Sea of Pearls. Now it immediately set off a heated discussion. At this moment, Han Fei personally came out to confirm this matter, and Shen Chi didn't show up to refute. It seemed that this matter was confirmed. For a moment, all the departments on the Scattered Stars Island were in a heated discussion, especially the refining hall. A refiner laughed. Look, what did I say? When Marshal Han made the Fei Yan Mu furnace, I felt that he was extraordinary and had the bearing of a commander. It's only been a few years, and Han Fei has succeeded Marshal Shui. A shop assistant said, you may not believe it, but I used to cooperate with Marshal Han. I was responsible for bringing in customers, and he was responsible for refining. Our teamwork was unparalleled. Some people held up the spirit-fusing scripture, the spirit-polishing scripture, and the spirit-forging scripture. The 3 heaven-level refining techniques were sold for free, which showed how extraordinary Marshal Han was. These 3 techniques had pushed the spiritual energy refining technique to the peak, and the key was that they were free. Only a genius could do this. Someone echoed, I heard that it was Marshal Han who made the prices of spiritual weapons in the refining hall reduce. Someone sneered. As soon as the Fei Yan Mu furnace appeared, the prices of semi-divine weapons plummeted. How could the prices of spiritual weapons not decrease? Someone else was suspicious. Didn't they say that the Fei Yan Mu furnace was created by Han Fei, Guan Qingyan, and Mu Jiare? Why didn't they mention Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiare? Someone said with a smile, what do you know? Guan Qingyan has admitted that when they were forging the Fei Yan Mu furnace, Marshal Han designed and invented it. The 2 of them were just assisting him. The furnace was designed by Marshal Han, Scattered Stars Prison. Hearing Han Fei's announcement, Zhang Teng couldn't help but say leisurely, I never would have thought that it only took this kid 10 years to rise. Is this what a genius is like? Behind him, Sumo said, Boss, Han Fei wouldn't come back to take revenge on us, right? Zhang Teng sneered. What are you thinking? How can a genius like him take such a trivial matter to heart? Besides, we followed the rules back then and did things normally. There was nothing wrong with it. I just exclaimed. At the command center, someone roared, find out everything about Han Fei. After a while, someone handed over a jade slip and said, my lord, it's all here. The man took the jade slip, flicked it, and snorted. Why could such a person become the supreme commander? He's selfish, greedy, flamboyant, greedy, and pompous. Someone echoed, that's right. Han Fei doesn't have many military exploits. Although he has won a few beautiful battles, they are still too few. Someone said, I'm not convinced. Wouldn't it be a mess if such a person were to lead the Scattered Stars Island? At this moment, millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island, from the leaders to the rookies, were discussing Han Fei. Some people supported him, thinking that Han Fei's strength lay in his fists. Han Fei had slaughtered 2 venerables in a row, which was extraordinary. Some people didn't think that he was suitable for that position. Being the Supreme Commander didn't mean that one had to be strong in combat power. He had to be smart and have the ability to control all the battlefields. For a moment, there were various opinions, but most people were already prepared to go to the Sea God Square outside Central City the next day. In any case, this was a grand event of 100 years. It would be a pity if they didn't take a look. In the 7 Scattered Stars units, the 4th unit was one of the most popular departments at the moment. Bei Huo, Guan Qingyan, and the others were assessing the 3 refiners who applied to come here. At this moment, Guan Qingyan shook his head slightly. None passed the exam. Mu Jiaer also shook her head. Although you're much stronger than ordinary people, you're not qualified to enter the Scattered Stars 4th unit. Bei Huo smiled in agreement. After sending them away, he said slowly, in fact, few people are truly determined to refine weapons in the flames of war. This batch is already the best in half a year. Guan Qingyan shook his head. No, the Scattered Stars 4th unit is better off without than make do. With Brother Han's 3 refining techniques, their expertise in refining is still so mediocre, which is not acceptable. Mu Jiaer also nodded. Alas, that guy didn't even come back to visit us. He must have forgotten us after he became a marshal. Mu Jiaer had given up comparing herself with Han Fei. It turned out that Han Fei was a monster. Why should she compare herself with a monster? At this moment, the door of the Scattered Stars 4th unit was opened, and a leisurely voice came over. Oh, why do you think I'm such a person? Instantly, everyone looked back. Guan Qingyan's eyes glittered. Brother Han, Mu Jiaer said in shock. Ah, you're back. You're going to be the marshal. Why do you still have the time to come here? Beihuo said. Han, Marshal Han. Han Fei smiled. Senior Beihuo, don't regard me as an outsider. Then Han Fei said to Mujia Air helplessly, that's not what you said just now. Mujia Air blushed. Humph, did I? I didn't say anything bad about you. Guan Qingyan, did I? Guan Qingyan's face was still cold and stiff. Although Mujia Air was joking, she was right. Why was Han Fei so free to come to the Scattered Stars 4th unit? Guan Qingyan immediately asked, Brother Han, what's the matter? Everyone immediately realized that Han Fei must have something to do here. They couldn't help but look serious. The Scattered Stars Island was in turmoil. If there was something to do, they couldn't delay it for a moment. Han Fei put his arm around Guan Qingyan's shoulders with a smile. Can't I just come back to visit you? Seeing that Guan Qingyan was still looking at him quietly, Han Fei shrugged. Okay, I don't know how Mujia Air can stand you. You're always so straight-faced. Okay, let's get to the point. After he came out of the Scattered Stars 4th unit, it was already the next morning. The dark curtain had already enveloped the land and the sea. Han Fei scanned with his perception and quickly confirmed a place. Then he retracted his aura and stepped over. Passing the gate, the underground passage, and the mud elevator, Han Fei came to a cottage. This was the Scattered Stars archive room where he had been once before. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he heard a voice from the cottage. Marshal Han, what brings you here at night? Han Fei wanted to scan this place with his perception, but his fingers moved slightly and he felt he shouldn't be so rude. The person inside seemed to be very strong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old Chen here was probably a hidden powerhouse. The old turtle simply said, well, he's an old venerable, but he's been seriously injured and is cultivating in seclusion here. Han Fei's heart stirred. The old turtle's soul power was very extraordinary. He could even hide in front of a king. It was indeed not difficult for him to find a venerable. Han Fei immediately said, Elder Chen, I want an old file. Oh, what is Marshal Han investigating? Han Fei said firmly. All the information on Teng Yan, the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island 1800 years ago. Chapter 1400, A New Broom Sweeps Clean to Twinslater, Hunye Translations Editor, Hunye Translations. The next morning, the sky was clear and the cloud whale's lonely cry could occasionally be heard from the depths of the clouds. God Square, Central City, Scattered Stars Island. As early as the dawn of the sky, this place was already crowded. The square that stretched out for more than 10 kilometers seemed a little too small at this moment. Fortunately, the sea area around the Scattered Stars Island had to be guarded day and night. This was a critical moment of war, and a large number of people had to defend the coastline. Therefore, at most half of the people could come today. But even so, the 5 cities were all empty, and it was noisy outside the central city, and the crowd stretched for dozens of kilometers. It was like a conference. Before the leader came, there was a flurry of discussions below. Someone said, I think the situation is critical at this moment. Even if we want to change our commander, we shouldn't do it at this time. After all, Han Fei is not very familiar with the various defense situations on the Scattered Stars Island. Someone retorted, what are you afraid of? No matter who he is, he just needs to fight against sea demons. Han Fei is obviously stronger, someone said. Han Fei is indeed very strong. He has killed 2 venerables in a row. Do you know what it means? I heard that more than 10 of the great demons at the Tao-seeking realm have been killed by Han Fei. Who else on the island has this ability? Someone rolled his eyes. What do you know? A reckless man who only knows how to fight is brainless. Someone ridiculed, you are the brainless one. If Han Fei is brainless, will Marshal Shin Chi let Han Fei succeed on the throne? Why don't you use your brain? While everybody was talking, someone else suddenly said in the crowd, Han Fei is not qualified to be the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I'm told that Han Fei's father is a venerable who forced Marshal Shin Chi to step down. Otherwise, the Scattered Stars Island will be massacred. Instantly, everyone exclaimed, and someone exclaimed, how can this be? As if to prevent others from eavesdropping, most people spoke telepathically, thinking that there were millions of people here anyway, and nobody could tell who was speaking. Someone else said, do you know that Han Fei is from the Thug Academy? That academy once planned to activate the taboo, causing the entire human race to be in danger. Huh? Someone asked. What taboo can cause the entire human race to be in trouble? The man shrugged. I don't know. I just heard it from someone. While the millions of people were discussing, in the void, Han Fei and Shin Chi stood side by side. Shin Chi said indifferently, if you want to control the Scattered Stars Island, you have to grasp the human heart first. You know that it's the means of the big clans, but you just watch? Han Fei sneered. Watch? Do I have to prove that I'm really here to save the human race? No, I have my own path. My path doesn't allow me to do this. Shin Chi glanced at Han Fei. You are different from your father. You are one of the few hardliners among the commanders of the Scattered Stars Island. You don't want the Scattered Stars Island's old layout to maintain, but the Scattered Stars Island is limited by its terrain, and the 10,000 Demon Valley is very far away. The continuous sea battles along the way can exhaust a lot of people to death, not to mention a long march. Han Fei said, we are indeed different, but we don't have different attitudes towards war. What I want is to be united internally. I never expect ordinary people to follow me to kill into the deep sea. That would be stupid. For example, now that I have succeeded as the Supreme Commander, the situation is already reversed. But those fools from the big clans think that they can stop me from succession with some rumors. I don't know if their brains have been hit by an ironhead fish. When he said this, Han Fei didn't use voice transmission at all but directly said it out loud. Since he had already spoken, how could others not hear him? Han Fei sneered. You don't understand me at all. Buzz. Han Fei stepped out and walked to the sea god square in the sky above the central city. Silence. Han Fei stood proudly, golden light emanating from his body, and a golden giant more than 20 meters long was walking towards them step by step like a god of war in golden armor under the sunlight. Han Fei smiled and triggered a thought, raising the spiritual fire. Whoosh! Everyone saw golden lotus flowers blooming at the feet of the golden man in the distant sky. Boom, boom, boom. With each step he took, a lotus bloomed. The lotus bloomed, turned into spiritual energy, and disappeared from the world. As Han Fei walked forward, he spoke in a deep and heavy voice that echoed throughout the scattered stars island. Even the people who were guarding at the edge of the coastline couldn't help looking at the sky, saying excitedly, it's starting, in the sea god square, under the public eye. Many strong masters couldn't help but smile when they saw Han Fei's lotus steps. They thought to themselves, what's the big deal about this? Why do you make it look as if only you can do this? Someone couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This way of showing up is very creative and looks quite awesome. In fact, everyone present who was not yet an explorer was stunned. They thought to themselves, is this the power of a powerhouse? With every step he made, a lotus flower would bloom. A single lotus flower can crush a lot of us, right? Han Fei said jokingly, Marshal Shin Chi, if you don't show up, I dare not take this position. Smack. A big sword fell from the sky, which was hundreds of meters high and looked equally impressive. In terms of size, Shin Chi's gimmick definitely won. But in terms of creativity and the degree of shock, Han Fei had won. Shin Chi said, I've already said what I should yesterday. On Scattered Stars Island, geniuses emerge in large numbers. Han Fei is talented and tough. In the past few days, he has killed 2 venerables in a row. In terms of means and ability, he is no weaker than me. I made him the new commander for the sake of the human race. Perhaps my method was wrong, causing the sea demons to be even more rampant and aggressive. I hope Han Fei can change this situation. Shin Chi looked at the millions of people below and said in a loud voice, you should have heard of Han Fei's achievements. The Fei Yen Mu furnace upgraded the weapons in your hands by a level, allowing refining to enter a new era. After careful consideration, I think Han Fei is among the best among his peers in realm, strength, means, and wisdom. He is qualified to take over as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars City. With that, Shin Chi waved his hand, and the sky curtain appeared. Under the sky curtain, the entire island could see the scene where Shin Chi handed a 13-star token to Han Fei. Wait a minute. As soon as the ritual began, a voice echoed in the world. It was Chu Qing from the Chu sect. He had stepped through the void to stop Han Fei. Shin Chi frowned. If the Chu sect wants to interfere in the matters of the Scattered Stars Island, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Qing smiled. Marshal Shui, don't be hasty. It's not that we don't trust you, but we just don't trust Han Fei and the people behind him. Chu Qing didn't come here to fight, so he blocked right in front of Shin Chi and the others. Shin Chi shouted in a low voice, the 1,000-star city has no right to intervene in the matters of the Scattered Stars Island. I say it again, get out of the way. Chu Qing didn't give in at all. He chuckled and his voice resounded throughout the island. Han Fei is from the Thug Academy, an extremely vicious demonic path organization. Its founder, Patriarch Thug, cultivates as an undead creature and has long been a demon. More than 10 years ago, he led countless evil forces to attack the 1,000-star city but failed and returned in defeat. Han Fei, let me ask you, is what I said true? You just need to answer yes or no. Han Fei looked at Chu Qing with a casual smile. If it were someone else, such as an upright person like Shin Chi, an obedient person like Zhu Yinling, or old Jiang who was irritable, they might have started a fight. However, there were millions of humans here. How could a venerable attack? Otherwise, how many people would be killed by the aftershock? At this moment, facing Chu Qing's malicious question, how could Han Fei enter the trap he set? Han Fei said leisurely, shut the fuck up. The crowd was in an uproar. Did Han Fei just say foul words? Although everyone spoke like this in private, it seemed inappropriate in front of so many people. That was exactly what Chu Qing hoped for. He wanted to see Han Fei fly into a rage out of humiliation. If you can't even endure a little provocation, how can you be a marshal? But Han Fei continued. The Chu sect is content to lord over the 1,000-star city. The warriors at the front line risked their lives to kill enemies, but you just sit by and exploit the resources of the Scattered Stars Island. As a result, there are countless venerables hidden in your clans, even several half-kings. However, the human race is in a difficult situation and has suffered heavy casualties, but you've never come to help. Now, only a mere intermediate venerable like you has come, but all you want is to seize power and obtain more resources. You're sucking the bones and eating the marrow of millions of soldiers. Let me ask you, who the fuck do you think you are? What makes you big clans in the entire Thousand-Star City think you can do this to us? Buzz. Instantly, the million people present exclaimed. They had never heard of the Chu sect from the Thousand-Star City. Someone from the Thousand-Star City certainly knew of the Chu sect. Hearing Han Fei's words, they were also indignant. That was how humans were. No matter where they were, they hated the rich. Besides, the big clans in this world didn't give people a good impression. Chu Qing's expression changed slightly. Han Fei, don't avoid the problem. Patriarch Thug cultivates as an undead creature. Do you dare to deny this? Han Fei immediately laughed and said, Patriarch Thug? Sorry, I don't know any Patriarch Thug. He should have died 1,000 years ago. Everyone knows that the Thug Academy was strangled by the Thousand-Star City decades ago, and only a few old soldiers are left. If Patriarch Thug is still around, with his ability to suppress the Thousand-Star City alone, do you dare to come to provoke me today? You call yourself a venerable? Are you an idiot? Chu Qing's eyelids twitched. Han Fei is really shameless. He directly said that he didn't know Patriarch Thug. Are you kidding me? Chu Qing asked. Do you dare to swear to the Great Tao? Han Fei blinked his eyes. I can swear at any time. However, the Chu sect of the Thousand-Star City snatches the resources of the Scattered Stars Island year by year. So many resources they obtained that they can throw them away for fun, while the frontline soldiers have no resources to use. Do you dare to swear to the Great Tao? Millions of years ago, the Chu sect and the big clans of the Thousand-Star City ambushed the strong masters from the 9 heavens, angered the Heavenly Tao, and made the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye watch over the human world, causing the human world to no longer have a king. Do you dare to swear? Do you dare?